Degrasse and Neil Tyson. Oh, speaking of that clown, I wonder how much longer he could keep a push of this in the background. Never debating, always up to the back down, playing in fear of the gravitational smackdown. This little circus won't last long. I'm betting you the type of clown that sits at home alone with a mask on, thinking you debunked an argument like the Black Swan, never knowing that your radius could be that wrong. Oops, I really meant to say dead wrong. Implicitly, we've been falsified the globe empirically. Need you to listen, G. It's not logical to postulate you live in a sphere with no sphericity. It's the epitome. It's not a mystery. The globe model's all wrapped up in stupidity. It's quite simple, see. It's probably not the move for you to spew your rhetoric here or religiously, maybe officially. One day you might find yourself vividly in the middle of an epiphany, lyrical symphony. It's been a pleasure, but our times have both come to an end. Synchronicity.
Hey yo, I only know what I see. I seen enough to know what it means to me. Learned from red dirt and I got degrees. Veered off left turns and wild out east, and we're poor and rich and hold all that class. Don't wanna know any signs, don't wanna know where you are. Mind made up already, we're not here to watch. We just don't wanna fall off the edge and into the dark. So we clench our fists, clutch our pearls to anybody critical about view of the world. Tongue like a slammed door I keep closed, just to beat those doubters of these blindfolded free throws. And the channels love a G up, shoot the heat up, we'll beat up and eat up, and I don't wanna have to read up. Just drop a grenade and put my feet up.
I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna hear nothing. How is it real if it's not what I felt? Does it feel to read out?
Don't tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I don't even wanna walk in your shoes. What about me? Blood, blood. World gone mad and it's too PC, and they're trying to take away the freedom that I wanna speak. Click, click, cut them off, run them out of town, shut them off. Shh, I don't wanna hear another beat, but my gut got this, then my head take note, cause I know when this story's a slippery slope. So stay in your lane, son, stick to your songs. I don't care where you're coming from, just a simple answer to confirm a doubt. And then baseless opinions that come out of my mouth. In a nut, tell me I don't know what I'm talking about. When the so-called experts ever sorted this out. When we're swamped by Muslims, swamped by Asians, different time, same old station, crowd ovation, whip up hatred, that old chestnut, that vocation, do anything to truth but face it.
I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna hear nothing. How is it real if it's not what I felt? Does it feel to read out?
Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I don't even wanna walk in your shoes. What about me? Blood, blood. Tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I don't even wanna walk in your shoes. What about me? Blood, blood.
Ligerianism and dearth. Well, he never saw crypto entering the fray. The best white rapper since Eric Debay. Now I haven't rapped along, so I don't want to boast, but my rhymes are better than the view at the coast. And right now I'm dropping some pretty sick bars, and I can't help notice that we see too far. In crypto trading we have different kind of bars. They exist on your screen just like terraform on Mars. You can't really go there, it's just a visage. It's not a real place and it's not a mirage. Anyway, let's get back to the plane. Unlike platypus, I'm bringing the pain. Earth is flat and it does not ever fly. Not high enough for the grass on night. Those clown shows running interference. Not even once do they make any sense. While Neil says, guys, that stuff is flat. Bill says the boats disappear over that. Well, it's time to get your story straight. Just like the flat horizon that we observe. You still think that you live on a sphere? You must have a vacuum between your ears. But that can't be true because you live in nature. And vacuums don't form without a container. Which brings me back to what I've learned. Research your flat unmoving earth. Yeah! I won't believe that lies no more. Yeah. I won't believe that lies no more. Now I don't like to be rude and I don't like to slander, so I'll keep it short just like I'm Jem Panda. The earth is a flat, stationary plane. No reification is worth the same. They tell you Coriolis is earth-based, but that bullshit just leaves a fake taste. The sea somehow has mass appeal, but not a single evidence showing it's real. The ball is cracked for all the nations. They're still stuck on the globe plantation. Got them evoking correlation, or even worse, I am the citation. Now luckily for you, that's it from me. I'm going back to join the FP party. If mainstream consensus has got you bored, join Flat Earth 24/7 Discord 2.0. Yeah! I won't believe that lies no more. Yeah! I won't believe that lies no more. Yeah! I won't believe that lies no more. Yeah! I won't believe that lies no more.
From space, stuck in the water, missing your face. Our hearts cross the border, with love in your eyes, fight the new world order. Pain in your limbs just means you're getting stronger. On in the open air, trapped in fear. We're all afraid, but someone's got to care. All that you have, I said you've got to share, or you'll never laugh or cry all of your tears. Rivers blood stuck to my tongue. All hats are off as the drop dog is sprung, and I'm kissing your ears as my last warm sun. Still in the air, approaching the sunlight. Tension is growing as death takes a wife. Unsheathed in the sun, I'm covered in light. He'd kill us all if it weren't for the fight. So the message is clear for those who have sight. Stand still or run, the fire is coming. Black is the heart that sees children for culling. And snake in the grass, your lover is cunning. No shame in your mind, so the master is running and the ship's going down. Soon there'll be nothing lost in the gallows to the sounds of the drumming. Sweat on the floor as the master is coming, and the hero's not hurt. No one sees nothing. Forget your face. I only hope you remember mine. Stars now bow in the presence of love, cutting the throats of the evil to come. Spirits of liars who I thought they'd won, lost in the sound that the scorpion stung, and the sun's going down. The ship's going under. The song can be lightning, your voice can be thunder. In 1,000 years, they'll all sit and wonder, what were they thinking as God threw them asunder? I'll never forget your face.
meaning of the flat earth.
Do you suppose it is beyond us to produce a dual system of astronomy? The stars can be near or distant according as we need them. Do you suppose our mathematicians are unequal to that? Have you forgotten doublethink?
Well, we all believed in that spinning ball. Indoctrination blinded us all. From the very first day that we went to school, they put a globe in your face and that thing looked cool. The teacher explained how it all worked. Of course it sounded so berserk, but who was I to question it? Because I was just a tiny kid. It sounded crazy as could be, but teacher would never lie to me. She was real nice, she didn't know. She too was taught to believe in that globe. I don't blame her, it wasn't her fault. She was only repeating what she'd been taught. I went through life believing that lie. That spinning ball was now in my mind.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man, no.
Take control of your soul.
Take back control. Yeah.
Find the truth. Find it all.
Find it all, man. Yeah.
Don't believe their lies.
Don't believe it, man.
Let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man. Alright, man, listen up. So I'm hurling through space on a road to nowhere. So I live my life without a care, cause I was taught that there ain't no creator. That's what I was told from my educator. So I live my life so selfishly, there ain't gonna be no hell for me. I'll do what I want with no care for others, with no respect for my brothers. Until one day when I woke up and I drank some truth with my coffee cup. I learned that things ain't what they seem. This so-called reality is just a dream. There's deception everywhere that I look. The news, the TV, and in my school books. And pretty soon I realized that everything's just a pack of lies, man.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man. Don't.
Take control of your soul.
Take back control. Yeah.
Find the truth. Find it all.
Find it all, man. Yeah.
Don't believe their lies.
Don't believe it, man.
Let them take your mind.
Let them take your mind, man. Yeah, man. It's deception on a biblical level. It's orchestrated by the devil. Many think that hate don't exist, but that's what he wants. That's one of his tricks. But I found out that dude's real. And I tell you, man, that's a bitter pill. So I questioned everything I was told. I had to question that spinning globe. I had to relearn it all again and get some truth inside this brain. And pretty soon I realized that the globe I was taught was a pack of lies. So I studied as hard as can be. I found the flat earth conspiracy. Man, it hit me like a ton of bricks. The globe I was taught was a devil's trick.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man. Don't. started to connect the dots, and I'm telling you, man, there are lots. I soon realized that the earth was flat. It's not a belief, man, it's a fact. And once I found out that reality, well, it did a funny thing to me. For a while there, I was pretty shocked, but now I know that there is a God. And once you get to that point of understanding, and once you know there ain't no moon landing, and once you know that space is fake, you view your life with a different take. It ain't just random chance that we're here. We ain't living on no stupid sphere. It ain't some ridiculous spinning ball. The earth is flat, and God created it all.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man. No.
Take control of your soul.
Take back control. Yeah.
Find the truth. Find it all.
Find it all, man. Yeah.
Don't believe their lies.
Believe it, man.
Let them take your mind.
Let them take your mind, man. Well, now I found out about all these lies. I live a completely different life. I stopped reading the news and turned off the TV. That thing is evil as can be. I started being a nicer guy. And God forbid I tell a lie. I treat people with more respect, and I've got me a wife that I'd never neglect. Yeah, being good's working out for me. Now I ain't blinded and I can see. I know that there is a God above, and if I'm good, then he'll show me love. I try to live life selflessly to be the best that I can be. I treat people how I want to be treated since my indoctrination was defeated. So don't believe in the devil's lies because it's God he wants to hide. That's why they teach that spinning ball to make you think you ain't special at all. Don't believe what you're being told. Don't believe that you're evolved. It's all an accident and you are too. No, you're someone special and God made you.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, no.
Take control of your soul.
You gotta take back control.
Find the truth.
Find the truth.
Find it all.
Find it all, man.
Don't believe their lies.
Don't believe it.
Let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind. Yeah, play that guitar.
To my wife I bid farewell as she waved from our gate. With the voyage at sea destiny I have date for 8 pieces of silver. I boarded my fate. 2 years of provisions from sauerkraut to nails, 9-ton hogsheads of rum and cast them full of ale. We made ship-shape the rigging from crow's nest to keel, and with the weather eye open, Captain Cook set sail. Hang on to the winds and head out to sea. Beyond the horizon, the ends of the earth beckon we. In 3 years of discovering new lands for the crown, 200,000 leagues of boat tape sailed around. On a mission for the mythical southern continent bound. Well, we searched the world over and it could not be found. Like a turn in the year 1773, 394 men sailed into history. Crossed the Antarctic Circle, first ever we'd be. Unknown, uncharted waters, first known, ever seen. Hang on for your life, we preach and you see. Onward beyond the horizon, the ends of the earth dare to be. From the heavens of lush Polynesia, a dream paradise, to a great barrier reef of impassable ice. Frozen islands, volcanoes 12,000 feet high, rising up one above other and into the distance. And every attempt impenetrable resistance, gigantic glacial mountains lost through the clouds to the sky. There's no way through to go. It's like the edge of a wheel. There's nowhere around it, no. Like the edge of a wheel. At the end of the earth. And I see death beneath us, graves away those drowned sunken men. Will our fate be to sink here or return home to see you again? In the sudden March darkness of a black midnight sun, our 2 ships separated, though we fired sounded guns. Time and tide wait for no man. To the end we have come, but come hell or high water, journey home's just begun.
Everyone. Hello? Anybody out there? It's a little early. Maggie, you're probably working. I think you said you were working days. You want to listen?
No, I'm here. No,
what's up, man?
the job that I was doing, it wasn't a good fit for me, so I'm gonna do actually another one. And this other one is like, this other one's working night shift, so I'll be here in the morning.
Okay. Nice. Kind of like your wind down time, and then before you go to bed.
Yeah, it's an evening shift that I'm gonna be taking on, so
Is it like a midnight? Is it like start like 5 p.m. or does it start like at 12 or something like that, 12 a.m.?
No, it's like 3 p.m. to like 1:30 a.m. shift.
Oh, okay. That's not. I used to work a swing like that. Yeah, I didn't mind that actually. That's better than all night.
Yeah, it's better than all night. So it's more like a night shift, and then you're back at home.
Yeah.
You're sleeping at night, so you can actually rest up for the whole night and then be up in the morning.
Yeah.
That's a pretty good shift, I think. Because you're already up doing stuff.
Yeah, mine was like a 3 p.m. to 2 a.m. I used to do like field, go around replacing hard drives and memory and stuff at like 3 in the morning, 3 in the morning, 2 in the morning, whatever.
Yeah, I don't think it goes past like 1:30.
I don't know what time you go to bed then.
Yeah, I'd usually like as soon as you get home, just like shower in bed,
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'll be here during the morning shifts, so I can do like a morning show or whatever.
That's awesome, man. I figure, I don't know, as far as like for me, like when I consider like a job or what I'm doing for money, I just like whatever can get me the best, I guess, return for my money. And then, I don't really, can't say I love what I do, but it's like.
Yeah, but we don't like, now that you're living this life, you don't really need much. You just.
Yeah.
It got a little bit of insurance, that covers you, and then.
Yeah.
That's all you really need.
Oh yeah, dude. If the U.S. it had like something more similar to Canada's healthcare, as far as like you kind of have like like if they had more of a public healthcare type thing, I'd just do whatever.
Yeah, do whatever, but it's not that way. So you have to. That's the reason why most people just keep working.
Yeah.
Even past retirement, people are still working.
Well, yeah, just for something to do too. Go be a greeter at Walmart, right? I don't know.
Yeah, something. You know what I mean?
You gotta do something with your time. It might be different for folks like us seeking truth. We can kind of stay busy with that pretty steady, So I don't know.
Yeah, it's different. Like I said, yeah, having this, like you can go well into your old age, like still speaking.
Yeah, yeah. If you're like unaware normal person, like you might see that there's just no reason to live after. If you're living under this brainwashed world paradigm of infinite space that you don't, many other possibilities, blah blah blah. It's like, yeah, I totally get why you might be depressed and just die off because you just feel hopeless.
Yeah, you're gonna have to rock. We're gonna be rocking till the wheels fall off, man. Until you can't do it no more.
Yeah, dude, I'm feeling so good with it. Man, that egg recipe I was doing, the pate with the eggs and.
Dude, how do you feel like as of late? Doesn't it feel great?
Like waking up in
the morning?
It's
crazy.
Dude, it's borderline ridiculous. Like I pretty much can function off like 4 to 5 hours. Like now, I used to not be able to do that, but if I want to, I can probably go a few days like that. But I usually try to get 6 or 7. But
yeah, having 6 hours is like supercharged, dude. Like you're.
Yeah, 6 hours makes you Superman. Yeah.
Yeah. And that feels great too, because like, I'll be honest, dude. I've never really drank coffee in the morning, and I never really like had an urge or need for that. And just living this lifestyle.
Coffee.
with the kind of lifestyle that I have now with this new change, it is like levels. Like now that I never used to drink coffee, but now it's like it's obsolete now. Like I have no need whatsoever. Like I don't crave it.
I totally probably don't need coffee like for energy or anything like that. I just have one, and literally, Miggy, I'll sip on that thing for like 2-3 hours. I'll just keep popping it in the microwave for 30 seconds, like whenever I feel like drinking it. You know what I mean? Like I probably have the same cup for the whole morning, damn near, maybe 2. I just when it's getting colder out, either that or tea. I mean, it can be decaf, I suppose.
Yeah.
Just something hot with some lemon juice and.
Dude, you know, like the recipe I DM'd you for the beef cheeks. You have to.
Yeah, I haven't. Oh, I saw you. You told me about it, but I haven't looked at since you put the recipe in. I don't think.
Yeah, beef cheeks are where it's at, bro.
They've got some of that on that shipping site too, like by the pound, I think. Beef cheek.
Yeah, beef cheeks. What I did was I put them in the Instapot. Well, I have a one. It's not an Instapot, but it's the same thing. It's a pressure cooker. I stuck that sucker in there. You know, you get some butter, right? I just use a little bit of garlic because I like the taste of garlic.
Yeah.
So garlic, I use unsalted butter, garlic, and I brown the outside of the cheek meat. Just kind of get that like caramelization going, just on the outside. And then you put some water in there, you know, just a little bit of water just in there with the beef cheeks. You do it for 90 minutes. Dude, after 90 minutes in the pressure cooker, I mean, it is like coming apart. It falls apart. And it's so fatty, the meat's so fatty from the beef cheeks that what you do is you drain the water, right? Because it's nice beef broth once you're done. So it's pretty good too. But I drain that broth and I use just a little bit of that broth in a pan and with the cheek meat and you fry it up. You get it nice and fried. You know, with just by its like with its own fatty, you know, the fat that's still on it, and so you just fry it up, and then it gets nice and like I don't want to say crispy, but it's got like it's just caramelized, right? And you like kind of do shredded beef cheeks. I'm telling you, Julius, you're gonna be amazed, dude. And you're gonna use. You want to use and like really like we have to like try to stay away from the plants because you know like we don't really eat too many plants, but. Like some of the nightshades, like I'm still eating.
You just take some of that, make a scramble with that little bit of that meat, and just put.
Yeah, dude, and that's what I'm saying. Like, here's the what I put a little sour cream, and then you know just some mustard. I'm telling you, man, that Tabasco sauce.
Oh, that'd be good. Yeah. Oh, mustard, just like yellow mustard, Tabasco.
Yes.
That'd be good. That'd be a good mixer. Just mix some of that, whip that together. Just put some Tabasco mustard. Stir it up. That'd be a good little sauce.
Yeah,
for like your chicken, like for your chicken strips or whatever. Do a little mustard, Tabasco, or that'd be.
Yeah, just a little bit of sour cream. You know, get like 2 dollops in there, just to flavor, and it's creamy and it's almost like it's satisfying. It's like the texture, like the creaminess and the warmth of it, and just the flavors combining. It was like. Yeah. It's like it's weird alchemy, dude.
Make some of that. Make some of that pate, dude. I'm telling you, it sounds weird. It sounds gross. You make it, throw it in a jar, throw it in the fridge, let it sit overnight, and then just pull it out the next day. Throw a couple tablespoons in. I'll fry a couple strips of bacon, like 2 to 4, however many you want, and then just take that out. Leave the grease. Throw a pat of butter. Put a couple dollops or up to a quarter cup of that pate, and then. Have your eggs all whipped up, however many you want over there on the side, cheese or whatever, onions, whatever you want. And then just kind of make whatever kind of scramble from there. Just use that pate and the butter with the bacon grease as a base and then put whatever you want in it, basically. I was going to order some like bison chorizo from that site. Do some of them. Like a little bison chorizo. Like, dude, this
is like, it's become like, it's such a good lifestyle to be in, like because you eat the best food.
Once you start feeling the benefits, you're just looking for ways to like MacGyver like recipes and stuff. You know?
It's alchemy, dude. I'm telling you, you're mixing and matching, and you're changing. And then once you find like these certain.
Go ahead. Sorry, I'm just excited about it. So.
I know. Once you find a certain like combination, it's so much better, right? Isn't it?
But
Like
just,
once you find the
like,
right.
yeah, like so, like that's what I did with that pate. I'm like, gosh, I know. I mean, I can eat sardines with some Tabasco, and it's fine. It's okay. It's my favorite. It's like, how can I make this delivery system like easier for me to eat? And then the pate came into play, and boom, you just fucking scoop it in. You get it hot in the bacon grease, and you barely taste a hint of it. My secret ingredient I add is it's langao ma. It's called spicy chili crisp, but it's kind of it's a no. It's like toasted soybean oil in there, toasted sesame and soybean oil in it. But you just use a little bit, and a little goes a long way. Completely changes the flavor profile of everything to like a nice little toasted sesame Asian flavor. But I just saute onions, butter, avocado oil in a tablespoon of that. Oh my gosh, those onions you can use on anything. It's just like a sauteed onion recipe with that. You can use that on anything. And I'm going to use those onions. I'm going to add that to that pate. So the pate part of the thing you do is saute onions with a little butter, a little oil. So I'm going to do that and add that sweet chili crisp in there. So it's in the pate as well. And I think that'll mask that flavor. It's not even bad, Miggy. I mean, I'm saying, mask the flavor. It's not even a bad fish taste. It's just, I don't know. It's an easy way to get your omega-3s in every week. And it's cheaper than salmon.
I was thinking of well, I mean, eggs do it for me, but like,
yeah.
I was thinking of the sardine side, like just going sardines, and I couldn't get over the flavor. It's too the texture and the flavor overpower the you know what I mean? It's like something you have to.
Dude, that's why I'm saying put them in a freaking food processor with some cod liver and just. That recipe, I think I posted it to you, but just make that, and it's totally different ball game from there. It's not, you're not fighting the texture and weird thing anymore after that.
Well, I mean, there's some people that it depends on what's sardines are usually eaten in like water only, but if you eat them in like oil or something else,
I get the olive oil ones. The olive oil ones. Yeah. King, what's his name? King Oscar has the Mediterranean and the regular.
Where are you going to Hy-Vee? I get those.
Right? Yeah, Hy-Vee, Fairway. I get my smoked oysters, either that, or I'll get my cod liver on Amazon, a 12 pack of cans. It's a little spendy, but you can probably only use it.
Man, I think what we're missing here is those chicken skins, because you're going to be able to stuff those suckers, man. You're going to be able to stuff them with, like, let's say, think about this, like that same combination.
Hamburger.
Yeah, no, like, well, you could do that, but I'm saying that same combination that you just said, like that one that you just were talking about, that mixture, you put them inside chicken skins and you wrap them up, kind of like a shell, and then you bake them and you let it bake, and let the outside get really crispy and the inside
just
really
with the pate in there.
Yeah, wouldn't that be? Like, I'm thinking like, because and then you get that chicken skin grease.
That would be, you want to do probably, I would go light. I would only do like maybe a little, like half or maybe tablespoon for putting that in there. Or what I think
that sound good though? Because that crispy chicken. Yeah.
Take that. But what I would do, I would take that beef liver, that beef meat that's cut with the organ meat. I would brown some of that up, and then I would mix that whole mixture of pate with that meat, and then stuff that in the chicken skin. So you got all that omega-3 from the pate blended with the hamburger, cooked together, and then you stuff your chicken skins with that cooked hamburger and then bake it.
Bro, you got that. That's the remedy right there. That's it.
That's it.
I mean, and you could make like a whole bunch. I think the thing is you could make like a whole bunch of those and just store them in the fridge, and you could have a couple, as the week goes on.
Or freeze. You could freeze them.
That's another
freeze that. Like tamales almost, and just bake.
And it's crazy, bro. Like I'm thinking, like going forward, like, because it's like I was talking about, like, when you look at the Carnival crisps, you go to the website, they have dude, they got liver, they got Carnival crisp liver. And if you get that, that's
dude,
your nutrition. That's everything right there.
That's what it's about. It's like
that's a multivitamin. That's a multivitamin in a crisp.
Have healthy snacks around, that's the thing. I keep all these, like, I keep walnuts and pecans regular, and then I just do, I don't know, like pork rinds and That's pretty much it. For snacks, for me, I don't know. I mean, I don't really do unless I'm being bad. You know, then I'm going overboard. Some person. Been trying to be really good this week as far as staying on those. I've been making those, like, I call them Superman eggs or whatever, with that pate and that beef liver.
Dude, that's like, if you were to eat nothing but that, you'd be like,
I know. I was telling Andrea yesterday, I was like, I could eat this every day for the rest of my life, and I would be like, and just drink distilled water, and I would live forever.
You would live forever, yeah. You would never die.
Yeah, no, dude, because you start that recipe off. You fry off however many, probably 2 to 3 is probably the best, but that's the perfect amount of bacon grease. You get that pate going, and then you just toss a little hamburger on top that's from the fridge that's already cooked, and then the little onions or however you want to do it, and just whatever else you like. You know, it's all personal then from there. Little green onion, chop over that, throw it in there. I'd love to have some pineapple in there, but too much sugar.
That would, because it would, yeah.
A little bison, a little chorizo pineapple. Oh man, that would be good. Like maybe on a cheat day, you know, type of thing.
Yeah, it's not like when you think about this diet, you have to really focus on what matters, and that's the nutrition. That's getting the most you can out of it.
Sugar. Yeah. Stay away from too much dairy.
Yeah. Well, I'd say
you don't
something
want too
about
much,
that. It depends.
Too much milk. Let's say milk.
Well,
like
yeah.
Milk.
Here's the thing, like, because I've been doing dairy, but what I want to recommend is that I do
sour cream cheese, cultured, like it's just the stuff that's been. Yeah.
Which is kind of like what I was gonna recommend. Have you ever tried kefir? Have you tried kefir?
No, not yet. No.
That's it's akin to like what we've been talking about.
Isn't it like fermented dairy?
Fermented, yeah.
I've seen it. I see like the pre-sale stuff, like, you know, thing, but I don't know if that's very good for you. I'm sure. I was gonna just grab one and try it.
Yeah, it is. It's good for you.
Okay, maybe I'll try one of those and see, because I gotta have that Wheatsfield, that health store. They probably got a bunch of that shit.
Yeah, you talk about stuff that's good for you. You know, it's totally.
You just put that in the fridge, just to kind of take a couple sips on it here and there. Is that kind of what you do with that, or just to kind of take sips on it, like leave it in the fridge kind of thing? Are I losing Miggy?
No, I'm still here. Yeah.
Is that what you do with it though?
What? Do what?
The kefir, or do you just like leave it in the fridge, kind of take a few sips on it, or do you just drink it all at once?
Just a little, like a little cup of kefir.
Like a couple ounces.
It's got like a tangy taste. Those things are acquired tastes, like sardines, kefir. Like you have to.
Is it sour at all?
Yes. It's got a tangy.
Because I like sour. I kind of like lemon, like sour lemony. I'll do like a little apple cider vinegar, lemon, and
it's got a little bite to it. So yeah, but you can, like, CB put in there. You can throw in a smoothie.
Something that's pretty good if you just like want something hot is just do a green tea and then just like a tablespoon or less of like apple cider vinegar and then some like lemon juice. Pretty good. It's kind of a sour green tea with a little hint of apple cider vinegar.
Yeah, but it's kefir is good for you, man. So
is it like it's good for your gut biome, right? That kind of thing.
Yeah, mostly the things that we recommend, like so if you want to, because here's what happens on this diet: you lose a lot of weight, right? The fat, like, because of the fact that you're eating this way, you lose a lot of weight. To balance that weight out, you need to have the muscle needs to be like what you want more of, right? So you got to make sure that you're getting in a lot of that protein with that fats, the healthy fats, and you want to rebuild that muscle, because underneath all that fat there wasn't a lot of muscle. It was just fat. It was all fat. So what you do once you lose all that weight is you have to gain back that muscle. So you have to make sure that you're eating these foods to build back up the muscle. So it's important, right? And you can't eat lean meat. gotta eat the fatty meats. That's the most important part about this diet. You gotta eat the fatty meats. You gotta eat that butter. You gotta eat that, maybe some of that kefir. You have to, because if you don't balance out with the fats and it's all protein, that could be bad for you. You could really struggle in the restroom. When you eat the fatty meats, that stuff rolls out like butter. Like you don't struggle. So you got to make sure, like if you're having trouble, like you're constipated, get some buttery eggs. Put some bunch of butter in there with your scrambled eggs, and I'm telling you, man, you'll be straight again. You'll be back to normal. That's the key. So you got to make sure that is what you're making sure the fatty stuff from the foods that you eat is what you're consuming. So like I was saying, cheek meat is super fatty, and you're gonna get all the healthy fats off the cheek meat, and it's off of the cheeks, so it does have nutrients in it too.
I'm already building my second order. I'm just in my head. I'm gonna do like beef liver, chicken liver, some cheek meat, and like just a bunch of that hamburger with the organ meat.
I would say this. It's important that you understand, like with the cheek meat, because it's got its own, like it's like a standalone, like it is the main attraction. So you want to garnish it with whatever you can, and then like I'd say throw an egg in there, man. Like okay, so what I did, I boiled an egg, do it for 14 minutes to where the egg doesn't turn green. You don't want that, right? 14 minutes is good.
Yeah.
Make sure you turn your water on to where it's boiling. Then you throw your eggs in there. We're already boiling water, and you count down to 14 minutes. Do it. Take them out. Put them in cold water, and then you do that. And then you get two of those eggs if you want. I usually do like one. Get one egg and you mash it up into the mixture with a little bit of cheek meat, and then you do some sour cream in there, mustard, and some smoky Tabasco sauce. Zero carbs on that smoky Tabasco sauce, and that mixture right there that I just told you. Because when you've got it already, like once you got the cheek meat caramelized, it's that, I don't know how to tell you, it's got a little tiny little crunch to it, like when you're eating that cheek meat, and it's got a smoky flavor already. It's like built. How can I put it? It's built into it. So when you eat it, the taste when you on your palate it's you're gonna be like, this is a really good mixture. Like in your mind, you're gonna be thinking that when you're eating it.
You want to have some like raw onion and cilantro to dash on that.
If you do that, you'll take it to like another level. It goes like next level. Cheek meat with cilantro and onion goes from like
little raw onion, like white onion.
So, yeah, it'll go to another level.
Yellow.
Like,
absolutely. Or yellow.
So I think cilantro is an herb, no? I mean, it's a plant, but it's an herb.
Yeah, it's like an herb. It's like like in basil, basil, thyme, rosemary.
There's a lot of things where plants are not good for us. So something to think about.
I don't know about herbs. I don't know.
So like it just depends on.
Gotta live somehow, me.
Yeah, I mean you do what you. Because here's the thing, like I think we're cutting enough corners. We're gonna be 10 years, 20 years ahead of the game. Health, if we keep doing just what we're doing. Yeah, I mean, like it's obviously gonna have its, because you're gonna get your carbs out of the onion and you're gonna get your carbs out of the cilantro.
Yeah, you gotta be careful with just a little bit. Not overdo it, but just a little bit for flavor, texture, flavor. Different, hot, cold.
Yep.
I like doing that. That's a good idea. Just to have a bunch of bins. I should get some decent Tupperware like that are all the same size. I can stack in the fridge and just have all the chopped cilantro, onions, and like just random shit, and just pull out your cast iron and just start, little bacon here, get the grease going, throw the pate, do whatever, just mix a skillet of whatever. And then just have your containers of pre-chopped.
That cheek meat,
whatever.
That cheek meat, once you taste it, Julius, you're gonna be closing your eyes and be like, "Damn, this is great."
Do you think I could do a slow cooker recipe with that? Is that something that would work?
Yeah.
Like a 6 hour or like a low.
It would come out the same, but I'm recommending you the pressure cooker, because 90 minutes, man, and you're. I know.
All right. Business. All right. Well, I don't have one yet, and I've had like multiple conversations, and like everybody's tried to convince me to get one.
Dude, get a pressure cooker, Julius. You really, really want to get one.
I'll get a baby to get one.
Yeah, you don't need a big one. I mean,
dude, I have a juicer. I feel like I can't even use that now because it's like all sugar.
Of course. Yeah, of course.
I have this sweet juicer. I went through that phase too, like about 4 years ago. I tried the juice diet. And I was just drinking green juice like all the time.
You got diarrhea all the time. Like, here's the thing about juicing.
I was still trying to drink. It's horrible.
Here's the thing about juicing and that, like, the fruits that you deal with.
Sugar. It's all carbs and sugar.
Yeah, but here's the thing: the fruits that you deal with, they're completely GMO. They're manufactured. They were
GMO chemicals, and all you're doing is mainlining chemicals in your freaking bloodstream by juicing it.
Yeah, they're genetically modified.
Can you imagine some of that
modified fruits?
I was grinding up kale stems that was non-organic. Can you imagine how many chemicals I was getting in?
Yeah,
by juice and all that. Yeah.
So
I was thinking about that. I was thinking about that. I'm like, you know what? This guy isn't healthy for me.
Yeah, essentially, we're repairing our bodies back from like being. I think everybody comes from a different background, right? Like what they ate. But for 45 years, dude, I was eating just like whatever. You know, I wasn't really caring about stuff. And then I was like, there has to be. Didn't you ever think like there has to be a way that people can eat where they're not gonna freaking go to the early grave? Like obviously, you're not gonna be in your 60s like with ailments because all this stuff that I'm listening to, like people that have like they're in their 60s and they're freaking. Yeah, it's all because of it. Everything. It's all because of it. Like
refined carbs and sugar will kill you slowly.
Yes.
And it's happening to everyone all the time because we're being
everyone all the time, dude. Can you imagine like trying to tell people about it and they're just like, and they're chugging down sodas? Like
there's a marketing campaign out there publicly that says, "Hey, we're trying to kill you slowly, just so you know."
Dude, no, but like you go to the store and you see families taking like racks of like 12 packs and 6 packs and 3-liter bottles, 2-liter bottles of pop, and you're just like, no, man, like you
gotta get those little Debbies, the little Debbies,
dude, aren't they? But see, and it's like a drug, dude. Like when you see the little Debbies, like, have you ever had one of them? Like it's like a freaking drug.
When I was a kid, we got those all zebra cakes and ho-hos or what do they got? Little oatmeal cream pies and nutty bars, all that.
But the weird thing is though, like you think, man, I could tell them not to eat that stuff, but then you're like, I remember when I was a kid, like the feeling I got when I ate one of those, it was like a high. It was a high. Not the sugar. Not the sugar. Because you don't get high off the sugar. You get a rush from the taste. It's the mixture of the chemicals that like are in that stuff that you're eating. That's what the rush you get from. It's not from the sugar. Sugar doesn't give you a rush. It actually makes you crash. I don't know if you guys know this or not. There's a idea that if you eat too much sugar, you're going to be all hyper. And this sugar doesn't do that to you. It does the complete opposite. It makes you lethargic. So, like the people that say that they're like at 2:00, they're having like a sugar crash. That crash comes from your unhealthy habits of eating a lot of sugar. And sugar, what it does, it drains you of your energy. Like it saps you completely. And so like when you're in like a 2:00, like, time period, you have like no energy whatsoever. And they recommend you eat a 5-hour energy thing. And that's even more, worse off. You're more worse than you were when you just eating normal. But yeah, the 5-hour energy, like that's crazy. But yeah, sugar's done that to us for like who knows how long. I mean, people have been, and everybody's addicted, and they'll try to. Here's the thing that's weird about this whole thing: people will reason with you so that they can still have their sugar. So much so that they'll create sugar substitutes just to have the sugar. Like if there's any way they could defeat. And I was even on that trip at the very beginning of this journey. I was like, dude, I'm gonna get some, the best sugar substitute that I can possible. That's the most healthiest. But I'm thinking about it. It's like, it's not really essential. You have to learn how to, like, we don't know how to live without sugar. I think that's the problem. because of the fact that it's a drug.
It's everywhere. It's in every condiment. They're getting better. There's some stuff that's sugar free, but more people are becoming aware, I think, slowly. So like there are some products that are here 5 years ago weren't here, So there's some efforts to make things work. But I mean, I think what we've both come to the conclusion of is that you want to keep it to as close to whole food as possible, and more on the meat side. I guess
it's weird, man, because you can't. This stuff that we're talking about, it's almost like I feel like it's flat Earth. You're trying to tell everybody about the truth, and just
it's like nutrition. Yeah, it's like nutrition.
It's not for me though, because
it's not for me, dude.
And you let it. Well, here's the thing though. What's really bad about this whole thing is that when it's already too late, people look back and like, shit, dude, I wish I could have changed something. But then you already have like some sort of ailment on you, and then your doctor's like, well, we're gonna put you on like 10 meds. And then you're taking 10 meds, in your old age. And it's like, and a lot of people, instead of like, because meds aren't good for you either, guys. Meds, like, they just
slowly kill you again. It's another slow kill.
Yeah.
It's called, dude. It's not Judy Wood. Judy Wood, not Judy Wood. I don't remember the lady's name offhand, but it's Silent Weapons, Quiet Wars. I mean, I don't know if you've ever heard that.
No.
Silent Weapons, Quiet Wars. So we're talking about radiation from all the 5G, all the radio frequencies that are going on. We're talking about the chemtrails. We're talking about the GMO. We're talking about
dirty air, dirty water.
What was the one you just mentioned? Yeah, fluoride.
Fluoride.
What was that one? What was that one you just said though?
Which one?
You just said it right before I cut you off.
I was saying a whole bunch of things before you cut me off. So, sugar? I mean, sugar's one. Process.
Yeah, the sugar. Yeah, how it's everywhere. It's you really have to take a defensive approach against the sugar and carbs if you want to make it work.
Well, it's just like you're giving people the best, because here's the thing: everybody's like, we're gonna all die anyways. There's this like mentality of just like
your quality of life can be so much better.
I know that's the thing. The thing about it, Julius, is you and I are experiencing the quality of life change, and we're experiencing it live. It's happening to us like during the process of actually talking about it. So we're not just we're talking about mental focus, waking up in the morning. There is no brain fog. There's no waking up like it's Monday. No, you're just up and you're like, let's freaking go. That's the way you are in the morning. Yeah. You're clapping your hands. You're like, let's go. Like you're.
Yeah.
And it's not.
What's that, Sasha? Was it the dude? He's like, let's do it. What's his name?
The thing is, before, you can mark my words, Julius. Before, how we used to wake up, man. It was you dreaded. I feel like if I'm my first cup of coffee, I'm dead. And it's like people are living this life. You see people getting up in the morning and they're like that, right? Aren't they just like dragging feet and like coffee?
Yeah, I used to do that. I used to be that way for years.
And then once they get that hit of the caffeine, they're just at least functional. They're not even good. They're just functional. And so this way, dude, you're just getting up on the bed like you feel like that little gif that I have of Commando when he's putting his banana clip in his machine gun and he's cocking it back and he's got his blade in his side of his leg, like he's ready to rock and roll, dude. And this is how you get up in the morning and look, this is the experience that I've been having lately, because I get up and I'm like you're looking for things to actually attack, like what are we gonna do today? And so I've never felt this kind of thing happen, and it's an experience for any. I would dare say a lot of people would say, well, yeah, but that's like the beginning stages of a new diet, and that's what happens. Usually, it doesn't matter what diet you get on, so long as it's not like the really bad one, like sugar and all that. You can get the same way from any diet, right? But
low fat diet's the worst. Low fat's the worst.
Low fat's the worst. It is. But I'm saying
low fat.
But that's what they tell you, right? Like they always like, if you want to lose weight, get low fat, high lean meats.
And let's replace your fat with sugar. That's healthy.
Yep. Yep, and they give you all like the carnation instant breakfast, and you know what I mean, like just to keep it low fat. And
You
the
gotta get
thing
away
you're
from those grains. You gotta
You
get
know
the
what's
fuck
so,
away from them.
you know what's strange though, man? I think for this whole thing that we've been doing, Julius, is even still, even today, like it's scary when you're eating like a lot of butter. You're like, damn, I don't think this is right. Like, because you're trained into
I
thinking
know,
that that's
but you're
bad.
like, feel like, I don't know if I should eat this much butter. It's like,
Yeah, there's a lot of
I know.
freaking butter, and you see
It's 'cause
the
of all
eggs
that.
swimming in it.
Butter
You
every
see the
day.
eggs swimming in it. You're like, man, I hope I'm not wrong, because this is gonna like,
Not all at
I'm gonna,
once. You're an idiot.
you
Oh,
know what I
not
mean?
you.
Like,
Sorry, sir. You.
no,
I
it's all
wasn't
right.
talking to you.
I was like,
Sorry,
oh, well,
Megan.
I guess I feel like I am an idiot for putting that much butter in my eggs. Like, no, I'm just kidding.
No,
Yeah,
I
know.
said I eat like a whole stick of butter every day, pretty much. And so then he pulled out this like 6-pound block of butter.
2 pounds.
Whatever.
Amish butter. It was 888. I got a 2 pound brick of Amish butter.
It's ridiculously large, but I eat lots of butter too. I agree with everything you guys are saying. Sorry, I'm
Yeah,
eavesdropping.
it's so good for you. It's so butter, like especially for
I tried
women.
to explain
Like,
to my
it's so
mother,
good for
like,
you.
my mother does all that like no fat sour cream and whatever. And so one day we went through and we added up like mathematically all the calories that she was consuming versus how many grams of fat. And she was like, "Oh, I'm low fat. I'm so healthy." And so she was only getting like 13 grams of fat every day, but her caloric content was over 5,000 calories a day because she was
Yeah.
eating non-fat stuff. She was like, "It's fat-free. I can have as much sour cream as I want." And so she was eating like 5,000 calories a day,
Sugar.
but it was fat-free, so it was
Well, that's what they have.
it was healthy.
That's what they do. Not low fat.
I'm sorry I hijacked your conversation. You
They
can
just add sugar.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
Julius.
I think it's important. It's a family affair when it comes to health, right? Because we all want to be feeling great in the morning, and that sluggish feeling happens because we were having a bad diet. Like, it was the things that we were putting in our face, like throughout the day. And so when you wake up in the morning, you wake up sluggish. You're just like, oh, you need coffee to get going, and like all that other stuff that's needed for people like normally, like the typical American diet. But when you start to shift things and you start to realize that fats are good, like they're healthy fats. I'm not talking about the seed oils; those are bad. But the healthy fats, like bacon grease, or like beef tallow, or clarified butter, or just regular butter, unsalted. Because the way I see it too, salt is a bit overrated. I would say, like, you don't need a lot of salt. You do need salt, however, but just a little bit, to taste. I think that would be great. So
yeah, I've got to get on this. I've got to get in on this conversation. Hi, Miggy. Hi, Julius. Hi, everyone. Yeah, absolutely. Salt's very, very important. Salt's very important, and it needs to be real salt, not table salt.
Yeah, Redmond's real salt. Oh man, that's salt of the earth. Like, it's straight. It doesn't have any harsh like the other salts that you get, like from the what is that, Morton's? Like, there's a bunch of them that have added chemicals. Now, know that if you get the real salt, that's just pure salt. That's all it is. Sea salt is good too. There's other variations of good salt, and you want to stay
the pink Himalayan salt. That's what I'd recommend. Anyway, yeah, I got it. I just wanted to talk. I'm going to drive to that farm shop again because I always support local as well, folks. Support local, your local community, your local farm. I'm going to get some real milk. Ooh, real milk, real meat. But what I really wanted to talk about was this debate last night. Did you watch this debate, Mickey, or what?
Whitsit and who is it, Mr. Sensible?
Yeah, these jokesters, these liars. It was embarrassing.
No, I didn't. Yeah,
It was embarrassing for the Globe side. It was embarrassing. I'm telling you. But it did motivate me. It motivated me big time because for 3 hours I just watched these scumbags. That's what they are. These people, the douchebags, and they obfuscate and they spin the words and it was just like, oh my God, ad homs. It was just, that's all they had. That's what they brought to the table, Miggy. The usual. You've seen it all.
Yeah.
Preaching to the choir here, but the touch paper's lit. for me. I just want to. That's it now. I want to be here every day.
That's good.
Thank you.
I love that. I love
thank
that.
you,
I'm glad.
Mr. Sensible or whatever your name is, Mr. Shipperbrains. Sorry.
I'm glad that he actually turned you that way. I think CB experienced that at the very beginning, didn't you, CB? Like when you're listening to these guys, like there's a fire that has to be lit, I would say, for you to actually want to do what we're doing passionately every single day.
For me, I was treating it like entertainment, Miggy. I was treating it like entertainment a little bit. I mean, that's probably not the right word, but you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, I know what you mean. It's a bit more
now. I'm just.
Yeah, you're on a man on a mission. Yeah, you're man on a mission.
Yeah.
The thing about it before, Andy, like I would say, if you haven't experienced that feeling right there, that like, okay, that's enough. You know, like if you haven't reached that point, then you're just gonna be in here day in and day out, just kind of hanging about, just like, hey, yeah, that's pretty cool. I'm just gonna listen in. Now you're like, okay, you just poked the bear. You've awoken something inside of me that now you're gonna see what happens when you deal with the critical thinker at full speed. You know, like you're gonna, and that the thing is, like it happens that way, different for everyone. So not everyone's comes with the same veracity at it. But when you do come at it, it's like they've never experienced like your mind at that level, at the heightened level of like where you are just completely obliterating their paradigm. You know. Because of the fact that this is how, listen, Andy, like these guys that I've known from my experience when I did the Flat Earth Arena in here, this is the reason why I did it. These guys that you're talking about, that's the reason why I made it that way. But this place here at the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, it was filled with those types. Like there was like those guys would always come in here, like the Mr. Sensible types and the co-shows and the Xanax. And if you were here at that time, the feeling that you have now would have been like 10 times that. You would have been like you know, like a giant. Like you wouldn't let nobody come, because this is the thing. Your mind is a sacred place. I would say that your mind. And these guys, they're messing with that upon everybody else's mind. Like they're trying to not let others. They're gatekeeping. They're not letting others think for themselves. They're mocking them. You know, and really, they're the ones being abused, but they're doing the abuse. So the abuser, the ones who are being abused, become the abusers. You know what I mean? And this is the thing that they don't understand. But that's where you come in. The passion and the fire that you feel inside right now, that's where you're going to channel that energy, and you're going to turn it into like, you're going to be like, okay, let me handle this. You know, like, let me deal with this guy. And so all of us who are in here, sometimes you hear us going on like a bit of a rant with these guys, because we know how important it is for us to stand out and to make a point and to get the point across. So anyway, I'm just kind of like, I want you to channel that, what you're feeling right now, into like this really, like right now.
No, I'm doing. It's done. That ship sailed. I'm done. It's done. I'm done. That's it. I'm here. I mean, I was here anyway, but now I'm gonna make it my mission. I'm gonna talk about these jerks every day now. I'm gonna come here. I know you got this new thing, Miggy, and if you're not going to be here in the morning, we're going to miss you. But
no, I am going to be here. Actually,
I hope so. Because please tell me. You are going to be here.
Well, my the job that I was doing, it fell through, and I didn't really. It wasn't a fit for me. So I got another one, and so the other one is a night shift job. So I'm going to be here during the day. What I plan to do is this is kind of my plan. I'm going to have a morning show. And everybody who's going to be on it, we're going to showcase, you know, whoever wants to come on and just, you know, talk about the shape of the earth conversation. And, you know, we're going to do it big if we can, you know, kind of get the people's minds working right. But yeah, these types, I'm going to invite them in here. But here's the thing. Whatever, like you felt like because I'm pretty sure you wanted to jump in that conversation and just like let them have it, you know, when you were listening to them. But I think all of that's done for, and Whitsitt, he's real good with it, but he does it for a reason, so that, and I do it too. I let them speak because I want that to happen to people. I want you to hear what they have to say, and if they got nothing, and they got mockery, and insults, you know, they got nothing to add but just gatekeeping and making people feel like they're not capable of understanding things. So this is a real bad type of person, Andy. And they're
I want to thank him. I want to thank him, actually. I actually want to thank him because The touch paper's late. You know, we've all seen the Rocky movies when they get to that moment and like Rocky's like, "Hey, yo, Adrian," and then the next minute Adrian's like, "Win," and then that's where I am. I'm there right now, and I'm going to be here every day, and I'm going to talk about you two jerks, cuckold, cats, whatever your name is. I don't care. I just want to be here. I want to tell the truth. You know, remember that thing once upon a time before you sold out. Before you sold out, you sold your soul. Remember that? How good it felt to speak the truth. I'm going to be here every day, and I'm going to talk about you two jerks. Mr. Sensible, with your little smug face. So I'm going to be here. I'm going to talk about you two jerks. And it's, a raison d'etre. That's what you've given me, a reason for being. I had it before. Before it was more about a level of consciousness. That's how I live my life. I wanted to reach a certain level of consciousness. And I always said here that if I had kids, you'd see a very different side of me. And I'm not ruling that out. If that happens, look at Mick Jagger. I mean, if that happens, that'll be a great blessing.
Yeah. What I'd say, though, is that you got to think about this, Andy. Who's the buffer between what they're saying and the audience listening? If it's not you. Now it's time to do the good work, and be the light. And so the only way to do that is to stand between that nonsense that they're spewing out of their mouths and the people who are trying to decide what truth is. If you're not the guy to, carry that torch, then somebody else will. But now that you've said to yourself, like, you know what, it's me, choose me, pick me, I'm in, let's go. Like, now it's your turn, and now you become a part of the resistance, So I'm glad you actually, honestly, like, I want everybody to feel the way you feel about it. But you can't make somebody think like that. They have to come upon it by something has to ignite in their heart about it. Other than that, you just won't be there. Like, you have to see something or hear something, or something's got to really make you want to be a part of this movement in that way, a passionate way. For me,
it was kind of there before, Miggy. The reality is, you think about the homeless problem in America. There's some serious reparations need to come back to the American people from this now. $60 million a day, people. The motivation was there. It just, something lit last night where I was like, that's it now. I'm just going to be here every day, and I'm going to use them as the motivation. I'm going to literally post that debate in the chat, and I'm going to talk about it because, seriously, it was embarrassing for the Globe side. Yeah. I typed it in many times in the chat when I was there. I also said, "Hey, Masons, you should dump Conspiracy Cats over the side because he's embarrassing you." So, yeah, I thank you for that motivation, Mr. Sensible.
These are the levels that I tell people. Like, this thing that we're in right now, this truth movement, it has many levels. And so right now you're at the doorway of entering. Like, now you see us, like, all of us, what we're doing in here, it's all become all too clear for you. And you're like, now every day, the purpose for me actually being alive is to make sure that these knuckleheads are not going to have their way, if I have anything to say about it. So it's the awareness that you're going to raise is going to be like a huge one, because it's now you are in the mix. You're somebody who's going to be a force to be reckoned with. So everybody has their own way and their own style, but because of the fact that passion is lit inside of you, like the way it is, then you're gonna make your mark. These guys, maybe you were just like a small voice saying, "Hey, stop it." Now you're gonna be the guy. They're gonna be like, "Oh yeah, don't speak to Andy, dude. He's gonna come down on you like a ton of bricks." Like, you know what I mean? Because like these guys, and I would say, like, real quick, the YouTube audience, right? Those guys in the text chat. Now you can see why I'm doing the things that I do when I call them out, because they clock in every single day. And they high five each other, and they mock everybody who's in there, and they're making a joke of it, and it's disgusting. And I call them out. I'm like, you guys, I'm gonna make sure that every time that I come in here, now I'm gonna be their worst nightmare, because I'm gonna be here every day. Now that I come here every day, if it's not me, somebody else will. We're gonna point it out that you guys don't know what you're talking about. Julius, I think you got a hot mic, brother. But like,
shit.
I'm gonna point it out to people that every time that you guys come in here, I'm gonna make sure that I bring you guys to the light. All you guys, Flurf Williams, Bendy Light, anybody, Ann Main or whatever her name was, and I'll start naming them off because I don't care anymore. You guys are the deceivers. You're the gatekeepers. You want to make people stop understanding things. You want to mock people. And I even told them yesterday, I was like, do you feel good about yourselves when you go to sleep at night, coming in here mocking people? Like, you don't let people alone. Let them think for themselves. Why do you got to be the police for what they can think or what they can't think? What the hell's the matter with you? You know, like, I was furious. But I'm under a different name on the YouTube live stream chat. But they can see the fire that's lit, and they're like, "What's wrong with this guy?" You know, and I'm like, "Yeah, you don't know what's wrong. I know what's wrong, because decent people everywhere can't ask themselves the question, questioning their cosmology because of you freaking people. It's you. You're the problem. It's not this harmless little pokey." Kind of like, we're just having our own opinions in here. No, you're stopping people and telling them they're stupid for thinking something other than the heliocentric nonsense that's been crammed down our throats as far as when we were little children. So, no, this isn't something that's nice, and I'm not going to play nice. So you guys are going to be outed every time. And I'll make sure of it. And you know what? I'm going to create the next generation of critical thinkers to do that as well. If I have, this was my, like when I first came into this, Andy, like that was my mission. It was my purpose. I understood very well what my reason for being on this earth was. And that's to be the light, tell the truth, salt to the earth, like making sure people are grounded in reality. That is why I'm always telling people this thing that we're living through, this reality, it isn't no 99.99999% certain. I'm 100% certain the reality that you and I live in is something we can account to. Like, I can't tell you that I'm sitting down right now. I'm speaking on a microphone. I'm not going to ever tell you, well, I don't know if I'm sitting down. I don't know if I'm certain if I'm sitting down. I don't know if I'm talking on Discord 100% certain. Like, and as redundant as that sounds, like I'm never going to say that. I'm always going to tell you, hell yeah, 100% certain I'm talking to you on Discord right now. I'm 100% certain I got a microphone in my face. 100%.
Hey,
you know, and that's gonna give you guys actually a kind of an example, because there's a lot of people like, well, we can't say 100% because it could be a simulation. You know what, bro? Like, off with you with this whole simulation, this whole like I'm in a dream kind of thing. No, we're experiencing reality, and this is for real. This isn't a game. This is something that's really happening to all of us. We're experiencing this together. We define things. That's a dog. That's a tree. That's a lemon. We can make definitions and all agree that that's what that is. When you start to deny reality, that's a problem for you and me. Go ahead. Go ahead, Julius.
If you ever need
you got nothing to say, I got plenty to say, Julius. So
if you're ever needing to like just wake yourself up right away, keep a stocking cap in your freezer and just put that on when you wake up. All right, that's all.
No, dude, I'm juiced in the morning. I don't need. I'm au natural, bro. I don't need. Go ahead, Andy.
Sounds like a good idea in the summertime. Yeah, I was just thinking like the, you know, I can always tell the actors. I don't know, maybe the creator of this place blessed me in some way. I think most of the good flat earthers that I've talked to, they've got this ability also. But with me, it seems to be dialed up to 10. And I was just thinking about some guy who came in a while back, and he was obviously an actor. And I can always tell in the first two words that come out the mouth, basically. And, you know, at the time, it's a little bit disheartening, I've got to say, because a small percentage of people that come in here are actually genuine, and it's brilliant when they are, because you're like, wow, and then it gets your juices flowing, you want to talk to them. But for me, you know, I lose a bit of heart with that. And then the old-fashioned liberal kicks in, and you know, I go, oh, you know, believe what you want. You know, that's exactly what I did at the time to that guy. I just went, oh, you know what? Fill your boots. You want to believe in this, spinning monkey ball religion. You fill your boots. That's kind of my attitude. Now, no. Now I'll just step over that person. I'll just be like, okay, well, this is this is what we know. This is what we found out. And so I am feeling a bit more like, no, I've got to get a bit more proactive with this thing, because, as I said before, if I had kids, you'd see a very different side. I'd probably get arrested, to be honest, on a daily basis, protesting.
Exactly, dude. I got family that are subjugated to this information because of the fact that there's nobody doing the work, nobody standing to be the light. Everybody who's thinking of the heliocentric nonsense is captivated by it. They're taken into captivity, and they're advocating for it. And I would say this, this isn't everybody, okay? So this is what I would say for the people that are following the biblical scriptures. They're captivated by it. And there's a lot of people, good people, right, that are taken in by this information, and they're advocating for this heliocentric nonsense. Now, let me put it to you this way. For as long as the enemy, right, like if you want to call it the devil, or the accuser, Satan or whatever, has been against the people about this, right? So they've been building towers like the Tower of Babel to go and fight a war with God. That's what these people wanted to do. They wanted to put their idols in the place of God. Now, they always wanted to go into the heavens where God dwells, right? Where man's dominion is here on earth. They always wanted to go into the heavens where God dwells and fight a war with God. Now, if you're a heliocentric person listening to me right now, here's something you don't understand. This war is an ancient war. It has been going on forever. That the enemy has, the devil has been constructing in a very deceptive way. You guys who are people who are believing in the word, right, the Bible, you guys don't understand this. You are swept away with the knowledge of man's knowledge. You think that man's knowledge surpasses all else. But it's always said in the scriptures, and I'm going to paraphrase a little bit so you guys understand, let God be true and every man a liar. There's a lot to be understood from that. If you're somebody who follows the scriptures, you're going to get into an understanding that all this time, the thing that you're advocating for, the heliocentric globe earth, has everything to do with the enemy, Satan, wanting to war with God. What do they do when they get in their little spaceships, their space shuttles, their rockets? It's a phallic symbol. It looks like it's going up. And when they get up there, what do they say? Oh, looky here. There is no God. Isn't that what they say? But you advocate for that, Christian, because you are swept away by the pageantry of all the things that space has to offer. That is not a dominion for man. Man's dominion was created by God for people. And the place of that was here on earth. He did not create the heavens for us to be dwelling in. That is not until later when people pass on to the next life and they go and be with him in that place. But this life, this material world that he created, was for your body to exist in the place where it's supposed to be. Now, the reason why people want to go there is to defy God. So you're also advocating for the same thing when you say, I'm advocating for people going to space and the moon mission. That is not for man to be in. But you advocate for this, Christian, and you want it to be so. So it's you who are in the wrong, and you've been swept away by deception. You need to wake up. This is a wake-up call for all you who have been sleeping, and to realize that you're advocating for the devil and not for God, because he does not want us to be in the dominion of heaven. He wants us to be here on earth where we're supposed to be, acknowledging the beauty and the splendor that he's created for each and every one of us. And I'm just saying that's a little tidbit for you to think about, because you've been on the wrong side this whole time advocating for globe if you are a so-called Christian. There's no such thing that there's a Christian globe heliocentrist. That is not, those two words, and you combine them. Those two people, the two ideas coming together and making it into one person who believes that God still exists, yet believes in the heliocentric nonsense. That's bogus. You guys have been swept away by deception, and you don't know any better right now. So I'm letting you know, our dominion is here on earth. It has nothing to do with the heavens. Now, if you continue to do so, you'll be defying the scriptures. Not me. I'm letting you know right now. I'm the voice crying out, letting you know that our King's return is on his way, and you are defying him right now. So stop what you're doing, get away from this heliocentric nonsense as fast as you can, and learn the truth that he never said anything like that in those scriptures that you're reading. So it's upon you right now. It's on you. The blood's going to be on your hands when you come face to face with him. You're going to have an answer for why you were believing this heliocentric nonsense, and you wanted to take space shuttles and roam around the stars in the heavens where you don't belong. Anyways, that's the end of my rant. But yeah, that's for you guys. So you get
I appreciate that. Awesome.
Biggie said.
No, I was just going to say that thing I was talking about, that cymatics thing that I really can't explain. You know, it makes it painful to listen to these liars. That's the reality of it for me. It makes it like difficult. But that same thing is in the opposite effect when somebody's speaking sincerely, like Miggy. There's plenty of people here. You know, old dude, Dave Finkel. Dave Finkel. There's loads of people here that speak sincerely, and they're anti-sophists. They're the opposite. They just speak from the heart, and that's like milk and honey in my ears. Oh my God, it sounds so good, and I'm sure to the audience they can recognize it on some level too. It just sounds so good, and like, oh, you just want to be around them people. And this is why I say, you know, I was thinking, oh God, Miggy's not going to be here in the morning, so I kept saying, CB, you've got to step up, CB. Of course, I will be here. If you're not stepping up, I'm going to be here. But I'm going to be here anyway now. That's it. I'm going to be here. You know, I was a professional DJ for 10 years, so you'd think I'd be able to know a little bit of something about talking to an audience with a microphone, although I'm just talking to my laptop now, so I hope it sounds okay. But
no, you're good. I think what it is also is it's the context of the content that you're going to be speaking on. I think once you've been familiar with it, I think the passion that you're going to bring forward is going to help the community out a lot. I think a lot of people don't realize that every hand is necessary. It doesn't matter. There's a lot of work to be done, but few hands to get it done with. So everybody who wants to participate in this movement, in this being the light, it's not easy. It's not an easy journey, Andy. You're gonna have times where the sophists are gonna become aplenty. They're gonna make. Well, the thing that you're gonna find that's even worse is that I feel like this is the passion that I feel is like loved ones and even young critical thinking minds are subjugated to this information, and also these liars, these freaking liars, dude. They're so bad. They mock people and they ridicule them. And you know, the advocators for the globe, some of them are let's say good Christian people, right? Like they're the ones who follow the word and stuff. They just don't know. They don't know that this ancient war that's been waged against God, they're swept up in it as they're not for the enemy, but they don't know that. They're simply saying, well, this is what we've been taught, like the globe, and that's the reality. But they don't know the depth of the indoctrination, how far it goes into their life, until you start to reveal it to them. That you're like, yeah, see, ever since from Genesis to Revelation, and I'm speaking a little bit about this because I think it's a little bit important for those following the scriptures and saying, well, I'm a Christian, so it's like it's okay. No, it's not that you're following this heliocentric nonsense. It has been such a detriment to your worldview that you don't know how bad it is. If I was to explain it to you, and you can take any part of scripture and actually see the deception that's the men hold to traditions of the traditions of men, or what people are actually onto right now. They have no love for God. In the last days, it says that's what it's going to be like. The love for men will grow cold, and the love for the truth will be void. There won't be any. And so we are in those days, guys. And so for those people who are following those words, you guys need to realize, if you're listening to me right now, that that's something you need to be aware of. And if you've been advocating for it, please repent from that. Because if you don't, you're gonna be swept away by this deception, not knowing and advocating for man's knowledge. That's what you're doing. You're advocating for man's knowledge. Has nothing to do with God whatsoever. He doesn't want us up there. If that were the case, there would be places for us to live in the heavens. That is not our place. Our place is here on earth. This is the dominion he's created for man. And you need to realize that, because the more you advocate for those jokers, those liars, those deceivers, you're going to be swept up with that as well. And you're going to have to answer for that. But anyway, I keep saying that because it's a point that nobody, like, usually in the Christian circles, nobody speaks of, because they want to keep it to where that's separate from this, and it's not. It's an ancient war. It's all about deception. When Yeshua came to the earth, he said, "I came to tell you the truth." That's what his mission was for. Can even point that out to you. That's what he wanted to tell you, the truth about how to live a life following God. And if you don't understand that by now, and if you think you're somebody who's following him and you're still into the heliocentric nonsense, then you need to rethink what's going on here. Something's not right. You've been advocating for the adversary. Just saying. Beware of that.
Right, and I've done quite a lot of research on the ancient cultures. I do enjoy that. I'm I kind of understand on some level that there's a lot of speculation. There's a lot of, the winners wrote the history and all that stuff. I get that it will never be a full picture. But I've painted a good enough picture in my own mind. I don't think I'm quite ready to bring it to the table just yet, but it's good enough for me to see that a very simple tradition of these once amazing people, priests who worship God in a very simple way and serve the people, found ingenious ways to become gods themselves, so to speak, and enslave people. And that's where we find ourselves today. So yeah, I'd talk about that a little bit too, because the ancient magi. Do you know anything about that, McGee, or have you looked into that?
Ancient magi.
Yeah,
I know there was the magi that visited Yeshua when he was born, but yeah, you wanna if you wanna talk about it a little bit, I gotta get something done, but go ahead and speak on it a little bit, Andy, if you want.
Yeah, well, I mean, if nobody wants to talk, I mean, I could read a little something. I mean, if everybody's cool with that, it might take 5 minutes. So I don't want to take but I understand that we get a lot of dead air at this time, so it might be fun.
No
I'm going to find it. Well, the thing is, I actually bought the book on the back of this. So I'll post the video. I'm going to read it from the video, right? Because this is going to be a bit tricky, so you're going to have to bear with me. Because, I'm reading it from a video, and it's got coloured ribbons going through it, so I'll do my best. And I bought the book on the back of this. So yeah, I'm just playing the video, and there's no words yet, so bear with me. Okay, here we go. The priests of Egypt, always impostors but once so celebrated, had now degenerated into a race of jugglers. Also the Chaldeans lived upon the fame of their fathers and upon their own base trickeries. The Branchmans or Brahmins, those priests from India, once so virtuous and so wise, they too had fallen. Those pupils of the Egyptian priests, the Phoenicians or Canaanites, who had taught their Israelites to sacrifice human beings and pass their children through the fire to Moloch, infused the same bloodthirsty precepts amongst the Druids. As the Indian wife was burnt upon her husband's pyre, so on the corpse of the Celtic lords were consumed their children, their slaves, and their horses. But worse still, these wicked priests sought through the land for the most beautiful young women, and trained them to dance in the temples, and entice the devotees to their arms with lustful attitudes and languishing looks. and with their voices which mingled harmoniously with the golden bells suspended on their feet, they sang hymns to the gods in public, and in private enriched the treasuries of the pagoda, which their infamous earnings. Thus a pure and simple religion was debased by the avarice and lewdness of its priests, till the temples became a den of thieves, till prostitution sat enthroned upon the altars of the gods. A dark and dangerous heresy has long been creeping silently into the heart of our religion, and converting its ministers into false vipers, who, warmed and cherished by the bosom of this gentle church, use their increasing strength in darting black poison through all her veins. W. Winwood Reade, The Veil of Isis. I bought the book on the back of that, and I'll post the video as well, in fact, because the whole video is awesome and really paints a good picture of this slow degeneration from a very simple thing to where we find ourselves now. And the video's called From Holy Men to Dark Magicians. And I've been falling asleep to that for a while because it's got beautiful pipes in the background, and it's just so nice. And the guy, Asher Logos, I posted this like a long time ago when I first came here, in fact, because I love that dude's content. So please go and check it out. Check out all his videos, especially on the Orlinda book. That's talking about ancient European history. It goes back like 5,000 BC. It's nuts. And I think Jesus is mentioned in there too. The internet will tell you that it's fake. But there's a lot of stuff out there that are really interesting that the internet will tell you that's fake. And even if that was a fake, and I knew it was a fake, I'd still promote it because it's awesome. The Orlinda book is so detailed and so talks about people with all this integrity and honor. But I don't think it's fake. That's just my opinion. While I'm not talking, while nobody's talking, no, I'm not going to unpack that yet. But yeah, there's something really interesting from these shores, from what we know as today as the Welsh people. They use this language. It's not even right to call them early Britons because it weren't even Britain the time I'm talking. Before Brutus, they used a language called Colbran, and that's found everywhere. It's found in the United States, 800 BC. It's found. There's a relationship. I'm not exactly sure. This is a huge claim, but there's a relationship. There's some sort between the hieroglyphs in Egypt and this language, Colbran. They use the same symbols. So, I think some of you know a little bit more about this stuff, kind of know what I'm pointing at. But I really don't feel comfortable talking about a thing without really knowing a lot about it. And I've only just really started to unpack that, so I'm not going to talk about it too much. But it's super interesting to me. But one thing's for sure, these people who ever built them pyramids, they disappeared and the Persians came in. And that's a good picture of I'm pretty sure that's inside the Vatican, isn't it? Anyway, certainly Rome. Yeah, you could have played my favourite music, actually, there, CB. We'll talk about bloody the Pope and all that, those shysters. But don't get me started on that. Yeah. Once upon a time, we had no popery in this country. No popery. Seriously. Just trying to get from underneath the thumb of the Catholic Church. That's where you get Guy Fawkes from. That's where Guy Fawkes comes from. Because, when I first learned about Guy Fawkes, I thought, man, why isn't there a bloody, a statue built to this guy on every street corner? But then I realised, because, way back when, the government was a good thing. I know, sounds weird thing to say, but it was. by the people, for the people. And that's why it needed to be destroyed by converted Catholic guy folks. People don't realize that, and I certainly didn't, because I didn't know that my history, you know. You got to look into it a little bit. You got to start to unpack it and see with the real truth of it. You know, I know we're all quite pretty much anti-government here, but the reality is the government is a tool, just like a handgun. It can be used for good or bad. And, you know, it's a real shit show at the moment. I don't think anybody can argue that. But, I don't know, could it be turned around? Could we get all the money? Could we get the lobbyists out of there? I mean, possibly. I know, it doesn't seem likely.
Yeah, I'm on the mindset, or at least I've been on the mindset of it's a runaway truck. And so, you know, who wants to take ownership and try to be in charge of this runaway truck? You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, the American government in particular, though, I mean, I feel more passionate than Americans, I think, at times, because I know how you guys get with your constitution, but I don't know. I sometimes think the American government surely still got a chance to turn it round. You know, I remember watching this bloody Clinton, not Clinton, what's the name? Yeah, Hillary, and the orange guy, Trump, who was Ion Don. And I remember watching these two people, and I'm just thinking, we know it's a dog and pony show. We know it's bread and circuses. We know this. But I also remember just thinking, you know, trying to put myself in the shoes of the American people and just going, they must at some point just be saying to themselves, is this the best we got? Really? This is the best we got? I mean, no, CB?
If we didn't say that then, we're saying it now. You know what I mean?
I don't know. Maybe I'm...
You know the thing.
The thing? Come on, man. Oh.
Come on, man.
Yeah, maybe we shouldn't talk about politics, but I know it's turned into a bit of a joke.
Well, it's kind of hard to turn it into one when it already is one.
At least it gives me an opportunity to show my favourite meme of all time.
Blank looks matter.
Anyway, yeah, so I'm just, I'm thinking about going to this farm shop. I love it. It's such a nice little drive. And, you know, it's kind of scenic. And these buildings there, they're so beautiful. And, you know, really old school buildings. And so I'm going to enjoy that. Get some tunes on as well. But I thought I'd stop in and just, just point out these jokesters defending this fairy tale.
Was there something specific? Because I only got to tune in towards the end. I saw the link drop, and I jumped in as they were like doing super chats, and you know, at the end they'll do super chats and talk to the chat a little bit, and like people were there was this guy donating like back to back to back, like five. Like dude donated like $50 just to like talk trash to Witsit. That was funny. Yeah. Imagine paying money. I was saying this in the chat. Imagine paying money to like feel better on the internet. That's just crazy. Paying money to.
Was there something I'm a bit more sinister. I'm a bit more cynical than that, to be honest, CB. And I do believe that these are organisations. I have no proof for that, of course, but you know, it's like Miggy was saying. They pass the baton, don't they? They do it in GeoServer. They pass the baton to one another, and they team up when they can. And so it's gross. It's so gross. And yeah, so I don't know. perhaps shouldn't talk about that either.
Well, was there something in the debate? Like, was there a question that they answered that you're like, dude, no? Or was it just kind of like the vibe? Or
yeah, it was just that conspiracy cats guy, or whatever he's calling himself now. I just want to call him cuckold cats from now on. I don't really know. I don't watch. I try not to watch these. The thing is, as I said, it's quite painful to watch some of these guys that fight the Flat Earth, whatever his name is. I've watched him for all of 2 minutes.
Same.
And he was talking
it's
about.
It's just hard. It's hard to hear a grown man cry. In the past, when a grown man would cry,
I watched them for 1,000 hours.
Well, you were a soldier, Sasha, so.
No, I was listening, and that was for me enough. And then because of that, I moved here. I don't want to listen to them anymore.
Oh, okay.
I cannot be anymore there because that's too much. I heard so many stuff that I think that I can make 10 Monty Python movies and it will be great one. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. What they're putting out.
Is this a new debate you're talking about? Like something?
It wasn't anything. Have I still got it? Oh no, it's still the same. I'll post it again. Or it's further up there somewhere.
I can grab it.
But it wasn't any one thing in particular. I watched the debates. I tend to watch Austin's debates anyway, because I love Austin Whitsey. He's a good dude, and again, that it's just that resonance that when I always say truth carries that resonance, and you feel it deep down, and you'll know it when you hear it. So certain people I like to listen to, and obviously I try and avoid these spinners of words. Let's just call them that. And be kind. For some reason, David Copperfield just jumped into my mind. That's what they remind me of. But anyway, and they want to pass that off as
David Copperfield at the end do something, and then Zanuck cannot do magic with the water. David Copperfield maybe can do something that maybe can trick me. But you cannot trick me with the oil rigs. There is a water behind, and they are saying to me that there is optical. That thing is optical, And how that thing is in the water, it's taking petrol from the from the bottom of the ocean. I hope so.
Yeah, well, as I say, I just ended up in a place where I don't usually find myself listening to these people talk for that long, and the tactics. That's what it is, and we all know it. We've seen them do it many times, but I watched them do it for 3.5 hours probably last night, where it was just debate tactics, like chanting, trying to throw the other person off, just trying to do whatever they can. And, I was just in the chat constantly like, sell out, do to sell out. Yeah. Just like, this guy's just sold his soul, whatever. I was saying all this stuff like, I don't know. I can't even remember now. But the point is, I just remember thinking, right, touch paper's lit. I'm going to be in here all the time now. And I just want to talk about that. I want to talk about them to him specifically, Cats and this Mr. Sensible, because that sensible dude, I don't know. I'm definitely going to do a Trump on him and think Trump on him. I'm going to do a Donald Trump and think of a different word. You know how he used to do the old, whatever, Sleepy Joe, or I'm going to come up with a different name, just so it sticks maybe. I don't know what it is yet. It needs work. I need to think about it.
I'm with you on that.
We need to find that.
I've hit the sophistry limit, old dude says.
We need to find that refraction debates from 2017. We need to find that and take it out and point it out that we were saying there is a refraction outside, and they were saying no, it's geometrical. Now they are saying it's a refraction there, but we were saying 5 years ago there is a refraction outside.
Yeah.
Because of new people, because they will say, "Oh, refraction. Okay, great, finished. Finish the story. You can see whatever you can see. You can see flat for now for 3,000 miles.
Right.
That's refraction. Whatever you see doesn't matter. You use refraction. You say that word and everything is okay. Like a gravity. Why water is curving? Gravity. Okay, good. Flat earthers are retards. Because gravity is curving the water and gravity exists and that's it. Everybody knows that.
It's weird because when we said things like refraction, that was flirspective. Back in the day, they were trying to say, "Oh,
yeah." Everything we sort of use as a sort of evidence or proof, and there's lots of things that don't quite make sense. And well, they're all illusions. They're just all illusions. Don't worry, guys. They're just illusions.
How refraction will work on flat Earth? My question. Differently than on a globe?
No, flat earthers don't deny refraction. I'm not sure I'm understanding the question, Sasha.
Yeah, because they are saying that there is no, we cannot see curve because of refraction, But how we cannot see flat if it's refraction?
Yeah, well, Austin was trying to make that point last night about line of sight with a mirror. I mean, very basic, very simple.
I can say also refraction, and there is more. Somebody will say, "Look, there is 10 miles you can see." I can say that's because of refraction. You can see 100 miles of that black swan, but because of refraction, you see only 10 miles flat.
Oh, and Brian, I just mentioned Brian as well, because Brian gets a little bit excited. He gets a bit ahead of himself, but he was crushing too. He was doing really well too. And yeah, I like Brian. He's a genuine guy. And I've talked to him time, not much, just a little bit on geos. And he held his own. He was doing he's a good dude. So yeah. Shout out to Brian as well. I'm not sure what his channel is, or I don't know his details. But yeah, he held his own. Oh no, not. I mean, from the debate last night.
Yeah, that Brian. Yeah, it's called Brian's Logic. Oh, I can post it.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought Brian's Logic was on Nathan Oakley.
Isn't there two Brians? There's like Brian Leakey and Brian's Logic.
Yeah. Oh, Brian Leakey. Yeah. Okay, maybe I had mixed up.
The debate is called Flat Earth Test. Good morning, guys.
Oh, there we go.
Flat Earth Test. Thank you, Dave Finkel. Yes, that's what I was talking about. Flat Earth Test.
You guys discussing the sophistry of conspiracy cats and Mr. Sensible?
Yes. Yeah, absolutely.
Did you all notice the question I sent at the Q&A and they dodged it twice?
I did see it, yes, and it was very clear. I mean, that I don't want to disrespect that moderator because he does a good job overall, but I read your question, Dave, specifically, and it was very eloquent. It was put very clearly, very simply, and he even managed to mess that up somehow. I don't know how he does it, but anyway, he got it out in the end. And yes, what did they come back with? Nothing, as usual.
Well, Mr. Siskel's only response was, "I showed you that thing with the string from my balloon, so there's the curvature." That's not what I asked, buddy. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean,
I asked him to demonstrate the drop over distance of 66 feet over a body of water over at least 10 miles. And, of course, they're not going to do that because you can't do that. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to shout out Del from Beyond the Imaginary Curve. I always do. I love Del. Please go see his channel, Beyond the Imaginary Curve. The other day he was talking about this, this view we see from NASA's live streams and whatever launch, and we see this hump in the middle of the screen, and this is supposed Earth curvature and all this stuff, and Dell's just like, complete the circle. Complete the circle. I love Dell so much. He just puts things in such a way where you're like, oh man, you know what I mean? I love people like that. They just think of something in a different way, and they see things in a slightly different way. And he's like, and what happens if you look behind you then, from that angle? Do we see another hump? Do we see this other hump behind, right? This other arc in the middle of the screen? Look behind you. What's there? And it was just like, I just love Dell so much. Can't talk about him enough. You know, he often talks to students from Glasgow University when he does his little outdoor activism. And, it's ever so interesting and definitely worth going back and having a look, because, he's got this style about him where it's not confrontational, even though he looks terrifying. He's a huge guy, skinhead, tattoos, but he's got a good way about him where he's not confrontational. Some of us, get on a soapbox and all that stuff. He doesn't do any of that. So he's talking to one guy, and the guy, I hope I do this justice, because it's kind of, I'm feeling a bit like I need a shower and just. But anyway, he's talking to the guy, and the guy says, no, there's too many people. And this is a good question, by the way. I asked the same thing back in whatever it was, 2017, where I was like, no, there's too many people. I might not know too much about physics at that point, but I do know people, and I know the human condition. And it's too big of a lie. There's too many people. Somebody would have to come forward, right? There's hundreds of thousands of employees at NASA. Somebody would come forward. There's too many people that would have to be lying, essentially, is what the guy said to Dell. And I've seen people take 30 minutes, an hour to explain this. What he explained in under a minute. Dell said, look, I believed in this heliocentric model. He didn't say that because he never says anything that might... Because we know this language, but average Joe or Jane, they don't really know this language, right? They don't know geocentric. They don't know heliocentric. So he said, I taught this globe to my kids. I believed in this globe for 37 years, right? And I taught it to my kids. Was I lying to them? No, of course not. He wasn't lying to them. He was just misinformed. These people at the consoles that you see at NASA, they don't know. They don't know what they're just following a simulation. They've got no idea. When you look at it through them terms, how many people back in the late 60s would have to know? How many people would have to know? Not many. Just a small handful, in fact. Just the people at the very top and the obviously the astronauts. I love it when Buzz comes. How many videos of Buzz have we got where he just says it? He just said, what was the most dangerous part of the mission? The most dangerous part is we didn't go. We didn't go.
What was the scariest moment of the journey?
Scariest. It didn't happen.
Thanks, Buzz.
It didn't happen. It's a joke.
I just wanted to back you up, Andy, on Dale. I've been watching him 8 years now, and there's nobody more real and essentially down to earth and has been on topic and on point on this subject than him. So shout out to Dale. All Dave put his channel in chat. Anybody that hadn't subbed should sub to him. He's the real deal. Shout out to Dale. All right, back to you guys.
Absolutely. And they are telling us. I mean, I wonder about Buzz, whether that's just his conscience, his guilty conscience. I don't know. But he's done that several times. He's done it several times. And by the way, there is also, a Russian cosmonaut, the Polish guy as well. He came out and basically said, no. If anybody says they've been to outer space, they're lying. And so that was mentioned in the debate last night as well.
If you catch when Mr. Siskel tried the virtue signal about the Challenger thing, and Austin called it out before he even said it, it was pretty funny.
You know, that set me off a little bit as well, Dave. Yeah, thanks for bringing that up, because, you know, flat earthers, we've all seen the twins, the twins situation where, you know, this Challenger. By the way, you know, it's famous by now, this scene of a teacher rolling out the big TV in front of the kids, and then them seeing this so-called tragedy. You know, that right there is trauma-based mind control. Just let that sink in. That's trauma-based mind control. Right there. All them kids across America, and I'm sure it happened in many other countries, because, you know, they all work together, basically, so. And, you know, Austin brought up this moment with these twins, where we basically see the same person with a slightly different name, or, you know, they work in an academia somewhere. And then this scumbag, Mr. Sensible, scumbag, he just starts virtue signaling. Bloody SJW. Oh, what a disgusting thing. And yeah, you're right, Dave. It was just like, oh, it was so cringe. It was the most, ugh, make your skin crawl. So, yeah, I'm getting a bit passionate now, but I'm going to be here every day talking about you two jerks. So thank you. Yeah. I just appreciate what you've done for me now, because the touch paper's been lit.
Both of those guys were supreme sophists. I mean, it was ridiculous. But Austin and Brian did a good job of getting our side of the story out there, and the truth shall prevail. But you guys go ahead.
Yeah, it was dismantling of the globe in that debate. So I'm going to post it wherever I can, to be honest, because it was embarrassing. It was embarrassing for the globe side. Ugh.
I wish that one guy that does the logical fallacies, what's that channel? He should do that debate. There'll be like 300 on conspiracy cats, and I don't know if he'll count any for the flat earth, maybe a couple times when Brian got mad or something, but y'all know what I mean. Who's using more logical fallacies, the globe or us? Pretty easy decision there.
Yeah, anyway, I'm gonna take a shower, and I'm gonna drive to my local farm shop, and I'm gonna get some good produce. And yeah, I just had to stop in and talk about these two jerks. And yeah, there's just the utter dismantling of the globe. What from this debate? It was.
Go get a shower, Andy. We can smell you through Discord. I'm just kidding.
Thanks, Dave. I'll be back. I will be back.
These guys are just like babies. You know, they just want to cry about flat Earth. They're both atheists. They got wrecked on the debate stage. You know, theists destroyed them. So they basically surrendered, and then they want to figure out somebody else that they can debate against that try to stay relevant. These guys haven't been relevant for a decade. They're still clinging to their cringe YouTube channels, saying really shock jock things to get attention. I mean, it's just like they need, at some point, their moms need to tell them, high school was, 5 years ago or 10 years ago. It's time to move out and launch. Get your life going. Find a girl, get married, start a family, start, being productive towards society.
Yep, Crit, those guys were an example of people being stuck in a belief system for whatever their motivations are, but it was just totally cringe to listen to those guys talk. But You know, we've heard it thousands of times before. You guys haven't presented any evidence. The first thing Brian did was go over like 5 solid pieces of evidence, something like that, in his opening. And then they come back, well, you haven't shown us any evidence. You know, come on.
It's amazing. To someone who can brain fart that bad.
I only happened to jump in towards the end. I just happened to notice like little silly tactics that Sensible did. He would like have this little something like a hand that says "you're wrong." He would just like put it in front of the camera and stuff like that.
What the fuck? I watched until he started saying, "Thanks, Bob." You know, like, okay, you said thanks, Bob, twice. Say it again. I don't know. That's all I need to see. Also, like 2 seconds later, thanks, Bob. I'm like, holy. What the hell, dude? It's like Bob produced his data. He falsified the globe model. Your model has to spin at 15.04. Anything other than that is a falsification. It must predict this. And you can fudge the data and play around with it and say it needs to heat up or there's errors in the measurement. But you're done, dude. And then Bob did experiments on it and took it to different elevations and got different, cause and effect relationship there. And these guys don't even realize just how savage that is. The flat earthers are out there doing experiments and they're out there just saying thanks over and over again. All from a YouTube or a Netflix documentary that said we're going to platform flat earthers, and crying about it won't stop it. Okay, so then they just got to freak out about it.
Exactly, Creed. It's almost like one side has cold, hard, factual information. The other side has catchphrases and sophistry. So make your own mind up there. If the globe was the truth, it would be able to defend itself, and we all know this. You know what I mean? It would be self-evident. You wouldn't need guys like sophists, like conspiracy casts, that get up there and talk about how we don't have any evidence. All we have is evidence. Just go outside and look around. Where do you see a globe at? Nowhere. This has been Dead Air Dave at 24/7 Discord, killing the conversation again. Y'all go ahead.
No, you got it. Where do you go from that? If they're, yeah, it's not.
What's up, party people?
There you.
Welcome back.
What's up, What's going on?
Having a little brekkie. Getting my eggs on in the morning, but Andy left.
How do breakfast eggs work on a globe, Miggy? I'm curious.
The kind that lay flat on the pan when you're cooking them. So what's going on, man? What's a good news? What's a good word? We're talking about the debate that happened last night between Whitsitt and Clownface.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nothing much.
Both of the globe sophists did a good job representing the globe, in my opinion. But go ahead.
They always do. I mean, we leave this panel open for that reason. When I allow them to speak in here, when I give them, okay, just come in here and let us know why you think the Earth is a globe, and tell us any evidence that you have. I want people to see that they don't have anything to bring to the table. There's nothing that those guys have that's gonna be anything palatable for anyone to say, "Oh, wow, that's great." If I was on the street and I asked, like, how do we know the Earth's a globe, this guy would be able to give me that answer. Nobody's out there that can do that. That's the truth. Yep. But it seems like that debate sparked something in Andy, and he was like, okay, that's enough. And so now he's got the passion and fire to come in here every day and want to be here, just like most of you, like when you've reached that point. And I'm glad that you guys are vocal, whoever is vocal with it, because we need a lot more people that can be to stand up to these guys, because they're getting away with a lot at the moment. And if there isn't anybody to stand, then if you're not the one, then somebody else will be. But I'd rather be you.
Amen to that, brother.
Yep. Oh, we got in here. Anthony's in here. Ball Kicker, CB, Captain Caveman, Chili, Chris V, Conspiracy, Mr. Dave, Effie Batman, Julius, Little G, myself, Old House, Rathborn, Sasha, Timbo, Within Reach. Within Reach. I don't think I've spoken to you before. Are you there, Within?
Yeah, I'm here. What's up?
Nothing much, man. You've been in this community for quite a bit, or what?
Yeah, I've been in and out. I had a different name before, and then I've been in and out.
What was your previous name?
Just Mark.
Well, I still wouldn't know you from
Yeah.
So.
No worries.
So what do you like? How you been in Flat Earth for a minute, or what's the?
Yeah. I watched the debate last night.
What do you think about it?
I don't know. It wasn't very constructive.
Do you take Flat Earth as an activism? Like, are you telling anybody anywhere where you're at? Like, you just
to people. I spoke to my family members and members of the church and people at work and whatnot. But I don't know. I feel like you're talking to a brick wall at times.
Yeah, I hear you. Did anybody sound like it makes sense to them? Like when you speak to them, are they like, "Oh, that's interesting"? Do they at least give you that?
Every now and then. I mean, my brother, he actually believes the Earth is flat too. So, but he didn't learn it from me. We just kind of learned it simultaneously. But I haven't helped anybody become a flat earther or believe that. Maybe the door will open somewhere else.
Yeah, it's all about spreading awareness anyway. You know, whether somebody is a flat earther from what you say or not, that's irrelevant. You're just gonna let them know. Because like I was saying before, man, there isn't any buffer between them and the deception. If you're not gonna be the one, you know.
Yeah.
There's always opportunities for us to be an activist within like the kind of the realm of awareness where we can take our part and like do the thing and let people know about there's take for instance the Artemis launch, the rocket launch, and it's going to the moon and whatnot, and that's a conversation that could open up a doorway for you to talk about it. You just got to pick moments. You can't be all the time in people's faces, because that's, I think in some respects that's okay, like depends on what the forum you're going to be on, but and others it's like you just got to pick and choose time frames where you're gonna come out with it. Be very tactful with it. You're gonna have to use a lot of discernment when it comes to like when it's time to speak about it or no. That's important. But yeah, it's great. I mean, I've seen many debates. I didn't see the one last night with Whitsitt and the other guys, but I would have just imagined that they don't really bring anything to the table. So nothing in the way of like providing evidence. It was more of just like obfuscation tactics, ad homs, the same old usual stuff.
Yeah, that sums it up.
That's all they have. They don't have truth on their side.
Yeah, Miggy, their number one globe trope was a balloon that Mr. Sensible sent up, and in front of the camera, he had like a string, and he was showing horizon was a little bit above the string, so that's curvature. So there's your globe trope right there.
Well, they're going to try to do things to where they just use that as evidence, and it's not evidence. That isn't.
Yeah,
because
in between the two strings was supposed to show like horizontal or like in the middle, and it was a little bit below, and it was actually curving upwards because of that.
That's fine. I mean, as far as that goes, they're going to continue to deceive people because whether you may or may not know, rectilinear lenses still have barrel distortion. I always talk about this all the time. Anybody because we had there's been a time frame where I would say there was a couple of months. If you were in the server for as long as I have been in it, there's conversations we had that have taken months, which including it was including the camera debate. Like, is it good for us to send up, flat earthers send up balloons and take video imaging of like what it looks like from. That was real big. It was like that was a time period where we were all on that whole subject. Because I remember it was like we're talking about lenses and like what kind of lenses are the best ones, and then you'd send up the camera, to go as high as it does, and then take images. And I don't know if it was like Globebusters that did one, or it was like some big name flat Earth proponents that were doing it. But it never amounted to like something that we were like, oh, this is rock solid evidence that the Earth is flat. It was I never took it that way. It was just something that they were doing to see like what they could see from a specific altitude. And you wouldn't see, because like I already understood, like because we were in the discussion about like barrel distortion, and there was a few people who were involved with the flat Earth movement who were sending balloons up, and they would use a rectilinear lens to like show like the Earth's not curving like the way people talk about. And it wasn't like, of course, using the rectilinear lens, like it doesn't curve like the way it does, but it does curve. Okay, it did curve at a certain altitude, and it started to see a little bit of curvature. But the issue with that is that you can't see even the slightest bit of curvature, according to the globe proponents, the ones who actually advocate for the Earth, like the science communicators. They're like, you can't measure. There is no measurable curvature that can be seen at that altitude. So we all understood that there's still an amount of barrel distortion in those rectilinear lenses. So you don't get a clear image of a straight level horizon. It's not going to be possible. And a lot of people get into the debate that then that's where you render it through like the computer, and you got to come out with the actual image of that. But it's just I never got on the bandwagon of that being like evidence. For me, it was always a demonstration of measurements on the surface. It's always been that way for me. Like if you want to talk about how flat something is, you measure the thing you want to look at. This images, videos, picture, whatever. It doesn't matter what it is. It's not going to satisfy the question. Because, like I was saying, I'll send up a camera, you send up a camera if you're a glober, and you send it up, and it comes back, and oh, look how globy it looks, fisheye lens or whatever. And I send up mine with the rectilinear lens, and it's not going to show the amount of curvature yours is, but at a specific altitude, it'll start to see a little bit of it. And it's like you're not going to get a clear understanding, because if it looks like it is, that doesn't mean it is, because the different type of lenses that you're going to be using is going to change the perspective. And we've talked about it many, many times in here, but it seems like, you know, you got the new flat earthers that still want to bank on those images and put up the images and let's see what that image is from this camera to that one. And it's like, it's a lost cause as much as it is to argue from the azimuthal equidistant projection map versus the globe. Like those two, it's a lost cause. So the same type of argument you'd be facing within the AE map versus the globe is the same type of argument you're going to be facing within these two balloons that go up, one with a rectilinear lens and the other one without. The same, you're going to face the same thing. It's not evidence of anything. So don't use it, flat earthers. Get away from the AE map. Stop pointing to the AE map like that's the thing you're going to use to provide evidence for the Earth being flat. That is completely false and wrong. I'm letting you guys know right now, when you go into the debates with this, you're going to get wrecked hard. And if you think, well, I'm just using it as a concept and nothing more, it's still, you're going to get wrecked, because you're using it despite the fact that you know it's a concept. You're going to keep getting wrecked. The way that we were taught with the globe, using a concept, a model, an idea, you know, the globe that sits in classrooms, that's the same thing you're doing with the AE map if you're using it. You're not saying that's what we live on, but you're still using it as something someone can wrap their mind around. That's where you're going wrong, because you're using globe methods to teach people about the flat earth. That's exactly what you're not supposed to be doing, because you're doing the same thing that the globe was doing, only the opposite is that you're flattening out the globe. And it's wrong. You just don't do it. I'm telling you right now, I've seen it happen many times. When we get into like a large group of us like this, what happens when a new person comes in and they're trying to figure out how to reconcile the flat earth? I see it happen where somebody chucks into the live stream voice text. It always happens. The AE map just pops up. There it is. And it's to the person's detriment, because they're going to use it. They're going to be, oh, this is not what we're on, but it's it's just something I can wrap my mind around. That's the bad part about it. You're using globe methods to teach flat earth. Oh, the right way? Simple. Take them out somewhere to the beach, have them do a long distance observation test, and see if they can't see any measurable curvature. It's pretty simple. You don't need the AE map whatsoever. I'm shaking my head as I'm saying this. Don't need the AE map. You don't need the Gleasons. You don't need to show them a phony representation of what Earth is. Show them really what Earth is. Because the people usually say, what does Earth look like? What is it? You guys saying flat Earth, what does it look like? Well, just, my friend, go to the beach. You can see it for yourself. I can too. I'll stand right next to you. We'll both watch a flat Earth. That's the flat Earth. It's right there in front of you. But if you use a concept, then you're doing no better than the globe was doing to you when you were indoctrinated for the globe. Just got to say that. Put it out there, guys. Don't use AE maps, Gleasons. It's not the way forward. It's the way backwards.
Very valid points they're making. Just, in my opinion, Austin and Brian last night did a good job of avoiding trying to argue things like that. It was only the Globers bringing the images and stuff. And unfortunately, for many people that don't look at the subject below the surface level, the Globers showing that balloon's enough. Are like, oh yeah, it's a globe. You know what I mean? But that's not our problem. If people don't want to go below the surface level, they're kind of hopeless anyway. You make valid points about you don't be reality can represent itself. Just let it do it. You don't need to go image against image with anybody. But
yes,
anything.
Sir. And here's the thing with flat Earth. There are memes that we have in our arsenal, right? How many 500 pieces of land that are straight and level equal up to a globe? And little memes like that we have in our arsenal. Don't use those. They're not needed. Because what are you doing? You're presenting an image of something. And you're like, yeah, but it's the flat Earth. We're showing them flat. I understand that. But that image is still an image. That's what they do. They show you an image. They can do the very same thing. They can show you an image of a curved surface, but it's not reality. Reality is reality. That's when you go out there to tell them, hey, look, do you see what your image was showing? No. You see a flat level horizon, right? We're standing at the beach. Can you not see the flat level horizon? Because I do. And the next guy there says he does too. So that's flat Earth. A lot of people, like, this is what I want you guys to realize when it comes to this topic. Do not show them concepts, memes, images. You don't need, all that is just pageantry. Like we're using the same thing the globe method was using, which is like images and pictures and like, stuff, high altitude balloons and all that stuff. You can take it all and throw it in the bin. All of it. It's not useful for flat Earth whatsoever. All that stuff. The things that you can use are the things that are useful, right? Things that are useful. So the things that are not useful, I'm going to tell you straight out. AE map is not useful. Don't use it. High aerial balloon footage, not useful. Don't use it. Because the same images you're going to have a high aerial footage, they got the same. And you guys are going to be doing picture for picture. No one's ever going to be convinced of that anyway. They're just going to hand wave dismiss it. Boom. This is the right one. That's not the right one. You're using the wrong camera. And they'll show you the curved image. It's just that easy for them. Like, because if the thing that they can't rebut against you is when you go stand next to them on the beach and say, where's the curvature? Point it out to me. Show me. I don't see any. Do you? They can't say anything because there isn't any. That's when you make them realize. Not when you're showing images on Discord. That's not going to do anything for them. So, how do you teach? It's simple. You give them demonstrations of what to do. That's what you do. Give them demonstrations of what to do. Here's what you do, Glober. If you want to know what the flat Earth is, you go somewhere and you find out for yourself. So that's the reason why the internet is useful to communicate to, various people. That's what the internet's used for. It's useful for teaching methods and how to do things, not to show them images and pictures and things of things that you think is useful. That's the way the globe was being taught to you. We're trying to get away from that. So, well, see, and that's the thing. Adam Unsalted, I'm reading what you're putting in the live stream voice text. That's as far as you go. You can't make them do anything. You just give them the right way to do it, not the wrong way. Handing them images and pictures and things is not going to help anyone. I'm telling you right now, my friend, that is not going to help anyone. You won't help the movement whatsoever. People will be crippled by it because of the fact that you're using images of high aerial footage, and then they're going to be like, well, look at my high aerial footage. You guys are going to be comparing images the whole day. No one's going to win that. It's not proof of anything. Yeah, of course, because this is what if people listen, and I understand the reason why people disagree, Adam, because we've been doing it for years, okay? This is what the movement of Flat Earth has been doing for years. We've been presenting images like it's something to do, and it's not. I'm showing you guys, like, this is the reason why it's been failing. You think that that's actually helping? No, it doesn't. What do? They come back with a little defense mechanism of like showing you images of like the opposite. Don't they? You know what I'm saying is true. This is exactly what they do. And so we spin our wheels. Well, no, look at my other rectilinear lens image. That's pretty flat. What do you think about that? And on and on. It's okay to disagree because that's what Flat Earth has been doing this whole time. So what it is a great way to like take the next step forward, which is when you actually show them how to do a demonstration for themselves. Because most people are inept, right? They spoon feed me, please. Tell me I'm supposed to do something. That's the thing. You want to teach them a demonstration method or some way that they can do something about proving it to themselves. You can't be the one here to convince them on Discord with images. It's not going to happen, my friend. They have to go out and do something in the field and provide evidence for themselves and test it for themselves. That's how all of us come. Like when you do the research, when you start following up and you do that, that's when it becomes real to you. Not because somebody's showing you something on the internet. No, your ego's too big and your pride is so tall. There's nothing you're gonna like. You would argue with them till the cows come home. Yeah, so it's the old ways.
They'll argue. They'll argue all day. on Discord, but they lack the care to go out and do any tests for themselves.
Correct. Which is why when we ask them when they come, we're like, hey, don't forget, go and do this and then come back to the conversation and let us know what you come up with. When they return, however, we asked them, so did you go follow up on that information that I talked about? No, I didn't do that. Well, dude, why are you here? Like, because you've been asking the same question every time you come in here. And I give you the same answer, is go and look for yourself. And it seems like you just want to debate on Discord because it's convenient. And then you got other flat earthers who are going to feed you images of the AE map and such and say, we live on here. No, we don't. We don't live on an AE map. Plus, all the continent sizes are distorted. The landmass divisions, like where and the how far away things are. So no, you can't argue from the standpoint of the AE map, and that's they want that. Okay, so they come in here for that. What do they say? What's the first thing they ask for, guys? Remember, the first thing they ask for: show me the map or model that you flat earthers have. Don't they ask for that? Isn't that what they're asking for? And then we give it to them. Here's the AE map. Check it out. And they're like, oh, well, that's false. And then we're with our pride, because it got stung. We're like, no, that's right, man. You're wrong. On and on. You're going to have an argument about something you have no validation on. This is what happens, isn't it? And it doesn't matter who you talk to. That's what's going to happen. So you need to avoid that, right? Don't do it at all. Don't bring in the AE map whatsoever. Have them think about what to do in the field. Go out into the field and go test this. Let them see that that's where you're going with it, not showing them images on Discord. That's not going to help anyone. This is how the sun goes around the earth and so forth. When in reality, I've talked to many flat earthers about this. We don't see that happening. The spiraling outward of the sun, that is definitely not what's going on with the sun. Follow it. Northeast to northwest in the summertime, equinox goes straight across, and on the winter, it goes southeast to southwest. Totally opposite of your spiral movement going in and out of the Capricorn to Cancer. Totally opposite. And it's not what you're saying. It's visually, not representing what your spiral motion is doing. It is, however, moving a further distance away from your proximity. That is understood. But it's spiraling? No, it's not spiraling anywhere. Because if it were spiraling, then you could see the entire spiral of the motion of the sun completely get spiral movement. And some people would say, well, we see that in the north when it goes farthest reach north, and some people that live in the north can actually see it go in a circle. Well, I would then say, like, do you see an actual circle? Or is it going oval? Is it like, because, what your idea of a circle could be an oval or some other shape. So I'm always like clear about the things that we should be saying, because the field, being out in the field, actually teaches us what reality is representing itself to us as, versus what we are saying that it is.
Yeah, man. The only thing we see spiraling around here are globies.
Did you say in the summer the sun goes a straight line across the sky?
On the equinox, sir. It goes east to west. Everyone knows this. Equinox, east to west. And then when it passes the equinox, it goes from southeast to southwest. The opposite. So, if I could give you a visual representation of that in the sky, I would say, look at the night sky. Go to somewhere there's less light pollution. Look up at the night sky. Look at the stars and the rotation. So, in the south, right, when you're looking directly south, and you have a time-lapse footage, you'd see the star rotations do a specific rotation in the sky. And when you look north in the same sky at night with less light pollution, and you do a time-lapse footage, you'd see the stars are moving in a different rotation. But they're all moving from east to west. So the sun is representing itself in the sky throughout the year, doing that same pattern. It moves across the sky in the same pattern. Do you get what I'm saying, or
No, not really.
Okay, think about it like this: when you do a time-lapse footage of the stars, you're gonna see clockwise and anti-clockwise. In the north, it's anti-clockwise, and the south, it's clockwise rotations of the stars. Can you agree with me that much?
Yeah, I don't understand that.
Oh, Well, then you haven't looked into this topic. It's might be a bit much for you, but so this, if you do a time lapse footage on the stars, you can start to see a pattern on their, like, we call it star trails, right? But it's basically time lapse footage of the stars moving across the sky, and it gives us an indication of their direction, their apparent direction, I should say, their apparent direction in the sky. And what it does is gives us like we can see stars in the, in the north moving anti-clockwise, and the ones in the south moving clockwise. And this has been an argument for flat Earth and globe. Globe likes to say that it's an argument on their side, proving that the Earth is a globe and such, but there is no correlation between the heavens and the Earth. Like the.
So when you say north and south, can you like give me a location, or do you just mean like turning around and look another direction?
So if you have a compass, you know where north is. Of course, if you live in the northern part of the Earth. So so when you want to look north, when your compass points north in the night sky, you know where the North Star is, right?
Yeah.
Okay. If you do a time lapse footage around that North Star, you're gonna see, like, with a time lapse footage, the star rotations going anti-clockwise, like the hand of a clock. If you're looking at the hand of a clock going clockwise in the north, when you look at the time lapse footage, it's gonna go anti-clockwise. You know what I mean?
Looking north.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, now you're going to turn around and look at the south. When you turn around and look at the south, and you look at, I guess the point south where you say like the Southern Cross, or like because there isn't any South Star, but there is a, place where the rotations are closer together. But the rotation of the stars with the time-lapse footage is going to be clockwise in the south. Whereas when you turn around and you look at the north, it's going anti-clockwise. Do you understand what I mean?
Looking at different stars, or looking at the same stars?
No. So when you look in the north, you're looking at the northern star and all the stars that are, like with the time-lapse footage, all the stars that are representing themselves in the sky in the north. Then you're going to turn around, your head's going to turn, it's going to turn all the way at 180, and you're going to now look at the south. Now you're looking south. You're not looking at the same stars any longer, because you were looking at the north and all the stars in the north. Now you're looking south and all the stars in the south. You with me?
Yep.
Okay. So when you see all the stars in the south, that they're going around, in the circular pattern, you're going to see them doing a clockwise, in the time-lapse footage, clockwise motion. You following me?
Just think about it, because that just doesn't make sense. They'd be going the same direction as the other stars.
No. Okay, so when we talk about there's a direction that we can say northeast, south, and west. That's a direction. An apparent direction is what it appears to be looking like to you in the sky, depending on like what way you're viewing. Okay? Like, let's put it this way. I'm going to give you.
Yeah, they would appear to be going different directions because you're changing your perspective.
Yeah, it's like you're standing on the side of a street, right? Let's say you're standing on the left-hand side and you see a car.
You go on the other side, the cars go left.
Right, but it's coming from the same direction. The car's coming from the same direction. But depending on what side of the street you're on, you're going to see it either coming from left to right or right to left. Do you understand?
Right. Yeah.
That's exactly what's happening in the sky when you see the stars. The stars are coming from east to west, but when you turn around, it looks like the apparent direction is something different. But they're still coming from east to west.
Right.
Do you understand?
Yeah, I understand that. Yeah, I think it was just kind of overcomplicated.
Yeah, I don't know. It's some people do get the overcomplicated, but the main thing is the idea behind all of this. As I'm going to get to the sun in a minute, but I need you to see what the stars are doing with the time-lapse footage, so you can get the sun's movement wrapped around your mind.
No, I get that. Yeah.
So now that we see the pattern of the stars, we're going to understand the pattern of the sun. Now let's move to the sun. Because when we're looking at the sun throughout the year, it moves from the Tropic of Cancer to the Tropic of Capricorn. So it's moving back and forward from your proximity and then further away from your proximity. Are we getting so close to understand? Okay, so, right. in the north, all right, if I don't know where you live within, but if you live in the north, you're going to see the sun rising from the northeast, setting in the northwest. Are you with me?
Yeah.
It appears to do an anti-clockwise movement in the sky, like it does, like the star trails do. You follow me? Okay, we're making a comparison to the star trails and to the sun. As it moves across to the equinox, it's going to go directly east to west, just like the stars do. If you look in the middle part of the sky, like that would be the where the equator sets, the stars move directly east to west. They don't have a clockwise or anti-clockwise rotation. You with me?
You said the stars do?
Yes. The stars move directly east to west, like in the equator. Like in the night sky, there's going to be a place in the sky where you see stars move directly east to west. There isn't any deviation. They're moving directly east to west. We didn't cover that.
I didn't even know that.
Yes, this is what happens. In the same night sky, okay? I'm talking about the same night sky. You're not moving locations. You're going to this. Let's say, for instance, you go to a place where there's less light pollution and you do a time-lapse footage of the whole entire sky. You're going to see these things happening in the entire sky when you're facing different directions. And also, you'll be able to see the ones that go directly east to west. This is true, my friend. You can actually look into all of what I'm saying. There isn't anything that I'm saying that's not true.
Yeah.
So, okay, but you can verify this. All right, so what we're understanding is the pattern in the sky is exactly what the sun's going to follow throughout the year. It's going to fall into one of these patterns. So,
okay, that makes sense.
So that's going to give us an indication of the heavenly bodies in the sky and why we see the way we see them throughout the year. And the moon would be every month. But okay, so the sun and the equinox will move east to west. It's just like the stars, like the pattern of the stars. So as the sun moves further south, right? What's going to happen is that it'll start looking like it's apparently going clockwise. But it's going to be moving southeast to southwest. Just like you do if you were facing south, looking at the star trails.
Right.
And this is what happens. And the sun moves back and forward from Tropic of Cancer to Capricorn. And it's moving. Here's the thing about what you see, right? You're seeing this sun move from horizon to horizon. Here's the thing where flat earthers start to, like, I feel like this is the extra claim that happens. That because there's somebody might want to pull it up too in live stream voice text. They say that the sun is spiraling in and out from Cancer to Capricorn. And it looks like a spiral. Like if you were to draw a spiral on a piece of paper, they say that's what the sun is doing. You follow me? Within?
Yeah.
But it's not
That's what
doing.
they say,
Yeah, it's not doing that. Because what we see, as the star trails do, if we were to represent the spiral motion from the stars, it would completely not look like a spiral motion from Cancer to Capricorn. It would look like at some point it spirals anti-clockwise, and then it goes directly straight line east to west, and then it goes clockwise in the south. That's what the sun is doing. It follows the same pattern. So the spiral motion of what flat earthers are predicting, that's what's happening when the sun moves around the earth, that's what's happening to the sun. It's moving in the same pattern, and it's not. I've been trying to tell people about this, and they keep using the spiral motion, sun moving across the entire flat earth. And I keep saying, you can't verify that, flat earthers. You're not looking at a sun spiraling. You're not seeing. But you still get the idea that it's
to justify the map.
It what now?
To justify the map.
Yes, to justify the map. Correct. That's a further reification fallacy, as it were. It reifies the map, which, of course, does the same for the globe. But except, check this out. For the globe, it actually stands to reason because of the way the globe is. that it would make sense on the globe. As funny as that sounds, at least on that portion of it, it does kind of like look to make sense. And I'll tell you why. Because it's known to our perspective as the celestial sphere, not the ground at all. And the ground has nothing to do with the sky. I've already mentioned that at the very beginning. But to the eye and the perspective, it looks that way to us. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
That's why the globe always had a leg up on this argument. And I've been trying to tell flat earthers that you can't use the sky to dictate what the ground is. And that's why the globe side is always advocating for this, because they're trying to say that the sky does say that what the ground is. And it does not. It certainly does not. It just, the model of the globe, because it's a celestial sphere to our perspective, it emulates that. But there is no curvature to be found on Earth, so that we can't justify that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, even now, this is like helping me with like not thinking of the sky as like shaping the Earth.
Right. Because this is what happens with the listen, a lot of this conversation doesn't really get talked about, because when we hear globe side usually saying these arguments, we're like, no, the sky has nothing to do with the ground. I don't care what the moon and the sun are doing. Tell me where you find curvature. Like, that's what we always redirect them to. But the reason why they're stuck on it is because the globe idea, it emulates the sky in a sense of like, because of the way the Earth is. Like, let's say if you were standing on a ball, the sky would be represented as the way it looks if you were standing on a ball. But the problem is, it doesn't measure a ball. That's the issue.
Yeah.
It doesn't measure a ball. So then the sky doesn't dictate what the ground is. So that's the issue. What we tell the globers, it's like, yeah, so what? So flat earthers were trying to explain the AE map with the idea that the sun spirals, and that's where they were getting into hot water with the globers, because they were like, well, what happens east to west? Flat earthers, it goes shoot. And the flat earthers like, oh shoot, what do I do now? You know? And so now it's easy to see the ground has nothing to do with the sky. If the sky is whatever it is, then so be it. But it has nothing to do with the ground is. You can't use that argument for the ground. The ground has to measure curvature, and then you'd have a sphere, you know, but it does not. There is no measurable curvature. So this is the issue. But like you have to separate the sky from the ground always in these conversations. Remember that when you have these conversations with the people of the globe mindset, because it does work for the globe. It does. The way the stars move and the heavenly bodies, you know, the way they move, it works for the globe. So I do want to get that straight with the flat earth community, is that when they're speaking of it, it would emulate like if you're standing on a globe. The issue is you're not on a globe. That's a problem.
Yeah.
If it were a globe, it'd measure curvature and everybody would not even be here in the server. But the thing is, it's not measuring the globe, so there is no curvature. Therefore, there is no ball. Then means the sky is something else. We can call it celestial sphere. That wouldn't be an issue. Not to me anyway. Because from our perspective, that's what it emulates. So the realm of existence in which we are in right now could be, you know, something that we don't understand fully. Could be inside of like something that we could be saying is a flat plane with like the stars and the, you know, heavenly luminaries being something like on a different pattern. You know, it could be a dome that's over us. I'm just going to throw some things out there. These are all wildly speculated. Could be a dome that's over us. It could be a complete giant celestial sphere that's surrounding the entire flat. You know, we don't know. So the thing that we can say from our perspective, right, is what we see. And that's it. It doesn't go farther than that, because when you start taking it, well, the sun actually spirals all the way around the flat earth. No, you're just justifying the AE map. You want it to be that. But if it doesn't represent that in reality, when you see like the equinox and goes east to west, then you can't use that. That's why I was saying that's another reason why I'm like, don't use the AE map. It's going to get you in a lot of trouble trying to explain what, you know, reality's doing. Just use reality. That's it. Just go out somewhere and say, hey, look, this is what the sun's doing. Does that make sense? Within?
Yeah.
But yeah, so the sun, throughout the year, it moves in the pattern of the stars. So you can know that, the equinox is going to move straight across. And that's totally fine. From every place on Earth. People on Earth are seeing this. For 12 hours, it's going to move straight east to west. So the sky, it's mysterious. We don't know fully. Like, for us to say the sun spirals around the flat Earth, no, it does not. It does not. Because do you see it spiral all way around the Earth? Good for you if you know what perspective that would be to see the entire movement of the sun move across the entire Earth. There's an idea like, well, we can get many different points, right? You could be in Australia, I can be in North America, this guy can be in Africa, and we're all observing the sun do something. And I would say this to that when you see the sun, wherever you are on Earth, it's the perspective that you gain from that particular point on Earth. It's going to look very different from the guy in Australia, very different for the guy in North America, very different for the guy in Africa. No one's going to be saying the same thing about how the sun appears to them. It's going to look different. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Right. That's why that idea wouldn't work. And then it never has either. So
I don't know what they'd be trying to do by observing the sun.
Well, like I was saying, because of the argument. So they want to justify the flat Earth map. They were like, well, what if we get different people all over the Earth just to watch the sun, what it does, to see if it because then, you know what I mean? Like, you're going to see, okay, on the equinox, somebody in Africa, somebody in Australia, somebody in North America, on the equinox, we're going to see it go straight east to west. Everyone. Now, how is that going to be justified on an AE map? Please, somebody tell me that.
Yeah.
You can't. So then that idea it went up in smoke. It's like, but here, I just say this: there's a lot of people that advocate for the AE map strongly. Like, no, this is the way. This is how it is. No, it's not. It really isn't. The Earth is so grandiose, man, that you can't even. We're trying to comprehend something, put it in a box, and conceptualize it, and draw it on a piece of paper, and show. Oh, there it is. There's a whole Earth. Check it out. And we got ideas of ice rings, and it's just, what we do know, it's a realm. We're all existing in it. There's certain key factors we can say that are antecedents for things to be what they are, right? Gas pressure needs a container. That's obvious. We know that. Water needs to be contained. That's obvious. We know that. The extent of the realm, that's the thing that's in question, isn't it, my friend? Or what the realm actually looks like from a bird's eye view, top down, from God's perspective. We don't have that. Yet we still put them in images and such. Anyway, hopefully that's something to chew on, because it has been somewhat of contentious debate amongst flat earthers themselves, amongst us, because some people would say, no, but yeah, we still kind of need the AE map. We don't. But if you say we do, keep on trucking, man, because I can't tell you no. You do you. It's not helpful. That's all it is. But if you want to keep using that and high altitude balloon footage, do you. Anyways, what's everybody up to? Guys just chilling?
I'm just hanging out here. I'm actually working right now. I'm trying to think of if there's a way to put star trails and the sun on the AE map, but it just doesn't make sense.
They don't, man. That's what I've been telling people too. It's I would say attempt to do it within, just to see what I'm saying, if that doesn't check out. But you're gonna find out, you'll find more problems trying to. It's like shoehorning an idea into something that doesn't belong. Definitely doesn't belong in the AE map. So that would throw the map into question, wouldn't it? I mean, let's just be honest about it, man. Like, I don't think there's anything wrong with saying that. Because once again, it's just a map projection. It's not the Earth itself. The Earth itself is the Earth itself. Yeah, lib supremacist. I see you in the YouTube live stream text chat. I agree. Why do the people disavow the AE map but have it plastered everywhere in memes? There's a small portion of us that I would say that would advocate against it. In the beginning of the movement, it was used as a crutch to explain the Earth itself. And that was because we came from the idea of the globe. The globe was taught to us that way, in concepts, in memes, in images, in models, in every kind of way. It was taught to us that way. So we thought the teaching method was still sound. So we were still using that teaching method, teaching people about flat Earth. That's why they still use it. A lot of people don't understand it has nothing to do with reality. Yet they are like staunch in their position to argue for it. No, the Earth does look like this. It's an AE map. No, it's not. It never has been.
You're still practicing spoon feeding.
Exactly.
But by giving them what they don't really want it.
Yep. But you think about it like, it's always about making sure that you can support the things that you say with evidence. Now, if you say this, right? If you're one who advocates for the AE map and you say the sun's moving around in a spiral, then I would turn to you and say, how did you verify that? And then what would you tell me? You see? What would you tell me if I asked you to verify that sun moving in a spiral pattern?
I didn't.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what a lot of flat earthers have to start refining in their arguments. It's like when you are met with this particular question and you can't answer it, but you say, well, it has to. No, that's an assumption. Well, it has to. That's what Globe Earth has been saying. Well, it has to. No, it don't. The sky can do. Yeah, the sky can do something extremely opposite of what you're thinking. And the less we know about it, I think that's the better position we can be at. Because the more you feel like you can figure it out, how did you figure it out? What method was it that you used to verify? And we dive into those things, but hopefully this at least
going in depth in that for me.
Yeah, hopefully, yeah. But then I'm like, hopefully this give you a little, because the way I see it, bro, it's like when we have these discussions with people, we want to stand on truth. Bottom line, it's not about winning the argument, and I think that's where we were before. We got to win this argument somehow. We got to, make it seem like the AE is gonna be something we can advocate for and stuff, and it just never was. It never was. There were debates, man, back in the day where people were on about the AE map and how flights work on the AE and oh, they loved it. Globe Earthers loved it because they were like, nope, doesn't work. And they would tell, of course, you could go at it from a standpoint of critiquing it, right? That's great because you can critique the globe as well and it doesn't work either. But on the fact that you're doing it this way, you're trying to make something work that doesn't, because your continent sizes are wrong, your proportions are like where the distances are, everything's just wrong on that. So you're using that wrong idea to make it sound like you're speaking truth. And that's where people went wrong. That's why the that little snow globe that Mark Sargent's carrying around, that thing is, you could chuck that in the bin. Don't even present that. That's a reification fallacy that he's holding on to. Exactly. It's the same if I held a globe in my hand. We don't live on that thing. We don't live on that little snow globe Mark Sargent is showing us. But these are the arguments that they were hooked on at the very beginning. That's what they were on about. And, They never won any arguments. They were just presenting something, and it was taboo and it was provocative and it got people to think, and that at least gave people something to look at. And I know that. I know the value of that. But still, he's working with the wrong concept, the idea, the teaching method, how he's going about speaking about it. Whereas you're kind of digesting everything with scrutiny, right? You're looking at everything. You're like, okay, let me weigh this thing out. Even what I'm saying, like you can scrutinize it, digest it, and be like, hey, well, what got you to this conclusion? It's pretty simple. If you can make observations in reality, you go outside, and if the sun's actually doing, like, the straight line path or whatever, on the east to west and the equinox, if things can be actually verified that they're doing these things, then the effects of like the shadows and that's fine. But in no way is this talking about what the earth actually, the shape of it is. You're just noticing what the sky's doing and the effects, There's certain hypotheticals, I would say, that are being posed to flat earthers, like which one is it? I would say in South Africa. Like if you're in South Africa and you got another person in Australia and they're both watching the south, right? Whenever it's nighttime for them and they see the same stars, it's like, how is it possible that somebody on a flat earth, like they're using the azimuthal equidistant projection map, right? Because that's what they were using for the straw man, beating up the straw man. They put the two people like antipodal to each other. Well, I can't say podal, but the two different sides opposite to each other, right, on the AE map. And they're looking south, and they're looking in two different opposite directions, right? Because they're both looking south, but apparently if you put them on the AE map, they'd be like looking opposite from each other, that they would see the same stars. I think that doesn't make any sense. And it's like, it's because you're using the AE map to explain this. That's why. Like,
You said Australia and Africa?
Well, maybe I'm getting the content. Maybe it might be a different one, but yeah, it has to be like from, maybe it's Chile I'm thinking about, in Africa, or Chile and Australia. The ones that are opposite from each other, and they're looking at the same night sky, or when it's nighttime for them, that they're going to be seeing the same set of stars, and it's like, how is it possible on the AE map and such? That's been another argument. So it's because of the fact that we were using the AE map as the foundation, and it should never be the foundation. Do you see what I mean?
But the same day they see the same stars?
Yeah, at night. Except I would say this. The one on the opposite end sees them upside down, and the other one sees them right side up.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So at night, the person, let's say in southern Chile, would see the stars. The same set of stars that he sees in the night sky. Like when you talk to the guy on the other side, the opposite, facing, like, let's say opposite from him on the AE map, the guy on the other side would see those same stars only upside down. I don't know if you understand what I mean. Like,
yeah, I do.
Okay. Yeah, that's
like
the way.
looking at the North Star.
Yeah, and it's like
upside down different times a year.
Yeah, like the constellations, right? Like the constellations that you would see in your night sky. The guy opposite to you, like if you're in Chile and the other guy's like, I don't know what's opposite of that, Australia, like on the AE map, I mean. So that what I'm saying is like the constellations would be upside down and the other guy would be seeing them right side up. The constellation.
Yeah, I gotcha.
And it's like, well, how do you reconcile that? On the AE map, it's almost like it's just not. You can't do it. But that's the point. I've been telling people, it's like we don't use the AE map as a foundation because there's too many errors. It is not. It's not encompassing the full scope of the reality in which the realm that we exist in is. I'm talking about the sky. The Earth itself, it doesn't measure any curvature. There isn't no measurable curvature. That much is we're okay with that. But elevation, there's plenty of that. I mean, you can go from sea level to like further inland to where certain rivers and that are like above sea level and so on. You got lakes that are above sea level. Like that's fine. Elevation on different land masses and waterways and whatever, that's okay. But we're talking about sea level to sea level everywhere. It's the same. But yeah, using the AE map gets people in a lot of trouble. And that's what the globe people want. They want us to present to them a concept, some visualization that they can poke holes through. And it's never going to be the thing that's going to bring us forward to the next level of teaching people what reality is, because all we got to do is just show them what it is. It's a slow progress, and I see a lot of people relying on these crutches. And the crutches are the AE map and the Gleasons and images of like flat Earth from balloons, and those are crutches. They'll still be the thing that holds us back. Until we're ready to let go of those crutches and take people out into the field and show them what flat Earth really is. It's our observations that we're making that there isn't any apparent curvature happening anywhere. And then
that's what really helped me, just myself going to Lake Michigan and actually seeing the skyline,
For sure.
Not just taking pictures online or videos.
I've been saying this within. It's like, this is the way forward, my friend. If you want to teach somebody something, take them out to the field. Because when you let them see for themselves that they're not looking at a mirage, that it's actually the thing they're looking at. It's not like a fairy fog or Fata Morgana. It's actually the thing that you are seeing. It's the real thing that's there. It's not an optical illusion. So demonstration, taking somebody out into the field and showing them, has more value than speaking to them on Discord, showing them an AE map and then saying, aha, voila, there it is. Whoop, there it is, That doesn't help anyone. I feel the frustration sometimes when people are trying to explain it to somebody. They're like, yeah, I just don't get it. I can't see it. Well, my friend, let's go out into the field. Instead of that, they're like, well, here's the AE map, duh. Because they don't want to take that extra step to get them to go to the method. And a lot of people would still say, like, no, man, the AE map still got some value. We can still use it.
So you think it doesn't have any value?
Nope. Not a one. Name one thing that it's brought to us that we can understand the Earth to be. The entire Earth as a whole, because that's what it's representing to us as the entire Earth as a whole. It's hard, isn't it?
The sun. Wizard showed the sunset or the sunrise in the South Antarctica. He does a thing with a flashlight and runs it around. He's got like a flat Earth model on his in his RV camper or whatever.
No,
on the dashboard.
The thing about the teaching methods, Crit, and it always happens this way, that we're trying to use the globe teaching methods. And I'd say everybody's on it, trying to figure it out, trying to get some model together, get some idea, some conceptualization going, because we want to have an argument. It's the need to win the argument. There shouldn't be a need for that, like, at all, because Earth is what it is, and it's displaying itself as whatever it is. No curvature whatsoever. The way the luminaries move is the way they move. And our idea from what we live in, it should be not as a conceptualization, but reality displaying itself to us what it actually is. There's a lot of unknown variables, my friend. So for us to input the realm that we live in as a conceptualization is not doing it any justice. Whether you see that clearly or you advocate for it, we need a conceptualization, I think is irrelevant, because reality is what it is. Whether you agree that you need a conceptualization or not, it's going to still be what it is.
Yeah, the globe fills a lot of blanks. I'll be right back.
Yeah, because it operates on a celestial sphere. That's why. It's operating on that celestial sphere that we see from our perspective. That's what our eyes are seeing. When you see a plane that's moving across the sky, like one of the ones that leave those, the contrails behind it, chemtrails, whatever you want to call them, it depends on what you think. But you see it going from your eastern horizon down to your western, and it looks like it's going up, around your head, and down. Is it actually doing that? No, the plane's flying at a certain altitude above your head. It appears that way to you, but he's from the ground to where he's at, he's flying at a certain altitude. Is he not? Like, he maintains an altitude when he's flying the plane. I mean, mind you, it's not like the perfect altitude. He's got to course correct and whatnot, but making sure he's staying within a certain, altitude range. But the perspective that you get on the ground, seeing it move from the eastern to the western sky, is that it looks like it's going up, and then it looks like it's going above your head, and then back down again. Perspective-wise, it looks like a sphere above your head. There's nothing. Here's the thing I would say for flat earthers. There's nothing wrong with saying that. I think just the same stigma that they have for saying flat, we have the same for saying sphere. And there's nothing wrong with that. Perspective works the way it works. We see things moving across the sky, that's fine. You could say celestial spheres. Now, I don't feel like you're going to we're crossing back over to the globe. No, it's not that, bro. It's perspective for sure. Because we understand that the earth isn't curving anywhere and the plane is flying at a specific altitude when it's going across above your head. Can we agree on that? Because that's what it's doing. Like, obviously, we know that. Or maybe this information is new to you guys. I don't know. Perhaps. It's because we've been doing this for such a long time, this old way, that we were advocating for these ideas that Flat Earth has been doing it. Like, the explanations that Flat Earth has been giving us is a way forward, and it's not.
You ain't got the answer, Sway. I've been doing this more than you. You ain't been doing the education. Bro, you ain't been doing the education.
Oh, yeah.
That's not to you, Miggy. That's just relevant. But
the point that I'm making, though, like, is anything that I'm saying kind of like relate to anybody? Like, or is it like, I mean, because mind you,
I agree, bro. Like, you're saying, the way I see it is when you start giving people little models and things, you're basically, all you're doing is you're like blowing up little, those guys that get hired to make little silly balloon figures and stuff. That's all you're doing. If you're going to tell someone, well, I think the earth is like this, then the person you're telling this to is going to leave here with this little balloon figure and then go show it to other people and then, look, this clown made me this silly balloon. So you don't need to do that. You don't need to give anyone any concepts or anything like that.
Nope. I think that's where at the beginning of the movement, CB, like as a lot of people came to the knowledge of flat earth, there's a lot of residual baggage that we have from it. And I've been trying to say this over and over again, and I sound like a broken record, but I think because of the fact that a lot of people haven't heard the information, so I'm still kind of catching new ears to this. Like, within reach didn't hear anything of what I've been saying before, so it's good for him to at least know that. But to the rest of you, you're like, oh, same old Miggy saying the same old deal again. And the reason why is because this isn't actually, we're not teaching this to anybody. Perspective is a huge thing to talk about. It is so big. When we see the world around us, our perspective is always at play. It's always at play. So we're seeing the world with our eyes, which of course And like, oh, that's a great way, old dude. Like, yeah, look at the way the old dude had put this. It looks like the lights, from as far as our vision can tell, it looks like it meets at a certain point. That's not what's really happening. That's all your vision is seeing it. So when it looks like the light that's closest to the person, it looks like it's like right above its head. But the one further down looked like you could look at it straight on, like with in your vision. That's what the sun's doing. It's doing the same thing. But we see it looking like it's going above us, like in an arc. That's why the celestial sphere appears that way to us. And it's okay to say that, because that's what it appears to us as. But people want to, like, okay, with the flat earth, they want to get away from anything sphere, anything that relates to, like, don't give them anything. You know, it's like, no, this is what our vision sees the world as. Why would I not say that? And we can justify it, can we not? I mean, obviously we got many court. You can walk down the hallway, you can look at these lights, and it's easy to see. So the celestial sphere can stand to reason, like, well, things are moving the way they are across the sky. Are they doing that on an AE map? No, because the AE map would be easily justified, right? The sun would spiral easily, like in our vision, it would completely go northeast to northwest, northeast to northwest, northeast to northwest. It wouldn't move straight across on the equinox from east to west. Hell no. And then go the opposite from southeast to southwest. That would throw everything in. It's a monkey wrench in the friggin' in the machine. So yeah, don't use these concepts, these ideas, these models. Just use reality. And you can tell people how to look at perspective easily by showing them images like the street lights and like, look, man, what does this look like to you? Like, because you can actually see this with your vision. So it's not giving them like a model or a concept. You're like, this is reality. This is how our vision works. So if you see something in the far distance, you already know that something that looks like it's coming up and above your head, like an arc. It's not really that. It's your vision. And this maybe something you have to walk people through and kind of explain to them over and over again. But so yeah, and that, you know what? That should actually help us instead of hurt us. Like, it's not taking away from flat earth. It's just leaving the simple truth be what it is. The simple truth. We don't have to spice it up and say, oh man, we got this AE map. Look, I redid the continents. I moved them around a little bit. Now everything looks like it. That's how everything fits now. No, man. Like, you're still never going to get what reality truly is represented as.
Also, another problem too is that, like, people lack discernment. So any ordinary person who believes in the globe can just go out on the internet pretending to be a flat earther and say silly things, just crazy things, like the cartoon, or what is it, the little balloon figures, right? They can blow up a bunch of balloon figures as well. And the problem is people on the internet who lack discernment will just believe it anyway. So this is just another pet peeve of mine, how a globe earther can run out into the street, scream out, I'm a flat earther, shoot himself in the leg, all to make the flat earth look silly, right? So just anyone out there, have some discernment. Just because some goofball on the internet is saying silly things, pretending to be a flat earther, you have to apply a little bit of discernment with that. Well, I heard a flat earther say Australia is fake. Okay, well, I've been in the flat Earth for a couple years. No one says that, except for people who lack discernment on the internet.
I mean, it's the same with Christianity, right? People have pre-assumptions because they have seen or heard of people in their own family or whatnot that are always Christian, but actually are going against scripture and so forth. Same thing.
Yeah. It's probably, there's just so many things that get in the way of people being able to even just address one argument from the flat Earth. It's just that there's roadblocks all over the place for people to get caught up in. Peer pressure.
If anybody has any concerns about the AE map or wondering, I'll be up for a discussion about it, because I know there's still a lot of people that advocate for it and try to justify it, and it has no place in the conversation for flat Earth. I'm the one who's saying that. I know I'll probably stand alone for a little bit while I keep saying that, but I'm saying it.
You're not alone.
Well, CB, if you're somebody who actually thinks that way too, but if there's more people that could see the point that I'm trying to raise here, is that we've been relying on this as a crutch for the movement, and a lot of these guys have been using it on their little thumbnails. They put it on, like, the globe earthers put it on a thumbnail, and they're like, and FE gets upset. They're like, oh man, they're using the AE map. Who cares, man? Like, that has nothing to do with reality whatsoever at all. It's like them saying to us, well, you guys use 8 inches per mile squared. And I'm like, dude, we don't care for 8 inches. We don't care for the AE. Well, at least I'm saying this for my part. I don't care about the AE map. Like, but when you guys are like putting them on thumbnails and saying 8 inches per mile squared is the wrong thing to use, like the clip that you have of Dave Farina, CB, like that right there. Yeah. That's not to us. We don't care.
No. Hey, Miggy, what's up? What's up, everybody? Morning.
Blue.
You guys hear me all right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm at work freezing my balls off, but listening in, and yeah, my one thing that is just kind of disappointing, that because it seems like such a good proof, is the one that you mentioned, like flight paths and emergency landings and stuff that Banjo did, Flat Earth Banjo. Like, that looks really good. I do like that argument, but we don't need that one necessarily, because you're absolutely right. Presenting them the AE map as a model is, going to cause more trouble than anything else.
Yeah, it is like I would say this much for that argument, Lou. I agree with you, because of the fact that they go in a direct path to whatever port they're leaving from to another port. Just for those purposes. But I mean, I could say that
flight paths on the AE map make way more sense than on the globe.
They do to me too, right? But at the same time, it's also putting underlying idea that you were still advocating for the AE. Not to say that we don't, you know what I mean? Like, even if you're saying like, yeah, I don't want to deal with the AE at all, but just on this particular aspect, it makes sense. But we could say that same thing for just reality itself. Like, we could say like, hey man, if you go to a beach and you see it looking like flat and level, it's pretty much what it is, right? So of course, a flight from a port to port would be like on a flat Earth. Like, but it's different when you're advocating for the actual entire Earth. Like, the entire Earth is represented, and it's like.
No, and even with the flight path one, they work really good for flights in the northern hemisphere, less good in the south, and that's where the Globers are going to get you again. Say, okay, explain the southern, flights, which they can't necessarily prove exist, and it's just a lot of bullshit back and forth. It's a sticky situation there that we probably want to avoid getting into anyway.
What is what's the flight path that they were always bringing up? The southern Chile.
Santiago to Sydney. Yeah.
Oh, Brisbane, or was it Brisbane? No, Sydney. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was Sydney, Australia. That's the one that, and flat earthers were scratching their head, but like, oh, man, I wish we could shoehorn this into, and it doesn't work. But yeah,
Banjo actually had a video of an idea of how that might work. That I think it's interesting, perhaps, but again, I don't know how you actually test any of that. Dude,
Right. And
an idea of like basically like how a circle city is built with like a highway around like this center capital, you know, where you don't have stoplights and signs and stuff, so it's actually like easier, like there's a higher speed limit and no stops, so you can get around the outside faster than going through the middle. And then he was showing like on an AE map like the jet streams and stuff as shown by the just weather data and stuff like the data that they have, and it's an interesting concept, no doubt.
Which is a guy that actually had the Pac-Man model. He was real big on it. He had like a small following when we first started like the movement.
I'm not sure who the Pac-Man
He's like a bald-headed guy.
Is that bald-head?
I was trying to think of him.
I don't know.
I feel like I had his name on the tip of my tongue, but he was advocating for the Pac-Man model, which was that if you've seen the world map, that looks like it's straight, straight across. It's like it's a flat map, but it's like the sun moves across it. Like once it hits the edge of that map, it just like pops up back again on the other side.
Yeah,
looping. Like, when you see Pac-Man, like he goes into the teleportation, like the old Pac-Man, he pop up on the other side of the screen.
Wasn't it a new sun? They had to change the light bulb on it when they put it away on the one side, and they shove a new one out the door on the other.
Yeah. Darren Nesbitt. Thank you, Dave Hinkle. That's his name, Darren Nesbitt. He put in a live stream voice text. Darren Nesbitt. That's the guy. He had I would say when the movement started, there was a lot of camps. He had a pretty big camp at the time because people were looking. Here's the reason why his was kind of gaining popularity. Because when you take a look at things that are happening in your sky, you only see from your vantage point, from your perspective. So it looks like you can only tell from your perspective what the sun's doing from horizon to horizon. So it seems like what he's saying would make sense, right? Like what he's advocating for is that the sun, once it gets across your vision into the west and then it disappears and you don't know, it could go into a portal and then start all over again from the east to west, day by day kind of thing. So he was grabbing the attention of people that were seeing his position, and like that's kind of an explanation type thing, right? But he would fall short because his map was going the sun. And by the way, if you want to see what I'm talking about, go to timeanddate.com. He was actually pulling up timeanddate.com and using that the method of what the sun, like it goes to the edge of the map and then it restarts from the beginning. Like he was using that kind of that same idea. Yeah, dude, stay warm, Lou, because it's freaking cold out there. And you're nuts, by the way, for doing all that work out there. But yeah, stay warm, dude. And he was advocating for the sun going straight across to the map. But like I said, he fell short because in our vision, what we see the sun doing in the north is go from northeast to northwest. So it kind of, what it does is make an arc. It makes an arc in the sky. Like it doesn't move straight across as that map that he has with timeanddate.com it's represented as. So it didn't seem like what he was presenting was what reality was representing itself as. So what we see in reality, that's exactly what reality is. It's not what some guy made in this like idea of what the earth or the sun's doing. So I don't know if he still has any followers for the Pac-Man model, flat earth. And if I'm mistaken here or not, if he advocated for the infinite plane idea as well, I'm not sure. I don't think his did, but it definitely wasn't a dome. I guess he was during the beginning of the movement. There's been a lot of things that were, I would consider like residual baggage from like the movement. But as we refined our arguments, as we understood what we need, like as far as like what we're presenting, it became more evident to us, like what is essential and what is not. And it's already becoming very clear for all of us that we don't need to spice up the flat earth content, the argument. And more we're getting away from like these reification fallacy ideas. Just like, was it like a week ago where I was talking to the guy who was in here who was a flat earther, and was like, well, the sun has to go around, in a circle and come back around. How else? Like, what else is it? Like, well, that's the thing. When you ask that question, that means you're assuming what it's doing. And now that assumption is closed in by like your concept of what the sun's doing around the earth. And we can't do that with the earth. The earth is whatever it is. And if it's going straight across from east to west on the equinox, then so be it. But you can't then put it in a box and say it's going in a circle. That's not, or a spiral. It's not going to work.
Yeah, that's frustrating to deal with sometimes. How they'll be like, well, what else could it be besides the thing that I came up with, my limited, imagination? It's like, it doesn't have to be only the thing that you came up with, buddy. Come on now.
Well, it's most important, I think, CB, because of the fact that, let's say that we got away from the globe and their ideas and explanations, but then you're faced with what else can it be, And a lot of flat earthers will fill in the gaps. And I'm always talking about both sides. It's important, right? Because we're examining the globe for sure to the nth degree, and we know that that's trash. But then we start looking at flat earth, and it's like, well, I like that dude. He's pretty cool. But at the same time, they're advocating for assumptions too. It's like, well, we really can't do that, not here. Like, we're getting away from assumptions. Like, we can't keep saying, well, the sun moves around in a spiral and the whole FE, like, come on, dude. Like, are you actually seeing that? Because if you're not verifying it. And then you're telling people your assumptions. I guess more and more people are starting to get frustrated. Like, they'll say, okay, the earth's flat, now what? And that's great. I mean, you can look at other things, but like, just don't use those things that were crutches in the beginning to kind of keep us.
What are we supposed to do now?
Yeah. What do we do with our life now?
What are we supposed to do right now?
Well, here's the thing though. There's still, I would say, the majority of flat earthers. How many flat earthers do you think are still using the AE map? Just on this conversation alone, what we're talking about.
Miggy, I still use the AE map.
Well, see? No, I'm saying though, like, and
I don't swear by it. I say, and I will tell them, I say, just, all right. Besides, what was it? Who said that the other day? Was it Elijah or was it Fraud that said the rubber duckies in the bathtub?
I think it was, who did you say? Who else?
Elijah or Fraud?
Fraud. It was Fraud.
Yeah. So, I mean, I kind of like that. But I mean, like, I get what you're saying. I mean, I agree with you 100%. First of all, like, yeah, we shouldn't claim any kind of landmass size or spatial territory.
Hey, man, but this ain't Dos Equis, though. This ain't Dos Equis. You can't say, I don't advocate for the AE map, but when I do, it's the AE map. Like, you can't do the Dos Equis thing.
Dude, it's the closest thing. It's the closest thing we have to, like, any kind of representation.
Though? How do we know that?
How do we know?
What do you mean, how do we know?
It's the closest to what? How do we know? We don't know.
No, it's just all I say is it's a representation of like land masses in a body of water, within an irregular.
Yeah, boy. Yeah, you can't justify it, Julius. No matter how you slice it, bro, you can't justify.
No, I'm not claiming the landmass sizes or distances in between there are properly
how do we know that's
represented? Represented. That's a new word. Represented. Is that a new word?
You made it up.
I'm gonna post some more map.
All right. So what we're gonna do here is we're gonna post a copy of the azimuthal equidistant map.
Yeah, we need a show of hands. How many people advocate, like Julius, for the AE map? I need to hear your advocation for it.
Miggy, I don't advocate that it's correct. I advocate that this is a representation of land masses amongst one. You putting words in my mouth.
That's what you said.
Dude, it's a representation of just land floating amongst the water in a pond. Okay, fuck it. All right, you know what? All right, you fuck the AE map.
There you go.
But see, well, here's the thing. Who else advocates for it? Because I'm looking at everyone here right now. Who else advocates for it? I want to hear your justification.
All right. This is like if you're Miggy. This is like if you're vegan and shit, right? Like it's like,
Dude, if it's we gotta rip the Band-Aid off, we're gonna have to do it together. So anybody else advocate for the AE map? Raise your hand. And if you do, please bring your best advocation for it. Like, what is it that just like sells you on it? Like, damn, this is it right here.
I can't have eggs because I'm vegan. But that AE map is on target.
Who else?
Is it AE map has the? Is it AE map itself?
Actually, no. Let's just go out there and say that as a live stream on. Nope, that AE map, that's it, 100%. That's it, perfect. Nope, that's it. That's where we are.
Sasha, do you believe that?
I'm a good actor. I'm a good actor.
I don't know, because of it could be mostly circular, you know, people presenting, but it could be rectangular or maybe triangular.
I'm going with an irregular punch shape.
I guess what I'm saying right now is, who advocates for the AE map? Do you advocate for the AE map, Sasha?
No, I advocate for the sea level.
That's fine. Yeah, but so you don't advocate. Okay, so Sasha doesn't advocate for
I don't have maps. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna draw
so
you
anybody else?
paint here.
Well, is Julius the only one? Like, I don't know. Maybe you're alone, Julius. Not unless nobody else is gonna.
Fuck the AE map, dude. What is that noise? I don't.
Fuck all maps.
All right.
Fuck your map. Fuck your map, fool.
All maps.
I don't need no map.
Well, and it's a projection, right? So of course we're gonna use, like, there's certain maps.
Is it a projection or are we projecting?
Both. Both. It's a projection.
That's some bars right there. We got to put that in a song.
Double whammy. All right.
Is it a projection or are we projecting? Is the sky a projection or is it projecting?
You could actually type in the live stream voice text if you have your reason why AE is useful. If you're in here right now, if you're
Miggy,
advocating for it.
Miggy.
Yeah.
Do the stars, in your opinion, work the same as the sun and the moon, like to where when you're standing 6 foot apart or 10 foot apart from somebody, when they point at it, you point at it, like it's a different perspective. It's like unique, the viewing. The relationship between the sun, the moon, and are the stars the same as well?
Yes.
That's fucking crazy.
Yeah, I know that. That's what I'm trying to tell people. Listen,
perfect clock on top of that.
Yeah.
All right. Well, there you go. It's a fucking clock. Dude, God is the God. The creator is the watchmaker.
Well, okay, so we have the astral label and all that, but like, not getting into that.
The sky.
With the idea, listen, with the idea of the Earth being the AE map, does anybody, because I'm calling anybody that wants to advocate for it, go ahead. Let's just hear what you have to say about the AE map. If there's any particular reason, if there's any reason why
TV,
you want
make a clip of this. Fuck your map, fool. Fuck your map.
I don't know. I don't think there is. Not right now, anyway. Maybe we got some closet AE or something. I don't know. But we'll have every now and again. Every now and again, we'll talk about it, kind of amongst ourselves, kind of see. Because here's the thing, that the Globers aren't listening to us actually have these conversations. So when we do have them, it's like, just say what you feel like the reason why you want to advocate for it. Like, there's some people that I honestly feel the AE map's a good way to talk about flat Earth, and I want to know like what justification they have for it. For me, I know that Lou brought one up where the guy was talking about that flights work on certain places on Earth and such. They work on the AE map and all that. But like, what do you think? Well, you guys are listening. Anybody else? Craig, I don't know. Did we talk about this before? Did you say you advocated for it, or you said there was a reason? Maybe
yeah, I got a few reasons I could go over.
All right, go ahead, give it to us, man, if you can.
Yeah, so the distance around Antarctica.
How is that verified?
So here's using AE sort of projection, then using the globe with Australia as a scalar, then comparing what was said to be measured by NASA. So here the globalists will have to decide, is the globe right or is NASA right? And it gets them off flat Earth right there. And now they're talking about their model. in their sources. They're not even worried about you anymore. They're worried about how did NASA get a figure so horribly wrong?
No, I meant
without.
Well, no,
yeah,
no,
right here, the distance around Antarctica.
Yeah, I guess it shifted their mind to another idea. But what I'm saying is specific. Let me restate it. I would say specifically the AE map. Don't
fucking Nazis.
Right here, specifically the AE map. What is a better representation of the distance around Antarctica? About 10,000 miles or 30,000?
It's begging the question, however. Now, I'd say I put it this way.
Which is closer? Like, if you're going to throw a hand grenade, would you throw at target A or target B?
Yeah, I think we're missing the point, Chris. What I'm asking for is verification of the distance around Antarctica. Where is that?
Which is more than or less than?
Well, I'm asking you, where is the verification for the distance of that? Like, who verified that?
If you think NASA is a source of knowledge, they're closer to the AE than they are to the globe. Much closer.
Are you saying, are we leaning on NASA's information?
No, I'm saying their answer, my answer and their answer would be somewhat similar. Something more than 30,000 miles.
Okay, but what is the source? What is the source of the who verified that? NASA? Is NASA? Are we using NASA as the verification?
NASA claims 33,000 miles. I'd say something more than around that ballpark. Definitely more than 10,000. 10,000 is way too small.
So what we're doing is using. Now I'm just getting it straight. So it sounds. Maybe you haven't thought about it out loud, and now I'm going to repeat it back to you so you can hear what it sounds like. But you're using NASA as a verification method for Antarctica as the entire circumference around the AE map.
You can take NASA out there. You can take that part out. I'm saying the distance around Antarctica would be somewhere around 30,000 miles.
How do we know that?
You just work it out. How far is it? Is it more than or less than?
We can't just throw numbers at this thing. Like, what the verification method is going to fall apart unless we don't have one. Like,
how far would it be?
Well, I'm asking you. This is the question I'm at. Like, I'm direct because the advocation.
10,000? Like, is it 10,000 miles or is it more than?
No, Crit. Listen, the advocation for the AE map has to be justified, as in, like, okay, my justification for the AE map. Let me give you an example, right? Just so you can know. My justification for the AE map would be that flights work on the northern part of the Earth where, like, you're going from port to port. This would be my justification for the AE map. Now, the way it sounds like for me, the way I'm hearing it from you, is that your justification for the AE map is that there's a distance around, like, Antarctica that works out to be the same distance that NASA was talking about, not more or less.
No, take NASA out. Try again. Take NASA out. Okay, there's a distance around Antarctica. We'll go through logical gates. We'll go through logical gates.
Around where? Gates. But around where?
And Antarctica, Sasha.
Yeah, I know. Around or again, does he know the shape of that around? What is the shape of around?
Around the perimeter of it. There'd be a perimeter to Antarctica.
Okay, the perimeter of Antarctica. Who measured that? This is a logical gate that you're talking about. Who measured that?
Distance. There is a distance to that.
Okay, who gave us that distance? Via who? Via what method?
Is there a distance?
I'm just asking the question, like, who verified that? I'm asking you. What I'm saying is the advocation for the AE has to be like, okay, we're going through logical gates, like you said, right?
Distance around Antarctica. There is a distance. Yes or no?
I'm asking you.
Yeah, I would say yes. There is a distance around Antarctica.
Okay, so who measured it?
It doesn't go on forever. There's a limit. There's a physical limit.
Is it the distance the same from the center of the? Is it the same or it's maybe different from every degree?
Yeah, I would say the perimeter of it. So what you do if you were to walk around your house, you would create a perimeter around your house.
A known distance. That's a known distance. Antarctica is an unknown distance that we're trying to figure out.
Exactly. It's unknown.
Right. Okay, so if it's unknown, why are we putting known values to it?
Because you're a ballpark figure somewhere
We're
between
not.
this and
That's
that.
assumption. That's assumption. That's what we're trying to get away from.
He's two-dimensional. He's 100% flat.
Yeah, it's an assumption though. Julius, you're coming in like really low, bro.
Oh no, I was sorry. I was in the other room. It's my desk mic picking me up from like I don't know, probably 30 feet away.
Yeah, so I'm getting to the heart of the matter here, and is the advocation like somebody's got to justify the AE map if they want to be like continuing to say that it's a valid way to present flat Earth, and it's not, and I'm showing you the reasons why. And it's no slight to anybody here. Trust me, it's not. Because Crit, I respect you. You're doing well and all that, but like when it comes to assumptions, if you're still using those, it's a crutch to you, and you're trying to explain the unknown, and you can't because there isn't any known value to it. Your house is a bad example because it's a known value. You can walk around your house, you can measure it, you can know the value to that. You can't know the value to the perimeter around Antarctica, and that's the truth. Until you can tell me with precise measurements that you know, then we don't know. And then all those assumptions can be tailor-made to whatever you want. Like an assumption is whatever you make of it. That's
Mickey,
anyone's guess.
For example, I watched documentaries about, let's say, UK. They cannot measure the UK around precisely. They are making the math, they're making angles or blah 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 of the coast. You cannot measure the coast. Do you know?
Yeah, there's a coastal paradox that works into it.
And we
That's
don't
why you
know
have
the
to
coast.
measure the perimeter.
And we don't
instead.
know and we don't know how the Antarctica shore look like. That it could be, that in one part it's going, like it's a river, big river or whatever,
There's quite a bit of unknowns here, but we're putting known values. Adam Unsalted asked, did he give an exact value? He said somewhere in the range of. Now I'm not gonna quote you, Crit, but you said something like 30,000 miles, or what was it? What was the value that you put it in between?
More than 10. More than 10,000.
Adam. So yes, he did give like a value to it for you that were asking that question. He gave a value.
What Sasha was talking about, the coastline paradox.
Well, yeah, not only that, understood that in the wintertime, that's going to increase for the Antarctica. I don't know if you know that or not, Crit, but yeah.
It'll decrease. Yeah. It'll push ice further out.
In the wintertime. Well, in the summer and the winter. But there's just going to be varying values and such.
Yeah, whatever the answer is, the globe is way off. It's way, because it shrinks as you go south. It would be the exact opposite. It would expand out.
You guys, Crit, Adam, I think are advocating for AE and just trying to justify it. And I can't find a reason to solidify that you're gonna use it for any. Because here's the thing: when you're met with assumptions and trying to explain, you're not doing justice to truth. You're just continuing to spin the wheels of like people's minds, because they're gonna insert whatever they want in between that idea. They're going to say, well, okay, since you don't know, I'm just going to say whatever. And this is the place that Globers are at. They're in the place of the gray area. They love to be in the place where you can't tell them where the Kármán line is, where atmosphere ends and outer space begins. They're all about the gray area. So you're playing right into their hands when you're giving them things that you can't use the values to.
So right here, like going south expands, the distance east to west expands. It gets further.
Okay, so what now, Adam? I think you're misinterpreting things here. I don't know what your problem is with this. My problem is that people are still using it in one way, shape, or form. Whether it's by way of just demonstrating to somebody like a concept, or something that they're trying to show flat Earth is, but needless to say, they're still using it. It's still being used, and to say that it's not, I think, is an understatement. I think people need to realize that it has been used. It is being used right now. Julius admitted, like there was, he was still using it. And I'm trying to bring that to light to all people in the flat Earth community. Yeah, but see, why do you get? I don't know, Adam. Why are you feeling triggered about this? I don't understand. Like, why do you feel this is a problem for you? Yeah, there's no reason to be upset about it, bro. There really isn't. The reason why you're getting upset, I have no reason why. Lying about what?
Lying about what?
Am I lying?
What are you lying about, Miggy?
Oh no, I'm lying.
You're not a liar. I'll vouch for you.
No, I'm just being real, man. Like, people have been using it.
What, the AE map?
Yeah, they've been using
those fucking bastards.
we don't have to have daggers for them, but yeah, it's just something that it's been used as a and the the Globe Earth community, man, those guys, they eat it up. You know, they love to.
You can't eat eggs. It's not vegan, bro.
Yeah.
You can't use that map. It's not flat Earth, bro. Same thing.
Yeah, that map is a globe.
It is not a globe. Why does everybody say that? They say what is it? It's a globe projection into a flat map. How about it's a flat projection wrapped around a globe?
Oh, it could be both. I mean, it's still using the same.
Which came first,
concept.
the globe or the flat Earth?
Well, it's for sure the flat Earth, but
right, it never was a globe. So we'll fuck everything else. Like, it's all fucked. Those fucking liars, man. Fucking liars, and I've had it up to here.
So yeah, it's
this goddamn space.
I haven't heard a genuine kind of like reason why somebody would use it, but
you know what I say is, you know what I tell people that insult me that I'm a flat earther? I say, hey, I just don't believe I, grew up a monkey on a spinning flying water ball. I'm sorry. I just say, if you believe that about yourself, then go right ahead. But it's not
you're
good for your
spinning what monkey water ball believer.
Yeah, you wanna be a spinning believe you. I tell them, I say, if you believe you evolved from monkeys, I mean, that's fine. It's like, you can have that viewpoint, but I believe I devolved from the creator. That's how I look at it. Devolved from God, which I think we are, man. If we all have the spirit within us down here on this earth realm, I really do think we devolve from a creator, like when we're born, when we're conceived, and that's why that's so special and shit, because it's like our teleportation or our transportation from that spiritual realm to the earth realm, the physical realm.
Well, we've gotten out of touch with that. You know why? We go over.
Yeah, because they they fucked up the whole sky.
Yeah. Well, not only that, but like they hit you from every side, haven't they? Dirty air, dirty water, dirty food. Like it's all over the place.
Yeah, dude. Satan's realm, 100%. This is a slow kill fucking death trap. Like, yeah, I realize that I'm gonna go sooner or later. I'm gonna try and make the best of it, eat as healthy as I can, and just fucking fight off everything from the inside out as best as I can with healthy foods, and I'll fucking.
Well, but it's not like the way people. They're like YOLO, like eating the worst kinds of stuff.
Yeah, fuck that though, man. Dude, and it's like you can say that. I think the reason why people don't, I tell them, I'm like, if you got to give this a shot. Give it 3 months. Don't give it 1 month. See how you feel. But I'm guaranteeing your ass, you're gonna be feeling better in 2 weeks, probably. But give it 2 months minimum, 3, probably 3.5, because it took my gut 3 months before I was like, holy shit. And now it's been 4, what is it?
I'm still recovering, dude. I'm still
so it's
recovering.
June. So it's been June, July, August, September. It's been 5 months for me now. And yeah, I feel fucking
dude, you got like
even better.
You got 2 months on me right now.
No, dude, you dropped way more than I did already though.
Yeah, that's because I maybe have went a little bit more like
What was your starting though?
Bro, I was at like 234 pounds.
And you're at like 180 something right now?
No, dude, I'm 175, bro. 175.
Fucking insane, dude.
Dude, and I feel juiced, bro. I'm coming at this.
No, that dropping the weight, you're just gonna feel light as fuck. You're gonna feel like It's like your carbon fiber motherfucking Miggy now.
Well, it's weird. Yeah, no, that's what I was thinking about too. It's like you feel like impervious, like to the the winter weather. I was dreading it, bro. Like before, I was like, because I was so sensitive to like cold weather. My hands were always cold, my feet were cold, and then I was reading that it's because of your lack of iodine and kind of different things that were happening that you're not getting the nutrients. But like,
yeah,
I didn't want to go to winter, dude. I want to be like, I'm gonna be like inside in the heat and. Now it's like freaking. I want to run.
Now you're gonna be walking. Now you're gonna be walking around outside barefoot in your fucking underwear in your boxers, just like in the snow when it's like negative 20 degrees.
Like, snow, dude. You know what I'm saying?
Eating a can of smoked oysters out in the snow, staring at sun gazing and grounding in the fucking dead of winter.
Dude, don't tell me that's not how you feel like, right? Like you're like, dude, what's?
I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna try it. No, I seen if you YouTube, some dude said like it's good for your like it's just like the grounding thing. Go out there when it's like negative 20, just put some boxers on. And just let me know ground yourself. I'll take it. Oh, you gotta add me on Snapchat. I fucking posted it. You'll see it.
Yeah. We gotta do that.
Have you tried cold showers yet, Julius?
Just at the end, at the very end of the shower, at the very end, I turn it to the absolute coldness, and I just put my head under there, and I let it get cold as fuck for like 10 seconds, and then I shut it off.
Do you feel like the goose pimples when you like all over your body? Like it's like
I don't get that shit anymore. Like that's what got me down for so long. I think it's coming back slowly, like as I'm doing the healthy thing. Like some of it's coming back, but it's not what it used to be. Like I don't get those. Like I used to get these.
Your body. That's your body's defense. You know that, right? Your body's fighting the weather. It's like it's giving that reaction.
Mm-hmm.
You got to give that.
It's an electrical response. You know that. That's an electrical response.
Miggy, though, like I used to feel this like energy like from the inside, like when I heard a certain song lyric or something like that, I felt really passionate about. Like I don't have that feeling anymore, so it's kind of weird.
What, dude? Damn.
And that's why I went super dark.
Maybe you need a good playlist, bro. Good playlist.
But no, I'm feeling so much better, dude. My mind is so it's 100% like one.
Tell you what, Julius, I'm gonna give you this much. Have Lou once he comes back from his job, send you a good playlist, dude. That's all you got to worry about. Just he's got a good playlist. Just put it on, and you're gonna be like a bull in a china cabinet, like let's freaking go, and you're gonna be just like tearing it up, bro. Like,
oh, dude, I've got my music. I've got my music for that. Like heavy stuff, you mean? Like heavy music?
And we're talking about being in the cold, and he's like, "Why don't you go do what I'm doing?"
Are you talking about heavy music? Is that what you mean?
No, well, he's got a good mix. It's just like a good mix of like rock music and
like Nickelback? Like Nickelback good or
Nickelback? Hey Lou, you want to jam out to some Nickelback? He's probably gonna.
You're fucking hilarious with that one. I've got a no Nickelback policy. No Nickelback policy. So does the local rock station around here.
No.
Yeah, that's heresy, dude. Don't play that around Lou, man. You're gonna get. He's gonna tell you.
Hey, totally off topic. Well, not really. You want to see the new hoodies I got coming next Tuesday?
Yeah, what do you got?
What'd you get?
This is for that. You heard Amanda. Jesus. Andrea. Fuck, good thing she's in the other room.
Yeah, careful, man. Be careful, Julius.
I already did that once. I don't know any fucking Amandas, dude. Like, what the fuck is that?
Yeah, you don't. That's one thing. Dude, that's sacrilege, dude. Don't ever.
No, I know you don't fuck that up, dude.
You don't mess that up.
There it is. That's because her drink is warm vodka, so like that's what we got. Do you see it in voice sense?
Nice. All right.
That's pretty
funny. I did that. We got matching ones.
Oh, how cute.
I like how the V and the A are the same and they're like flipped. I look the fonts on Teespring are fucking phenomenal.
Yeah, it's pretty dope.
Dude, you can make that in 30 seconds and then like boom, done.
Could you underline? Oh.
And you can order samples of your own products and shit. Like it's fucking awesome.
What if you underline just Julius, what if you underline just the V so you got the line in there too? Or is it too late to
I'd have to custom draw it if I did it.
Okay. No.
I don't know about getting the spacing correct either, because I'd have to create each text block as its own unit. That's just one big text block. So I just hit enter. So if you did a text block, left a little bit of a space, and then did vodka, and then put a line above the V, and then below the A, and always.
Did that numbskull actually say those words? Like he used the word "huh"? I thought I'd go to Antarctica in a nanos, or I go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we destroyed that technology. I didn't know he used the word "huh" in there. Did he say "huh"?
No, that's not right. That's not right. That's all I was saying. No, it says he says no. He just redid it. He's redoing his own rendition, but it's a takeoff of that down pettit. I think, but he's just doing it in aspect of Antarctica. But I don't know why the hum's in there. That doesn't really necessarily come in.
I was thinking like he actually Pettit actually said "huh," because I know Antarctica could be replaced.
I don't think he did though.
I can't remember him saying that though.
No, because I just saw it the other day. It's in one of the. I was watching like an ODD trilogy, and it's in there like 50 times. When is it? Fucking things work, man. All right, what the hell happened?
That makes sense, Critical. Like he's thinking we destroy that technology. Yeah, that sounds like it. Sounds like him anyway.
9:30, 10:43.
You could see Lou was triggered by that Nickelback comment, and now he's got Nickelback on right now. He's probably jamming out there.
Nickelback. Is he? He's not even in here. Oh, he's in here. Yeah, he's in.
Poor man stealing. This is how you remind me,
bro. Gotta shred the gnar with the Nickelback, man. Shred the gnar. Go shred the back bowl with the Nickelback and the earbuds. Blaze a fatty. I was talking about Lou shred the gnar because he's a snowboard guy.
No, he's waiting, dude. He's biding time right now until
he's been talking. No, I totally respect that. It's one of the most freeing feelings. If you get on a big ass mountain and it takes you 30 minutes to get to the bottom, like that feeling of floating if you got fresh powder is like it's uncomparable, like to anything.
You're making him more anxious, I bet.
It's like God's gift. Like you're floating on fresh powder, like down a big ass mountain. I don't do anything steep. I just do the blues, but it's fun.
How does fresh powder work on a flat Earth, Julius?
Oh, you're talking about terrain. So we're looking at the mountains, which is part of the Earth's terrain.
Mountains? What are those? I don't know the definition of that, right, Bendy Light?
The hill of
Bendy
water.
Light. What is the definition of a mountain? And what's the definition of a hill? Oh, wait a minute.
Hill of water.
I got a meme for you. It's time for Bendy Light's
CB's deafened. I want him to modify that song for me.
Where is it at?
He's got the Water Hill song. I want him to put the Bob the Science Guy's audio clip at the beginning and then have it just drop that beat. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Maybe.
All right, all right. No, that space is fake. That's the one I'm thinking of. I like
Hold on,
the water.
Before you put something in the live stream voice text, I just want to point out to Bendy Light. This is your daily reminder that you don't know what a hill and a mountain is, Bendy Light. And we're going to tell everybody about it every day, all day.
Here, Maggie, just for like 7 seconds. It's for like 7 seconds. Hold on, ready?
Tell the blower to move over. There's no rovers on Mars or the moon or the stars. Space is fake, he's scoping hard. This is fate, we came this far. This debate, yeah, this is ours. You could.
Yeah, that's something that Lou's bobbing his head right now. Lou's bobbing his head. He's like, that's what's up.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, Bendy Light, I always have to because, people they don't know that you don't know the difference between a hill and a mountain. And, that's stuff we learned a long time ago. But, hey, if you need to relearn it again, who am I to, argue with that.
So it's a hill of water. Yeah, that's exactly.
No, according to Bendy Light, there is no. We're gonna have to do away with either hill or mountain because we got to decide. Because he's like, there's a great like
No,
where
it's a
there's
hill. It's definitely a hill.
Okay.
It has to be a hill because of Bob.
And he was like, I got to say this again because like this is what he put in there. Laugh out loud, Miggy. You're the one claiming there's a clear definition when to call it a mountain and not a hill. I'm the one.
A mountain's just a larger hill.
Yeah, but he's saying that when a hill is not a hill, then it becomes ambiguous. Well, we don't know whether it's a hill or mountain. We're just kind of undecided. Well, then what do you pick one, settle on one, and just call it that? And then that thing that you call it, you can define it by what it is, either hill or mountain, right? You'd say that. You wouldn't be like, that thing over there, we're undecided as to what that is. So we don't know what to call it. No, you'd be like, it's a hill. What made you say it was a hill? Well, it looks like a hill, kind of tall enough. Oh, wait a minute. No, that's a mountain. Well, just pick one and then say that that's what it is because we have definitions for both. But you, Bendy Light, we have to explain this to because common sense has escaped you for some reason on this matter. So we'll bring it up and point it out to the audience that you don't know what a hill and a mountain is. So there you go. Look at this. Hey, you're full of surprises, Bendy Light. Hang on. You know what I'm about to do. I'm about to put you on blast, fool. All right. This is what he's writing in the YouTube live stream. When walking from seashore inland, where does desert begin? Ooh. You're really throwing them curveballs this morning, aren't you, Bendy Light? However, will we decide this? Can you answer? Yeah. The line where you call it a desert, that's where it starts. When it becomes a desert, then it's called a desert. That's pretty obvious, isn't it? I don't know. Do you need more help on that? Well, where's the place where you call it desert? You're so ambiguous with the you didn't even show me an example. Show me an example. Yeah, go to one and then you can actually know where it starts. This is why your critical thinking is not even worth anything. I'd say for you, just lend your mind over to those who can tell you what reality is because they can fill your head with it. Your common sense is it's gone out the door, man. It walked away from you. It divorced you. It doesn't want anything to do with you anymore, Bendy Light. Common sense is done with you. Packed its bags and left. So you got a Dear John letter from it saying that, so long and thanks for all the fish.
But you can be reunited. If you really
you can,
want to.
but I don't think it wants to because apparently you don't treat it right. Your thinking is so like, look at your answers. The desert in California. Where does it start? According to you, there must be a line. Well, when you look at a desert, you call it a desert, right? Why would you call it a desert if it wasn't one? No, the thing that you need to know is that you don't have any common sense, Bendy Light. That's why you are stuck on Globe. That's why you're a part of the Doofus Globe Club, because that's all you do. Your common sense is no
Globe Club. Fucking get out of here.
Yes, there's Flurf Williams. There's Bendy Light. Who else have we got in the mix?
Bendy Light.
Yeah, he's a part of the Doofus Globe Club. They come Bobby Steels. We got Moxie in the mix. Moxie and the Globettes. Last night.
Moxie and the Globettes.
Dude, yeah. These guys, when it comes to common sense, like, they're bankrupt, bro. They got none.
I don't.
It's like we all agree when we look at a desert and we're like, hey, that's a desert. But where does it begin? Where do we call it a desert? Like, dude, freaking hell, man. All of humanity shaking their head at you, Bendy Light. Well, most of us anyway. Bobby Steele's, Ben is still trying to teach a donkey calculus, I see, laugh out loud. Yeah, big old doofus club you guys are. You guys think the same. You're sharing a brain now. Bendy Light gives it to you, Bobby, and then you give it back to him. Freaking guys.
Like a hot potato.
Yeah, they're pass the brain around. Same with space. When you feel like you're in space, you're in space. There's no clearly defined line. Thanks, Miggy. What? This guy. Well, apparently then the freaking Carmen line is like, we shouldn't even have a defined. So if something just goes up in the air, you can call it space? What a guy. Hey man, I didn't make these ideas for the globe up, man. They were already there. And then you guys can't define anything because apparently everything's just a gray area for everything. Yeah, that's what you guys claim. That's your rhetoric, fool. I don't care what you guys say about it, but you don't even follow your own rhetoric. Apparently, when I ask you where's the atmosphere end and outer space begin, you would probably say something along the lines of, I don't know, wherever it feels like it. You don't even know. It's a gray area to you. To you. Not to us. We don't care because there isn't any outer space. But apparently you guys can't decide amongst yourselves when you share your brain with each other where it is. Because there's no clear definition when it starts. Who knows? We don't know what a mountain is or what a hill is or where a desert begins. We don't know anything. Our reality is just whatever. It's ambiguous. And yet we have definitions. Does that make any sense, Bendy Light? We all of us agreed what a desert looks like. We can say that. We can agree what a hill is. We can agree what a mountain is. And now you're saying it's all ambiguous. We don't know. You can call it mountain for all I care. And it's actually a hill. Yeah, I'm showing you guys what clowns you guys are and how you think. So utter ridiculous. You, Bobby Steele, Fluff Williams. Insane. It's no matter you guys as old as you are right now. Going through life with that kind of common sense. At any rate, meanwhile, back on the ranch. What's up, Platter? Hey, you changed your name back.
I watched the first half of that debate last night, but I'm in UK time, so it was about 3 o'clock in the morning, and I had to turn it off. I couldn't stand listening to that guy, Conspiracy Cats, for one more minute.
Oh, that was Conspiracy Cats?
Well, I think that was his name, the English guy who was debating what's it, Conspiracy something.
Yeah.
Hey, it was Mr. Sensible. Or was that the other guy?
Yeah, it was Mr. Sensible and this English guy who just from the get-go, from his opening presentation, just said, this is what Wits is going to do. Then he's going to do this. Then he's going to do that. And then it just went on and on. I need to go and pray or something to walk away from this and come back.
Yeah, he's going to say a bunch of big words.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. He embarrassed himself big time. And he embarrassed the globe, as far as I'm concerned. I'm glad Wit's here now. I'm so glad Austin's here. I hope he joins in because they made a fool of themselves last night. But I want to personally just thank them. I want to thank them because they lit a fire under me, I'm telling you. Just watching the little tactics. Oh, it's absolutely gross. I know we've seen it all before, but, you know, but like Pla just said, for like 3 hours, Nothing. That's what they brought to the table. Just
Andy,
ad homs.
Andy had to take a shower and like scrub himself solid with soap. He felt so like disgusted from
I got a little bit excited this morning. Just, you know, I'm pretty good at controlling my emotions. I've worked a lot on myself in that regard. But yeah, I got a little bit excited.
That's righteous indignation, man. Sometimes it's good to have that. That's the fire and passion that you have to bring to it. Because other than that, man, these guys, these clowns, like the ones in the YouTube live chat, like they're gonna continue to spin everybody's wheel, sandbag arguments, like make nonsense. Like there's no buffer. Like the rest of the world is just gonna get them unfiltered. But you are the one that's gonna stand between them and the, you know, like raise the awareness.
Sorry, Miggy. I got the solution, guys. A hill is a big mountain. I mean, a mountain is a big hill. Whoops. Sorry, got that backwards.
No, that's fine. Bendy Light will just like say it's all ambiguous, so it doesn't really matter for him. He doesn't. He lives in a realm of where it's all just a big old gray area. Where does the desert begin? Where does it end? Do we have a line where it starts? Like he's common sense. Like the things that we agree on, he's just totally lost. He doesn't know how to define things. Obviously, we have definitions, right? That all of humanity say this is a rock, that's a bird, that's a tree. He's like, well, we don't know. That's a tree. Where does a tree start? Like these are it's the way these guys are. You know, they don't have no logical comment, nothing. It's like reality's malleable. It's whatever you want it to be. You know.
No, I'll tell you something, Miggy. One day, Austin hit it right on the head last night. He said they've got no shame. They've got no shame because at some point, you know, today when I got a little bit excited, I was going to say something along the lines of, you know, they're terribly confused or something like that. But no, they're not confused at all. They know exactly what they're doing. That's why. Yeah, it's the manipulation. It just
you got it. You got it, man.
Gets under my skin, dude.
That's it. It's manipulation. So I'm going to expose every one of you guys, Bendy Light, Bobby Steels, you guys. You're on my list. And I'm going to make sure every day I'm going to keep exposing you guys to the light every time. And you guys will be poster childs for our way forward. We're going to keep using you guys every day. So get used to it. Because even if you plug your ears and you don't listen to what I have to say, other people will. And they'll be listening to me say all the things about you every time you come in here. So just as well as you mocking Flat Earth coming in here, YouTube live stream text chats, I'm going to keep doing it to you guys. You give what you receive. You receive what you get.
Yeah, I always liked, you know, Alan Watts, who's talking about karma. Karma just means action. And he said, if you liken it to a, you know, like one of these, what is it now? The murder mystery, you know, books. It's like it's not a who done it. It's a you done it.
Yeah. I don't need to know who done it. I know you done it.
And so, yeah, these people, I don't know. I don't really subscribe to all that. You know, the heaven, hell. I don't know. That sounds like man's thinking to me, not God's thinking. Not the God in my heart, anyway. But in terms of karma, these guys, you know, they're going against the grain, so to speak, and they will pay for it. Now, I could be wrong about. I mean, the Bible, the scriptures could be spot on. I could be wrong. That's my approach to this thing. I don't go, oh well, I know, and you're all stupid. No, I don't think like that. I think, well, I could be wrong. And the scripture could be spot on. So there's a special place in hell for these people, as far as I'm concerned. But yeah, we can make this place hell. I mean, I've lived in it. I was an alcoholic for 10 years, so yeah, well, I know.
It's different for those who profess to say they know the truth and they're malaligned with it. So you got those professors out there, right? And so you have people that will speak against them, and there's those who are like, you know, kind of not outspoken and wouldn't have a debate with those guys and things like that. And then you have those that do, you know, that do confront them and like we'll call them out. Like I know the guy that was, you remember the since Witz here, you know, the guy that was kind of laying in the cut while you were doing your advocation for flat Earth, you know, in the open forum. It was in Dallas. M Stone and his crazy self. They came to you, and it's like the guy, I seen him. He was just chilling in the cut, man. I guess he looked a little bit tipsy if he wasn't wasted already from before he approached you. But he was like he had nothing but like anger for you. He had no truth to bring. There wasn't anything he was trying to like open people's eyes on. He was just straight upset. Like he wanted you to touch him just so he could have a reason to like go off on you. And you didn't give him the satisfaction. And then what happened was pretty cool. Is that everybody else, like those random people, were like, "Dude, you sound crazy." Like they started going in on M Stone, and then he got it from all sides. So he's like, he felt like, "Oh yeah, now everybody's against me," kind of thing. But it was cool because you didn't even have to do it. It's like, and I'll say it this way: God put the help for you to just like to show him that at that moment he was going to be like outnumbered, you know. So I guess in that.
Bro.
But he didn't have any. He was just bold and brash and like coming to you like, what, man? Like, you know, like these guys, man. That's all they are. They're all talk. They're all talk. They just more bark than bite and all that. But he did want to like do something because he was like not in his right mind because he was tipsy. But you know, outside of that, it's like, what truth did he bring? Like the other guy who was yelling at you, that was what was his name? The guy we're speaking to, guys, and it was in the YouTube live stream text chat. And he confronted Austin, and what was it? I think he was wearing a black cap. You were talking to some lady in a park, and it was like loud music, and then he came off to like the left side of you, and he was like, he came in the YouTube live stream text chat, and somebody was saying like, "Hey, weren't you the guy that approached Witsit when he went to?" I don't know what actual place you were in, but I was seeing the video where he was talking to you, and he was pretty upset too. But most of the time that they meet up with you, like when they want to talk to you, they're not coming to bring any evidence whatsoever. They're mad because you're making them look like fools that they are. That's what they're upset about. They're like in their feelings, bro. When they come and talk to you, I'm like, that's so cute. They're in their feelings, like.
Yeah, they're weirdos, dude.
They get what they're you know, because they can only talk about like their leader, you know, like Panda and all them guys. Like they're so-called leaders. So I don't know. It's like you can tell if somebody doesn't have any truth. They're angry. That's the mark of it. They're super upset. It's like, why are you getting up? Why are you mad, bro? Why are you upset? Like, you got truth and bring it. Like, talk about it. But it's everybody saying that that discussion you had last night was not fruitful for those guys. Tim Osmond, thank you, Critical. Yeah, it was Tim Osmond with it. They came to you.
Oh yeah,
he was in
Utah.
Yeah, he was in the YouTube live stream text chat, and I was like, dude, why do I know your name from somewhere? And yeah, somebody was saying that he met up with you, and I even asked him. I was like, dude, why don't you come in here? We'll talk about it. And he's like, nah, I gave up Discord. Like, I don't go in there. And I think what it was that he was gonna get triggered if he came in here. But you know me, dude. I was just like, I don't care who they are.
That dude followed me around. Like, I kept trying to walk away from him, and he just like followed me everywhere.
Tim Osmond?
Yeah.
Isn't he fucking Infinite Plane? Isn't IPS?
No, two different guys.
Oh.
One spells with
There's
a
another
Z.
Tim Osmond.
Yeah. Yeah, Infinite Plane, whatever. Spells with a Z.
With Z, okay.
Just because someone told me that, I don't really know anything about either one of them.
Yeah.
That dude's breath smelled like so bad, and he kept like getting in my face. I was genuinely aggravated because his breath smelled so bad. I'm like, bro, can you please stop getting like in my face, bro? Like, what is wrong with you, man? And I'd walk away. I'd be like, there are new people here that haven't heard this. That's why we're out here, not to talk to you. You've been in this for 5 years.
You're like, I know that you're trying to keep off the bottle, buddy. They make a non-alcoholic Listerine, though. Get yourself some. What are you doing?
Really well over here.
I'm gonna mute Julius. Julius, you're hot mic, bro.
Oh shit! Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead and mute her. If not, I was going to take care of it, but go ahead if you want. Yeah, it's most, and like these guys that supposedly are on the Globe Earth side, they don't come over here, look, what's it? I'm gonna hit you with some facts. They don't do any of that. They're just like, you're wrong, man, you're wrong. Like, they're all up in your face, and it's like, chill, dude. Like, jeez.
He didn't know what the geometric horizon was.
Yeah. Well, Bendy like
Sorry about that, guys.
It's not okay.
It is sorry, okay. Dude. I'm sorry. No, from the bottom of my heart, I apologize for being.
We'll let it slide this time, Julius. Just this time, we'll let it slide.
Made 20 push-ups.
No,
20.
I've done my Pilates. Good for the day.
Yeah, he was like, geometric horizon, what's that? I like broke it down to him. He just like didn't know what to say. He was so confused. And then I'm like, there was like a hill in front of us.
It's pretty easy.
I'm like, okay, look, you see this hill right here? That would be like the geometric horizon, like the curve of the earth. And he's like, you're just saying words. And I'm like, no. I'm like, can you see through the hill? It was so
You're
funny.
just saying words. Would you like me to not say words? Then we wouldn't be talking about anything.
Super funny, bro.
They were all over the place.
Like, no. Like, okay, we're getting somewhere.
Austin, did it start on Discord first? Did I miss a little bit at the start? Because it seemed to like you just sort of breezed into it or something. I felt like I'd missed a little bit beforehand.
Austin.
Yesterday?
Yeah, did it start on Discord first, or the debate? I mean, or what?
No. Like behind the scenes, I was just kind of trolling them. I was like, do you guys actually think theorists of all? Like, do you truly believe that? They were like, yeah. I'm like, of course. I was like, okay, do you think it's possible? It's not. And then Mr. Shinzo was like, I guess anything's possible. I'm like, oh. So it's like the same probability of unicorns making the wind blow, like, and then they just kind of laughed. I'm like, okay, I don't know if I buy it, but whatever, fellas. I trolled them after the debate too, because they were trying to be all nice. They're like really tough on live, right? But when you get behind the scenes, they're like, no hard feelings, you know, like trying to be your buddy. And I was like, they were disgusting, bro. You know, and behind the scenes, they want to be your buddy. And I was like,
that's because listen, you're not getting paid to be here, so like they have in my opinion, it's like a moral thing to where if one is getting paid to argue against you or flat earthers, you know, and act a certain way, and then when they're off the clock, you know, then come back behind and be like, yo, sorry, man, I'm really sorry, I just have to do that, you know, I gotta be that way.
Can we hang out?
Awesome.
Yeah, exactly. I'll buy.
Andy, they want to hang out with you, Andy.
Hey,
dude, if that had been me, I'd have been. If I was in Austin's position, I'd have been like, "Do you feel good about yourself?" Then manipulating all these kids, putting this fairy tale in people's heads. It's disgusting.
Can I ask what's it? Something real quick. What's it? You've been doing like some construction on your like YouTube channel. Like, there's like you took a bunch of videos off.
Nah, if you go to YouTube did an update. So now it doesn't list the lives in the videos tab. You have to actually press the live tab to see all of it. And that's where like 90% of my videos.
Your YouTube?
Yeah, like YouTube did an update. So like when you go to my channel, normally you would go to videos and it'd show everything on there.
Yeah,
but
that's
now
what I
you have to
normally
go.
do.
Yeah, now you have to go to the live tab beside the video tab. And it'll have all my live stream. Like 90% of my content just a live stream, you know?
Yeah,
I swear I think they did that because Truthers like live stream.
Right.
I swear,
dude.
Yeah,
okay.
they've changed YouTube. You have to now click on the live. Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense now. All right. I was like, damn, did he like take stuff off for some reason or something?
Yeah, it's just like all these really old, like random, not good videos on there now.
I thought you were migrating to like Rockfin or something permanently, or I didn't know. But I didn't know they had that live tab. That makes sense now. Sorry. Thank you. That's all I have.
People are using guilt.
They gotta kick me off to leave.
This Helio Skeptic channel, it only had 1K subscribers, and it's already got like 28 people watching. Our usual audience is like 40, 50 on his other account.
Well, you know, a lot of the shills went over there, and a lot of the genuine people went over there. Yay!
Wait, there's a different channel?
Yeah, Helio's personal YouTube.
Helio's personal channel.
Yeah, does anybody got the link for that? I don't
I'm
have
getting
his,
it now.
I think I have it subscribed, but nothing ever shows because I don't think
He's got a strike on the other one. I don't know how he got a strike.
Yeah, how did he get the strike? Do we know? Or is like
No, he doesn't. He didn't get the information. I didn't tell him.
Okay, so someone posted recently that it was something about medical.
I don't know. I played a B.O.B. track, but I don't think B.O.B. will strike on fucking any of his. He owns all his music.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't strike, bro.
No.
Yeah, I just played like something from Elements the other day, and I was like, fuck that. I was like, or from Bobby Verse or Bobo Verse or whatever, just like what he calls out Eric Dubé. And
yeah, what do you mean by medical? Just what are you talking about?
Yeah, just probably COVID or something, or was it because of like health talk?
Well, don't say the C word if it's. Man,
oh,
okay, but hold on.
It's kind of where you can say the word. You gotta be like, I've learned a lot about it.
I like the Cocoa Puffs.
I don't know.
I like
I don't know what it was, honestly. Let me see if I can find. It was AI. Somebody posted yesterday. Hold on.
Somebody. Oh, it was a text.
Anything they publicly admit in the mainstream
I try
coverage
not
now,
to
you can
post the
say it.
links. I mean, I posted the link for Sean Hibbler's. I don't know.
Yeah,
Some
you're
people
talking
got
about
pissed off at
Fluvid?
me. Yeah, people got mad at me for posting in here, and they're like, click the X on the thumbnail. I'm like, fuck.
Fluvid is fire though, bro.
Yeah, it is. So yeah, apparently.
What shit? It's like fucking okay to talk about though. I mean, a link to a thing that's just stating public fact is not anything bad. I mean,
Here's the deal, though. YouTube can do whatever they want because it's a.
yeah, I mean,
platform.
Sean's got it twisted to to attack you like a fucking Fox News broadcast, but.
Dude, I swear that is so good. That's so good to me. Like, I like showing a normie that has got to be like brutal.
Dude, he overdid it. I'm saying this from a pro position on that side, but he used that clip of Brewer doing the balking thing way too much.
I agree that that's the part that he used too much, like the stand-up part.
Like just a hair, just like you didn't. You showed that too much. Like he could have made it more serious instead of mocking people for believing everything. You know, like he emphasized the mocking sheep too much.
Yeah.
If you wanted to hit somebody, if you want to hit somebody where it hurts, you make it serious and like hit him in the.
So Eddie actually told Joe Rogan to play the trailer for that, and he refused. And think about how big that video would have got if he would have done that.
Yeah, that would have fucking gone so viral.
Like Eddie was in person on his show.
6 channels on Odyssey have re-upped it, so there's a lot of.
How is
if you
Eddie?
just send somebody to Odyssey, they'll find it.
How is Eddie getting that stuff? Or whose channel is he watching? He's just watching that.
So
channel
Eddie is friends with Sean Hibbler. Like Sean Hibbler is
Yeah.
actually now the producer for his podcast, and like
Yeah,
they hang out in
yeah.
person. Yeah.
Is there any way that we can get a hold of? We've been trying to. You know how long we've been trying to get a hold of him with it. Like,
Gotta get Eddie in here, man.
What, Hibbler?
Oh, he won't come in here.
No,
like we just had Eddie on the summit, and it was like pulling teeth, dude.
Really?
It was not easy, dude. To get that dude on there to answer a couple questions in Q&A, it was not easy at all.
Well,
Weird.
So I
You
would- I would just-
You think he'd chomp at the bit to come talk to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, right? I mean, you know.
Nah, I think he has to be like coaxed into doing anything.
If we're live streaming recording every single thing. No way he's coming in here, dude. We'll chop that up so
We
fast.
can write him I'll write him a script, and then he can sign off or not, and you know that.
Oh, he doesn't care about that, but he's just a chill. Eddie's much more like a chill guy. Like he likes to like tell jokes and stuff like that. If someone doesn't want to know about Flat Earth, he doesn't want to talk to him about it. And like he's on that vibe, so he's not gonna like. He's not really on like this activist tip. I guess he feels like he's kind of done like a ton to get it out there, which he has, right? So like, even with Joe Rogan, he's not gonna. He's like, I've gotten to the point where I just don't bring it up with Joe unless he brings it up. He's like, now if he brings it up, we can throw down, but he doesn't really like to bring it up anymore. And
Why do you think that is?
Yeah, he knows. That was actually one of the questions someone asked in the summit. That was a Q&A because like you were able to just like open your mic and talk to him. Someone asked him about the Joe Rogan walking back the moon thing. And he said, I don't know. I don't know why he did that. He said that Joe said he talked to a bunch of conspiracy theorists after that, and they were just like some of the dumbest people he had met, and so he just didn't want to go too far down the conspiracy thing, which sounds like so vague and BS, you know. But yeah.
Oh well, I mean, hey man, if someone threatens you to stop doing stuff with whatever they're gonna threaten you with, a lot of people are just gonna say okay.
And if that's the case, even Eddie doesn't know it, because like I don't.
Right.
I'm really good at reading people. Like Eddie was being like sincere. Like Eddie doesn't know. In my opinion, like he actually doesn't know anything
I'm
about
sure he
that,
doesn't. No, I'm sure
why
it's
would
very
he,
personal for Joe.
Yeah, like I agree. Why would he know that? Like he was just on his show in person like a couple months ago, and like Eddie was just on Joe Rogan's show, and he tried to get him to play Hibbler's video, and what's the dude's name? Like Jason or whatever it is, the guy that like Jason that does this stuff. Jamie, yeah. They were trying to get him to do it, and they just like refused to play it, and I'm like, damn, that would have been so good, because not only would so many people have watched it, but then so many people would have found out about Hibbler Productions. And then they would have gone and maybe looked at Level or whatever, where, yeah, I mean, you can say what you want to about the movie, right? It has a lot of cussing, it could be better, blah, blah, blah. But the point is that you would have got like millions of people to look into a Flat Earth documentary. So it's unfortunate they refused to play it. Probably because even the trailer is like risking. But see, like they don't have to worry about censorship anymore, allegedly, right? So it's like sketchy, dude. It's like real gatekeeper vibes.
Well, there's censorship that, like, in my opinion, there's like FCC censorship, and then there's like the censorship no one hears about kind of deal.
So I think it's like Alex Jones and Joe Rogan, like they've both kind of been told the same thing, and it's like call out the GMO aspect, right? Like the jabs, and like call out whatever you want to, but don't pretend it's not real. Like don't pretend it isn't real, right? Because that's the part we don't want to happen. So that's why they can't play that video, because that's literally what Sean says. So it's like, I think that's as simple. Like Alex Jones and him, they'll expose the whole psyop, but they won't talk about that.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's funny that like Alex Jones, this crazy conspiracy guy, right? Everybody's, he's the conspiracy guy. It's like, well, why won't he talk about, Cocoa Pebbles at all?
Yeah, but then who's the other guy that's on there? The younger guy, Owen Troyer. So like he exposed a lot, right? Like during that moment, during those last 2 years or whatever, like he exposed a lot. He was like,
I didn't see that.
They're saying this now they're saying this, then they're saying this, now they're saying this. He's like, oh, look, this is last year's map of the United States and how many people had this illness, and now it's disappeared, and blah, blah, right? So, like, he did a lot, but Alex himself really didn't, and there's, like, this an agreed-upon unspoken thing that's, like, you don't say certain things, and Flat Earth is the same way. Flat Earth is also in that bundle for them. I had a producer from InfoWars reach out to me a couple years ago, say she was like a huge fan of my debates or whatever. She said I showed a lot of people in the office your debates, and then they started watching all your debates, and now Flat Earth is like taking over the entire InfoWars room. Like everyone's talking about Flat Earth nonstop for like the last 2 weeks. And she said that like a lot of people wanted to start making content about it, and they were like really not making much stuff because they were like obsessively talking about Flat Earth in the office. And yeah, Alex Jones got pissed about it and like sat everyone down and said, no more Flat Earth. And if you talk about it, then you're out of here.
Wow. No more talk about Flat Earth.
App is outdated, and I don't.
It's so funny. It's like when I was getting into learning about these kinds of things and starting to listen to Alex Jones, in my mind I would have been, if I knew about Flat Earth, I'd have been like, oh yeah, Alex, let's hear what he has to say about Flat Earth. He's got to bring it up at some point, right? It's one of the biggest conspiracies ever, right? Cool, let's see. I can't wait to hear him talk about Flat Earth. And then he never does. It's like, wait a second. Is he then the conspiracy guy to go to? Or is he... that's kind of weird, isn't it?
Yeah, it's definitely not. But like, so I guess that... so Sean was on a show with Eddie, and then I can't remember who else was there. It may have been Jim Brewer. I don't remember, but anyway, like unexpectedly Alex Jones was on the show. And Sean was like, whoa, Alex is going to be here? That's crazy. Like, this is in person, right? And he just flat smacked him the whole time. He said he was super uncomfortable.
Nice.
That's super funny. He's like, got the okay from Eddie. He's like, I'm flat smacking this guy, bro. If I'm going to be here. Yeah. And he started like calling him like Hell Hibbler, and like just like freaking out. It's funny. He's a shill, man. I mean, I think he is, but
Who, Alex Jones?
yeah.
Oh God, he's bad. I think that like he was coming onto the scene as some kind of actor, and he wanted a niche, and maybe he couldn't make it in like mainstream acting circles, but he found this, like I said, this little niche here that, if you start yelling about conspiracies, they might actually pay you to do it, and this, that, and the other, and he gets wrapped up in it.
But he used to be so good, bro, right? Like,
yeah, he did.
Yeah, dude. He called out 9/11 so legit. He's like, this has got Israel's fingerprints all over it. Like, he was just like out there just saying something. He's like, I don't know how I feel about the sneaking into the Bohemian Grove thing, like how feasible that actually is, but
I think he was let in, but yeah, I think that.
Yeah, maybe so.
But yeah.
But still, that got exposed where now the whole world like has a picture of the freaking owl, right? So,
right.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I think he used to crush, and I think that similar to Joe. I think Joe Rogan was like legit for a long time, like where he was just honestly speaking. But I think they had dirt on Joe Rogan, so I think they got him doing some gay stuff, some like tranny stuff, some like pedophilia stuff, and they got him in Vegas, drunk and whatever. And so when they came and told him, look, you don't talk about this, he knows he has to listen because they have that dirt on him. So it's not like they don't go into like some room with a pentagram and cut their wrist and all this. Like it's like, nah, you just messed up in Vegas one night, and so when
we watched the whole thing, and now we've been waiting.
Exactly. And like, if you want to see the video, if you don't believe us, we'll play it for you, and then you see the first couple seconds, and you're like, okay, what do I need to do? Like,
that's shit, right? Yeah. Oh man, those poor people. Oh wait, they bring it upon themselves. Never mind.
That's why I think Kanye could be somewhat legit. I think they maybe haven't caught him doing something like that, and I don't think he's a role model or anything, but I think that he may end up going to Flat Earth. Kanye West, bro. Like, I think he's about to go Flat Earth because he's talking to Owen Benjamin, and he's friends with Kyrie.
Oh, wait, what? He's going to talk to Owen, really?
Well, they talk, yeah. Like, he's not on a show necessarily, but they talk, yeah.
Oh, all right.
I don't know if he'll go on a show, but yeah, like they text and talk on the phone. Which is crazy. That's crazy.
I couldn't see him on Owen's show in a million years, but I got excited for a second.
Yeah, he may not, but he may. But like, why would he, right? Because he's getting on the world's most famous shows right now. Like, why would you go to someone who's kicked off every major platform, including YouTube? You can go to the mainstream news channels if you want, right? Like, I don't know, but like, I just think it would be crazy if he comes out talking about the Earth. See, some would argue, well, he's being smeared as crazy right now, so it'd be bad for Flat Earth, but I always disagree with that. Like, I think if Ye talks about Flat Earth, it's automatically a good thing, no matter what, no matter how they represent. You can see they may do that too, right? Because it's like, he's so crazy, he's saying this and this, he's lost his mind. Oh, anything is the Earth's flat. Whatever, bro. That's a huge win for Flat Earth.
I mean, good for publicity.
Yeah, think about how many people are going to look into it if Kanye West says it. But he's really big on the Elon Musk thing, so I don't know. I'm kind of just rambling, but I think that my point was that I think you would be surprised how few of these people are completely controlled, and I think you might be surprised how much like Hollywood gets people distracted because there's so many like attractive women that just like will do literally anything just to be around you for a couple hours, and like they get caught up in that. They get caught up in like having everyone caters, like their whole life is catered to, and they have all these beautiful women and stuff like that, and they just get distracted, and they don't really care. They're like, I'm making millions, money, money head over fist and stuff like that. And they turn around, and they're just too lost in the sauce. That's what I think that sometimes truthers are a bit paranoid. They think that everyone with money they sold out because they did something really gross, and they have it on tape. and that's why they're on. And they push the degeneracy. Like rappers are famous because they push shooting people, taking drugs. But it's not because they cut their wrists and and said a creepy dark chant in a robe in a room. Like I don't think many of them do that. I think that's like just a few people at the top that do the crazy stuff. Like I know a story. I'm not gonna say who it was, but very famous rapper that pretty much everyone in this room likes, and yeah, so like he was like picked up in a limo, and they asked him, the executive in there asked him to give him head.
You're talking about
and he was like, what? He's like, I'm not gonna do that. He's like, what? I'm not gonna do that. And then he's like, well, then you're never gonna be on any major label ever.
Yep.
So you might
That's
as well
true.
just do
That's
it.
fact. That's fact.
He's like, nah, I'm not doing that. And then they stopped the limo and told him to get out.
Yeah.
And guess what? He never got put on any major label and blah, blah, blah. So it's like, I think it's that simple. If he had said yes, they videotaped it, and then
And he didn't have to wear a dress. Any dresses.
He hasn't worn any dresses. That's right.
He even says that in one of his song lyrics, off of Elements somewhere. Right? Don't ask me which song right now. But
Hey, have you heard of Tom Arnold? Tom Arnold.
Tom McDonald.
Tom McDonald.
Yeah, Tom McDonald. I saw the video because of Austin. You did that stream on the cloning, and I saw the clip. But that's the first time I had seen a video. I'd heard of him, but I'd never seen
it's
anything.
crazy.
But
But
what do you think about him? Do you think he's real?
Like
you think he's real, or is he kind of grassroots, or is he like one of the
that's the thing. I was asking, like, why couldn't it be someone like that who doesn't work with the label? Would it be too hard to get a hold of that person? Because I mean, he seems like he doesn't care about the status quo. He just
if he's legit, then I think he would contact us. If you're legit,
I think what I'm saying, like, I think flat earthers maybe have, like, they don't know how it goes sometimes. Like, well, like, see, as I start to meet like bigger people, I realize that it's not quite what we think outside the circle. Like, it's not. Like, when you talk to Eddie Bravo, like, that's just a real dude. And when you talk to B.O.B., that's just a real dude. And when I talk to King Los, it's just a real dude. I disagree with King Los on tons of stuff. I could sit out from the outside, listen to his lyrics, break it down, and be like, this dude's an industry plant. He's a Satanist. You know what I'm saying? No, he just has more of a new age worldview. He believes it. He's just a real dude. And I wouldn't be surprised if Tom McDonald's the same way. He hasn't gotten around to flat earth. He's, whatever. Like, maybe he's scared to say it. Maybe he doesn't think that right now. Because, like, I think anyone in here would admit everyone's different. And, like Eddie says, it takes 18 months on average for people to accept it, So.
That being said, too, like, he's not going to risk his music career on flat earth, no matter what he believes, really. I mean, I wouldn't. If it was me and it was new to me and I had to establish something already, I would be careful.
Topics,
I would be very careful. Yeah, I mean, but I would be very careful. I mean, I don't know. Fucking bring him in here.
It's surface level controversy, though, right, Maggie? I mean, like, women are women, and you shouldn't abuse children and make them turn into, like, I mean, that's not the same as saying, like, the earth.
It's kind of purple. It's kind of purple pill shit. Like, it's not.
Is there such a thing as that? Like, I haven't even heard of that term.
It's in the middle. Purple's in the middle. It's red.
I wouldn't say that.
I mean, purple. So you're like
about diet woke.
Yeah.
Maybe, but like, the truth he's speaking is the truth, and in today's society, does need to be said. So it's like,
so it's dark purple. It's more a reddish purple.
Well, yeah, that's what I mean. Like, I wouldn't call it purple because what he's saying is the truth. It's not like a dilution of the truth. It's not like he's saying, oh, well, you can transition if you're a child, but I don't like it. He's saying, like, no, that's child abuse. You know what I'm saying? Like, stuff like that.
It's more of a lavender crimson. I don't know. Crimson.
No, I just felt like
I personally don't think he's controlled.
Maybe outside of the context, maybe like Witsit, if he met you just like you guys met up somewhere and just talked, I think it would make sense to him. Like, not in a forum like
he would talk to Austin, dude. He would talk to Austin like private 1v. I guarantee.
Something like that, I think, could probably be manageable.
Actually,
but not like,
dude, invite him on your show, dude. Invite him on your show. That's legit, right? You can do that.
He has to I would say this, Julius. He has to get to know him first to like feel comfortable to do that, because he doesn't know. He wouldn't know. Like,
but try to get it to where he'll do I don't know, just talk about something. I don't know, something. It doesn't have to be flat Earth. Just
Mickey's right. That's not how it works. It's like, I couldn't even get King Los on my show right now, and I've talked to him a lot. Like, exactly. You got to put yourself in their shoes, man. It's like, I have 16,000 subs. I'm super censored. I talk about very controversial things, and I'm like openly the main thing I talk about is flat earth. So it's like, why would someone that is like
Kyrie's not
hanging with
gonna
that,
come up on your channel or what?
like Kyrie's not gonna come to my channel. Like if I hung out with Kyrie in person for many months and we were like homies, and then I'm like, you know, see the only way you'd get someone like that is like you'd hang out with them and get to know him for weeks and never mention anything to do with your show.
Yeah,
you have to be really close with them so that they could open up and say, you know what? Yeah, you got a show? Like, I don't mind. I'll go hang out with you. Like, it's got to be on their terms because they want it.
It's gotta be.
When you set it up to like, well, you know, I got this show, and they're gonna be like, yeah. So that's what this whole thing has been about. Like, you trying to get me on your. Yeah, they could see that. Like, those guys are pretty smart. They'll know if you're setting them up.
He probably already knows. I bet you Kyrie already knows who Austin is.
Maybe so. That's probably true. But like, what I'm saying is like Biggie's completely right. They're so used to everyone like sucking their blood, where everyone is trying to get something from them. Like they grew up and everyone in their neighborhood, their families, their friends that they grew up with, everyone's just trying to get their money, trying to get them to start a business, trying to get them on their podcast. So it's like, if you just come fit into that group where you're like, hey, we can be friends. Wait, will you go on my show? You know, it's like he's like, oh, you're just one of those guys. Yeah,
you're no better than a grabbler. Like Witzel would put it.
Yeah, like I don't care.
Yeah,
like, I've never mentioned it to Los at all.
I get that. I guess if I had a channel that was, you know, of the magnitude that yours currently is, I mean, it's like, even though you may not think it's big, I think it's huge. But
what's cool, I think,
it's gonna blow up. It's gonna start on fire really fast
because he has a rapport with somebody. I think eventually a conversation might be sparked where he talks about his channel, but organically. And then he's like, "Oh, you got a channel? Cool, man. I'll check you out or whatever." Yeah, that would be.
That's how you do it. Yeah.
But like Los has been watching my channel, so like when I was on tour, I didn't ever check my DMs or whatever. But when we finally chilled for a sec, I went and looked at my DMs, and King Los had been. Now he's not like the most famous rapper, but he is pretty big. Like I went and looked at my DMs, and he had been in it throughout the months, like saying like, "Hit me up," sending me his number, blah blah blah. Like, and I jumped in there and I talked to him, and he's like, it is a group of like a few hundred people in his Clubhouse app. He's like, the black people are getting mad at me because I'm like calling out the psyop of race, and they're all like virtue signaling that they're black. And so they start coming at me crazy. And Los is like, whoa, Wits.
I wouldn't have brought that shit up, Austin. You have more balls than I do.
I don't care at all. Like I literally went right in there and was like the one white guy like checking him, but he was like, whoa, Wits my boy. With my boy, and he talks about a lot of stuff, not just flat earth, so you guys need to chill. He's cool. So like he's already seen a lot of my stuff, but I've never been like, you know, come on to my show. Like I just, it's just not the move, bro. I mean, these people need like friends, you know what I'm saying? They need like genuine friends. They don't need someone else like trying to like get clout off of them.
Yeah, not vampires. Yeah, they have a lot of that already.
Yeah, like I've experienced that a little bit, and I'm like, no one. I can only imagine like what they go through.
Yeah, I just wanted to congratulate you on utterly annihilating two Globers yesterday. Watched the whole thing; it was really good.
Thank you, man. That was
did anyone else
crazy?
Sorry. Yeah, that conspiracy guy is like probably. I wouldn't say he's the most dishonest person I've ever heard debate, because I've heard Dave Farina debate, but he's up there. He's definitely up there.
Oh, he's terrible, bro. That dude's so terrible.
So when Dave Farina, what's it?
So I think that Modern Day Debate is trying to set up an in-person debate between me and Professor Dave, like in person.
Hey, shit.
That'd be pretty epic, bro.
Yeah, man. Are you guys anywhere near each other?
Like that in person?
Because he's in Cali, isn't he? Are you anywhere near Cali?
No, he's gonna fly us both out of Texas.
Nice.
Oh shit!
You can choke him out. You can choke him out in person.
I don't think he'll make it, dude.
Dude, if you get close to him, dude, I'm gonna give you.
I just never.
What if I just pay you some money so you hit him like the way hit him like Buzz Aldrin hit what's his face when he asked him to put his hand on the Bible?
Nah,
whack. I know.
It would be perfect because he can't talk so big and bad.
Yeah, you would hope he's not going to do that in person.
He wouldn't. I would check him so hard.
Dude, I hope he doesn't, dude. My skin crawls already thinking about it. Like I couldn't.
Steel cage match. Steel cage match. Freaking. Awesome.
Greek is such a thing. Like, you're not gonna show his face in public, dude. He knows how many people just really, really want to slug him. You know, somebody's gonna freaking.
I would take the jail time on that fucking one. I'll take the charges on that.
Okay, well, there would be security. No one. James couldn't offer that to him without like saying you're for sure good. Like he's not. Fighters are gonna get to go assault him. That'd be the worst thing fighters could do anyway, man. You guys gotta chill.
You know, if he's gonna cower in a corner and fucking pull his jacket up over his head and be like, "Please don't hit me," and you're gonna feel like, "All right, fuck this," and you're gonna walk away.
I just check him like it's a whole different vibe in person, bro. It's like when you're in person, the real comes out real quick.
Yep. No, I agree 100%.
So did anyone in here actually watch the debate last night? I don't know if you guys wanted to talk about it, or have you already talked about it? I don't know if I'm missing something. Or...
Nah, we're just chatting with Witsit, but we haven't really got into it. He's been going over just like people have been talking about it a little bit, but yeah, go ahead, Crypto, if you wanted to.
Well, I mean, look, I don't want to impose that conversation on the room. I just thought it might be interesting for people to go into a little bit, if that's what the room wants. I don't want to.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, Andy was like totally taken by last night, dude. He switched his mind from just hanging out to actually being. He's like, I'm gonna make it my mission to be here every day. He was so upset about the way they are, man. Like the sophistry that they actually put on. So. Yeah, Andy was.
Really yeah. The touch paper's been lit. I mean, it was before, really, but I'm just kind of treating this as entertainment. You know, that's probably the wrong word, but I wasn't taking it as serious at all. Like when somebody come in here and they were just an actor, and I knew they were an actor, and it's the old-fashioned liberal in me would take over and they'd say, well, I believe in the ball or whatever. But I'd just be like, well, fill your boots. You believe whatever you want. That was my attitude before. Now, after watching this cuckold Cats, whatever his name is, I don't know what the guy is. I just don't want to. I'm done. I'm like, right, okay. Anybody that comes in here now, I'm going to be like, what say you? I love that one, Biggie. What say you, boy? I just want to hear it. You know what I mean? I'm kind of done.
What I found absolutely amazing was, and I've heard Globus do this before, but just how brazenly he did it. So Brian and Witsit both said, yes, there is some sort of rotation, but we don't know if it's Earth's rotation or if it's some sort of etheric rotation, or basically they were talking about the sidereal rotation, right? We don't know if it's Earth or if it's the sky or maybe even something else. Who knows? And then what Conspiracy Cats heard was Earth is rotating. And then he was corrected on that over and over and over and over and over again by Brian and Witsit. I think 7 times I counted. And then in the conclusion to the debate, he then said it an 8th time. So he just lied and lied and lied and lied and lied, even when he was corrected multiple times. And it's just disgusting. Like, I don't know why. Like, he must know that he's lying at that point.
Of course. At one point he said this balloon was in space. That was hilarious. There were so many little points where it was just it were laughable. It were embarrassing. Do you know what I mean? I was in the chat like, this is the best you got. This is the best the globe size got. And we've all seen it a million times before. Sophistry, obfuscate, just anything to not answer a question. The tactics, Cats, the debate tactics come out. He just kept interrupting with it all the time. And it was just like, oh, God, you guys are a joke. You're a joke.
Crypto, did you see where he bet he said he would delete his channel if Brian didn't say that?
Yeah. I was just like, oh, well, that's not going to be honoured, obviously.
Of course.
Yeah. Look, man, I like Brian, but I don't think he's a good debate partner for you, if I'm being honest. I feel like I say, I've got a lot of time for Brian. I think he's got that kind of, what I would say, salt of the earth, practical application down, because obviously he actually does surveying, right? So that's all good. But I think conceptual debating isn't his thing, if I'm just being brutally honest. So I think when it comes to like talking about practicalities, that's great. Yeah, he can talk practicalities all day long, and he knows a lot more than I do about survey, I'll tell you that. But I think if you're going to have him in an official debate format like this, I just think he's not a good partner for you.
No, I agree. So like what happened was I begged James per usual to do a 2v1, and he doesn't want to do that. He said he thinks it makes modern day debate look unprofessional. I'm like, okay, but I want a 2v1, bro. And like he just doesn't want to do it. So then he says he's going to pick a partner. I'm like, oh man, I don't want you just picking some random person. So I'm like, okay, I'm going to get Kai to do it. And so I went and asked Kai because then I could have a plan with Kai, and I would just have Kai basically not talk much, and then she would just like be like, wait, he just called you out for that, though. You know, like kind of like just recapping what they're doing wrong and laying out fallacies and stuff, and that's what I really need in a partner, I feel like. But Kai didn't want to do it. And then so I'm like, okay, well, I'll figure it out. And just coincidentally, Brian had jumped in. He's like, look, dude, next time you're in a debate, because he thought I already had a partner for this one. He's like, next time you're in a debate, dude, just let me know, because I think I speak for all flat earthers when we say you just need a partner that's going to sit there and not talk and let you talk. And I'll just do that. I'll just be there and not talk and just let you talk and all that stuff. Please just like tell me next time. That way you can just destroy them by yourself and stuff. And I'm like, okay, this is literally what I want done. So I don't know. I should have probably known that wasn't going to happen, but he ended up talking me into it because of that. That was the actual agreement, was that he really wouldn't talk. I know that sounds bad, but and so that didn't happen, right? Like, and then Kai watched it and was like, damn it, I should have done it. You know, she said, I'll do it the next time. And so, yeah, I don't disagree, to be honest. I mean, it is what it is, but like screaming and like, it just like, it's much more the screaming and interrupting and stuff like that. And like, and he followed them down their diversions when I had them destroyed from the very first thing I said in the debate. Like we should have never moved on from that until they admitted it. But, you know, he followed their diversions and stuff. So it's whatever it is, what it is. Yeah. It's already happened, I guess.
Well, that's kind of what I mean by like, when people really understand what the conceptualization is, it's like, a lot of these debates, they're like chess, aren't they? It's okay moving your pawn, but you have to understand, right, okay, once I've moved the pawn, what effect does that have on the rook and the knight and everything else, right, obviously. And so when you're saying something like the relativity thing where you said, do you understand that, you know, the movement makes the you know, relativity says that the movement affects the measurement, right? They're then saying, like, what was his argument to that? Because you said interferometry, the interferometry with the Michelson-Pearson-Gale, is it that one? And therefore, because I'm trying to memorize, I'm trying to remember, because I remember what you said, but I can't remember what he said to that. He said something like, "What? Because you measured it on one device, therefore it doesn't affect other devices." Or something. It was a weird argument. That even at the time I heard it, I was just like, I don't understand. Like, I don't even know. It sounds so stupid that I don't even know what he's really saying.
It is just that stupid, bro. He's just trying to hand wave dismiss. But like, yeah, at first what he tried to do was bring up rotation. So Kosho had gone and talked to him, showed him my quotes, and he's like, I got all your quotes. I'm like, well, good job. It's on my YouTube for you know, it's a whole presentation. What are you talking about? It's not like a secret. But and then Kosho told him about the Machian principle I bring up with rotation. And so he just knew that Kosho told him like Mach's principle was like his home run or whatever. So I'm bringing it up, and he's just ready to say that script. So he's like, you're talking about Mach's principle. Would you like to tell the audience what you're talking about? Because he doesn't understand it. I'm like, no, that's rotation. We're talking about revolution, like the Earth moving around the sun, not like sidereal rotation. And he just kept doing that. That was his first tactic over and over, then changed the subject. Then later he said what you're saying about, well, you're just talking about this one thing or whatever, this one kit, he called it. I'm like, bro, like what you don't understand is, no, it's saying that any device you use to try to measure it is going to be affected by this same principle. So it's not that it's just about Michelson-Morley. It's any attempt to measure it ever is going to be affected by Lorentz contraction and time dilation and blah, blah. And he doesn't get that. He just kept saying, you don't understand it. And whenever you're asked to explain it, you can't explain it. You know, it's like, it was the most dishonest debate I think I've ever had. Like, it was insane. Like the audacity, like the lack of shame. So that, I mean, his argument was that.
It's funny as well because you're talking about the not the abyssal plane. What's it called? The plane in the magnetic.
The inertial
field.
plane.
The inertial plane. That's it. Talking about the inertial plane, then you're showing the patterns in the sky and the circular, or sorry, the quote unquote orbits of the planets actually matching what you would expect a magnetic field to do, right? That to me seemed super intuitive when you said it. I was like, okay, yeah, of course. If you had a flat surface and you had a magnetic field on that surface, and if the luminaries were some sort of magnetic phenomena, then they would follow that pattern. That seemed really obvious to me, what you were saying. And he kept on saying to you, oh, explain it. And I was like, but that's like explaining why 1 + 1 is 2. Like, it's really obvious, and if you don't get it, then you're the problem, kind of thing. That's kind of what I was thinking. And
it's because I would have had to go as I started to try to go back to explain it, it's like he's just jumping in saying, "Oh, you can't explain it. Oh, you can't explain it." I'm like, bro, you're interrupting me.
But then after you've explained it, like fully, he then just said, "Oh, so you've got nothing." So I didn't think you asked, and now you're telling me I've got nothing. It's like, it's all psychology, bro. Like this is also, they don't have anything, and they just, as soon as you provide something, they have to just say, no, you haven't provided it. Okay, well, that's your opinion, bro.
Well, that's good too, right? Because this is like the trenches. So like if all they have is like these psychologically manipulative tactics to try to manipulate the audience in the trenches, then you know that like on the main stage they got nothing, because they can't do that. You know, a real physicist on like a mainstream stage could never do that. So
right, they have to give the explanation thoroughly and as it were if they were teaching, you know, on the topic. So I've understood that to be like the low level trolls that we get in here like 24/7. They usually come with more of the debate tactics. They don't have information. Like Dean, I don't know if you know who Dean is, but he's one of those guys. He's a character. He doesn't know too much, but he comes in here with obfuscation tactics, sophistry, burden of proof or reversal fallacies. That he'll actually make the flat earthers in here seem like they came up with 8 inches per mile squared. They came up with like explanations to why 70% of the earth is covered in water. Like all of that stuff seems to be turned around and said like, well, you said that. And all they have is tactics. They don't have real genuine information to offer to like give, you know, anything to the credence of the globe. So, and if somebody like that does have credentials would have to stand for whatever the rhetoric is. Like they would have to. They can't just give debate tactics and get away with it, because then they're going to be held to a higher accountability, right? I mean, that's how it should work. But these other guys, they're like low level kind of, and that's probably why it's funny, because it's like these guys, they're trying to use their debate tactics where Witsit already knows these clowns like how they operate, and it's not really much of a intellectual discussion. It's more like them trying to outdo their, you know, I win kind of a approach, you know, on the argument.
Well, I don't know if Witsid's actually heard Dean talk, but I'll give you an example of one of his arguments. So he was saying, so he wants to conflate the Earth as in an object that we stand on with Earth as in like dirt on the ground. So someone will say to him, can you show me Earth curving? And he'll say, yeah, drop a ball in the ground, and then there's like a little divot that's made from the ball, right? And then he'll say, that's Earth curve. And then you're like, what?
Whoa.
So, yeah. And then, but then the thing is that he'll do it in such a way that he's baiting you into all of these stupid things. So the whole time, you're trying to explain to him, no, I'm not talking about if you drop a ball on the ground. We're talking about the whole Earth. And then that's when he bait and switches with dirt on the ground, meaning of Earth, right? So it's that sort of debate tactic. And he'll do that for hours if you don't ban him. You know, he'll do that for hours.
Yeah, that's crazy. Like that, I think that's what all their tactic is, to kind of like just waste your time. Like Conspiracy Cats even said, he's like, I'm not taking this seriously. This is just entertainment. And dude, when we finished the debate and went behind the scenes, he said the same thing. He's like I said, this is not a real debate. It's just entertainment. I'm like, dude, you just got destroyed. Like, what are you that deluded, dude? It's like crazy. And I even pointed out when I showed the planets, I was like, yeah, it fits perfectly. What a coincidence! It fits perfectly within a toroid that you would see above a plane. Like, it fits perfectly. I'm like, I've never heard a glober respond to it. and then they proceed to literally not respond at all to it, right? It's like, I think it's great though, because I think an honest person that watches it is going to be like, damn, this is so bad. And then the only people that are going to comment and stuff, they're like lost in the sauce. They're like 5 jabs in, they're like lost in the sauce, you know? So
yeah, there's that,
I think it's good.
that virtue signaling guy. Oh wow, the virtue signaling. Oh, that was amazing. You know what? I was really impressed. I know you saw it coming, but I was really impressed that you called it out and then he did it anyway. So so basically they were talking about the Challenger, right? And obviously, Miggy, you know about the Challenger because we've had a discussion about this. But I don't know if the other guys listening do. Basically what happened is apparently 6 of the 7 astronauts died in this horrible explosion or whatever, and then it just turns out that every single one of the people who died just happened to have like either identical twins or like brothers that look exactly like them who are the same age, and you know, just this like really coincidental stuff. And obviously what Witzer said was like, I'm not sure I believe the story, and then Mr. Sensible goes on like a 2-minute long rant about how it's disgusting and how you can even question it and blah blah blah. It's like, well, see, the thing is that this is circular logic, because obviously if you believed it was true, you wouldn't be questioning it in the first place. And if you are questioning it, then you don't believe that it's true, and therefore you're not defaming the dead if you don't believe they're dead. So like it relies on you believe, like in order to have his kind of, how do I even put this? In order to have his level of vitriol towards you, he would assume that you're lying about not believing it. It's the only way I can interpret that. Anyway.
Oh yeah, it was hilarious, dude. That dude, he proceeded the virtue signal. I saw it coming from like a mile out. I called him out. I said, "Here comes the virtue signaling," and he literally just proceeded the virtue signal.
And he leaned in on it as well. It wasn't like, he didn't just say, "Oh, I think that's really bad." He like carried on for ages. It was, yeah.
I actually think it's one of the parts of the debate I messed up on, because I called out the virtue signal and then he did it. And then when I went to call out the fallacious nature of it, I should have just said, oh, so you're just appealing, you know, you're resorting to an appeal to emotion. I didn't actually point out it was an appeal to emotion, but, you know, we all make mistakes.
The thing is when there's like literally hundreds of these fallacies flying at you, it's all right to miss the odd one. I wouldn't beat yourself up too much. There was one that I noticed actually that sorry, I'm a bit of a logical fallacy autist.
No, you're good.
But when you said he was ad homing you at the start, it's actually technically a poison the well fallacy what he did.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah.
The other thing that I don't know if people want to hear me carry on talking or whatever, but so Conspiracy Cat's whole opening was him pretending to be a time traveler. Right, yes, you heard that right. He was pretending to be a time traveler in a debate, and then he wrote down a bunch of things that he's pretending that as the time traveler who went to the future, he's just seen. Now, if that sounds retarded, that's because it is. But basically his whole opening was poisoning the well for what Whitsitt and Brian were going to do during the debate. Mainly Whitsitt, to be fair.
Yeah, like there were some ad homs mixed in there, but definitely poisoning the well is what it was for sure.
Yeah, poisoning the well is probably, is it also referred to as greasing the skids?
Oh, I don't know about that. So, but yeah,
I can't believe I didn't say that, dude, because that's like literally what it is. It's like it's preemptively presenting, you know, like an attempt to discredit the opponent.
Yeah, setting you up for the.
Yeah, it was like literally what textbook poisoning the well is what it was.
Yeah, that's yeah. It couldn't be more poison the well fallacy. Like there's no other one. He also came up with. There was one area. Me and India have joked about this before. Conspiracy Cat actually strawmanned himself at some point. He actually strawmanned himself, and I wish I could remember exactly what it was. But he strawmanned himself. He also came up with a straw hominem fallacy, which was something like. He misrepresented you, and then he said that's why you don't understand relativity or something. and then in the next sentence admitted that he didn't really understand relativity himself. There's a bunch of other stuff that happened, but anyway.
Yeah, so dude, if the mind shot guy breaks it down, he'll probably have to critique me and say, like, I can't believe I didn't call out the poisoning the well. I just called it an at-home. Like, mind shock would correct me on that too. But like, if mind shock, I don't know if you know that, if he covers it, dude, he will have a lot of stuff to count, bro. The amount of fallacies in that debate were staggering, bro. Like, probably put Professor Dave to shame in a way. Like, it was insane. It was like everything they were saying had like 4 fallacies in it. You know what I'm saying? And I only named a couple of them. And then the chat's like, oh, this is so annoying. He's constantly saying fallacies. I'm like, you should be mad at the side that makes me constantly point out fallacies then. You know, like, do you not know how debate works? You can't use fallacies. It's like such a basic thing.
Yeah.
It was crazy.
Just a shame listening to it, because like, I just came away from listening to the debate thinking, you're just punching way below your weight. Honestly, like, it's like a heavyweight is there, like, and he's like, like jabbing you in the leg and claiming victory or whatever, because he's like, sorry. No, I was just coming up with a crap backboxing analogy. I just feel like Whitsit's kind of wasted on these guys. Like, these guys just don't get what he's saying.
No, I agree. That's how I feel after all of them. It's like, yeah, I don't know how to say that without, like, I don't want to sound arrogant or whatever. Like, there are people probably way better at debating than me, but these people are not those people. You know what I'm saying? It's like such a waste. It's the stuff I'm saying is not like the value in what I'm saying is constantly overlooked and like constantly drowned out in sophistry. And it's just it's honestly like, it's disrespectful. Like the amount of like intellectual effort and energy I put into my responses and like keeping up with it and the nonsense that they say, it like for nothing. It's like for nothing. It's really lame. I only do it because I do get lots of messages about it, waking people up. So like I do it, but it really pisses me off. And like that's kind of why I was pissed at Brian too. I was telling Kai that I'm like, like Brian, like dude, like you're over here in the big leagues. Like I'm talking to some like big names at this point that are like watching my debates or trying to present them to people, which means I need them to be like A1, like where they can't be unprofessional. It's not like this like dick measuring contest with conspiracy cats and like, it's not screaming and it's like it has to be like A1. That's the only value I can get out of that debate, right? Like obviously I can't expect to have any type of honest engagement. So yeah, I don't know. They're really frustrating for me. I just don't know what else I can do though, Crypto. Like I don't know. Like I think that ideally I'd sit down with like these professors, right? Like on like a big platform and debate them like professionally, but I don't see how I can make that happen. So it's like we're stuck with this like via censorship, we're stuck with this like bottom of the barrel sophistry. It sucks. It's like either do nothing or like,
it's
eat
really
at the kids' table.
It's really a great way for you to get the message out either way. But yeah, what frustrates, well, actually, I think it's doing good. It's doing justice for a lot of people that are in the flat earth community that are kind of like Andy, that are just really just in here, kind of still in their, like not really in the front lines of activism, but it ignites something in them because they're like, now they want to take part in like being, a part of the movement where they're actually getting involved in the conversation. Because before, the guys like, they're just in here, but they're not really taking part in the activism part, making people aware. This kind of lets them hear how like bad that the argument is on the other side. And not only that they're saying it, but they're doing it intentionally. And that's what makes them even more upset, which is, it's a good thing. It's a righteous indignation. So that's what a lot of people would have to say about like listening to those kinds of things. So on the one way, it could be used as a platform for others to come out of their shell, so to speak, and to be more active, involved in it. Because Andy's like, he made a deal with himself. He's like, man, I'm going to be here every day now. Like, if I hear somebody saying that, I'm going to come at them. Like, because it's like I was saying before, man, the mind is it's sacred ground. Like in this place, like we have here, all of us built it together. Like it was because we stood against like the massive wave of sophistry and like the knuckleheads and all that. And we've created a place where now people come here and they're brought forth the information, and we don't get sandbagged anymore, like with the Koshos and the Xanax and the Gem Pandas, and like this place is nice now. it's actually a great place for people to come in and like start getting their feet, wet with the flat Earth information, and kind of learning how to critically think, and it's helpful now. So
Dude, something else that happened, bro, was like right at the beginning. In my part of the presentation, I pointed out that quote from Einstein, and I read like, I've come to the conclusion that no optical experiment can detect the motion of the Earth, and I'm like, usually what Globers say is they left the end of it off because it says although the sun moves around the Earth and revolves around the Earth, and I'm like, and they say we cherry picked it, and that actually the rest of it contradicts our point, but that's not true because that doesn't rebut our point at all. We're saying like even Einstein's explaining that due to relativity, you actually can't detect the motion of the Earth, even if you believe that it is moving. That's our point. So the end of that statement doesn't change anything. It doesn't contradict what we're saying at all. And then he went on. It was like hilarious timing because he thought he had this home run. His first slide was the whole quote with the little bit before and after, and so I already refuted it. So he goes on to say it anyway, and then the chat starts. Do people start spamming the chat? Witsit lied. What a shocker! How did I lie? I literally in detail explained it before he did it. So it just shows you like most of the people there commenting and stuff, they aren't even hearing what I say. Like they can't even like hear it. You know what I'm saying? Like they're hearing it, but they can't listen to it. It's a crazy phenomenon.
Did you expose the Dude Perfect video? Sorry, Crypto.
We did on
Did you Oh, you did? Okay. So yeah, it's Dude Perfect. It came out with like a week ago. But anyway, yeah, it was like the video that Jesper Purim is putting in the live stream voice text. Like there's a lot of things wrong with it, but namely, just noticing that and people, they ain't talking about it. But yeah, sorry, Crypto, go ahead.
No, it's all good. A couple of things I wanted to say. First of all, what's interesting about when you presented that slide and then he presented the slide is that the whole quote actually makes your quote even better for you. And they don't do that part because what he's effectively saying is you have to believe this. That's what he's saying, is that you have to believe this, i.e. you can't prove it scientifically. And then Mr. Sensible comes in and agrees, but doesn't realize he's agreeing that you have to believe it because there's no scientific way of proving it.
Crazy.
And then they say that you lied. It's like, what the fuck? You're not even hearing you're not reading what the actual thing says.
It's wild. Here's a comment that breaks it down so good. There's a comment on the video. It says, as a logic teacher, I lose a lot of respect for Globers who continue claiming it's a quote-unquote quoting out of context fallacy to quote Einstein saying that the motion of the Earth cannot be detected by any optical experiment if the fact that Einstein personally believed heliocentrism is true is left out. It merely demonstrates the Globers saying that can't even grasp how contexomy, I don't know how to say the word, contexomy, I don't know how to say the word, quoting out of context. Contexomy fallacies work even after it's been explained to them countless times year after year after year. It's only a quoting out of context if you quote someone in such a way that you change the intended meaning of the quote itself, which did not occur. Einstein meant to say precisely what the words say, and it can't possibly be interpreted any other way. You don't need to agree with all the beliefs of the person you're quoting in order to quote them. Einstein is being quoted as a hostile witness, meaning it's even worse for the Globe side of the debate that Einstein personally believed heliocentrism at the time he said it. Like, just like what you said, right? Like, it's actually even worse for the Globe side that Einstein personally believed heliocentrism at the time that he said this quote. The quote's not being used to attempt to argue Einstein was a flat earther. If it was, then it would be a fallacy, but that's obviously not the argument. And the quote, it's obviously not the argument the quote is being used to support. So there's like a literal logic teacher in the comments, like just breaking it down, and then you got 14 replies of people just like ad homing him. It's super crazy.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I mean, look, man, I don't know. I don't. I'm gonna make some sort of offer, take it or leave it. But if you ever need a partner like this in future at last minute, I would be happy to get involved. But I don't really want to show my face on camera, and I will only really be commenting on the logic. I don't really like. There's certain things that you talk about that I don't have any knowledge on, and I'm not going to do a conspiracy cast and pretend like I know stuff that I don't know. I mean, you know, people who know me know that if I know something, I'm happy to talk about it, and if I don't, I just say I don't know. So if you do need a partner at short notice in the future, I'll put together a little slide. Basically, my whole intro will be, this is what a straw man is, and you're going to see this today. This is what an ad hominem is, you're going to see this today. And then I'll just let you get on with the subject matter stuff.
Dude, it's
What-
perfect.
Oh,
That's
not the 90.9 million interruptions that Brian did.
Yeah, exactly. That's so perfect too, Crypto, because literally Kai like suggested you for that very reason. And I'm like, yeah, it would be perfect because he's so good at like breaking down the fallacies that it's like a perfect partner for me. But I do know that like James is kind of extra now about the not being on camera thing. So I would have to talk to him about it. But if he would be down, I think that would be incredible because that's like literally what I need. Is I need to be able to say it and then someone else come like calmly break down what the fallacies are or what they just did or whatever. It's like, that's what I was hoping Kai would do. But it's funny you bring that up because she was literally saying you should like talk to Crypto because he's like perfect for it.
Fair enough, man. Well, look, the offer's there. If James is cool, I just don't want to show my face on camera. So that would be my only stipulation. But I'm up for it. Just let me know.
Will do.
Hey, Witsit, real quick, man. I want to show you something. Can you look at live stream voice text? Check this out. This was presented by a YouTube globalist. He's always in the YouTube chats. He's in there right now, actually. His name is Ben D. Light. And this is what he actually told me. I put the image in the middle of what he was saying. Kind of just to put context. Because he's trying to say that there is a place where a hill can't be described as a hill and a mountain, so we wouldn't know. And I'm like, well, then what would you call it then? If you don't know what it is? Is it just going to leave it unnamed? Or would it be a hill? Or would it be a mountain? As obviously it's something that's defined. You'd have to say, well, that's a hill. These are clear definitions that we, agree that we're calling this thing. Now he wants to say, because of the fact that most of the globalists would say that there's certain places that are ambiguous, like there's no way that you could define what a hill and a mountain is in between the place where a hill becomes a mountain. But I'm like, wouldn't you then still call it a hill? Like until it becomes a mountain? Like, isn't that the logical way to look at this? Like, obviously, it would still be a hill.
Yeah, it just seems like a completely
but I mean,
random.
It's like this is the type of like sophistry that we get in, like the type of conversation that come in here, and he's putting this on the bottom, kind of like it's an argument. It sounds like, dude, so you mean to tell me that there's no way that you're gonna know that it's a hill or a mountain? It's gonna be in between, where a hill's in between a hill and a mountain. Like there's this like gray area. Well, then what are you gonna call the damn thing? Obviously you're gonna call it something, right? And then whatever that is, then you're gonna say it is, right? Well, that's a mountain.
Yeah, you wouldn't just like not call it anything for sure. But
that's
like,
the thing that I've been
like the Gatlinburg Mountains do look like hills, right? Like they're not like pointy. I don't know. So like it's kind of funny, but yeah, you would call it something like
you would call it something, right? And it would be defined as such because you're calling it that thing that it's defined as, and that's what I've been trying to tell him. And he was like, "Well, then, what if it's you can't tell if it would? Well, then what would you call it then? Because you're not just gonna say that random thing over there. You're gonna say, well, that's that tall hill, or that small mountain, or whatever. Like it's gonna give itself.
Yep.
This
it would be based on elevation, I would think, right? Like I would say, like at a certain height, you'd be like, oh, that's a mountain.
Yeah, of course. These are the things that we use to help each describe, like what things are. But if we don't have that, and he's like, well, tell me, if you have a desert, where that desert begins and where you call it a desert. I'm like, well then, dude, he's trying to like split hairs on like certain things like this. It's like the reason why you call it a desert overall is because of what it appears to be, as entirety, or, the vast scale of it from wherever they can measure where it begins.
So there's an official answer. It's 1,000 feet. Like the official geologist answer is, at what elevation is a hill considered a mountain? 1,000 feet. Most geologists classify a mountain as a landform that rises at least 1,000 feet or more above its surrounding area. According to the U.S. Geological Survey, there is no official difference between hill and mountains. The United Kingdom and the United States used to define hills as summits less than 1,000 feet. So it's like it's saying that at 1,000 feet, you would call it a mountain, so it would just be an elevation. Because if you look at Gatlinburg Mountains, like they aren't pointy, right? Like they look like hills, but they are way taller than 1,000 feet.
And that's the thing. There's certain ways that even with geologists, like we can agree on certain things. And I don't think there's any like qualms with that. Like we're not hills are. Like we have already just agreed on certain things that in reality what we're gonna be. But these guys, they want to live in the gray, like in everything. So like the Kármán line, where is that? Like where atmosphere ends and outer space begins. There's no, because like the Dude Perfect was like 198,000 feet. Now, of course, they're saying that he's in space, and it's like, okay, so he went to space at 198,000 feet. So is that where the Kármán line? Did he pass that? Because obviously now he's an astronaut. If he didn't, he's not, and he didn't go to outer space. And obviously, everything he's saying he saw was not real. So he was like, "Oh, I see the Earth." We have a 1 minute clip of, but like him returning back and saying that he saw the perfect circle of the Earth, and it's straight up lies, bro. And on top of that, it's like he didn't even go to space, yet he's claiming we went to space when he comes back from his capsule, and all this kind of crazy junk.
Dude, then he asks him like, "So is the Earth flat?" But dude, if you like, what's cool? I just want to say it's totally random, but like I'm like in love with the Gatlinburg Mountains. You look at that picture I just posted, that's a real picture. That is not a painting. Like, that's literally what they look like in real life. Like, that's pretty crazy, huh? Like, think about how beautiful the world is, bro. Like, there are people that want to argue about, like, they want to pretend like the Earth is, like, this, like, insignificant speck of dust and, like, let's look outside of it and stuff. Dude, they need to go outside, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you just go look at that looks like a painting, and that's a real picture, and I saw it with my own eyes multiple times. That's insane. It looks like a watercolor painting, but completely random. But yeah, with the Dude Perfect thing, that he literally gets off and the dude says, so is the Earth flat? And you can tell he's like super nervous and it was scripted, and he like fake chuckles and he's like, nope, not flat. He's like, gives a real serious answer. And like in real life, if you really went to space or up close to space, you saw the Earth was a ball, you came down and someone said, so is the Earth flat? You would laugh really hard. You wouldn't feel like scripted and stuff. So yeah, it was a hit piece, bro. It was a hit piece for sure.
Yeah, and it's because of his audience, dude. He has 58 million subscribers, so he's gonna have that that appeal to the masses. And so Blue Origin, Jeff Bezos, and like whatever agenda was actually pushed to get onto his platform to use it. It was just being used for that. Some dude who was doing trick shots in his backyard is now flying around in space, and it's just making it more appealing to people to be like, you could be a YouTuber too, and all of a sudden, you're just some dude shooting trick shots in your backyard, and you're getting picked to go to space. Like they're trying to make it like everyone can do it, kind of thing.
Well, doesn't it? Don't you guys like agree? It makes you feel kind of hopeless. Like I don't want to say hopeless, but it's like just what I'm saying. Like when you see a channel with 58 million subs post that stupid 5-minute video, and you have to admit, it invokes emotion. It's like very well edited. It's like very captivating. You have to admit, right? And you have to sit back helplessly in this centered realm and watch 58 million sub channels post these videos, and then go read the comments like, this video made me cry. And you have to just sit back. It's like it feels helpless. Like you have to sit there and watch it.
I did the same thing. I was looking. Look at these freaking and we know that most of the hands that are in there aren't people. They're not people. They're just agents. Putting that stuff in there, provoking emotions from real people. Because that it's not all of it's all genuine. This people that are being duped are being. There's some provocateurs in there, kind of like putting the over elaborate. Ones that are like, oh, it brought me to tears when I saw it. I was just crying and. Like, no, that doesn't, like, there's ones that are just real people,
I think a lot of them did, like, probably get emotional, bro. Like, right, because if they watched their channel for a long time, they made it such a personal, like, achievement type vibe where it's like, they're like, I'm so happy for him, do this. And I can tell he's scared, and I can tell his brother's scared for him. And like, humans have this natural intuition to empathize with one another, and it's only like atheistic, materialistic nihilism that starts to kind of degrade that. But even with that, they can't fully remove it. Like there's this very strong natural like inclination to empathize emotionally with others. Like when you see someone gets hurt, or you see someone lied to, or if you see someone tell a story and they're crying about how their husband did this, and this, it's like you like will start to kind of tear up. You see what I'm saying? Like so what they did was they showed it like this personal thing, or like the brothers are nervous for him and wondering if he's gonna get hurt, or he's gonna be okay, and it's like it gets you in your emotion. So I believe that a lot of the people really were probably emotional. It was a very well done edited video. Like it's
so check it out. I got the 1 minute clip. I'm gonna play it. It's just once he came out of the capsule, and it's perfectly timed so that you could hear kind of like that emotional state with the music in the background. I'm gonna play it real quick because I think I want to just refresh everybody like what we're talking about right now with this. There it goes. Once my internet stops being wonky. Let me try it
In a
again.
world.
What are you guys watching or listening to?
Well, I put something up, but here. It doesn't play on the spot.
Dude, perfect going to space, man.
Well, speaking about edited videos, have y'all been following the Archimedes or whatever?
Artemis, nah.
Artemis. Check this amazing footage.
Yo, I'm so excited.
That was insane. Good job, team. We went to space! That was absolutely insane. And then all of a sudden, it really is. It's just black. Just this perfect circle, super bright layer of blue all the way around the Earth. Biggest of all time shout out, Moondell. Truly the experience of a lifetime from the bottom of my heart. Thank you very, very much. Thank you. For real. Holy cow.
Astronaut Cotton, it's a pleasure to meet you, sir.
Pleasure.
Lifelong fan. Is the Earth flat?
Not flat. I can confirm it's round.
He's an astronaut in our midst.
One astronaut and a bunch of civilians. That was insane. Good job, team. We went to space!
Oh, that was it. It was just replaying.
Nice.
Bro, I was watching the video that Elbow posted while that music was in the background.
That was perfect, dude.
Yo, people are gonna believe this is real, man. If you guys see it, you should click on it for sure. Click on what Elbow posted. Time-lapse footage from Artemis. Yeah,
This is the one.
bro.
If you guys wanted to see what I played, this is the 1 minute clip. You could actually
They're
see.
about to hit us so hard with this Artemis thing, bro. They're about to hit us so hard with it.
I'll check out the album cover for the Kubrick.
So what was it? What was the destination for that thing? The moon? It got people.
Yeah. You see the
what
Stanley
is-
Kubrick production?
Wait, so what is this?
I'll check about 12 to 13 seconds into the video.
Oh, wow, you're saying it looks similar?
Uh,
Let me check it. It is like the same exact angle for sure.
right? It's like,
well, you guys have you guys heard that like they couldn't have faked a picture in 72 because they didn't have Photoshop yet? You guys have heard that argument?
right.
So, because if you Google it, it'll say that they made Photoshop in 1987. So there's a channel on YouTube called Mind Unveiled, and he just dropped a video like a day ago about like old world photos, like photoshopped, old world Photoshop or something. So Mind Unveiled, dude, it is gravy, bro. Watch that thing for an hour, dude. It'll blow your mind. You will not be able to leave the video believing any picture from the 1800s up. When they claim like, oh, this was the city, this is where they built this. This is no. Dude, they doctored so much stuff back then. They were doing Photoshop in the early 1800s. Of course, they didn't call it the word Photoshop. Photo manipulation, photo rendering, photo touch-up, blah, blah, blah. And it's like they could have obviously faked it, you're right, because they were doing this in 1800s provably. But if you try to just mainstream Google search it, it'll really like drag you down the weeds. But if you really look into it, he offers all kinds of sources. Anyway, just if anyone wants to know, that's one of the main arguments that globe zealots say back. You're like, oh, the only alleged real picture from space of the Earth is 1972. Like, what a joke. And they're like, well, you acting like that's fake? They didn't even have Photoshop yet. There's no way they could have faked that. Dude, they were photoshopping in the 1800s. You can prove it. So just to throw that out there.
There's another argument that I've made several times that predictably globers don't actually get, and that's that. So Photoshop was invented in '87, right? Well, when did the internet come out, right? So I mean, there's various different dates depending on exactly how you want to define it, but I think most people would agree that it was the 90s. Okay, so we're looking at a bunch of pictures online and saying that they're from the 70s, but we don't know that what we're seeing on the internet is an accurate representation of what was done in the 70s because we weren't there. I wasn't around in the 70s. I was born in the 80s. So, and we have these young guys come on now and they're like 16, 17 years old. It's like, dude, you were born in 2006. Like you didn't see anything older than 2006 in your lifetime. So don't tell me about Photoshop not existing because Photoshop's existed for your entire life. I hope that makes sense, but
yeah. Sorry, I was also showing Kai this video.
No, perhaps. Like Miggy, do you remember when that really young guy come in and I because you were there again for that? It was like 15 or 16. And I said, look, bro, like your Photoshop's been around since 2000. So you've only been around since 2006. Like Photoshop's been pretty advanced in that time. You don't know that what you're seeing isn't even a Photoshopped version of the 1972 photo. Like you don't know that.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say that there's been many conversations in that same kind of line of thinking. So most of the young people, they don't realize that, but especially the ones now, they would think that Photoshop is something that is only used for certain things, and they just, it's a lot more to do with indoctrination as to like how they're brought up thinking about this stuff, like that agencies that are like NASA are using real images when it comes to like how the representation of the Earth is. So when you're telling them that, it's just like inconceivable in a way. So
yeah, but it's just a rebuttal to the point they're making. So they're saying, oh, they didn't know Photoshop back then. You weren't alive back then, bro, so it doesn't matter, does it? Like you didn't see that photo in 1972, so you can't comment on it.
But yeah, photo manipulation, that stuff has been always around. Like,
yeah, dude, it's crazy. Dude, you have to watch this video. I'm gonna link it for you guys. Like, if you have an hour, it's an hour and 4 minutes. Dude, it's so well done. This dude's a flat earther too. I don't know if you guys have heard of him, but it's not really his thing. He doesn't really cover it. But Kai found it. It's. She says it's kind of slow in the middle, but honestly, if you're like into like good information, it's awesome from beginning to end, in my opinion. Like, because he covers it so well. He goes through the actual books from the 1800s that explain what they do. He proves it, and then he starts to show you old photos of cities and stuff. And you can literally, so they're in museums, they're in the Library of Congress, all this stuff, right? If you were to be an average person, just look at it, you'd be like, wow, that's crazy picture. You wouldn't think twice. You start zooming in, you can literally see it's all doctored. And you can actually prove it's not just like they're color correcting stuff. They're like literally photoshopping. They're layering on top. They're like taking a building and layering it. They are putting different pictures on top of each other. That's called Photoshop. And you can prove it by looking at the pictures with the magnifying glass and stuff like that. It's crazy, bro.
All right, well, that's where the term came from, right? Because they're chopping up photos and layering it together.
Yeah, exactly. They would physically cut one out, lay it on top of another picture, and then create another image, right? And then they would develop the film, and then they would paint on top of it. They have and because it's weird. There's like this people that are like, well, I think we were lied to about these cities, right? We find out like it looks like they were actually painting the people in. They were painting people in like abandoned cities. And because the whole argument is, well, the argument is like, no, we know they built these buildings because we have pictures of them constructing it. And so it just completely shatters that paradigm where you think like, oh, this is a picture of what happened in a war. No, it's not. It's fake. It's crazy. Like it's just really, it's a crazy video, and it's very telling, especially with the narrative that they couldn't. What I've always said to the Photoshop argument is, dude, you can go look at a video from NASA where they had huge like life-size models of planets and the Earth, right? So they could just be, of course, using that, but it's like they did have Photoshop, so they could take a picture of that model, like half of a shadow on that model, and then impose it on a picture. In 72, they were doing it in 1800.
Is it the video that? Oh, okay, you're dropping it. I thought it was the video that Andy posted.
Do you want me to? I can post that now if you want. Save you doing it because I'm on it now. So
sure.
What's interesting you say about that is that that's actually how audio used to be processed as well. So obviously, nowadays you just have everything what's called quote unquote in the box. But for instance, in the 60s, right? Well, how did they edit audio in the 60s? Well, they used to literally cut physical tape. So there would be a tape of a song, and if they wanted to, say, make a gap slightly smaller, they would actually cut the physical tape to make the audio sound how it should. So it's not exactly the same, but of course, it's not too different.
One of the easiest ways to prove... Sorry.
No, go on.
One of the easiest ways to prove that narrative wrong, that they didn't have Photoshop, is they used to do something called spirit photography. And so people would pay for this photographer who allegedly had this gift to take pictures of people and then catch the spirits of their loved ones in the picture, right? And this is a very famous thing that happened like way back in the day. So that right there proves it. You can just go look at the pictures. They are unless you want to believe that they're taking pictures of spirit people, but like clearly they're photoshopping. Because dude, that's one of the number one things that people say. I don't know if you guys have heard that, but I've heard that a ton. I've heard that they couldn't have faked that moon landing photo because they didn't have Photoshop yet. Because what we did, of course, was we contrasted the image and we found that it was Photoshopped. Remember that? And then NASA changed it. But then you use the Wayback Machine, you can still contrast it and find the Photoshop box. So then they said, no, that's impossible because they didn't even have it yet.
Have you seen
to a normal person, this would be a big deal, I think. I think to an honest person, right? Like if you first heard about Flat Earth and then someone broke this down for you, you'd be like, what the hell is going on?
Yeah, for sure. Have you seen the Adam Ruins Everything video from a few years back? Where the whole, it's about 10 minutes of, he has a friend who's a moon landing denier, and then the friend who's the moon landing denier is basically just a straw man of everything we say, right? So what they've done is they've kind of, I guess in a way, they've reified the moon landing denier into this person, and then just making the most retarded arguments like, oh, it can't be fake. It would have been cheaper to just do it. And what was the other one? They didn't have.
That's Neil deGrasse Tyson. Yeah.
Yeah. But this video is where all those arguments came from. You didn't hear any of these arguments before that video was released. There was another one where they said something like they can't have faked the sun on the moon because they didn't have lasers powerful enough back then, or something like that. It's another argument that this straw man makes.
Wow.
It's like, what? No one here says that the photos, like from the alleged moon landing, that the sun is a laser. No one says that shit. And they say, well, it can't be faked because it can't have been a laser. Well, okay, that's nice. No one claims it was a laser, bro. It's just really, really weird, strange arguments that no one actually makes.
But this is the thing. This is why we're censored, bro. Because I get lots of emails, bro, as I'm starting, my channel's getting a little bigger. Bruh, the normal people, dude, they see right through this stuff. So you guys can rest assured that people do see all of this, bro. Like, they see like that we're being straw man and they're lying and they're like, why would they have to lie and why are their arguments so bad? Dude, they're just like us, right? They're just like we were in 2015, 2014, 2016 when we found out about it. They're just like us, only it's harder for them to find the info. But like those same people exist where you're like, I'm not going to sit here and lie to myself. This is stupid and suspect that they're lying about everything. And so I think it's awesome. I think that they create more flat earthers. I think that Conspiracy Cats and Mr. Sensible created more flat earthers last night than I did. You agree with that? You think?
Well, I think anyone who understands argumentation knows that they're just full of shit, to be honest, without being too crass. I did think Mr. Sensible was a little bit more honest. Conspiracy Cats was like maximum over dishonesty, you know, like
Oh,
he
he's
like
way better than him. Yeah.
like with Mr. Sensible, you asked him a few times. You said like, "Do you understand like special relativity?" And he said, "Not really." Eventually, right? So it's like, okay, yeah, that is honest. The bit that I didn't like about Mr. Sensible that you're never going to get from him is that he wasn't calling Conspiracy Cats out for his relentless straw man, even though he admitted it was a straw man. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So,
well, and that's where Brian needs to be a better debater, where it's like, I finally got him to admit that, and I had a beautiful follow-up where the audience is going to like, it's going to be such a beautiful moment where but then what Brian does is he starts laughing real loud at him and throws it all off, right? But I got him to admit it, and I was just going to say, well, you know, you could have just said this from the beginning, right? But either way, my follow-up is, don't you think you need to fully understand your position before you can be so sure it's accurate, blah, blah, blah. It's such a beautiful point. That's the whole reason I brought relativity up, was to show the audience that they're going to lie, show their audience they don't know it as much as we do, and then drive home the bigger point, which is prior to making like a determination, you should fully familiarize yourself with exactly what the conversation is, like exactly what the belief is, before you can have a justified belief. I'm like literally tactically planning my attack based on like what the audience hears. That's why I'm not gonna lie. Like Brian was kind of frustrating me because I'm like, damn it, bro. Do you not see the chess I'm playing right now? I have them in this position, right? I don't know. It's whatever. You guys get it, but it's like I think that we should all do that, right? Just like tactically do it to where the audience hears. Here's the major points. Like kind of that when someone's fallacious, it's very easy to guide them. So just use your honesty against them. You see what I'm saying? And it's so easy. It's kind of like playing football with toddlers or something.
That's kind of what I was trying to come up with the analogy of like the heavyweight boxer earlier and the like featherweight boxer. Well, the heavyweight boxer it's like the featherweight boxer goes up to you, punches you in the knee, and claims victory. Like it doesn't. While you're smashing him around the face. Yeah. But yeah, no, I get you. I think, yeah, so I like Brian. I think if you're talking about things that he knows a lot about, then he's fine. But I think the second you move into these kind of conceptual, theoretical physics arguments, I don't think he's the guy, you know? Yeah. But you know that. Whatever.
Yeah, and it's not even about that to me. It's just like it's the professionalism. It's like Mr. Sensible. I was talking to Brian last night because I just straight up told him like I was pissed. I was messaging during the debate like I was pissed because he swore up and down he wasn't going to do that. So I talked to him last night. I'm like, so who was more professional, Mr. Sensible or Conspiracy Cats? And he's like, Mr. Sensible for sure. I'm like, okay, why? Well, he wasn't interrupting and screaming and lying. Okay, so same thing here, right? Like, you need to apply that to yourself. Like, the audience is going to see that. But whatever. I think also he screams. Like, that's his natural volume when he talks kind of sounds like a scream. So that's also not good optics at all.
Yeah, I know what you mean. It just kind of sounds...
Brian's got a hell of a brain, though, guys. And he sees things slightly differently. And I think part of the problem is he gets a little ahead of himself. That's all. A little bit excited. I completely agree with what he's saying, but I like Brian as well. So.
Yeah, no one's shitting on Brian. What I'm saying...
No, I know.
Some people have a brain that's much better geared to what they can do with their hands, how they can manipulate their actual reality. Other people have got a brain that's very much geared towards concepts and ideas. And one isn't better than the other, like as a general rule. I'm not trying to say that one's superior or whatever, but in a debate, you're only talking about concepts and ideas. So when you have someone who's much better with their hands than they are with concepts, that's probably not their home patch. That's all I'm saying. Like, Brian, I'm not saying he's stupid. I'm not saying I don't like him. None of that stuff. Just saying that he's obviously a very practical person, but when you're arguing concepts, that doesn't help you.
Yeah, it's also a tactical approach to an argument, right? So that's the thing. He's very blunt.
Yeah, that's why. See, this is the thing, right? Like, I used to be way worse at debating. Like, I used to be way worse, and I've gotten a lot better. And so I kind of look at it like my craft. I mean, like, at this point, like, I actually somewhat do that for a living, it could be said, right? Like, in a way. So it's kind of like my art.
Austin,
I don't like when I paint a picture and someone comes in there and then throws the paint on the canvas. You see what I'm saying?
I noticed that big time with that Brian dude, because, you know, I watched that tour you did, and I love that tour, and you did get on your soapbox a few times. You couldn't, because you can't help it. You know, we're all victim to it at times. But I just noticed a little difference with that Brian dude when he was talking about how we use gravity with all these different industries, and then when you sort of you know, confronted him about it, he said just a different approach. Like you said, I think you said something like, I think you might have misspoke there, and it was just that little thing, and I thought, you know, that's awesome. That's a little change. Do you see what I'm saying?
No, yeah, I've gotten way better, and I still think I have like a lot of work to do, because dude, I think it's such a beautiful thing. I like, okay, when I was like 20 something, I would have said debate was lame and gay and nerdy. Like, I'm just being honest. I'd have been like, bro, why are you killing my vibe, bro? You know, like, we're trying to hang out with girls, bro. Like, why are you over here? You know? But like, now I think that debate is one of the most crucial aspects of a society. Like, I really believe that. I think it is crucial to a society. Like, intellectual debate is so vital. And yeah, like, that's why I'm so particular about it. It's kind of like if you go, again, it's like if someone's painting a picture and then you go in there and you're like, hey, can I paint on your canvas? And they just start like half-assing it all over the place. You're going to be like, bro, like, what are you doing? You know what I'm saying? It's just kind of like that. That's why I really think I should maybe just do 1v1s.
Yeah, just quickly about, I've just sent you a video about AWAR. I'm loving his content over the last few weeks, because he's debunking the debunkers, and he put a lot of this stuff out there. So, you know, I'm sure some people will say, well, he's partly responsible, but the fact is he's done a lot more research, and he's doing some good stuff at the minute, where he's sort of like this Vanilla Sky situation with these old photographs. He's showing you how the old photographs worked, and how they were sensitive to, you know, blues, and he goes through the whole color spectrum. And it's only a quick video, but I think you'll enjoy that as well. I don't know if that one you were talking about, I've watched that Mind Unveiled stuff, and he does do some good content, I agree. But yeah, I just sent you that because he sort of really goes into the minutiae of it. You know, he sort of, and about the old cathedrals and all. I could talk about that for a while. And so I always want to sing anybody's praises who's showing that amount of integrity. And I know he's pissing a lot of people off in the Tartaria scene right now.
Well, yeah, but like, that's what I'm saying. If you go watch the most recent Mind Unveiled, it's like, I think Tartaria is 100% blown out of proportion, super annoying, and fulfills the stereotype of conspiracy theorists, flat earthers that just make stuff up. But you can't deny that they can objectively fake all of these pictures, and secondly, that there are major companies that were the ones faking it. Like, there are ancient postcards that are not ancient, but old time postcards that have all these alleged old pictures of different cities. And then there's just one company that made like most of the postcards in the United States, the famous postcards at one time, and they used the same sky superimposed on all the images. So my point is that he breaks it down where you see the big companies that are doing it, and he shows you like the monetary benefit of it, and he shows you how it was used by the Soviets and all this stuff to propagandize people. So then it becomes like, whoa, like when you start to see that the Soviets use the same technology to like literally propagandize people, right? To believe things that weren't true. And then you apply it to some of these pictures, like some of these old pictures of cities you look in it, they literally just cut like 20 people while you can actually see the bottom of their legs in the pictures. You can see that they put a building inside, like on top of another building, right, to hide it. It's like, why are they hiding buildings in old pictures? It's kind of weird. Like, there's something going on. Like, I mean, it's definitely probably in the middle of it's all legit. Of what they said, it's all Tartaria, and then it's somewhere in the middle where there is something there, in my opinion. Because why would you put so much effort into like hiding the buildings and like changing them and hiding the roads and like adding fake people in? And I mean, it's weird, bro. These are pictures in the Library of Congress, right? So
no, I've absolutely no doubt they've certainly doctored some of these photos for sure. I mean, where they can mess with people, they clearly will. And so I'm definitely going to watch that other video. I'm gonna get something to eat and watch it. Yeah.
Look, I'll show you a picture right here to give you an example. All right, so look at this picture, and look at you'll see the like bells of maybe that's hay or whatever to the left. And then, okay, so look at the bells of the hay. Now, if you zoom in, you'll see like the bottom of people's legs on the picture, on the hay stacks. So they just cut the people out. Now, oh, that's it, right? No. Look at the person standing up on like the pole right there. Look at his arm. You can see that that's like, photoshopped, because you see that these are in the Library of Congress, bro. This isn't some picture that was on the internet that This is, look at it. It's like you can see the sky changes colors. You can see that this guy, you can look under his arm and see where it's cut out. And so then that's just to show you like how they do it. Then you start to look at these pictures. He's zooming in the buildings. They're removing like the cords and the transformer boxes, and they're removing so much stuff out of the pictures. They're not just like, oh, let's make the sky look better, blah, blah, blah. It's like, no, they're taking parts of the buildings out. It's very crazy, bro. I'm not big on jumping to like conspiratorial conclusions, but there's something like it's definitely crazy. It's definitely worth watching, in my opinion. Like the whole hour. I'll stop ranting about it, but it's wild to me. It blew my mind because I've been kind of like really shutting down Tartaria people for a while now, and I still will. But it's like, ugh, this has got to make you look twice, man. Like, what the hell? Like, why would they have to hide a building? Like, why would they put another building on top of a real building? Because you can tell, like, if you look really close, you can see, oh, there's another building behind here. It randomly cuts off, and then they put a fake building on top of it. Why did they do that? Why would they have to? Like, what's the reasoning for that? I don't even know the answer, by the way. I'm not claiming to even know the answer. I have no idea. That's kind of what I told Kai. I'm like, this is cool and all, but like, what's the point, right? Like, I don't. What's the theory here?
Well, I think
the idea is that some of these buildings were already there, and they faked what was there.
Well, I mean, I can already tell you one thing that I'm thinking. I don't know if you guys saw the obviously a lot of the ISIS footage was propaganda and all the rest, but one thing that you saw which looked to be real, at least in terms of like a revolutionary sense, was that they were burning a bunch of books and they were pulling a bunch of statues down. And I know that that's also been happening in the UK and the US. The easiest way to cut people off from their ancestors is to pretend that their ancestors didn't exist, right? And so if the goal there is to replace ideas that were there before that maybe aren't conducive to the current regime, then all you have to do is just pretend that the old regime never existed and that the current regime, it was always the regime, and it's the sensible one you should go along with. So from that point of view, deleting history is quite useful to some people.
Yeah, absolutely. And they've got that accomplished on a major level now, right? Like most people can't even track back more than like 2-3 generations.
Yeah. So that would be my suspicion, is that they're just trying to delete history.
Then the question's like, well, why? I guess you kind of provided a why, but like, why? Like, what parts of history, right? Like what in the 1800s is it that they don't want you to know about?
Well, yeah, I don't know. I certainly know that in in a lot of the other circles that I kind of float around in, we talk about sort of ancient European history a lot, and there's something that connects to another thing you said earlier, which was when you take a photo of the Earth or whatever, and it just looks absolutely beautiful, which is obviously true. A lot of the old environmental movements. What was funny is I was talking to someone the other day I think it was in Earth Awakenings, and she was saying, "Oh yeah, the concept of Mother Nature originated with the Native Americans." I don't think that's true. The ancient Europeans had many different conceptions for not necessarily the words Mother Nature, but the idea that not just individual things lived, but that the whole Earth was like a living organism. Like that is a concept that runs throughout ancient European history. And so this idea that now we live on a space rock that's in the middle of nowhere and doesn't mean anything, that destroys that whole notion of it being like a living organism, that you are actually a part of its environment. Now, I'm not saying that I agree or disagree with that, but it is an interesting way to see the world. And I think if everyone had this idea, they would treat the Earth with a lot more respect than they do. And so that's one idea. You're kind of divorcing people from the idea that they should almost have a relationship with the Earth, rather than just it be a place where you build things and where you throw your rubbish away, you know?
Yeah, dude, I actually think I think there's a lot of truth to that, right? I mean, you have effectively like the heartbeat of the Earth, right? So like, yeah, it's crazy that like almost every ancient civilization basically said that, and now people think it's like literally just some like random rock. And
yeah, and it did make me think before, like, you know how the Earth you've got the 4 layers of the Earth, and then you've got the crust at the top. And well, whenever you see like a picture of the Earth, you know how you get like that cross section where they show you the 4 different parts. And it made me think, you know, sometimes how they like to mock us openly. Well, the heart has 4 layers, and the core of the Earth has 4 layers, and they tell us that it has this kind of motion that's kind of similar to how the heart operates. And I just wonder if they're not trying to mock us in that way as well, you know? And it's like, yeah, we're gonna pretend that the Earth is kind of heart-shaped and it kind of acts like a heart on the inside, but we're also going to tell you it's a dead space rock. Ha ha ha! You know, it's like mockery.
yeah, it's crazy. I don't know. It's hard to always put that one for like the mockery part together. Like, yeah, I don't know. I think mockery, but it like, I don't think they ever fully put it out. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know if that makes sense. Like they mock us, but with like hints. Like even if you see the mockery, you're not going to get the full truth. You see what I'm saying? Like most of the time, in my opinion.
And obviously, I just come up with that whole thing. It's not something I've really thought about massively, but it does. It's interesting that all of these things that they have, that they present to you, they have some sort of equivalent. But it's always like they've taken something that's kind of true and then warped it into something evil, in a way. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. And then that promotes like narcissistic and nihilistic ways of viewing the Earth, rather than whatever. I've already said that. But rather than something that you'd have to, you know, actually respect. But you're right. Like the mockery is sometimes it's obvious. Like, oh yeah, Uranus smells like farts. Yeah, nice one. Well done, NASA. And sometimes it's a bit more subtle.
Yeah, and like, yeah, I mean, I'm sure you guys have heard it, right? Like, this is, dude, Jimsy's big on this too, but like, dude, it's resonating with me so much lately. Like, the Freemasonic symbol thing is like, I'm really like trying to figure that out. Let me drop a picture. But everyone's seen the Freemasonic symbol, of course. But I want to drop a picture, so. All right, so like, okay, so there's this occultic belief that there are 7 sacred sciences. So you have like mathematics, arithmetic, astronomy, dialect, and then one of them is geometria, and that is the measurement of Earth. That's what the G stands for. So like when I said that around on my tour, I wasn't just saying that. It's because it's one of the 7 sacred sciences. And it's not just one of them. According to the writings, it's the most important one. Now that seems weird, right? Like, why would geometry be the most important science? That doesn't make sense. Like, you have like the ability to speak, to read, to write, like astronomy, math. Like, why is geometry the most important one? Measurement of Earth. Well, they explain it in many different ways as to why they think it's the most important one. Being in tune and in connection, interconnected with where you live, understand the nature of where you live and stuff like that. It's very, very important to fully gain your own personal power to then be able to transcend into a higher state. So they point blank say it is the most important part. It's set apart from the other 6. Okay? And like these occult, when I say they, I mean like occultic texts. So like Freemasonic literature, the Secret Doctrine by Blavatsky, all kinds of stuff like that. And anyway, that's why the G is in the Freemasonic symbol, right? Because that stands for geometria. Now, they have cover stories for us. So they say it stands for the Grand Architect. Some people claim in here that it stands for gravity, Gnosticism, all this. It stands for geometria, though. That's what it actually stands for. So, okay, that's interesting. So in their symbol is the measurement of Earth. Interesting, right? So we're going to go further and then look at the logo, and it's a square and a compass. Well, the square is at the bottom, as in the Earth is a square. The compass is at the top, which is, of course, a circle. So circles represent what's in the sky. The square represents what's in the Earth, on the Earth, okay, or the Earth. Now, you can have a circle inside the square, and we can keep going, blah, blah, blah. But anyway, now if you look into the math of it, you obviously can't translate a circle into a square. So when you try to work this out in geometry, then you're going to get a triangle, right? Because you never fully can fit a circle into a square, right? So you have to use a triangle to try to work out the math of making them equal, if you will. So you get a triangle. That's how you do it. Well, then you get into what's right above that, which is the triangle or the pyramid, with all that the energy coming out of it. Now, a lot of people say, well, oh, they worship the sun. This is about the sun. No. It's about literal energy coming down in the form of a pyramid. And so when you look at like the radiant sources of the meteors, they form a perfect, you can use like electric optical imaging, which just basically takes different wavelengths of light and then makes it an image, right? And it and like different electrical properties and stuff, and makes it an image. When you look at the sky, you get this like perfect pyramid in the sky. So you have this pyramid of energy coming down to the Earth, and it peaks out, if you will. The top of the pyramid is right at Polaris. So that area is the all-seeing eye that gives off all the energy that's fed to the Earth. And basically, the bridge from the heavens to the Earth is this pyramid, because it's the leftover. You try to take the square and make it to the circle. And so anyway, it's like a really deep idea, but this is what the symbols actually mean. So I think this is of profound importance, because this is obviously, they understand how important it is to understand the nature of where you live, and that it's the number one truth. Like, to try to have some grasp of what's going on in the sky and the Earth and the relationship between the two, and then your existence within this energy, is obviously very important to them. That's why it's their primary symbol. And then you can go read Morals and Dogma by Albert Pike, where he point blank explains that, you treat the Earth as a plane, and then the stuff in the sky as a circle. And now go back and look through history and look at all the ancient depictions of the Earth, and guess what you're going to start to see that you didn't previously notice? You're going to notice that the Earth is represented as a square with a circle inside of it over and over and over, or corners with a circle inside of it over and over, with like a mountain or something in the middle of it. So that was my rant or whatever, but I think that's very fascinating, and I want to put the rest of the pieces together. I don't know if anyone has anything that they think they could add, but I mean, like, I think that's like pretty clearly what the symbol represents. And I think that's a crazy idea. I think it's a crazy idea to soak in. I think I would say that's where the creator is. If there's like a central source in the sky that gives off all energy, because like even Tesla would have told you there has to be like a crazy source of energy, a life-giving force within the ether, within the sky, that would have to create all this motion and put everything into motion. And I think that's kind of like, seemingly, if there's an ultimate source of energy that puts everything into emotion, well, that kind of sounds like the creator. And Yeah, I just think that you may be surprised. I think that right around Polaris, there's like sentient energy that literally feeds life into everything. So I know that was kind of all over the place, but I think this is pretty fascinating.
Yeah. Yeah, I have been meaning to read Morals of Dogma. Because, I mean, when I was younger, I took time out to read all sorts of these different books, and I read Communist Manifesto. I don't know if you bothered with that. Because I didn't agree with it, so I thought I'll have a read and see if there's actually any good ideas in there. And turns out there wasn't really, but at least I knew what I was talking about, you know. So, no, I will check out Morals and Dogma. Do you know? Is it one of those things that's widely available, or do you have to go to like specific bookshops? Like, how do you get hold of that?
Well, I can drop it.
Yeah, it's on- I think it's on YouTube, Austin. Yeah, it's on YouTube. I'm pretty sure. I've listened to it a few times.
Well, if you actually yeah. Do you mean like a physical copy, or are you cool with it like on a computer or phone? You want like?
Oh yeah, I don't mind how I read it. I'd prefer to read it. Yeah.
Yeah, so I can drop you a PDF of it.
Cool. Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah.
Is it a big book or a small book or?
It's decently big. I don't remember exactly how big. Just like I'll tell you. Just let me find it. You know that Jeranism has a library that you pay $20, you get access to the library, and it's like actually wild how many books are in here. But I'll drop it for you for free, of course.
I don't mind paying, to be honest. I don't mind giving him some money. He's done so much good work over the years. Like.
Well, that's a great deal, you know. But basically, you have Telegram?
I do, but I don't really use it. But I should.
Yeah, dude. Once you start using it, you'll become addicted, bro. Jaren tried to get me to use Telegram, and I was like, I have it, but I don't use it for like a year. And dude, I'm like literally addicted. There's no storage limit. Like it's like insane. It's like almost sketchy. It's so amazing. But anyway, that's where his library is. His library is in the form of a Telegram group. You have access to all the online books. Once you like pay $20 or whatever. Well, let me drop this book in here.
Yeah,
it's a pretty good idea.
Yeah, it is a good idea. I do have a few groups on Telegram. As I say, I do have it, but I just never go on there. But to be fair, yeah, I've been impressed by the functionality, and I just think I don't know how they're making money. And if I don't know how a company's making money, then I assume that I'm the product.
Yeah, it's in the chat. You want me to personally send it to you?
Yeah, please. Yeah, that'd be good.
I got you. Yeah, so I have the same thing. If you've ever heard of David Avocado Wolf, he actually knows someone personally that went to school with him, the guy that owns Telegram. And according to her, he's like just like legit, like this really wealthy, like guy that really believes in freedom. And so he just decided to do. I mean, that's the story is that it's just some guy that wants to make their like. You know, I agree with you that it's almost like. This is sketchy. Now, they do make some money because you can pay for premium. You can pay for Telegram, like Prime or Premium or whatever. I think you get to send a little bit longer videos, upload a little bit longer videos stuff. Dude, this thing has voice calls, audio calls. You can live stream on it. You can upload all kinds of videos. Like whenever I need to send things through my devices, so I have Apple and my computer's a PC and stuff like that. If I want to send anything to an Apple device, including like Kai or whatever, I just drop into my Telegram or my saved messages. It's pretty incredible tool, to be honest. And it's like no one's really been censored. Now, someone told me someone's been censored, but I've never been able to verify that. That's the only place in the whole world.
Yeah, well, I mean, Discord used to be censorship free, and then obviously that changed. So yeah, we'll see. I mean, I'm prepared to try it. Do you know if you can do stuff like have like multi-group chats and that kind of thing, like we're doing now?
No, you mean so voice chat? That's a good question. Actually, I don't know.
So I meant.
I don't know if they did that though. If they integrated like a competition to Discord, dude, it would freaking explode. Actually, that's a great idea. I don't know if you can do that. It's more of like a social media alternative.
Yeah. It would be great if they did, because like, I mean, it'd be nice if one day we can actually go on a platform where we can just not be censored. Because I'm happy to keep moving, cool, but it just seems like a bit of a chore every couple of years. Okay, so you get used to Discord, then Discord gets cucked, and then you move to, I don't know, gilded or whatever, and then inevitably gilded becomes cucked, and then you have to move on. It would be nice to just stay somewhere,
Me and Jared might be doing a debate. So that should be pretty cool. I'll let you guys know.
Who's Jared debating?
I think someone just reached out to Jared and asked if me and him and I would want to do a debate against. It just says some hexagon globers. I don't even know what that is. So, but, that'd be cool, man. Me and Jared debating would probably be pretty cool. As long as Jared can keep his cool, I mean, he seems pretty cool, pretty chill.
You did that 4-on-1, didn't you, with him? I think who else it was?
Yeah, with Bryant.
Yeah,
Wait,
that's
confirming. Oh,
Yeah.
sorry. Quick question,
No, yeah, go
Crypto.
ahead.
For Wit, you confirming? Are you debating FCFE tonight?
Yeah.
Awesome.
I'm not excited about it.
You're not excited about it?
Hell no, I'm not excited about
Yeah.
it, dude. I told that dude no over 100 times in the last 3 years. But like every time I get dragged into a debate, bro, it's always like as a favor to someone. So like, yeah. Like the only reason I ever debated McToon again was a favor to James. The only reason I'm debating FTFE is a favor to Shane.
Yeah.
He like begged
No,
me
and
to do it.
I'm like with other moderation panel over on Shane's channel, and really more than anything else, I know this takes a lot out of you from a standpoint of like you're really being put to public trial on this stuff, right? And more than anything else, you're standing up as a patriot. And it's one of those things like taking a moment to kind of just again tip my hat to your efforts publicly, right? So, we definitely appreciate what you do, dude. No doubt about it. And for the Easter egg, and these are the things that are important, are the Easter eggs that you leave in these debates for people like us who are watching with bated breath how you interact with these guys. Please know, the audience is watching. So we do really appreciate you, man.
Thank you, brother. Nah, it's like I look at it like the creator kind of blesses me to do it. So, like, I don't know. Some people may call it the universe or whatever you want to call it, but
Man, you got the gift of gab, buddy. And I mean, it's the thing. Like I've heard you speak, and it's not putting any negative connotation. Absolutely not. You're like Rain Man. You just spit those lyrics, and it's like IRL statistics, and it's like following code. You're literally like watching the Matrix happen when you speak sometimes. So you do what you do, dude, and it's awesome to watch.
Thank you, man. I think everyone can do it, though. Honestly, like I think, like I used to be way worse at debating. So I don't know. Like I've always had a gift to debate to an extent, like for sure. Like I think I could like debate positions. I used to win debates about positions that I was wrong about and I disagree with now. But yeah, I just think it's like you have to focus your energy more on not what to think, but how to think, and like really comprehending logic. And it's not really as much as like sit down and study a list of fallacies. You can do that, but a crypto will be the first to tell you I mess up on my denotation of fallacies quite a bit at times. But it's much more about like you click in your brain what logical thinking is, like how it works. That way, like when I said appeal to emotion, like I was just like you get to where you can just name fallacies and you just so happen to be right. Like when I first said appeal to emotion, I was just saying that. I was just calling it what it was, because you can just start to recognize yourself like this is fallacious because of this. So just say like, oh, this is an appeal to this. And like you're right half the time. It's much more about like how to, like making that click in your brain, like how to think. As it comes to information, just repetition. All right, like all that repetition, and then I'm like, I became an effie robot on that tour, like saying the same thing over and over. But I appreciate the kind words.
Yeah, I think that's really important about saying about how to think rather than what to think, because really that's what the reason why, like, I mean, the first step is studying a list of fallacies, to be honest, and then getting familiar with why they're fallacies, and really getting more comfortable with that information. I mean, the reason that a straw man fallacy is fallacious isn't because you can name a straw man fallacy. It's because you are literally not addressing what they've said. So, right. So it's like you say, you've got to actually know why that's fallacious. It's not just being able to name fallacies.
Exactly.
Just to pick up on what Kilowatt said, I think it's Kilowatt. Sorry if I got your name wrong. And to address this to Witsit, there was a poll yesterday during your debate, and that James basically asked, "What is your opinion of the shape of the Earth?" And it was 4 options. It was flat earther, globe earther, not sure, and I think the 4th option was like James is a soy boy or something. I don't know what is. That's like a joke that he tells, whatever. But a third of the audience last night for your debate was flat earthers. So, and I certainly can say from my own point of view, I've been debating this 7 years, and I always learn something from you whenever I watch you debate. Right. So, as someone who's been debating for a long time, I'm still learning from you and from other people. So, even if that's your only goal, is to actually teach flat earthers new things, because the globers aren't going to listen to you anyway. You know that, I know that, like, that's not news to anyone. The guys in the middle might be persuaded by what you're doing. That's great. And the guys on your side are also benefiting from that. So it's not just about like watching you beat up on globers. For me, it's actually about learning new things. And I really appreciate that as well. So.
Cool. I appreciate you saying that. That's a good point. I don't think about that as much.
Yeah.
Because I do the same thing. I learn from other people that same way. I think debate's probably the most efficient way, because you get to see, like, it's like a fast forwarded version of like hearing an argument and then hearing it challenged and then examining the contention and seeing where anything fallacious lies. And it's like debates are so beautiful, man, because they're such like an efficient way to like learn things. It's so much more efficient than like watching a professor speak, right? It's where you get to hear like the challenges and have the logic laid out. Now, obviously, when you're debating like conspiracy cats, it's not nearly as efficient as it should be, right? Because it's only one-sided, like, valid critique. But yeah, I appreciate you saying that, because I do think that it's super important, bro. Like, I was telling Kai that the other night. I'm like, I've grown to the point where I think that debate's probably the most important thing that exists in society.
I think we might get a little more humor in Flat Earth here pretty quick, because you may know this already, may not, but Jim Brewer did a conspiracy podcast with Eddie Bravo, and he's already collaborated with Sean Hibler. So
yeah, I told you that.
I know. So we might be getting some really kick-ass fucking Flat Earth jokes. That'd be amazing. He's already tore up COVID. Trust the science and making fun of Fauci and shit. It's just like I could almost pee my pants watching the dude. So, but you, Austin, I wish so much we could fast forward in time to see what your children are going to do. Oh, man, exciting stuff. I mean, that's a long ways away, but, yeah, you might be able to teach your children flat smack in kindergarten and not get in trouble. So, yeah. But you guys probably won't be in public school, I would imagine.
Nah, homeschool.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
No, Jim Brewer comes over. That would be freaking epic, because we need more comedians.
Oh, yeah, we do. Yes, we do. We need to reach everybody on every possible perspective and in any way. But it all comes down to like what you were talking about. If someone can talk and speak logically.
I think it can be argued that comedy may take the first slot, actually, because that's what's going to pique interest, and then someone goes and watches the debate to iron out the details. Yeah, they're definitely both up there at the top of like really important in society, like where free speech of comedy is very, very important.
I think that's why Jim Brewer is, in my opinion, special permission boy. But it's great to see it, and yeah, can't wait to see what else he does.
I think
He
we're
may
gonna try to
not
get him at our
come out.
next summit.
Ooh. I mean, do we have another, Owen Benjamin on our hands? Maybe Mr. Brewer has reviewed Benjamin Owen in detail. Who knows?
Yeah, well, they're
That'd be
different
good.
too. That's what's so beautiful. Like, yeah, their comedy is different. Like, Jim Brewer's much more animated. He's more Alex Stein, but like Alex Stein, I call what Alex Stein does more of like comedic prostitution. But Jim Brewer's very animated, whereas that's not really what Owen does. So they're different and they're both funny. And like, if we could get them, and honestly, I don't even want Dave Chappelle anymore, but like, that's a different style. You need like different types of comedians that are speaking the truth. That would
For
be
sure.
game over, bro. That would change the whole game. I wish we had more flat earth comedians.
Yeah, if we got whether or not he talks about it, if you ask me, if he's any kind of truther, right now as we speak, Jim Brewer is a flat earther. He's just being strategic.
Well, it's like Eddie says, like, you hear about it, it clicks with you, but then you like kind of deny it for like roughly 18 months, right? So he's like in that stage. Same with Brian from High Impact Flicks. Like, I was talking to him behind the scenes before he gave his speech at our summit. It's like he's leaning this way. He's starting to realize like, oh snap. But he doesn't. Anyone that's honest knows like to fully take the dive where you're like, yes, it is flat. Is like it's.
Well, maybe I could allot that much time to defend it, to learn how to defend it, but I don't think it should take that long to get it.
No, it's not. Yeah, I agree with that. It's like, I think that it's not a lack of comprehension for these people. It's like if there's like a couple percentile of your brain is like unsure, you're like, I want to make sure before I go out on a limb and say this publicly, where if I'm wrong about it, it would be hard to live down. It's like that fear in the back of your mind that it would be hard to live it down if you came out and were wrong about something like this. And that's what kind of like holds people back.
I'd be willing to guess Jim Brewer, unless something else has happened with his life, which he could have been a flat earther longer, but minimum time he's been a flat earther has got to be like 6 months. I mean, who knows how long he worked with Sean, right?
Yeah, they just recently linked up. So
exactly.
Yeah, it's cool. It's like, I think he's gonna try to get him to be in his next movie, and I don't know. I don't think I'm supposed to like reveal too much stuff. I think sometimes I mess up, but like, yeah, like if there's a lot of stuff going on behind the scenes.
We in the weeds. Let's turn back.
Yeah, pretty much. Because like, I like to keep it like real, like, yeah, I'm like big on loyalty and stuff like that. I don't want to like say stuff I'm not supposed to say. Like, there's stuff I wish I could tell you guys. And so people hear that and they're like, oh, you're a Mason. It's like, no, you're an idiot. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just like respect. The reason these people open up to me and talk to me is because they know they can trust me. So like,
exactly. What kind of friend would you be if you were blabbing your mouth and shit? But hey, if there's maybe stuff coming down the pipeline, ooh, yay.
Yeah, I can drop like seeds here and there and like hope that people can pick up on it, but I can only do something. Like, I'm not gonna betray someone's trust. Like,
no
you
doubt.
Know what I mean? Yeah.
Not a good idea for you.
Because we need more loyalty in society. It seems to be a rare thing.
There's no benefit to doing that anyway, is there, really? Like, if you say like someone confides in you, whatever, and then you go, oh yeah, like Dave from whatever, like where's the benefit? You look like a dick. They feel like they're betraying.
Right.
They hard deny it. Like, there's no benefit anyway. So even from like a selfish perspective, it wouldn't make sense. Like, even
yeah, it
if
would just be ego.
Yeah. So anyway.
Well, social media followings can make money off it, but whatever.
Well, it would be like this lame ego thing where it's like, look, I know a famous guy that says this, maybe, I guess. But the only reason I ever bring up stuff, it's like, it's stuff I know that they wouldn't care about me saying, or I've specifically asked. And I say it so like as an encouragement type thing. Like, I want, like, so just so flat earthers know, like, there are very prominent people behind the scenes that watch flat earthers. Like, the people that you talk to are being seen by very, very prominent people. And I'll just kind of like, I think that's like a reassurance, like, you know, don't ever like get discouraged. Like, you'd be surprised who you're reaching, probably.
Or who might be a flat earther and with the confines of their standard way of living. You know, it's kind of tricky for some people.
Yeah, like there are famous actors that have specifically asked to not be said, but that have like reached out to certain flat earth content producers and been like, dude, I've been watching you for years, keep doing it. We need someone like you that can speak for us because we can, and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, they have contracts and shit, don't they?
Well, yeah, and they would just lose all their money. So like kind of what happens is they get into this lifestyle that's really expensive. So they have like these different houses and they eat at these different restaurants, and their lifestyle day to day is really expensive. And if they come out and say this, they're going to lose their money, which means they're going to be in a problem because like they already have all these financial like commitments and they have like this expensive lifestyle.
I feel bad for people like that. I recently moved to the suburbs of Chicago, and yeah, so $50 bill is like the new 20 and shit. It's like crazy. But yeah, the cost of living here is unbelievable to me. So I can, you know, my sister and her husband live pretty well, but I can imagine other people that have more money and the type of luxury that they're accustomed to, you know, I mean, waited on hand and foot with their staff and whatnot. And yeah, limo driver.
It's not even necessarily just the staff. I mean, you know, in the area of London I live in, I live near several wealthy areas. Like London's quite a big area, but up the road from me, I don't really want to say, but there are a few very wealthy areas in London, and just owning a house in, say, I don't know, Highgate, which is an area of North London, that can cost you a few £1 million just to buy a house. And if you want to be with your actor friends, or if you want to live, I don't know, near the West End so you can be with all your actor friends and go out for dinner every night, well, that's going to cost you $5,000 a month minimum just to rent there. If you buy the place, it's going to cost you millions. Like, and you're not even doing anything special. You've just bought a house and you've gone for dinner a few times. But it's where you've done it. And I think that's what Wiz is saying. It's like the same things that you would do for cheaper in the suburbs of Chicago cost 4 times as much in an area of London.
Yeah. Oh my God, that's insane. Actually, my sister and her husband, they have what, compared to what they're used to, the house they got last year, they're renting it, and it's like a cottage to them. So, but yeah, it's crazy out here, but there's like everything. But London, oh wow, so it's even more expensive than like Chicago.
Well, I don't know, but London's mad expensive in places.
Yeah.
You can easily pay $4 or $5,000 a month to rent a place in London, easily, if you want.
Yeah, I think I heard somebody say something about $1,600 for an apartment or something like that. I'm like, ooh, too rich for my
that. We're paying that for this like little bitty house in South Carolina. Like, it's crazy, man. Like like the prices just shot up when we were looking for a place. I mean, it's just kind of like that way. Like, we were in a little house in the middle of nowhere, and it's like $16 a month. So it kind of sucks. I'm hoping that like,
is there property attached?
Just a little bit. Like, we have a pretty cool backyard, but it's like, it's not like a lot of acres or anything. I mean, we have a cool backyard for sure, like secluded with trees and stuff. But we just kind of had to take what we could get. You know,
I don't know what my sister thinks. No idea.
I can't do like apartments and stuff though. I just can't do it. I decided when I was like 22, I'd never live in an apartment again personally. But yeah, it's just crazy. Like a couple years ago, you could go to like East Texas and you could spend $1,500 and get like, if you spent $2,000 a month in East Texas like 2 years ago, you would get like a 7-bedroom freaking like mansion on like a couple like 4 or 5 acres, the lake. You know what I'm saying?
But yeah, living in an apartment, or if an individual's really hard up, like I have been in the past, and you live in a trailer, it's like the Jerry Springer show. Jerry. Stay away from that shit. No thanks.
Well, you can rent like literal. I don't know. I think they call them pods. Like if you want to go to like Silicon Valley and spend all your earnings on rent, you can go to Silicon Valley and rent a literal pod. And what a pod is literally like a bed, and there's 5 other people in the same room as you.
Yikes!
And you're all sharing a bathroom and all shit. And this costs like $1,000 a month. So
is that like a boarding house setup?
Sorry?
Like a boarding house kind of setup? It sounds crazy.
Yeah, but you're paying like basically top dollar because of where you are.
Oh, no.
That's disgusting.
I would not want to live there.
Like treating humans like they're flies or bees or something. It's just like, nah, man.
No. I get it.
Yo, I gotta tell you guys a freaking conspiracy theory, okay? So there are people that are like Trump apologists, right? Of course. And then I'm gonna speak coded. Please, no one respond with too specific. We don't want to jeopardize anyone's channel or anything. But so like a lot of people are like, well, we know Trump's in on it. Obviously, he was pushing for everyone to get genetically modified, right? And he brags to this day about Operation Warp Speed and stuff. So that's how we know he's not a good guy. There's an argument that you may not have heard that tries to defend Trump with that, okay? This is it. It's pretty interesting, I'm not gonna lie. I obviously don't believe it, but I'm just throwing it out there for you so you know what's coming down the pipe, maybe. The story is there was something called Operation Devolution, and this was the idea of rolling it out in 2020, and it was supposed to be a 10-year process of locking everyone down for 10 years, like maybe let them out a little bit, then lock them down and increase the amount of time they're locked down for 10 years while they work on the development of a cure, which normally takes 5 to 10 years. And then that lines up where, it would be completed by 2030, which is why they rolled it out in 2020. And so the original plan was to do it for 10 straight years and then to not release this alleged cure way further down into the 10 years. And then as a counter strike, because this is the selling point, right? That in war there's always casualties. So this is just like the lesser of two evils that had to be done because war always has casualties. So since this plan was being rolled out, Trump countered it by doing Operation Warp Speed. So they wanted to drag it out for 10 years. He's like, no, how about 9 months? And now most people will know not to do that because it normally takes 5 to 10 years. So like, why would they rush and get something after 9 months? And he knew that most of his base wouldn't do it anyway. And it was to counter their move, which was that but by the time it rolled out, you wouldn't be able to travel, go drive a car, do anything without it, as opposed to just getting the people that took it this time, which is like 90% of them are just the most asleep sheep, right? So like they would take it no matter what. They wanted to get people like me and you. And so their plan was to get everyone instead of just some people. So Trump kind of came in and like bucked the system and made it hurry up and rush it. So that way, look what's happening now. There are no lockdowns. There are no blah, 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 right? So that's the narrative. And then they have like these documents that Trump signed, like dozens of executive orders within the last 24 hours of him leaving office. And many of them talk about devolution. And so that's why they say he brags about, just remember, I did Operation Warp Speed. Just remember. Because allegedly, and also that it being rushed through like that, it had to be EUA, emergency use, which means you have to have a control group of placebo. Because if it's lifetime experimental, blah, 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 it has to have a control group. So that was the counter strike to their plan to initiate the one world order by 2030. Pretty crazy theory, huh?
Interesting. So
yeah, I mean, obviously I don't buy it.
It's a better story than the original, official narrative. So, but yeah, I don't really believe it. Sounds like a load of bollocks.
No, me either. I'm like, okay, well, how about when he comes out and wages war against them? We'll talk.
I'm still waiting for him to imprison all of these people he was going to. That never happened. Yeah. So.
All the children in the tunnels that he was saving. Yeah, it's like,
man, it was such a crazy story. I don't understand how people are still following this guy as if he's like some kind of hero.
They have a problem. Well, they're so desperate for any truth. Like, You guys should go watch Saturday Night Live with Dave Chappelle. He covers like the Kanye stuff and like.
What?
Obviously, yeah. Dave Chappelle covers like the whole Ye getting censored, Kyrie getting censored, what he was talking about. He has like a 15-minute stand-up.
Does he do more than one skit?
Do what?
Does he do more than one skit, or is it just?
It's like a stand-up routine, and it's like 15 minutes. It is funny, but it is actually propaganda. Of course, he's using it to propagandize people. He's a really, really talented wizard. But anyway,
Who's
Chappelle.
the wizard? Oh, I don't know. I mean, Kanye. I mean, he just plays the part of the pawn.
Well, Owen Benjamin's apparently in contact with Kanye and seems to think he's actually legit, and he never murdered anyone or did anything, so they can't tell him what to say, and who knows? That's a whole thing. But
I can't.
So
no.
Yeah, I would say definitely be skeptical of Ye. But anyway, the point I'm just saying is that in that stand-up, you can go watch it. It's on Saturday Night Live. Just look up SNL Dave Chappelle. It's from a few days ago. He points out, and he makes a great point how he says it, right? So when the first debate, Trump's on stage against Hillary Clinton, and he's like, this system is rigged. You know, like the whole system's corrupt. It's rigged. Then the questionnaire asks him, oh, well, if you've sat here, if you're saying the system's rigged and you've sat here and benefited off of it, basically you're saying you've used the corrupt system to benefit. He said, yeah, of course I did. I used it. You know, like that's why I'm successful, because I used it. And if you don't want me to use it to avoid taxes, then change the tax code. Tell Hillary, who's been in establishment for many years, she should change the tax code. But she won't do that because most of her donors use the same exact loopholes and corruption that I use, so she'll never change it. Right.
Don't.
So he said that Chappelle's like, on that night, a star was born. Right. And that is true. That's when all the people were like, oh my gosh, Donald Trump. And he said no one had ever seen someone come from outside the house, come talk to the commoner and be like, everything you think we are doing, everything that you think we are doing inside that house, and then go back into the house and proceed to do it anyway. And that was my long way of answering the question. That's why people still follow him, because it's like they're so desperate for any little bit of truth. You have a dude on stage calling out some of the stuff we've been desperate and thirsty to hear for so long that they don't care about anything else. It's like they're hopelessly optimistic. They need someone to save them instead of wanting to save themselves, and then they'll be an apologist for everything Trump does because he did that.
So he was basically saying, don't hate the player, hate the game. It's like, don't be hating me. I'm doing what Charles doing. I mean.
Yeah. Yep. And like, it's a good point, right? And it's like, and he called out the Federal Reserve, and he called out Fauci, and he called out a bunch of corruption. It's just like those little truth bombs that are really obvious. Like the people were so desperate to hear something like that they'll defend him till the end.
Right.
Yeah, but then obviously Chappelle cucks at the end anyway, doesn't he? So it ruins it all at the end anyway. Yeah. But
he cucks the whole time, pretty much.
Yeah, of course. Well, that's who he is. But the Trump thing was interesting because I never really believed it, but I was certainly like, I wanted Trump to be the president just to see how it unfolded, you know. There was like a 1% of me that hoped, oh yeah, maybe this is legit, but I know that's the 1% of you that hopes for the lottery win, or that's not actually going to happen, but there's always that little bit of hope inside you. But I knew that he was, just going to be another kind of shill. But the problem with people like Trump is like with Democrats, you kind of already know that they're gonna push whatever degenerate policies they're gonna push. I think the problem with Republicans is that Republicans and other people who are opposing the progressivism don't notice that the same progressivism is happening even when a Republican's in charge. So they seem to think that there's some kind of pushback when there isn't.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So, and I think maybe that's why they do that. It's like, oh yeah, well, you've had a Republican for 4 years and he couldn't fix it, so I guess we're just going to carry on. Now we've got a Democrat back. It's just like that. But that was
such
already
a low vibration. That's crazy.
Yeah.
so remedial. But like what all did Dave say that cucked? Like, cause he is a very talented wizard, bro. Like he's talking about like anti-Semitism, and he's talking about like the Holocaust, bro. He's like, one thing's for sure, you can't blame black people for that. So what is he insinuating? That you can blame white people? Right, so it's like it's little subtle wizardry like that will be planted in people's brains, and they won't even intellectualize how they're being psychologically manipulated. It was like very well done, I must admit.
Man, I you know where I see that wizardry also a lot of times when you look at mainstream media and you look like a documentary about something or just a casual video, and you really see how they cut certain pictures in to, you know, the way they cut the video or edit the video, they underline a certain agenda in your subconscious mind, and people who are like not aware at all, they just soak it in, which programs them automatically. I don't know, I just see this very often here in Germany with mass media, with especially from the state. And I gotta admit, man, in the past 2 years, I actually need to admit this. Germans are like, I wish you could live here and see this, but Germans are really one of the worst types of brainwash people, really. Like,
I'm incredibly disappointed in you guys doing that.
Man, you can't imagine how crazy it is. Literally, our chancellor is laughing about a guy, about a bakery, a guy who, like, he said a story, okay? In German TV, our chancellor says, so there was this baker guy, he now needs to change his oven from electrician to gas oven because of the high energy price. Then our chancellor starts laughing about him. And no one in the audience, and later on, no one is like, what is it called? No one is
like checking you or upset.
Yes, like literally, the chancellor is laughing about his own people, and people don't care.
Yeah, you make me. You guys make me disappointed to have German in me.
It's okay, man.
I'm kind of joking, but like, I mean,
yeah,
it's really bad. Yeah, because like I looked up my real last name and I track it back, and it's Landahl. My blood last name, Landahl, and yeah, it's like it's German, and I'm not. Guys, drop the ball.
You know, I don't want to say that Germany was always like this, but Germans are definitely not what they were in the past. You know, like I don't understand how this nation has invented so much and created so much for this world. And still is it's funny, actually. We have created all these tools to shape the world in this manipulated brainwashed state as Germans. We made that happen to what it is now by automatically also brainwashing our own nation and completely making it not a nation anymore. Like, people here in Germany have no patriotism or something like that. It doesn't exist here. Actually, we Germans are always in a state of hating our own country. That's like what they like suggesting people to think about their own country, you know? Like, you can literally play, like, there's a video that I've seen last time where people wanted to play the German national hymn. What is it called in English? Sorry, the Song of a Nation. So the anthem, yes, and the police just tried, like the police. There were like two police guys that tried to literally get into the van and stop the playing of it in public. You know, just think about it. You can't. This country is so destroyed.
It almost looked like America nowadays.
It's even worse. What do you know about Swabia? Is that how you say it? Swabia. That's where my last name tracks to. Yeah.
Yeah, the Klaus Schwab is, man. I don't know. That guy is some kind of
no. Like the South. It's like Southwest. Like the Southwestern territory in Germany, Swabia or something.
Schwäbisch.
Okay. I don't know.
Schwäbisch Hall, Baden-Württemberg. Do you mean that? Schwäbisch Hall?
I'm just gonna drop a picture of it. I don't know.
I just wanted to mention something about Germans and the history of Germany and all the rest. What's interesting is obviously when you talk about Einstein and all of the other kind of German and European physicists that were around at the time, that happened very much in the context of like pre-National Socialist Germany. And I don't think that those things are separate. I actually think that the quote-unquote, because I mean, you probably know about this, Witsit, but there's the National Socialists describe what Einstein was doing and what a bunch of the other guys were doing as Jewish physics. Physics. They called it Jewish physics, right?
Yeah, so Jewish mysticism and Jewish physics. Yep.
Exactly, yeah. So then that begs the question, well, what's the alternative? What were they doing, right? And that's the, like, to use one of your favorite words, there's some real gravy in finding out what the Germans were doing as an alternative to Einstein. There's a lot of very interesting stuff there.
It's ether physics. They literally describe it as ether physics. They say that they're throwing out the Jewish physics, that they're applying ether physics, and that's when they then created the Bell and the UFOs and stuff like that. That's like, it's ether physics. It's crazy because it's like right in everyone's face. They ignored Einsteinian mysticism, they adopted ether physics, and then they began to make successful UFOs. I have a good book on that, actually. If you want that, I'll drop that too.
I need to just finish this where I was going with this, right? What's really interesting, and I think the reason that a lot of people get irritated and annoyed with you specifically with the questioning of this generally, and here's what I mean. There seems to be this kind of spirit within like different sets of people, you know, around the world, but specifically Europeans, that we kind of, and the descendants of Europeans, we have to, if we are kind of being hoodwinked, we have to expose that and we have to go against it. But what I found really interesting is that often, say you've got this layer of deceit, let's call it the 1913 to the 1930 period, and there's like an alternative that makes more sense. It seems to make people very, it triggers this visceral reaction, because I think people don't want to then believe that they were part of the deception. So it almost feels like you're actually being, what's the word, like you're actually directly insulting them because it's part of their character to not be dishonest, even if they know they're being dishonest, if that makes sense. There's like this conflict inside them. The other thing that I've wanted to mention, which is quite interesting, is that there's all sorts of things like, you guys must have heard of like No Nut November, and you know, I don't want to go into that kind of gross kind of direction, but there are all of these things to do with like controlling yourself either sexually or emotionally or in other ways. And a lot of the times when you see these posted on Twitter, you get very interesting groups of people come out to call it names, right? You are anti a Mediterranean language, let's just say, because you want to control yourself sexually. Now, that doesn't make any sense until you understand that the sexual degeneracy is being pushed as a deliberate attempt to destroy your society in the first place. So then any attempt to then get rid of that is seen as an attack on them because they perpetrated it in the first place.
Yes, well said.
Anyway, sorry, there's a lot I needed to say. I've got to go. Have a good night, guys.
Yeah, much love, bro. I sent you that Moral Dogma, and I'm going to send you that other book about ether physics and the Germans.
Perfect. Thank you. I'll read both. Cheers. Have a good night, guys.
Later, bro.
Later, man.
Oh, yeah. And so one thing before I go, Witsit, yeah, just keep doing what you're doing, man. I know that you find it frustrating debating these guys, but there's a lot of people who get a lot of value out of it. So don't ever forget that.
Thank you, Crypto. Don't be camera shy, man. Come on.
Nah, I don't want these assholes finding out who I am. Like, fuck that. See you later, guys.
Later, bro.
Later, man.
Bye.
I'm going to drop this book in the chat, too. Pretty crazy. I mean, there's a part of it that talks about an alleged secret space program, so obviously you can just let that kick rocks, but it's very interesting stuff. Talks about like Jewish physics and ether physics and. Oh, I already dropped it. Wow. So yeah. Anyway, there it is in the chat.
You're ahead of yourself. You got to slow down so you can catch up.
Man, that's a very long book. I sometimes wonder how these people can write so much.
So you can skip. Yeah, it's 486 pages, but about 200 of the pages is no good. So you'll get to the part kind of in the middle that's talking about like a space program. Just skip it. Skip that part, and then so it's about 200 pages to read. I haven't even read all of it. But just read the beginning. Like even just the beginning is like gravy.
But I'll be honest with you, man. I find it quite weird where Hitler got his money from to make his very poor party rise up extremely fast and make all the he flew across the country and did all his propaganda stuff. And in the beginning, he had like literally almost no money in his, in their party funding, and it's just weird to see where all the huge amounts of money came from suddenly, and I wonder why is that a thing, Because there's this.
It's very sketchy. Yeah.
This
As far as I know-
conspiracy.
As far as I know, there's two main reasons. Number one, he outlawed degeneracy. He banned porn and a whole bunch of like disgusting degenerate behavior, and so people were inclined to have more holistic careers and work on their vocations and stuff like that. And number two, he went after the interest, the Jews that were like charging interest on their loans and stuff like that. He banned interest, and that created a lot of wealth.
Yeah, that's true. He really attacked the debt usury. I want like real fast, as was seen in Reich of the Black Sun, which is the book that is before this book he wrote. Nazi ideology itself, with its rejection of quote unquote Jewish relativistic physics, would have naturally turned to the homegrown, purely Aryan quote unquote, and equally successful quantum mechanical theory as a conceptual basis from which to pursue its advanced projects. And it goes on to explain that it, right here, their credo forced on some by the Nazi ideology and readily embraced by others was the development of a whole new paradigm of physics free of the constraints of relativity and quote-unquote Jewish physics. And then it goes on to explain that it's ether physics that they adopted and then began to have like immense success with UFOs and stuff.
I just find it quite weird how Hitler just makes the same old handshakes we are used to from our lovely politicians and other elites. Like the handshake just gives it away for me personally.
That doesn't really look like that handshake.
Man, I don't know. I find the whole story suspect. For me, like I think the serpent is so smart and good what he does. The thing is ultimately the king of this world is the Antichrist, is Satan, right? So whatever he is going to install as a story for history, he knows exactly what he's doing. Like he's here since the beginning of the first man, right? So he has been through a lot of stuff and trials and tests of what works and what not. And I think the whole thing we have seen in the past, also with Hitler, is just a construct.
Like maybe that is the handshake. I can't really tell. Is that his like fingers on the bottom? I can't tell because okay, I'll drop a picture of the handshake if no one knows. Yeah, I don't revere him or anything.
No, but there's
this agreements in the background.
There's just this popular thing going through many people thinking that he is like the good guy, you know, the last one who tried to get rid of the cookies, you know, and stuff like that.
Well, have you ever watched Europa?
Yes, I have watched all the documentaries about him.
Okay, this history does speak for itself. We were definitely lied to about what happened, and you know, as to whether or not he was like a character on the world stage, you know, that's a different conversation. But for sure, he had like enemies surrounded and let them go. He was saying, "I don't want to go to war." So this narrative that he was like, you know, he wanted to take over the whole world via imperialism is provably false. He didn't do that. Didn't want to do that. And secondly, when they say that he wanted to, like this misnomer that he wanted to rid the world of anyone that wasn't the Aryan race, which is blonde hair and blue eyes, is also not true. So these two narratives are that like he wanted to take over the whole world via imperialism and then just keep the Aryan race of blonde hair, blue eyes. Like that's not a real thing at all. In reality, he was like, please don't fight us. We don't want to fight. War will be bad for us and for you. Please don't fight us. Please don't fight us. Please don't. So it's like at the least we were lied to about it. And he did incentivize nationalism, and he did outlaw degeneracy. And so like, it's not whether or not he's like some hero. That's a false binary, right? It's not either he's like
but he also
like the worst guy ever or the best guy ever.
I know that the whole thing was the whole history about him is fake, but I just find it suspect that he works highly close to the Catholic Church or the Vatican / Jesuits, and that he was supported by them. And on the other hand, you know, the thing with the funds, and then the way you have video material of royal family in Britain making the Hitler, you know, the raising arm thing to the same time as when he was the ruler. There's just so many things again where for me the whole concept of black and white, I mean, that's what they ultimately want you to think, right? They know that there's people making videos about the real story of Hitler, and they know if it's gonna look like this, people want to be on this or that side. And at the end, I think it's just pure I don't know, theater or something.
So
I mean, the whole world is a stage.
I'm gonna drop this video just in case no one's seen it into the text, but I'm gonna delete it after like 5 seconds. So
yeah, like Spake says, he was just another cast member in War's theater. Yeah, exactly. He was just a running man for Satan. Like, I mean, if Satan wants war, he needs to have one guy who wants this and the other guy who wants that.
Well, all he wanted was to have his country be left alone. That's what the actual history shows. So I'm not saying that he was an amazing guy, but he actually claimed to be Christian. Again, I think it was like Catholic, and I am not like some type of Hitler apologist, but I don't like when it's not doing it justice to just like some like fatal swoop of it, right? Like
no, I don't.
Obviously
I don't do that
for some reason.
I don't do that, but the thing is, what I can't remember. The thing is, there's always a reason to. How should I say? The thing is, what is weird that even though he wanted all the peace, they still declared the total war, right? So I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but Hitler could have also just stayed in his boundaries instead of declaring a total war, because he wanted also to expand a certain part, right? I mean, if you're starting to produce weapons and I don't know, man. I don't know how to explain it. I think it's just all of this was just staged to create another war.
I obviously dispute that.
Create a new system again. I mean, look at the system that was created after World War II, and look at all the precious history that was just completely vanished from the earth by completely bombing and destroying it.
All I know is there's a group of people in modern history that was speaking out against centralized banking, speaking out against a certain group that has like a disproportionate amount of control,
and was promoting making babies, was outlawing degeneracy, was pursuing ancient technology and ancient knowledge, was traveling out to the south, was looking into the quote-unquote Aryan race, was looking into the black sun, which is the center of the magnetic field, and they were looking into ether physics. So they've been completely demonized, and all those details I just said have been erased from the history entirely. And so as a truther, we would maybe want to look into the aspects that were erased, like the ether physics and the success they had with ether physics. And, you know, I think that sometimes people kind of, like, I don't know. I think that he may have been controlled, but the people that were doing all the stuff underneath him, you know, were not in on some major plots to be starting a war. Like, they had to have something real to it to convince everyone else, right? Like all the people in Germany and stuff like that.
True.
So, yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. I mean, I think that it's important to realize that they were literally building UFOs with ether physics. They were calling out Einsteinian physics as mysticism. And guess what?
The thing I always look at is, you know, we both know that there's a creator, and whatever his will is, it will be done, right? I mean, when his will is to do whatever his will is to do with you as a person, he's gonna do it, no matter what is going to happen. It is his will, and he's gonna do it if he wants to. And that's just the you know. It's just you know, if whatever happened in the past, for me, what it all goes back to is the will of the creator, what he imagines things to be happening. Not that I'm saying that it is his will that people die in war and whatnot, but his ways are not my ways, right? I can't look into why, you know, people tend to think nowadays that love means everything must be good and liberal and love, there's nothing hateful or bad or whatnot, but sometimes it's hard to explain. But true love sometimes shows also through things that maybe in the first picture or first view have looked like total hell, so to say, but then it turned out that it needed to be that way in the first place to have an outcome of something much more greater and better. I don't know how to explain it.
It's kind of like a cop out, like an explanation for, you know, a God apologist, if you will. Maybe that's just me.
No, I'm not trying to apologize for anything, man. What I say doesn't matter. I can't speak for the creator, and I don't want to. No, it's just my vain imagination of how things might be. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Even if people die, everything that happens, the very thing, death, was created by him. The very thing, living, was created by him. The very thing, breathing, was created by him. The very thing of feeling desperate, it was created by him. The very thing of people killing each other, it was created by him. So there is nothing that I can judge about it to say this is good or bad, you know. Even the mindset for me of knowing good or bad was created by him. So it doesn't matter what I say at the end of the day. It completely doesn't matter what we think about the creator, or if it's right that he is allowing this or that. It doesn't matter. The only reason why you can actually think that is because he let you think it, you know.
Okay. So I should bow down to that power then. Gosh, I should be.
Yes, exactly, man. Because he has the ability to stop your heart in this right second, man. If you want to.
Myself, right? Humble myself.
Yes, humble yourself.
The beauty of the creator's bullshit.
Exactly.
Here. Yeah. Well,
but you don't have a humble spirit, so you can't come to the truth, man. You need to humble yourself.
Yeah, no, you don't need to bow down to shit. You don't need to have power over you, buddy. You're fine on your own. You don't need to have power over you.
Yeah, then you can perish.
We all
it's
perish,
okay, man.
Each one of us perish.
No.
Do you hate God, Glatt?
Huh?
Sounds kind of like it.
God, man.
No. Listen, I want to be an agnostic, but I also want somebody to blame for all the absolute, inexcusable pain that people go through all the time. So, yeah.
Oh, the pain people go through is actually that person's fault or whoever's fault.
Huh?
man itself is responsible for their own pain.
Exactly. Man is responsible for sin entering this earth, man. We're responsible for every pain that is happening in this place. He's not.
No, we're not. Did I choose to come here?
don't necessarily
Unless I
agree
chose
with
to
that.
come here, then yeah, then it's all my fault. But if I didn't choose to come here, then fuck that. I want my money back.
Maybe you're viewing the pain wrongly. Maybe it would help if you viewed the pain as like
Yes,
a
when your
tribulation.
arm breaks,
The same
you're
way-
viewing it wrong.
Hold up.
It's not
No,
your
no,
arm
maybe-
breaking. That's
Bro,
not what
let me
sucks.
finish. Why are you interrupting
Nothing sucks. It's just your arm broken. It's no big deal.
You're
You
too
should be
excited,
thankful.
man. Listen, I'm saying maybe like what's required is a mental paradigm shift, wherein you don't view the pain as something negative, like an affliction against you, but like a tribulation, a test that
I
you
want
made
to break
go
my arm. And my arm broken feels good.
Okay, let's say you broke your arm, and then let's say you were, disabled a little bit because of that, and that taught you humility. That taught you to be more graceful, more like kind to people.
But wait a second.
How is
Why
that a bad
have to go
thing?
through any of that in the first place? Why have to ever go through that? Why not just have it be
Because
the
you
case
weren't
you're
kind
humble?
to begin with. You weren't humble to begin with, and you're still not.
Why not?
Maybe you haven't went through
That's
enough.
your answer.
Maybe you haven't reacted admirably.
Why
in these
not?
tribulations.
Wait. Aren't I created
Maybe you're
in
being
God's
tested and you're
perfect
failing.
image? Aren't I created in God's perfect image? Aren't I supposed to be,
You're created as God imagined you, right? And
so
you have free
fallible.
will. You have free will to conduct yourself accordingly.
I see.
And
So
you're-
God just
and you're
wants
not
to watch
using
me
it
suffer
properly.
through shit.
And if the and Glad, if the so-called reality that you have been born into without you saying yes, I want to be here is that bad, why are you still alive? Not to be mean or anything, but by that logic, you say I have not agreed to be coming into existence by that loving God. It can't be that bad. If you're still listen, if you're still breathing and enjoying His creation, it can't be that bad, right?
Could be a lot better, couldn't it?
Yeah.
For a lot of people.
Yeah, but by this logic, you could have ended it already. Not that I'm suggesting it, but if you blame God, man, that makes no sense.
What do you mean? I didn't do this.
Yeah, but you're enjoying it, man. You're enjoying it. If it's
You have free will to undo it, but please.
yeah, you
don't.
can undo it, man. But don't do it.
Wait a second.
I'm not saying you should do. I'm not saying you should do that.
Yeah, we're not saying you should do. We're just like pointing out
I
the
did not
hypocrisy
make
of
a
your
place where leaving is hard. Sorry, I did not make a place where leaving is hard. Committing suicide's not easy to do, guys. If I wanted to leave, I should be able to leave. Press a button.
Hold up. Why is it hard to do?
Why is what hard to do? There's pain involved, isn't there?
If
Usually.
you hate this life, why is
don't hate this
committing
life.
suicide hard?
Listen, it's a blanket statement. I don't hate this life. I hate the fact that people have to go through pain in life. I don't hate life itself. Get out of here.
Okay, think about yourself, man. Because you need benevolence starts at home. Charity starts at home. You have to take care of yourself before you think about other people. Put your own
That's why I'm in school to be a substance. I'm a substance abuse counselor, partner. I get it. That doesn't mean I have to agree with it.
What's up?
Yo, percent man, just wanted to mention real quick. I mean, I do think that lots of arguments that are put forward by you and Clay that they revolve a little bit around BDSM. I don't think, for example.
What?
No, well, look, because in BDSM, for example, that's a bit
Oh,
saying
golly.
getting the girl to enjoy the suffering, right? And you're also saying well, if you broke your arm, there's a lesson to be learned from that. I mean, it could be the case, but it does raise the question of why couldn't it have been learned some other way? For example,
Yep, exactly.
Well, I mean, they taught you not to climb a tree. Hold on. So they taught you not to climb a tree, but yet you decided to do it anyways and slipped and fell. I mean, whose lesson was it to learn? I mean, your parents taught you don't climb the trees because you might fall and break your arm. Guess what? You still climbed the tree and you fell off and broke your arm. Well, you listened to your parents the first time, so your lesson was taught by actually falling down and breaking your arm.
Yes,
yeah, but
exactly.
I do think that in some cases it becomes really disproportionately weird, because there are people who do really nasty stuff, and there seems that they don't really learn any lesson from it or get any consequence. Well, for example,
There is a consequence.
Listen, so for example, I know a 16-year-old girl, right, who got treated poorly by her parents. She got placed into a foster home, and then a few weeks ago she got diagnosed with terminal cancer. So the question is, what exactly did she do wrong, especially if she doesn't skip church? Like that's the question. What is the lesson that she should learn from getting terminal cancer?
What makes you think she did anything wrong?
Well, I'm not sure she did anything wrong, but I don't think she's like a satanic person who sacrificed children or who ruled the banks. I don't.
This
think
is the problem. You're conflating pain with punishment. That's the issue.
But but just now you got told that there is a lesson to be learned by this punishment, right? So I'm asking you, what do you think?
It's not punishment. That's the thing. You're assuming it's punishment when it's not.
Yeah. So what lesson should she learn from first getting abused by her parents and then getting the cancer? What is the lesson?
How about patience? So in this tribulation of her parents being unjust towards her, I'm sure it made her a more patient, more humble person, right?
But don't you?
And that pays dividends in this life and the next, especially the next.
I disagree. I think that
you're free to disagree.
Teacher, I know. I think that a good teacher is someone who brings his point across. Let's say you want to teach a kid that 1 + 1 is 2, right? You can talk to him, you can try to explain him and let him solve some problems on a sheet of paper. That's one way. But another way would be to beat him senselessly and then say, like, look here, 1 + 1 is 2, right? And you keep beating him until he finally crams it through. Now, with both ways, you can get the point through. But don't you think that especially, like, an almighty being should be able to, if he's loving, right? If he's loving, that he should be able to choose the way which is, let's say, least painful. Maybe some things cannot be taught without pain, like the example of falling from trees. But
how are you going to teach patience without calamity, without tribulation?
I think there's like tons of people. Like maybe she could have gone to trade money in the stock market and could have lost it, or maybe even an unhappy marriage, right? But I don't think that death is the right way to teach patience.
Unfortunately,
sorry. How are you going to teach patience without trials?
No, I'm saying that.
No, I'm asking you, how are you going to teach patience without trials?
You won't. But the problem is that, but death is not a trial, dude.
I didn't say death.
Yeah, but
death, you're not learning patience after death. It's before death. It's the trials and tribulations you go through in life. You learn patience because of them. You gain grace because of them. After death, you're in a better place because of them.
Okay, but mate, if you want to learn 1 + 1 is 2, right? You have to do it by looking at the equation one way or another, right? You
just don't look at it. You got to try it. Same thing.
What if I told you God?
Hold on. So the same thing when you tell your kid, "Don't touch the stove. It's hot." Don't touch the stove. It's hot. Until he decides to touch the stove and hot. Yes, that's hot.
I mean, guys, look. I get your point that there needs to be a lesson or some kind of a thing like that, but all I'm saying is that there are people who never get taught a lesson in life, right? Even though what they do should be entirely against, let's say, the commandments or something like that. And on the other hand, there are people who seem to not make they don't live a crazy life, they don't do anything that's different from other people, and yet the lesson they get taught is, let's say, taught using the harshest means, which is almost Lovecraftian. Like, gonna be honest, if God decides that you need to learn patience, right, and He gives you terminal cancer, I'm gonna be honest, right? But I don't know. That's a bit weird, right? So what I'm saying is,
and who do you think is going to be? Hold up, between these two people, who do you think is going to be in a better place in the hereafter?
I don't know, because I don't decide the rules.
Let me ask you this:
what if I told you God tests those He loves the most?
But let me bring it to actually even further than that. Do you think we were supposed to go through cancer?
Man, I'm gonna tell you again. I have no clue, because I'm not the one.
Right. Well, according to scriptures, I created this to be practically a perfect place. Only through the entering of sin that now we are doomed to die.
Well, I agree with that.
But I mean, even if we didn't defile the earth so much to the point where we have cancer, we are still going to have trials and tribulations and suffering of other means. So,
I do know that, obviously, but I wouldn't say that.
I mean, pretty much, it wouldn't be as hard, because put it like this, man. I mean, all you had to do was we didn't have to tilt the ground. All we had to do was pretty much disturb the ground, and it would produce fruit. So our punishment was to work harder and harder as life goes on to actually, gain gain any needs or means or whatnot, right?
To gain. You're speaking up against his human nature, the sin of man, right?
Well, I mean, the sin of man was introduced by the quote unquote the first two, right? Because they decided not to obey, and obey somebody else for saying, "Oh, this is what really is the truth." They then got punished. Well, okay, well then you're surely to die now. I mean, it wasn't an instant death, but there was definitely
but it wasn't something that was like introduced that didn't exist in man to begin with. It's inherent to man by nature of the free will.
It wasn't inherent. It wasn't inherent because we were going to.
We can choose to do evil or good,
right?
And
yes, we were given the
it just first presented. Even though it always existed as soon as God created Adam, it just presented when with the tree.
And the thing is,
was it that we had the nature to do it, but not until we were lied to, right? Not until they were lied to and said, "Well, you're not really gonna die. You're gonna be like gods."
Yeah, of course. Deception kind of paves the way for sin.
Right. So then they decided, okay, let me try this. Because again, you tell your child, "Oh, don't touch this, it's hot." It doesn't mean I'm going to let my child touch the stove. I mean, he's going to do it regardless, whether I'm looking or not. And he decides to touch the stove. I mean, I shouldn't have been a loving father and not let him go through that pain. But he had to learn by himself, yeah, that's hot.
I know, man, but I think if a father teaches his kid to know that the stove is hot by literally burning him alive on the stove and ending his life, but that is. No,
Sorry,
I think if you teach your kid that the stove is hot by burning him alive on the stove, that's criminal, you know?
Okay. Let's see. Look at it. One second. Okay, let's see. Look at it this way. Ocean. Let's look at it this way. Okay, so you're saying that the way the creator is creating certain things, okay, or is letting certain things be freely done, through free will, that there's a lot of pain and suffering in this world. Even if you put that, you think you're going to be able to stand in front of him and say any word that would question him? Do you think that if you stand in front of the presence of the Almighty, of the one who has created every little thing, everything that there is, even your own thoughts that you're thinking right now, the ability to actually question him and so forth, do you really think you can be standing in front of him and say, with that thing, and when there was this guy and that was actually not right, like you created a bit weird, and dude, you're the clay, man. He's the potter. You can't do anything. Okay, that's the conclusion that you need to come to.
I'm going to fundamentally disagree with that, even based on scripture. There is King Hezekiah, right, and he was about to die, and then he asked God, "I think that the years that I've been, that I've gotten are unjust. Can you add more years to my life?" And God said, "Sure," and he got 10 more years. So I do think that, let's say, standing before the Almighty is, even according to the Bible, a thing that's possible. If you're conversing with Jesus, that's literally what you're doing. You're petitioning.
Yeah, it is possible in standing in front of him, but I'm saying, can you stand in front of him and tell him the ways he should actually have acted as to what he is acting now? You think you can correct God? That's what I'm trying to say.
Well, I mean, I do think that's one of the things, that's what Hezekiah did, and also what did Jesus do? Because it is implied that if Jesus did not die, then shit would have happened again, right? You get me? So I do think that the whole thing that Jesus did, because he was a man who through his example, let's say, showed God that there was redemption. And in another way, when he was about to, to destroy Sodom and Gomorrah, right? He said, "Go forth and see if there can be found an honest man in the city." So, my take on it is that it's not that he didn't know that there was a good man. It's more that he gave the opportunity to, change things. So I don't think it's some guy who's like or let's say, I think that God is someone with who you can have a conversation. And maybe not, but then again, that's up to him because he's almighty. I don't know what his character is.
So if he's that type of character, right? A loving God who actually sent his only son to die for you and so forth, right? how is it still that you're unsatisfied with what he's doing? So if he has the knowledge of everything regarding past, future, whatever, he has created timelines and so forth, right? How is it that you're still not satisfied with what he's doing? Maybe in his eyes it's right.
No. Look, I am satisfied. That's a very important thing. I never said that I'm unsatisfied. All I'm saying is that I disagree with the view that suffering and bad things are necessarily lessons. I do think that in some ways, sometimes, God teaches people things through error. But I think it's wrong to say that every single thing is directly a consequence of God's doing. It's more like if you're in your room and you have some.
Oh, I would agree. Yes, it's not every little thing is not every little bad thing. People getting cancer is not a consequence of a God. Not at all. He's not the author of sickness. It's also what the scripture says. The consequences always by the source of the people themselves making decisions against the way of the Most High, which leads to opening doors, which lead to fatal or sickness that leads to death. Yeah, I mean, if you open the door of death, it will lead down to death. You know, that's what most people do. That's why they get sick. It's because their whole life they have been running against the Creator. You know,
I disagree with that. I mean, all people die and many people get sick, and that goes for all people of all possible styles of life. No matter what kind of life you've lived.
How do you
You
know?
will get sick at some point.
How do you know?
Dude, because literally everyone gets sick. Like simple, you know. And so the path you take. So it means that either it's impossible for all beings to, follow the Creator's will, or it has got nothing to do with the Creator's will.
So you think there are not people that die in peace in this world?
I think that there are people who die in peace, certainly, but in terms of illness, I think that everyone, at some point gets some kind of illness, major or minor, but yeah.
You know, for me, illness is nothing bad. You know, I always think there's a reason to it. So if I might die with the cancer, then I die with cancer. If that's the will, then it's its will.
But that is the BDSM mindset, I think, It's like a girl who's saying, okay, if master wants to hit my butt, then, I will go to sleep with a red butt. I mean, it's a bit hilarious, but what I'm saying is that I don't think you should see everything as a punishment or as a correction, because some things, they just happen by nature. I think that there is God, there is God's law, and there is nature. And if people somehow don't, follow nature's law, that's what happens when you get ill. But it's difficult, right? Because it's not really said that there is karma or something like that. And again, I don't think you should have the mentality that, like, it's not wrong. You should fight against it, right? I mean, if life gives you lemons, you should give them back, right? You should try to give them back at least. So I think that there is this mentality that people enjoy suffering, or actively say that as long as it's a lesson, I enjoy suffering, or I'm glad that I get it.
I don't think nobody enjoys suffering at all.
No, but I think it's something that you should want to, go away from, right? It's meant to be painful so that you don't repeat it, right? Yeah, but
so again, I think personally,
and that's why I was bringing the analogy of the kid and the father teaching this kid that not like you see you made a crude response saying, well, the father's not gonna go and burn him to death. No, of course, the father wouldn't do that, right? I mean, because
but this lesson of patience, let's say, that will kill the girl. You see, if you're saying the Creator is trying to teach her patience or some other value, he will kill her in doing that.
I mean, I don't think the Creator is the one killing her. The Creator is. I mean, you get life is it's in itself. It's an act of a person with another person, right? Making another life, and whatever comes upon that person's life, I think it has to do with anything with the Creator. That's just a consequence of life itself because of all the sin in this
world. Could be, but I do think it's a bit, as I said, I do think it's a bit weird to, I mean, it must be that she's a very much trouble learning, right? Because again, I do think that a good teacher teaches with the right measure, and yeah, again, I don't really see that happening in many cases. I mean, wouldn't you agree that, like, okay, let's say if it's not a creator, but if it's like an almighty species of aliens, right? Like they're pretty much equal to gods, right? And they go to one guy who's like smoking, and they tell him, okay, guy, you have no discipline because you're addicted to smoking. So in that degree, the aliens would be correct, right? But then they curse him and they poison him and say like that's your punishment for not having self-will, and he dies from it. Do you think that his family and his friends would find that the aliens judged well?
Do you think God has free will?
I'm not saying God. I'm saying if a superior species arrived.
No, in general, I wonder if you will accept that the creator has free will. Same way as he given you free will. Do you think he has free will?
Of course he does. Yeah.
The difference is the creator. The creator created you, and can do what it wishes with you. The alien did not create you. The alien is not your creator. So if they harm you, they're not only harming you, they're harming God too. That's where the thing about like where people get what they deserve, and God dishes out punishment because it's God's will to do so.
Exactly. The same way as you can get some clay and make yourself a pot for putting your coffee in it, and you don't like it, and you after all your work you've done with that nice coffee cup, you can slam it to the ground and make it crash into thousands of pieces. The same way as you have that free will to do so, as an example, the same way the creator has free will to do whatever he likes. And it doesn't matter what the creation has to say about it. You can say it's bad or not or good, but it doesn't matter.
I agree, but then I would say you cannot call it just. I mean, I also have the free will to go raping and to go smoking and to behave like a madman. But then people wouldn't call me a just and wise being, right? They would say that I'm a rapist and a drunkard. Wouldn't you?
Yeah, but you're also a creation. You're not the creator.
If God has free will, there is also responsibility, right?
That's what you think.
So
yeah, who are you? Who are you to judge God?
I'm not someone to judge God, but with free will comes responsibility. See, if you have no free will, you don't have responsibility either, do you?
Yeah, but when is the creator going around raping people?
Exactly.
Well, he isn't, but as you say, he does give lessons, which, at least as I've heard from Clay and the Percent Man, lessons that get a little bit extreme. Right?
All the things
stuff like patience, but they get taught it in a very overblown and I would say creepy fashion. Right? I would say it's almost Lovecraftian. If there is a deity punishing people with a slow death for lacking patience, I'd say that's straight out of Lovecraft.
I think you're stuck thinking of like in human terms. You
exactly.
This is the creator of all that exists, man. You can't apply your limited human logic and judge accordingly. You know,
exactly.
You can't even begin to grasp the wisdom of this being. So if something seems unjust to you, you have a very, very small part of the picture, like a drop in the ocean. Less.
Less than a drop.
You are in no position to judge the wisdom of God.
But bro, you contradict yourself. You say that because you say that it is impossible to understand this being's logic, but then you insist on him being all good. You don't.
I never said that. God created evil.
Well,
evil exists because God, with God's permission. Everything exists with God's permission.
That's not really what I get from the Bible. There is a list of
no, actually he says that.
Well, okay, sure. Okay. Even if that's the case, I would still argue that if you cannot understand his logic or why things are a certain way, it's pretty difficult to to say that he is all good or that the decisions he makes must be for the better.
Anyone who says God is all good, like he created evil, so it's looking at it through a very weird angle, to say that, to just focus on God being all good and therefore all evil is not from God. No.
Yeah, but
he created everything.
But then, do you agree that not all lessons are just, or that maybe some things are not lessons at all, but let's say some kind of divine mockery?
No, I think there's this non sequitur. You haven't bridged those two ideas.
Well, if you created evil, right? So you think that evil is a thing that lives on its own? Right?
He created evil. He created those that do evil. Everything, he created all these beings with like, intention.
Yeah, and evil causes these bad things. So suppose that if I buy a pit bull, right? If I buy a pit bull and then a kid comes to my door and he gets mauled by the pit bull, who has the responsibility for the mauling? The pit bull or me?
In that human example, you, because you're the owner.
Yeah, because you could even say I'm the creator, right? I ordered for a pit bull.
No, you're not the creator.
But who gets put to death, you or the pit bull?
What?
Who gets put to death, you or the pit bull?
Well, the pit bull did the killing.
But he gets put to death, not you, right?
Not a good analogy.
It's your responsibility, and the pit bull still gets the punishment.
Well, I mean, I'd say that the owner of such a pit bull would get the punishment by law, right?
They'll get a ticket. They get a hey, but they wouldn't get the death punishment for the pit bull mauling the other person.
Okay. Let's just get another example. If you build a turret which like shoots people that enter a certain range, right, within your house, and it starts just shooting, right, then it's definitely not the turret that's gonna get demolished. Well, it probably will get, but you will get charged with the crimes, right? Because you're the creator of this.
Sure.
Actually, not really, because I mean, in Texas, if they're trespassing and you feel like they're at risk of harming you, yeah, I mean that person you're entitled to do whatever you want.
No, let's go with his example. Let's say that you're not at risk of being harmed. You're just doing it, and it's unjust, and the turret is killing people. Okay, what's your point?
But do you guys think it matters for the outcome of how we evaluate, the higher being? Do you think it matters if we say that he does these things directly, or that he has created evil to, let's say,
Hold up, are you abandoning the turret analogy?
No, sure. Can you say it again then?
My question is, what's your point? You have a turret that's killing people. What's your point?
Well, if the turret is doing the killing, right, and let's say the range is too far, so it shoots people outside of your property, then you're gonna get charged with the homicides, right?
Yeah, because you're basically doing the killing yourself. The turret is just a tool. So you're evil. You're committing sin. You're committing this crime against people.
Yeah. So in this example, if God created evil, doesn't it make him evil? Does it make him responsible for the things that his creation did?
No, because we have free will. So just because it exists doesn't mean we have to do it. We choose to do it. That person chose to create a turret and set it up in a place where it would kill innocent people. He chose to commit sin.
Innocent, right? So what about this evil that does things that cannot be stopped by a human? Let's say if it was the case that, well, let's say even cancer, right?
Is cancer evil?
Oh, let's take it somewhere even further. Car manufacturers should then be responsible for all car deaths.
Well, you can't take a turret and say it's evil, or take cancer and say it's evil. You understand evil is like a choice that people make, right? That people and other beings make. It's something that requires sentience.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, so stop applying it to tools.
Well, sure enough, but I mean, you do get the analogy, right? I mean, obviously we cannot make it like an entirely, non-human example. I cannot give a non-human example of like us creating a concept like evil or something, right? Like humans cannot create concepts. And I'm sure that different things apply or different reasonings. But what I'm saying is that I don't think it's, again, correct to say that some things are lessons.
All I'm saying is when you have free will, you're responsible. The good and the bad exists, but you're responsible because of your free will. If I had a son and he committed sin, let's say he came to the age of intellectual maturity and stuff like that, and I raised him well up until that point, and then with his free will he committed sin, that's on him at that point. If he's mature, if he's gone through puberty, what have you, or reached an age of maturity, and he decides to commit sin, that's on him. When he's still a kid and he's not capable of thinking for himself, when he's not basically, independent of thought and mind, then it's on me. If he does something wrong, it's on me. Just like the dog was on you,
but the same
right? The pit bull was on you.
Yeah, but exactly the same holds for the father, because he also has free will. So if he starts beating his kid, right, like with a whiplash 100 times, and then he says, yeah, well, the kid just wasn't gonna take the lesson. He just wasn't gonna learn the lesson. Do you think that's what would you say of that?
No, because beating an innocent kid is evil. So
And what if he isn't innocent? What if he stole cookies? What if the kid?
It doesn't matter. The point is, if until he's mature, until like I would say maybe the age of like 10 or something like that, he's like, him knowing right from wrong isn't solidified. It hasn't been, it's not something that he's capable of doing, of parsing mentally, right? So up until that point, it's on you to raise him correctly, and up until that point, he's not capable of. Maybe like he is capable. It depends on the case, whether or not kids are capable of evil, like intentionally and stuff like that. At what age? But most kids are innocent. That they say naive innocence of childhood.
Yeah. So suppose he grows up and gets total free will, and then he commits, let's say, some kind of a crime or something, and his father just nukes the heck out of them. But wouldn't you say that his father also has responsibility?
His father nukes the hell out of who?
Well, nukes the hell out of him, like he beats him or whatever, or like whiplashes him.
Before, when he was a kid?
No, after he turns like mature. Because I agree that we have free will, but I also think the creator has free will. You get me? So
So basically, then it's two people doing sin. You have the son who's now mature doing sin, and then you have the father who's now sinning against his son. They're both committing evil. What's your point?
Well, my point is that in this case, right, because some people here, they're saying that you cannot ascribe any responsibility to the creator, right?
If you have free will, then the creator is not responsible for your choices. You have free will. You've been exposed to good and to evil. You've been exposed to the truth and to falsehood. So it's on you.
I know, but similarly, we are not responsible for the creator's choices, right?
Why would we be?
Why would we be, or why wouldn't we be?
Why would we be responsible for that which is like above us? Like in terms of this chain, why would we be responsible for that which we have no control over?
But are you basically arguing for might makes right then? Because an example of the father and the kid, they both have a certain responsibility, right, of acting in good faith, in good love towards each other, right? But in the example of, let's say, God and let's say that girl, right? So you would say that the creator has no responsibility for that, or does he have it?
What? Say it again, please.
Does God have responsibility for bad things that happen?
God is the one that created it, man.
Yeah. So does he have responsibility?
Sure, but we won't be able to. We can't understand his thought processes, his wisdom, because we have a very, 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 like I said, very small piece. But everything is his doing.
I know, but okay, let me put it this way, right? Suppose that there is a guy who's like 500 IQ, right? Like he's absolutely Einstein, and he goes and he just
Einstein wasn't smart, bro.
No, I know.
Maybe
I'm a flat earther. I'm a flat earther. But like, if there's a guy who's like 500 IQ and he goes there and he just shoots a little guy, like he just shoots someone's son, right? And then he says like, "Don't apply your law to me, because I'm like way smarter. You can't even grasp my thoughts." What do you think people would decide?
What does he have to show for his smartness? How do we know that he's actually? That he knows
just that he can create crazy stuff and all of that. But would you still say that even if he has the might and the intelligence to create really better stuff than we do, that he's exempt from the law?
If he actually created that which he's like deciding over, then I would say because he's not human at that point. He's the God in this example, you're basically saying that there's this God in human form. So I don't really like the example because it kind of gets blasphemous. But basically, God has control over us, over everything. He has power, and like you said earlier, with power comes responsibility, right? So yes, God is ultimately responsible. He chooses to give trials and tribulations to those he deems, right?
Well,
that being said, we also have a personal responsibility because we have free will, right? We can choose to do certain things. Now, this is all for God. It's all known. It's all written. It's all decided, right? But for us, it isn't. You understand?
No, I'd say the easier solution is that God doesn't interfere in all things directly. Like, you get my point? Not every single thing. That comes back to what I started the convo with. Not every single little thing has to be a test or some kind of a tribulation.
Hold up. Whether God interferes directly or indirectly, how does that change the responsibility from being on Him?
Well, I'm saying not indirectly. It's just that some things happen and He doesn't watch over them.
No, he watches over everything. He knows everything.
But you don't know that. You said yourself that we cannot really know what kind of a deity it is.
Well, imagine a being that had. I mean, have you like?
But you don't get.
Wait. When's the last time you were outside and you appreciated just like nature, the design of a plant or the aesthetic of a creature? When's the last time you kind of like just appreciated the fucking wisdom, the design, the intelligence, the art of God's creation?
I certainly think it's a great art. I agree with that. But
okay, now just imagine every single species, every single thing in this world. The fact that over I don't even know how many trillions, quadrillion people there have been that have existed on this earth, and every single one of them almost, say for I don't know what the exact number is, but they all basically have different fingerprints. You know, the individuality of a snowflake. Just imagine the immense amount of information and knowledge that you would need. He's most definitely the most most knowledgeable being that's ever existed. Right?
Yeah.
To say he's omniscient, he knows everything, isn't a far stretch. From our stance, I don't think it's a far stretch at all. We can't really say otherwise, right? We can't just make a claim that there's someone more intelligent or that he doesn't have all of the information. You can't prove a negative claim, right? So as far as we know, he is omniscient. Now to say he doesn't have knowledge of something that you do when he has all of this fucking information and knowledge available to him, I don't know, man. It's a stretch.
Well, available to him and doesn't have knowledge, I think these are two different things. Like, let's say I can have a huge amount of data on my computer, let's say from webcams all around the city.
No, but he created
I'm not monitoring. But look, if you're a police department and you created all the surveillance in your city, right? You have cameras to watch every single angle. That would also kind of mean that you're aware of everything and you also have the power to intervene. But it's not, maybe the guy isn't checking the cameras all the time, But he does have the information.
So you're basically saying maybe God created everything and isn't currently, like you said it and forget it type thing, right?
Well, maybe it's a bit like a zoo, Like in a zoo, the zookeepers, they definitely know what's going on with the animals. They have created their habitats. They know pretty much damn well how the condition and health of all animals are, right?
Okay, so what's your point? Sorry, cut to the chase. What's your point?
Well, so again, my point is that some things that happen to the animals, like some animals, they get shot by the zookeepers because they're too violent, like Harambe, right? That's a direct interference from the zookeepers. Maybe it was also a bit like a tribulation for Harambe because, he shouldn't have done stuff with the kid or picked him up or whatever. But other things, they just happen, right? Because the zookeepers don't really watch or weren't there at that time or whatever.
Okay, really quick, Harambe was not at fault, okay?
I know, I agree.
He was completely innocent. It's a travesty. It's a tragedy what happened to Harambe. My dick's up for Harambe.
Dick's out for Harambe, mate. Yeah.
But to your point, what was your point again?
It's not a constant. I don't believe that the creator is doing a constant thing of interference, like constant interference over every single detail. I think that he sometimes lets things go, and the reason why you pray, I think, is because once you pray, you try to alert him, like, hey, stuff is going on here, right? It's like shining a bright light at the camera.
That's not the reason why. That's not the reason why I would wager the majority of people pray.
It's
not
one
to let him know.
Reasons, I would say. It's one of the reasons, right? Like if you go to church and you pray for the dead, you should.
No, I would say that maybe 0% of people that pray to let God know of their situation. God knows. They pray for assistance. They pray just to vent. They pray for other. It's not
to
inform him. I don't think any religious person that prays will say, I pray to inform God of my situation.
I agree, it's exactly as you said. God knows your situation, but you want assistance, right? You want to have assistance or guidance, that stuff that people pray for, right?
Sure, or strength, or yeah.
Yeah, so that's maybe a little bit like, let's say in this example with the policeman having lots of cameras, a guy who's like getting mugged, he's shining a really bright red light at the camera to let the guy who's watching the cameras know, like, hey, there's something going on here.
No, it's not the same, because again, that's like informing the person of this thing. Whereas with prayer, it's like asking you shall receive, right? So God knows, and he's just waiting for the person to come to him, because God loves those that come to him. You know, if you come to him, he'll come to you. So it's just like, you know, giving. You don't want to, like, you know, give the answer to the person that doesn't even ask the questions. You know, you don't just, like, let's say I have tricks of the trade, right? I'm not gonna just share my secrets with people that don't deserve it, right? If to put it in human terms.
Obviously.
Yeah, so that's the idea. These people, they get out, like, you know, they ask God for assistance, for salvation, for help, for whatever, and God loves those who love him.
Yeah, I hope so, yeah. I hope so. But I mean, again, I guess we're getting a bit off topic from the whole FE discussion. So, anyways, I mean, thanks for the convo, mate. But again, I would like you to consider maybe the viewpoint that every single bad thing or something is kind of deserved or has to be a tribulation, because I think that really goes to the Indian karma idea, like the idea that if you do something bad, then that will somehow come back. I don't really agree with that. I don't think that all good things necessarily are reflected, and also that not that all bad things bounce back. Like, it's even written that, you know, when tribulation day will come, if you're a sinner but you repent at the last moments, there's essentially no karma for your sin, or the net amount will be positive, even though you've maybe only been a good guy for one day, right? While, you know, if you're a bad if you're a good guy and you fall into sin on Judgment Day, you're gonna get judged according with sinners who've been, you know, sinning for a long time. That's written as far as I know. So I do think that
there's a maxim. There's a maxim in my faith. It's a niyya bil amal, intentions with action, right? So if you intended just at the last moment to like, you know, ask for forgiveness so you be all clear, that was your intent, then it's not going to be accepted. You know, that's not a righteous intention. You just to game the system. God knows. So like, you know, if your intention was to to actually, like, you know, move towards righteousness, and you were sincere. Sincerity is the key here, I think. If you were sincere, then you know, God willing, it'll be accepted. But otherwise it won't. And not to mention, a lot of people die unexpectedly, right? So you can't really, like, you're in a folly if you're trying to game the system, and, like, at the last moment of right before my death, I'm gonna like, you know, become righteous or become a believer or something like that. And it's not gonna work most of the time. So
I mean, I'm not really sure if that's what's written, but that could be one of the ways in which it gets interpreted, sure. I personally believe that it's not really said that for what cause you stop sinning, right? It's written, if you stop sinning at the last day, right? Like, when you're caught sinning at the last day, you're gonna go together with the sinners. And if you start doing good at the last day, you're going together with people who do good. I would think it would be adding to scripture to say that you need to also have an intent for it. Right? Now, that's how I view it. That's not written. So what I know is, if you stop sinning on the last day...
Sorry, what was... It's not required to have intention?
Yeah. Yeah, it's not...
Oh, no.
Yeah, that's not what I read.
That's wrong, man. That's absolutely wrong.
I mean, sure enough, but scripture says that if you
I'll tell you why.
On the last day... Yeah.
Okay, so let me explain to you from my kind of point of view. So, I'm Muslim, right? And there are... When you repent, there are conditions for repentance, for asking for forgiveness. I think there's 4 conditions, maybe. But the first one is to be sincere. The first one, it's called ikhlas, sincerity.
Yeah.
Without that, your repentance is not accepted. Period.
Yeah.
Yeah. Another one is that, you know,
you kind of intend to move away from that which is causing you to sin. So let's say I go play basketball at the park, and these dudes, they smoke a lot of weed or something like that, or they get drunk and stuff like that right after they ball or something like that, and I'm prone to do that. Then I will stop going to that place, or and then I think the third one is intending to not do it again. You can't just and I think maybe that falls in line with there's like some overlap with sincerity, but you can't just ask for forgiveness sincerely in that moment, but then just intend to do it the next time. And maybe it also has some overlap with the kind of moving away from the place of sin or the cause of sin or what have you, right? It's very it's interrelated. And then I forget what the fourth one is, to be honest.
Mate, I agree with you, but I was arguing from a Christian perspective. So maybe we had a little mismatch there, because I had it I was talking about the last verses that Jesus said regarding the judgment day, right? And there is a verse that says that if you've been a sinner, but on the day of judgment you start doing good deeds and you no longer sin, then God will observe that last day. And again, if you have done well for your entire life, but the last day you start sinning, not even decide, but you start sinning, then that's what's going to be looked at. So it's not really about intention or why you started doing good or why you started sinning. It's if you're caught doing it, then you're busted. Well, that's probably not what's said in the Quran, right? Or that doesn't how they call it conform to Islam.
No,
does it?
What part doesn't conform?
Well, the fact that it's only you stopping with the sinning, or you beginning with the sinning, that matters, not the intention. At least I don't read the intention part in the Bible.
Yeah, but why are you gonna start or stop with how are you gonna do that? How are you gonna do that action without intention?
Well, maybe because of perverse intentions, right? Maybe because you're afraid that you're gonna get in trouble, right?
So you're saying it could be externally forced by because you care about what people think or something like that.
Yeah,
not internal.
It could be
it has to be internalized in Islam, right? And that's I guess that would be the difference. You have to it can't be just forced by other people. That doesn't
exactly.
You're just conforming to what's acceptable in society. It has to be kind of sincere.
Yeah, certainly. But let's also be honest. I mean, I think it's also why it's said that nobody knows the hour or the day, right, except the Father. Because I think if you were to know, then why does it matter that nobody knows the hour of the day of judgment, right? I think it's because if you... Yeah?
Yo, I have a question.
Yeah?
Yo, how do y'all feel about gay people?
The hell? But...
I'm just asking.
Hold on, real quick before we get into a different topic. The fourth condition is making amends to the people that you've wronged or sinned against, or let's say if I stole something from someone, it's returning that, or the value of basically just making amends to those that I've sinned against.
Yeah. Okay, but let's return to FV anyways, because I think that some people are also getting a bit annoyed of the convo. Also gonna.
Wait, I have to correct myself. I do have to correct myself. Okay, so the number one condition is giving up the sin immediately. Number 2, regretting what has happened in the past. Number 3, resolving not to go back to it. And number 4, making amends. So I had it a little bit confused. May God forgive me.
Man, I'm it sounds like you don't do any evil, knowingly. So that's good at least. I hope you'll stay on the right path. And I'm still Christian, but I just have a little bit of a different take on lessons and stuff like that than most. But it was a nice discussion, bro. I appreciate it
as well, man. Let me know if you have any questions, about my faith.
Yeah, sure, I will. But I'm gonna.
To the homie that wanted to take it away to the gay, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not saying that I'm personally gay. I just wanted to know, y'all, outlook and opinion on gay people in general.
People can be gay in their private. That's my opinion.
I think it's disgusting and unnatural.
First of all, first of all needs to be addressed is that there is no you guys. So everyone here is going to feel a different way based on whatever they feel or they think. We're individuals. We're not a hive mind.
That's what I'm asking. That's what I'm asking. How y'all individually feel about them one by one?
Gertie, we're talking about flat Earth here. Let's not get too off topic, right? We're not
come on,
based on love.
You can ask if you're interested in how
I gave my answer.
Talk about religion. I'm only asking it because y'all talk about religion. That's the only reason why I'm asking. If you don't want to answer the question, if you don't want to answer the question, say that you don't want to answer it. That's perfect.
Sonny, go ahead. What's your answer to the question?
If you're interested in how any...
But yo, Sonny, real quick, your mic is absolute trash. It kind of comes in and out, and it's muffled the whole time through.
Oh, shit. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, but if y'all don't want to answer the question, that's perfectly fine with me. I wasn't trying to, you know what I mean? I wasn't trying to steer too off topic or anything like that. I wasn't trying to, rattle nobody's feathers or anything like that. I just wanted to know your opinion. That's literally...
I gave my opinion. I think it's disgusting. Sonny, how's your mic?
I appreciate
Your mic is deafened.
Okay, is that better? Sorry about that.
That is better, yes.
Okay, I had to turn the automatic gain on, actually, and the echo cancellation off. But I was trying to say, yeah, there's no hive mind here. So whatever, if you want to know what individuals here think of gay people, why don't you just DM them? Because you're going to get a different answer for every person. You have that much time. Good on you. I don't have that much time to know what each individual, hundreds of people think about a particular group. So that's why we like to stick to the earth itself. And I would not approach people like this. What do you guys think of this? You bring in this huge topic of what people think about a certain group of people as if we're one mind. So I don't like that. I don't know anybody that behaves that way. But that
You're right. It is a very open-ended question for a room full of people. It's probably not the most, conducive way to share ideas.
I'll just follow the line of reasoning. If you have some reason that you want to know what individuals here think about gay people, just DM them. It sounds like something that's important to you. I personally, I don't give a shit.
All depends. All depends what day of the week it is and how drunk you are, right?
Gay.
Yeah, exactly. In the morning at coffee time, I could think I like gay people for some, I don't know, like, let's say, okay, I like gay people now. Okay, in the afternoon, I decide, you know what? That one gay person was like this. No, I don't like them anymore. And in the evening, I could change my mind again.
So basically,
in the morning,
it depends if they are Republican or
like fuck gay people. Has anybody found that curve yet? Anyone found the curve yet?
It depends it depends if they are Republican or Democrats. Depends on that.
Yeah, and the relative humidity might have something to do.
Anyone find that curve yet? Anybody?
Yes. I saw some curve earlier today. It looked good. You know what I mean?
Listen, I meant land.
Curve always looks good on the surface. Yeah.
Above the surface. Yeah, I saw it above the surface. Yeah.
Curvature above the surface.
Yeah.
On the surface. She got a hill with some curvature.
So we have a. Oh shoot! Background. We have a debate coming up tonight. If you guys are interested in checking out, Witsit is going to be in action against FTFE. I'm sure you guys are all aware of
again.
what
Fight
he
the
does.
tight shirt.
But let me take an opportunity to promote the event. If you guys want to be live, I'm going to
The
shut
tight
up.
wigs. Those are the tight wigs. Sorry about that. Yeah, what time is it?
There's the invite. Okay, next guy.
I thought it was today, man.
Sounds like a panto.
Yeah, man.
Gotcha, man. Gotcha.
I just heard that young Gertie, man. I had to come in to try and stop him. Time wasters, man.
I keep getting these messages from these new servers that I never go to. I don't know why I join new ones. I never seem to have the time. Wait a minute. Oh, now I ended up in cosmology, Tartaria. Hold on. All my old friends are in there.
He's got a new one, man. Got shut down.
I'll have to check them. I'll check them out, man. All right, one of these times. But let me stick with here.
You see that guy, the big Gambino or something his name is, he's supposedly putting reports against the server, that's why he got shut down. I'm echoing from someone. That Gambino did. This is a cat profile picture.
I don't know
Somebody's
who that
got a
is.
YouTube on in the background.
Who that is? It might be mine. No, it shouldn't be picking up. No.
I'm here myself.
Who's got the echo going on?
Aye.
All right.
Is it me?
What?
Is it me doing it?
Picking up, yeah.
When when my mic's open, is it echoing?
No,
Okay,
I can't
good.
hear you echoing. I could hear myself echoing from someone, but I couldn't see who. I can hear it now again. Wait a minute, I'll tell you if I can see it. Fuck knows, man.
Look, guys, I'm listening in on the stream.
Oh, it's Lou.
Yeah.
I don't think.
Gertie, I'm just going to explain to you, Gertie. Because this is live streamed, and you know people are gonna have a wide range of opinions, some of which probably are not going to be airable. We're not going to address that question. Okay, this is your only warning about it.
Well, I've already gave them too.
Oh, that was a message to Gertie. Yeah, I got you. Cool. Anyway,
why would you want to know such a stupid thing anyway? Talk about the lack of curvature, man. Or motion.
Lacking
I like motion
curvature.
better. I like the fact that we're just definitely not moving, and anybody can verify that. Just by reality, we're not fucking moving.
Hey, so how does the notice work? Like for this, when I just click interested, then I'll see a notice will flash up like a message on Discord. It'll just pop up as a Discord message that it's starting. Is that what happens? Oh, wait a minute. Never mind. Real plan. What's that?
Anyway, I'm off anyway. I just jumped in because that guy was talking shit. I just got to stop it. But yeah, I'm going back off. I'll see you. Catch you. Bye. Be listening on YouTube.
Take care, Spake. Thanks for coming, man.
See you, Spake.
Echo.
Is it mine echoing? It probably. Okay, talk and see if it's mine.
Bravo.
Yeah, it probably is. It's too sensitive. Check.
I just heard Spake echoing. Oh, I'm echoing now too.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes,
so
it's still echoing through you, Sonny. Yes.
All right, I got to change the speakers are too loud for this, and all right, I'll take care of it.
I have a question. How come no body of water on this landmass detects any motion?
Yeah, that's a problem.
Define detect.
Well, because like last time I checked, whenever you have like an animal, maybe a bird or fish or some kind of organism interacts with water, it makes ripples. So I'm just thinking, if like the landmass was moving, wouldn't these bodies of water that freeze perfectly level show some kind of movement when they're not frozen, like the Great Lakes as an example?
Yeah, quite a bit of motion. What you think? Yeah, that could create huge waves, tsunami-sized waves.
Or is that the hill of water they refer to, like Tyson, whatever DeGrasse says? It's a little fatter at the equator.
Oh, it's a chubbier water at the south. In the south, okay, yeah, that's great.
Let's not.
Is that the bulge?
Let's not fat shame the water.
I'm stumped on the bulge of water right now.
Shame the water. Is this what the water does to the earth? It fat shames it. It hides its imperfections.
I know a huge bulge of water, like 2,600 feet tall. But when it gets to shore, it's just gone. So it's
gone.
Like it doesn't wash the shore away. It just comes up as normal tides.
Got it.
Well, Neil deGrasse Tyson will say, Earth's highest tides are caused when the sun and the moon align with Earth, pulling her oceans out. And the science is still out on how the ocean's currents flow, not on how the tides are caused.
Then what about the tide when the moon or the sun either is not there and you have another high tide? 2 high tides and 2 low tides every 24 hours. 2 of them. That's impossible.
Well, we have to think of the currents and everything. They have no clue on how the currents flow. And if we didn't have currents in the ocean, there wouldn't be any life at all in it. It'd be stagnant water. And we probably wouldn't have evolved to where we are as a society today without ocean currents.
Exactly. So it must be more than convection and conduction, like how those currents work. There has to be an influx and outflow. It has to be going somewhere. That's what I think. Inlets and outlets for the oceans to go in and out of Earth. You know there's waters below. Possibly going through the foundations.
See, if you look at Antarctica, when it's not a 2-mile thick ice sheet and frozen, you look at the land below it, it's 2 separate quote-unquote islands.
Yeah,
they're about the size of America and Mexico combined, right? Mm-hmm. So they don't know. They can't tell us. They don't give a shit to tell us, so we ain't going to worry about it.
Oh, we'll just keep conjecturing about that. We can't get there. But actually, the geophysical, what was it? Geophysical year, 1958. The Navy and the Geo people, what are the people that do geologists? Anyway, in 1958, they did scan under the ice, apparently, and found rivers and forests. But there's also the an old map. Which map is that? Darn it, can't remember. It's in a lot of Graham Hancock's. The Peary Reese map shows shows South America all the way down, and a portion of what would be Antarctica with forest and large land mammals and rivers and things like that. Verse.
In Antarctica, between the South American shores there and Antarctica, they're finding new species of killer whales. So there's always something to be discovered as clickbait for you to ooh and ah at.
Uh-huh.
Someone hot micing? Is that someone hot micing?
Yeah, that was God rockin' hot micin'. And he caught it he caught himself like really quick that time. I was astonished. But happily astonished. Is that good? It's okay. I made a harmonica microphone out of an old CB microphone. It is just gnarly and noisy and just perfect raspy sounding. it's awesome. Next time, I'll put a distortion pedal on it as well. Sure. Mm.
What's going on? Packed out room and nobody talking. Hey, did everybody catch the hilariousness of Flat Earth Dude a few hours ago? If not, you need to go watch that. I mean, yeah, we all love him, right? If you don't know the story, you've got to go back and watch that part of the live stream. He had somehow deafened the entire live stream, but didn't realize, and he was just continuing to talk as if nobody else was talking. It was classic. Is everybody focused on the debate with Witsit and fight the fat shirt? Fight the fat shirt. Is that what's going on?
Not sure exactly. I usually don't catch those things until after. I think it did snow. Says
Does that start?
4 p.m. my time, so that'd be about 2-3 hours from now.
Oh, okay.
It's only 1
Right,
p.m. here.
Oh, Witset's here.
So
Witset's
4
here.
p.m. my time. I was going to play a video on the bot. Let me see if I can remember. It's actually my own video. One of the first ones I did, 2017, about satellites. 1 second.
Oh, cool.
That would give us a little bit of
Far
some
away.
dialogue. You can hear me dialogue. Let's see.
That's all right. Flat Earth Dude might come in and think that you're actually speaking and start engaging in conversation with you.
Yeah, I'm trying to get out, and I wasn't able to connect with my mobile device yesterday, so I may try it again, but I don't want to wait too long. I may just go without it. Okay, here you go. Here's Why Don't Satellites Melt? Forgive my language if I don't speak correctly. A couple of words are misplaced, but here you go.
Hey YouTube, this is Flat Earth 2017 Consciousness. I wanted to do a quick video about satellites. I know there's been lots of satellite videos made by other people out there, other flat Earth believers or globe dissenters. So here's a NASA site, Earth Observatory. So the questions I want to ask are, how many satellites are there, for one? What are they made of? What kind of materials are satellites made of? Where in the atmosphere are they? And most importantly, what I'm trying to get to is, what are the temperatures up there, and how could they possibly stay up there, made from materials that they're made from? Other questions are communications with satellites. Why do we need them? What are they? Is it used for anything? Why are they building all these new cell phone towers everywhere you go? Why is it that when you go to the desert, which is a wide open space to the sky, why do you lose cell phone coverage in the desert? Wouldn't you get better reception in the desert without any obstructions on the horizon, no tall buildings? Okay, so this shouldn't take long. So NASA says Earth orbits give satellites various perspective, each valuable for different reasons. Some seem to hover over a single spot, providing a constant view of one face of the Earth. That's an interesting word, face of the Earth. While others circle the planet, zipping over many places in the sky. Here's one of your CGI photos, pictures, fake pictures of the ISS. And if you think this is real, then I have some potato farm in Idaho that you're gonna love. Hey, here's what they're doing. Here's the flat Earth they're flying over, and there's their little special template they use to fake the globe. Okay, so NASA says there are 3 types of Earth orbits: high Earth orbit, medium Earth orbit, and low Earth orbit. So it says many weather and some communication satellites tend to have high Earth orbit, farthest away from the surface. We're going to look into that. Satellites that orbit in a medium mid-Earth orbit include navigation and specialty satellites designed to monitor a particular region. Okay. So a high Earth geosynchronous orbit is greater than 35,780 kilometers.
It's 17.
Hold up. Okay, here we are back at the Earth Observatory from NASA. So let's look at these numbers. High Earth geosynchronous orbit is greater than 35,780 kilometers. So let's go over here. Let's put 35,780 kilometers equals, did I get that right? 35,780 kilometers.
$22,000 miles.
22,000.
That's how far they're saying they're out. 22,000 miles. Whoa.
22,000 miles. Yeah, that's about right. 1/10 of the distance to the moon, supposedly.
That's 10 times the circumference.
So high Earth orbit is 22,000 or greater.
Like they're going more than 22,000 miles away from the surface.
Mid-Earth orbit is 2,000 kilometers to 35,780.
That's 10 times the distance of the radius.
Yeah, it just came in. This is a video I'm playing that I did in 2017.
I mean, 12 1,242 miles to 35,780.
I'm about to debunk
to
the temperature thing.
22,000 miles. From 1,242 to 22,000 miles for mid-Earth orbit. And low Earth orbit.
Yeah,
180.
1,200 to 22,000 miles in mid-Earth orbit.
Which is 111 miles.
But they said they were, so we're going to check the temperatures there. Okay.
Up to 1,242. Okay, there we have it. Now let's go look at temperatures.
Sciencing. We're sciencing the shit out of this.
Can you hear me?
This is a site. Okay, it's just popped up called Sciencing. So make sure you are sciencing, everybody. Let's see. Where is this? Here we go. This is not what I want. I'm going to go back to NASA. Let's ask NASA. All right, you know what? Let's look at different. Let's look at the different parts of the atmosphere. Here we go. Atmospheric layers by NASA. Thanks, NASA. All right. They're gonna freaking debunk themselves, people. Here we go.
Wow, look at that little caption when you hover over the video. The flat Earth model is an archaic and...
So they're saying satellites are... That's ridiculous. High Earth, 35,000 kilometers. That's 22,000 miles. All right. Don't they tell us that the temperature keeps going up higher and higher the higher we go? So it gets to magical vacuum, and now it's like 0 degrees below, hundreds of degrees below zero. They're saying the satellites are only in between 300 and 400 kilometers. They contradicted themselves already. So, on one place, NASA saying that these things go from 35,000 kilometers, from 180 kilometers to 35,000 kilometers, which is 22,000 miles. All right, it's ridiculous. All right, we know they're in the thermosphere. Let's, what's the temperature? Here we go. This is all we need right here. So temperatures in the thermosphere are from 932 degrees to 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit.
Okay. What section is that?
Alrighty, great.
Aluminum melting point.
Let's look at
the thermosphere is above the melting point of titanium.
What is the melting temperature of aluminum? Oh shit. Here it is, people. Aluminum melting point is 1200 degrees. 1221 degrees Fahrenheit.
It's pretty good.
Okay. There it is. We got all of it right here. Titanium. Can you see this? Titanium melts at 3,034 degrees.
Breaking it down. So look at the temperatures at the thermosphere. Silver melts at 1600 Fahrenheit, 1640. Stainless steel 2550. High carbon steel 2500 Fahrenheit. Not to interrupt myself, but I will.
Here we go. Silver melts at 1600 degrees.
Yep.
Stainless steel melts at 2550 degrees
Fahrenheit.
For stainless steel.
Remember this. 2500 degrees for stainless steel. And
very interesting.
Yeah. So
high carbon steel.
When you go to titanium, it's amazing. The thermosphere is higher temperature that would a higher melting point than freaking titanium and everything under it. Isn't that incredible? That's why I did this. I used to be a machinist. So I'm interested in meteorology. Meteorology. Metals formed and stuff. Pretty interesting. Some metals have a
highest
like
satellites. Let's do that.
Yeah, glad I got my
okay, so here's the whole fallacy right here. Wow, this is so interesting, people. So here's NASA saying or Earth Observatory, NASA saying that when a satellite reaches 42,000 kilometers from the center of Earth, about 36,000 kilometers, it enters a sort of sweet spot in which its orbit matches Earth's rotation. So they're saying the satellites are up there at 42,000 miles high. Windows to the universe. Oh boy, there's a ball. They use a little template too, don't they? All right. Amazing. Look at all this indoctrination. Everywhere you look is a spinning ball. It's not working. Go to Wikipedia. thermosphere. We know that's at 35,000. Conflicting information here. 35,000 feet, 310 miles.
The 600 something miles. Yeah, 620 miles. Is the thermosphere. 310 miles to 620 miles. Thermosphere.
In any case.
Like, as if they're going out that far. Well, they have
feet.
600 miles? No freaking way. Excuse my language.
This is...
I like these, man. I like these little instructive videos I do. It's actually good. I could do like
so I'm pretty much done here. Look at this. This is the thermosphere. Bunch of confusing information on distances, looks like, from different sources, but apparently the temperature in the thermosphere is from 932 degrees to 3,632 degrees or higher.
That melts titanium.
So there we have it.
3,620 degrees.
So their satellites are up in these areas where aluminum melts and titanium melts. So I ask you, can you globe believers, you satellite lovers, can you show me some information that shows how their satellites stay up in temperatures that they admit themselves melt aluminum, stainless steel, high carbon steel, and titanium? Thanks. I'll wait until you show me some evidence. I'll still be here. All right. Have a good day, y'all.
That's a great little video of mine, huh? Yeah. I think I finally appreciate it. I actually did a good job in there in the very beginning.
Sonny, can you hear me?
Yeah. Yeah.
Boy, there was a lot of conflicting distances. First it was 22,000, then it was 44,000, and then, oh my gosh, what are they ever going to make up their mind? Where are these things?
There was a range, so 310 to 620 miles. But they're saying those satellites are out there at like 22,000 miles.
Right.
Isn't that crazy? 22,000 miles. 35,000 kilometers, they're saying. That's what the NASA information was saying. How far? So I'm like, what? At first, when I started doing it, I go, holy shit, there's a bunch of conflicting crap in here already. Like, it's really bizarre. So I caught it right there. That's what I like doing. You see how I do the research. If you followed along with that video or watch it on your own, you'll see how I do research.
That's far enough for them to be out of range for you to be able to see them with anything. They put them just, you know what I mean? That far away, you wouldn't even be able to see them with a telescope.
How would you communicate with that? Like, that's the other thing. Like, being from Missouri, show me the actual equipment, Matthew. Learns. Yeah. That's the only thing they can't do. Show me the actual equipment with the actual data coming from that equipment, showing that it actually did with references that you could tell how far the transmission went. They obviously have this technology. Don't try to fool me. No, I'm not playing that game. Bullshit. They have ways of testing all kinds of things here. High tech. Yep. Well, they don't go to high tech. They go to sticks and shadows. Are you joking me? That's how they got their orbital mechanics. It's sticks and shadows. You're still using that in 2022. It's laughable. Listen, I have another one. You should listen to the one on the vestibular system too. And also I have a 2-part one that ends up being like a comedy about the Gutenberg, making fun of Gutenberg comedy trouble. Yeah, it's a roast of Gutenberg I end up doing. Yeah, so that's fun too. So it's a two-parter. But here, if you guys are bored, no one seems to be talking, even though we have lots of people. I got 20 in the room. I'll play this other vestibular video because I never hear my own videos. I don't think I've listened to them in 5 years. since I made them. I might have listened to them once. But I got 540 something subscribers now, man. I got like 20 in the last month. I can't believe it. It's outrageous. I have 543 subscribers now. I never thought I'd get that many. This is going 5.5 years now, since March of 2017. All right.
When was the last time you put new content on there?
Hold on a second. Oh, good. I got both sounds. Wait. What happened? Wait a second. Last time I did new content, I haven't done any videos in quite a long time, but I do have different liked videos and different channels I subscribe to. That's always changing on there. I think you guys can see that as subscribers. I think you can go on there and see what I subscribe to, different channels, and there's over like 200 or so, I think 180 right now. I don't know why they haven't taken. It's such a repository of flat Earth stuff I have. It's amazing on my channel. It's not everything either. It's just a fraction of what used to be there, right? But I was able to keep enough, and it's still stayed up. Like I don't know how. I've gotten various strikes here and there, just minor community guideline strikes, where they take down videos, or I'd subject them to being edited out if it had copyright. So I've been through all those kind of things, but I don't know, man. I haven't done anything in quite a while. I would like to do some actual long range observations myself, like with a good camera. I would go out there on the field. That's what and this next year, looking forward to it being a better year, financially speaking, and that's always good. Like, I didn't think I'd survive this long. Actually, I tried to take myself out in the last year, I'll just be honest, but I'm doing good. I'm still staying. I know you're going to think I'm really funny, huh? That's a good one, Sonny. Okay, so here's my vestibular video. Thanks for listening. Thanks for subscribing. Love you all.
Welcome, everyone. I've been thinking about the human ear recently, and several years ago, when I first discovered Earth was not a ball, I made a video about the human ear and the balance system. It was pretty crude. It was my first attempt, really, at doing a video. So I thought I would do another one. The topic has been coming up quite a bit with our balance system. So I thought I would just go over this. Hope you don't mind my impromptu kind of style. I like the idea of having you join with me and looking through information together. So I'll just read some of this.
Okay, yeah, I am still here. Actually, I just hit pause, but I don't mind. I'll be the DJ for a while. Did someone have a question already? Someone saying, "Is he there?" Anyway, okay, here we go. I like this, like my own show. Okay, hold on.
Particular information is from humanmemory.net, vestibular system. You must have wondered sometime in your life how your body maintains its balance. So there's a system in your body called the vestibular system that is responsible for maintaining the balance of the body and performing associated functions. So it is a sensory system present in the inner ear that provides sensory information to the brain, required for maintenance of balance and performing coordinated movements. That's very important. In this article, they're going to go through the different aspects of the vestibular system, including its anatomy, mechanism, connections, and functions. And they also mention how to discuss how the quality of life is affected by the disease of the vestibular system. Excuse me.
What about the globe
Anatomy
disease?
of the vestibular system. So
Never
as we
mind.
can see here, The vestibular system, semicircular canals and otolith organs. So you can see here, this is noted as a labyrinth. We have the semicircular canals. They're positioned at basically 90 degrees from each other in 3 axes. So you have these tubular ducts, the utricle, the saxial, the cochlea, ampullae. We'll go through each of these. So the system is present in the inner ear. It is present in a system of bony tubules and chambers present in the petrous part of the temporal bone, a part of the skull. This system of bony tubules is called the bony labyrinth. There we go. Sorry about that. The bony labyrinth contains a system of membranous tubules and chambers called the membranous labyrinth. This membranous labyrinth is considered to be the functional part of the vestibular system. Interesting. So this is all part of it, where it's located, what it's located in. Structure of the inner ear. Once again, the inner ear is present in the petrous part of the temporal bone. It is made of 3 parts. Cochlea, cochlea concerned with the process of hearing. The vestibules concerned with the process of equilibrium sensation. Semicircular canals concerned with equilibrium and position sensation, or angularity. The vestibular system comprises of the vestibule and the semicircular canals. The vestibule consists of the utricle and saxial. These are only 2 parts of vestibular labyrinth, a membranous labyrinth present within the bony labyrinth of the vestibule. So it's located inside of a bony and membranous labyrinth.
Hey Elijah, what's up? How you doing?
Yo.
Hey man, good to hear your voice. Been a while.
Yeah, man, good to hear you too.
Is continuous.
Doing this little presentation with my video on the vestibular, so if you're able to listen along.
Posteriorly. Anteriorly, it communicates with the saxial through the utrioculosaccular duct. The endolymphatic duct rises from the utrolexacular duct. The utricle and the saxial have a specialized areas of sensory epithelium concerned with the perception of equilibrium and position sensations. This characteristic epithelium is called macula. The macula of utricle is present on the floor of the utricle, while the macula of saxial is present in its medial wall.
All this becomes really important, actually, as far as the geometry of how these things are placed.
Canals. These are the bony canals that open into the vestibule of the bony labyrinth. There are 3 semicircular canals: anterior, posterior, and medial semicircular canals. They open into the vestibule via 5 openings. 5 opening because the anterior and posterior canals have one common limb. So right here, you see, we also have the cupola. The cupola
This thing's
movement
incredible.
generates nerve impulses. These via hair cells, hair-like extensions, supporting cells, and nerve fiber. On with the semicircular canals, they contain semicircular ducts as part of the membranous labyrinth. Each semicircular duct has an ampulla at one end. The ampulla contains the sensory area called the ampullary crest. These ampullary crests sense the movement of the head and play a role in maintaining the balance of the body. Wow. The nerve of the vestibular system is the vestibular cochlear nerve. The vestibular part of the nerve is concerned with sensations of position and equilibrium. Blood supply. The blood supply of the vestibular system is derived mainly from the labyrinthine artery, a branch of basilar artery. Other arteries that provide blood to the vestibular system include the posterior auricular artery, middle meningeal artery, and the anterior tympanic branch of maxillary artery. Physiology of the vestibular system. So it says we need, in order to understand the physiology, we need to understand the structure of the macula and ampulla in detail. The structure of the macula's sensory organ slightly greater than 2 millimeters in size, present inside the utricle and saxule. It has special features that help it detect then change in position and equilibrium. So it detects change in position and equilibrium. And once again, this sensory organ is present inside the utricle and saxule. See that? Macula has thousands of hair cells present in it. Each macula is also covered by a gelatinous layer that contains many small calcium carbonate crystals. These calcium carbonate crystals are called statoconia. They are embedded in the gelatinous layer.
Isn't that crazy?
The cilia of hairs project into this gelatinous layer. Wow.
This thing is like a little jello with
now I may come into contention with anything that's talking about gravity.
Position.
NASA themselves say that this system is not affected by gravity.
They're hilarious too.
And stationary.
NASA
the
comedy.
The bases and sides of the hair cells make synapses with vestibular nerve. The specific gravity of the statoconia is 2 to 3 times greater than the surrounding fluid, so it's heavier. I don't know why they use so the specific gravity, that's to separate that out as meaning specific to itself and other surrounding fluids. So these statoconia cause the bending of the cilia in the direction of the pull. Now they say mainly the gravitational pull. That is not correct. Gravity is a theory. There is a direction of down. We know this. So let's stick with the facts. Excitation of the hair cells. Each hair cell in the macula has 50 to 70 small cilia called the stereocilia. A large cilium is also present called the kinocilium. The kinocilium is always present on one side of the hair cell. So this is a very complex system, people. You have the hair cell, you have these nerves going to hair cell-like things. The stereocilia, they're tethered to the tectorial membrane inside of this. They're little sensors. The stereocilia continuous becomes shorter in length as one moves to the other side of the hair cell. Seems like simple geometry. There's a minute filamentous attachments that connect to each stereocilium to next longer stereocilium and ultimately to the kinocilium.
On one
the
side.
Kinocilium and the stereocilia bend in the direction of kinocilium. The filamentous attachments pull the stereocilia in a direction outward from the cell body. A large number of fluid channels are present at the base of stereocilia. This movement causes the opening of these fluid channels that carry a number of positive ions inside the hair cell. This causes resting membrane depolarization of the hair cell. On the other hand, the movement of the stereocilia in a direction opposite to the kinocilium causes a closing of these channels. As a result, hyperpolarization occurs. Under normal conditions, the nerve fibers from the hair cells conduct impulses at a rate of 100 per second. Bending of cilia towards the kinocilium increases the rate of impulses, whereas the bending of cilia away from the kinocilium decreases the impulse conduction in the vestibular nerve. Wow. Structure and excitation of ampulla. Ampulla are sensory organs present in the semicircular ducts. Each semicircular duct has one ampulla at one end. Endolymph present in the semicircular as well as the ampulla. That's the fluid and the endolymph. Each ampulla has an ampullary crest called crista ampullaris. Crista ampullaris has a number of hair cells in its structure. The same cells are present in the macula of the vestibule. Did you ever think you could learn so much about the ear? This is showing head acceleration, obviously angularity of the head, of the entire structure. And we'll moving right along. There apparently is a loose gelatinous layer is present on top of each crista called the copula, which is different than the cupola.
Yo, what's up?
Thousands
There's
of
a
cilia
cupula and a cupola.
Project from the hair cells from the crista ampullaris.
Listening to my video on the vestibular system I did like 5 years ago, and it's pretty good actually. It's almost over.
So all the kinocilia in the copula are arranged in the same direction. When the head turns, the endolymph in the cochlear ducts is displaced. This displacement of endolymph causes a bending of kinocilia. The bending of the copula in one direction causes depolarization of hair cells, whereas bending the opposite direction causes hyperpolarization. Transmission of sensory information to the brain. The nerve impulses arising in the vestibular system are carried by the vestibular nerve to the brain. Let's just take a look at this real quick here. See how it's attached, the semicircular canals, the vestibular nerve, scarpus ganglion, vestibular nucleus, the abducens nucleus, abducens nerve going to the eyes.
So your eyes double check what your vestibular is saying is about your balance. Are you balanced or not? Double checks.
Our eyes, that's how we are able to position ourselves with our balance and our eyesight. The first order neurons are the vestibular nuclei present in the vestibular system of the inner ear. These vestibular ganglia synapse with the hair cells present in the macula and ampulla. The efferent fibers from the vestibular ganglia terminate at the vestibular nuclei. The second order neurons are the vestibular nuclei. They receive afferent fibers from the vestibular ganglia in the form of the vestibular nerve as well as from the cerebellum. The afferent fibers from the vestibular nuclei have the following states. Okay. Fibers from the lateral vestibule nuclei travel in the spinal cord as a vestibulospinal tract. Some fibers form the medial longitudinal fasciculus, giving fibers to oculomotor, trochlear, and abducent nerves. Some fibers ascend upwards into the vestibular area of the cerebral cortex after relaying in the ventral posterior nuclei of the thalamus. Here are some of the functions performed by the vestibular system. Maintenance of static equilibrium. I knew these little items were important. The utricle and saxule are responsible for the maintenance of static equilibrium. The hair cells in the macula of the utricle and saxule are oriented in different directions. The specific pattern of stimulation of these hair cells keep the brain informed about the position of the head. Thank you very much. So as you can see, we have the cochlea, once again, the saxule, the vestibule, the utricle, the horizontal canal, posterior canal, and superior canal.
If you're following along the videos at 18 minutes, 20 seconds
right now. The brain send excitatory signals to the appropriate muscles so that the posture is maintained.
What did you say, Sonny?
Prediction of disequilibrium. When the head suddenly begins to rotate, the endolymph in the semicircular ducts is displaced. This causes hyperpolarization or depolarization of the hair cells of crista ampullaris.
Okay, I was going to say it's at probably about 18 minutes, 40 seconds if you're following along on the video that's in the live team voice text. I posted it if you follow along on the video at 36 minutes after, and it's about 18 minutes, 40 seconds in. All right, now, and I'll restart it. 1 second.
Yeah, there's a guy that's in here that's muted. Does anybody know why?
Well, we should find out about that first.
What are you planning to do?
I don't know about Rapid Dash. Yeah, what about Rapid Dash 55?
Hey, Rapid Dash, are you there? Rapid Dash. Your mic is unmuted.
Rapid Dash, were you supposed to deliver something to my house? Sounds like a delivery service. Did I order something?
We got Real Flat Earther in here too with the VC verified. What's up, Real Flat Earther?
Was talking, I think. How you doing?
What up, freak bitches?
Oh, that's his little line.
Who is that? What?
Here, let me translate to you, Miggy. He said, "What up, freak bitches?" Like how I was gonna say it. I'll say it clearly. What up, freak bitches? Had to translate. So that's his tag, I guess. I don't know, man.
But Joe the Toe Rogan had on all his shorts before he had to change it.
Really?
Back in the day when I would watch Joe the Toe.
I'm
about
out.
4 years
Joe
ago.
the Towhead. I'm out of the loop.
He's a big toe.
The thumb. Human thumb. I like the thumb bit.
So what? I mean, are you Flat Earth? Are you Globe Earth? Where do you stand with the topic, Real Flat Earther?
I get asked that a lot.
You have real on the front of your Flat Earth. Let me roast you for a minute. Okay, so is that like saying Globe Earther with proof?
Yeah.
I'm just kidding.
Well, I don't go by. Listen, I don't go by people's tags. I don't care what the tag says. I only care what the person tells me they are, because their tag could be something of a way of a joke, or it could be for real. I don't know. And that's why I asked.
Real dog.
But look,
what if it said
Get someone.
Hang on, Sonny. Hang on, real quick. I just want to hear what real flat earther has to say. Go ahead, real flat earther.
What if it said real Christian? What if it said real Anglo-Saxon Christian male? Would you ask me?
Yeah, I would, because I go by tags like I said before. So I don't know. I'm just asking. It's real quick answer, right? Like, oh, by the way, I think the Earth is a globe, or I think it's flat, or whatever. I mean, but a quick answer would have been the best way to go about it, instead of like a bloated way to kind of get around not telling me what it is. If that's cool, I'm trying to keep it kind of casual.
Yeah, I don't believe in the oblate spheroid-shaped Earth.
Cool. So, so you're
posting on Twitter. I got a flat Earth map I made myself that has all the world's land masses not distorted at a ratio of 1-to-1 to each other.
Okay. And what is this? Like a new map of the world, like using the AE style, like with the? Is that what you're talking about, or because I don't know what you mean? So, is there any like context to that? What you're talking about? Hello? Is anybody else there? Did I lose you guys?
Yep. No.
Sorry, I'll post it and then we'll talk about it.
Well, you don't have any roles to do that, so let me just give you the roles first.
Well, you don't want to be in trouble.
I don't what?
You don't want to get in trouble giving me an image posting role. I mean, I can post it like my Twitter.
Why would I get in trouble? Give you image posting roles? Like, give me a reason why I would get in trouble for it.
Whoa. What's going on?
I don't like. Am I missing something? Like, have you guys spoken to this guy? Like, I don't know who the heck this is, but
I've been around, bro.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, like I'm just getting to know you, like, because I don't know who you are from Adam, so that's why I'm asking.
Listen to Sonny. I saw him writing some pretty funny stuff in the voice text a little earlier today. I don't know you either, but welcome to the server.
Yeah, usually if somebody's going to post something, I'll go ahead and give that to them. It's like no big deal.
You see it there?
Yeah.
So you can click on the link and see I have a link to the award-winning Japanese artist who made a map that I used. And that map depicted all the world's land masses, not distorted. Like the AE map shows Australia like a big old turd on the side of a toilet bowl, as I say. And other than maybe not having quote-unquote Greenland or Iceland depicted completely on my map, or Hawaii, and having New Zealand cut off, it's a I didn't use an actual Photoshop or generic GIMP software. I just used my phone to make it. But
I remember the Japanese guy that did the map. It was supposed to be some kind of non-distorted map or whatever.
Well, it's interesting that we've been talking about this subject since this morning, but I've been kind of debunking the maps that people use with AE, Gleason's, and any other sort of map. They're all reification fallacies. I don't know if you haven't been keeping up with this conversation. You haven't been in 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. So we have been talking about this. This is a subject that has been brought up many times. And I've wanted people to actually bring forth a justification for the AE map or the Gleason's or Mark Sargent's version, Antonio Subrat's version, and now this one. But I'm still failing to see a justification for these particular maps. They're reification fallacies. There's nothing in a map that somebody can tell me that's where we live.
Exactly.
And I could probably point out a reason why. But I mean, if there's a justification on your end, like, great. I mean, go ahead and see if you can try to justify why that particular map is the real depiction of what Earth landmass is, in conjunction to where like the distance and all that works out, because there's like already things that are missing on your map that I would say like not the other maps have. So what would be your justification for this specific map to be a depiction of reality?
Yeah,
I see it as Antarctica being completely unexplored, and where you see I have my quote unquote Antarctica being a hexagon right around us, and only certain bits of it shown. And if you were to go to look at my map and see on the left side on the Pacific Ocean, to be specific about it, that's where I believe there's hidden lands, and where all the centuries past, we hear, oh, the New World, America, Columbus discovering it. They're still teaching that to children in 5th grade, along with rocket science and how plants work and all that shit, right? Photosynthesis. It's all science that we were taught when we were young and we're programmed to believe as adults and slowly forget as we go along. But if you look, like we were saying before, the Japanese artist, I made my map because no one had a map out there. And I Googled it.
There isn't a map. Yeah, of course. There's many different projections that have been used over the years with like concerning the globe and such, but there's also flat maps that have been used as well. So there's many projections, like hundreds, I would say. And I just feel like, go ahead.
They'll justify maps that are made that show Africa not proportionate to Europe because the white man was in Europe and he wanted to show Africa as not a great landmass on Earth, but Europe being more prominent. No, it's where you're showing everything to be seen, right? Here's this, there's that. If you're in America, like who's here is in America, which direction would you go to get to South America if you were in America? Anyone can answer. Would you say South? If you wanted to go to South America and you were in America, which direction would you go?
Opposite of north. Yeah, south.
You actually go southeast.
Right.
And that's where
it depends, because you'll go towards the direction that north doesn't point, right? Because the compass only points north, and you're trying to go. Well, you kind of have to take a little bit of detour, right? Because you got to go through Mexico, unless you got to fly.
But if you look at my map, which is not distorted, you see you go southeast. And if the shit ever hits the fan and you have to leave America, you better know which direction you want to go.
Well, I haven't gone. I wouldn't. You would have to actually do it to go there, right? So actually map that out.
Just don't follow your assumptions or a compass is what I'm saying.
I mean, you will have to actually travel there to actually route this location, right? I mean, just drawing it, just drawing it on a map isn't really gonna give you the exact location of where you're supposed to go.
And also, it looks like you did this map over maybe some other map that was, you said some Japanese map, or what was it?
It's called the alphography projection.
Is that the one?
Yeah, alphography projection.
You can find the link in on my Twitter. I have a link in the comments of the map I used.
Right. So it's your map is based on another map projection. You use that other one as a base for this one.
Correct.
And why do we say that other map is correct? Like what gives you that
well, the Japanese, they haven't faked images of the moon like China has, right?
Well, I'm just hearing what you like. I'm more of like, I'm interested in a justification for this, and more or less like trying to find out primary source. So if there's a primary source you came from, like where this map actually originated, and then why you want to justify why this map is better than all other maps projections.
What data set, like that? What data set was used to produce this projection, and how would you favor it in relation to other projections? Which that's all that is. It's not correct. If you were to sail to these places, that is not even the directions you're actually going.
It actually is. If you look at the way, people sail around the world, right?
Okay, well, if you could show me on compass roses,
and again,
and then actual data.
There's a link of GPS locations of these quote unquote sailboats.
GPS locations. Well, they are surface locations of, those are all ground position system. That's true. Even the buoys. So when you say GPS, I mean, those are probably pretty correct, but they're not exact. No, they're because if you had to sail to these places, there's no way to tell how far those places are. It can't be done. Like what do you, aircraft are not measuring devices. Like how are you gonna how are you measuring?
These sailboats are out of communication for days at a time when they venture around the Oblate formation.
I've been on those before. I've been on one of those before. Yeah. Hundreds of miles offshore. Yeah, I've been far away from land.
I think we just need to send some drones out down south or outward.
I like that idea, actually, or a hive of them, just like going from everywhere all at once, like a whole hive of them. I think that'd be great.
Or an airship with human beings on it, but drones and AI. I mean, you gotta trust.
The thing is this: with if an airship with humans on there could be prone to be taken out. If the drones are taken out, they're gonna have to take a lot of drones out.
Yeah, that's true.
And no lives will be lost.
And if we crash a bunch of drones in Antarctica, then we'll, ruin Antarctica being so fresh and pure.
Oh wow! Yep, gotta save the penguin.
Save the penguin.
Is that the last vestige of Earth? Is Antarctica?
Yeah, no, I'm just
the Virgin Lands.
Is that why they?
I guess I just want to reroute that conversation right back into the most important bit, which is actually bringing a map forward and saying this is the real map of the flat Earth, because that's what that's saying up there, and then like I guess you're standing by that. It's hashtag real flat Earth, hashtag real evil is.
Real. We have nothing to back it though, so that's why you're up against.
We're falling into the same kind of category of replacement theory, which is we're taking away the globe and giving them the map. That's what we were doing with the AE at the very beginning of the movement. People were actually substituting the globe, giving them the AE map and Gleason's and so on. And this is kind of like another way of doing that. But we're trying to not use reification fallacies, which that's what this is. And I know you might have came up with it like thinking the Japanese have a great way of not lying to people, but we're not basing our information on the honesty of Japanese cartographers. What we're doing is actually seeing what reality represents itself as by just knowing the ways people travel and using the information that we can, not of a globe or of a AE map or whatever map this is, but based on how people really navigate. And there's a mariner in here who was just speaking to you, which is Sunny, and how they actually what they use to actually traverse the waters, and pilots also. If you're going to take this map and say people are going to use this specific one to travel, then I would say that's incorrect. They're not going to use that, and so you can't use it and as in depiction of what the Earth really is, because what you're going to do is going to build a straw man for other globe Earth proponents to come and beat it up and we're gonna have to be like, no, this is not a flat Earth map. We're not presenting it, because that's what happens when people don't have a map, and the Globe Earth side is actually asking, well, where's your map, flat Earth? And then you give them this, then they're gonna poke holes through it, and they're gonna make you look like you don't know what you're talking about. Which is why we say maps are reification fallacies when you're using them like this. They're not meant to be used in the way that. Yeah, what's up?
Well, this isn't a projection, right? If you look at the globe in your living room that you looked at since growing up, you're going to see Australia as, like the shape of a fist, let's say, right? Not of an open hand. And a projection will give the open hand view opposed to a fist.
Well, wasn't it El Barico? Is it It's a map projection, isn't it?
Yeah, it is a math projection. It's called the alpha graph projection. That's what, at least that's where he got it from. I think he
Let me post it again for everyone because I don't think they're.
So the oceans are distorted, quote unquote, right? And we know more about the surface of Mars than we do the depths of our own oceans.
Yeah, I understand that. I don't know where you're going with that, but this is not a real flat Earth map. This is not going to be presented in any way. Like, this is the community that's sticking with what the truth is all about. So we can't be presenting to other people things that we're calling the real flat Earth map, and then saying, this is the hill we're going to die on, because there's nobody that's saying that anywhere.
Like, there's going to be no end to the questioning about this. Where are the endless hundreds of thousands of square miles of Pacific Ocean that you're missing here? Where is that?
Exactly.
What a cut off. This cutout. This is like a cartoon cutout. It does nothing. It has no measurements. Nothing substantial.
I don't know how you plan to prove what these continents look like anyway, dude. A map is something you cannot verify. Are you going to go in?
We don't need a map, guys. We don't need a map. Nobody needs a map.
I know. No one knows that, bro. But whatever this guy's saying, it's just like it's just silly. Like you can never verify any of that stuff. So
yeah. Nobody's verifying nothing.
You can't drive across America and know that it takes 3 days and however many thousands of miles.
No, that's apples and apples and
what's that going to prove? That's not going to do nothing.
And across continents, you
can drive to Russia.
Yeah,
okay. So again, you're only driving. What percentage of America are you driving on? To actually say the extent of America.
He's making claims. Okay, tell us who drove to Asia from North America. Tell us who drove there. You just said it yourself. Tell us now who did it.
I think I knew from a decade ago whose husband was stationed in Japan.
You said
and I seen her a couple of years ago.
You said somebody drove from North America to Russia.
What the hell is going on? Oh no!
You take a ferry, a little distance across, right?
I've been up there on a ship, a U.S. naval ship.
Isn't the only gap like to where you just need a bridge between Alaska and like Siberia, right? And then we'd be good, right?
Yes, so sure. Across a couple islands.
Between Alaska and Russia, if there was a bridge, you could drive from the tip of South Africa anywhere.
Well, I mean that's beside the point, right? Because the point said that you could. Well, okay, yes, he made a claim about driving to from here to Russia, but the main point was that he said that you could traverse America in 3 days. True, right? You could. I could definitely go from New York to California.
Right.
But how much did you cover? Did you cover the whole of America, or did you just cover that one strip of land that is driveway?
Yeah, roads are all curving back and forth, going up mountains, going through valleys, Swiss S curves like all over the place, different directions. You think that's an accurate?
You get from one ocean to the next, one sea level to the next, quote unquote, sea level.
Yeah,
in my map, it's a ratio of 1 to 1 for all the maps, land masses.
Wrong. but it's wrong, and no one is using it. No one's
point out where it's wrong.
We know.
I mean, you're making it's a ratio of 1-to-1. Okay, can you validate that?
Yeah, for the map I used.
No. In reality, I think the idea for validation isn't coming from you validating that map with another map. You have to actually the conveyance over into reality. So when you see high aerial footage, are you verifying that the proportions to everything you're saying matches reality, not another map?
Fallacy, reification, yeah.
That's the important bit.
So proof, you're pointing to the map.
So here,
just like
so here's what's happening real quick. You're typing something in and actually putting it out in Front Street to everyone, the whole world, that this is the real flat Earth map. So everybody who's standing for flat Earth might be somebody else might come, like maybe not you, but other people, Globers, maybe somebody that's seen this post are going to be looking at it like, oh man, this is a real flat Earth map. They're going to bring it in here, talk to us and say, you guys have a real map, don't you? And we're going to be like, no. Well, yeah, right here. And they're going to post the same thing that you did. That's
what does Eminem say? Eminem says,
let's go, it's real flat earther.
He says, back to reality. There goes gravity.
Well, little catchphrases aren't cutting it. I don't know what you're trying to do.
That's a red herring. Remember, not even a red herring. That's just you're just trying to what do you call that when you obscure?
Screw Eminem. Hello? Let's talk about Lou's Law. Like freaking, if we're gonna put anybody in the, but I'm just saying though, like this is, I don't know what this is. This is not flat Earth evidence of a map being. There's not like, and I'm trying for you to see that in the best way because it's like, if you're putting that out there to the public as in this is the real flat Earth map, it's not. There isn't one.
Well, have you ever spoke to anyone who's part of the Flat Earth Society?
No, I've never.
Me neither. And I've been on here for.
And what's that have to do with this fallacious map you got?
Oh, does the Flat Earth Society exist? Can you prove?
Yeah, your map looks like one of them.
Flat Earth Society's full of shit, dude.
I've never talked to anyone. I maybe went to the website and didn't even click on anything.
Fine. That's fine. Real flat Earth. Yeah, that's fine. Whatever they do is whatever they do. But that's them. The thing we're addressing right now is the issue with this thing called the flat Earth, the real flat Earth map, and that's why we're making it, addressing it, because of the fact that it's an issue. When somebody's putting something out as this is the real flat Earth map, or it doesn't matter who it is, Mark Sargent or whoever comes out and says, "Look, we have the real flat Earth map." Now we have to talk about why they said that. And that's why we're talking about this map that you said is the real flat Earth map.
It looks exactly like FES material. Like, so why would you even bring this? How long have you been around this topic?
Look at the post. When did I post?
Okay, so you won't answer my question. How long have you been around?
No. It's 2018.
No, hang on one second, because I'm gonna have to pause you. This is like maybe the fourth time that somebody asks you a direct question and you give them a runaround. Like, we don't play these kind of games around here, Flat Earth. They're like, we are serious about this. This is serious.
We don't play no game.
So
catch it every time.
if you don't want to answer, that's fine. But when you give somebody the run, this is the fourth time I asked you like 3 questions. You gave me the runaround. He asked you a direct question. You gave him the runaround. So please just be respectful and then just give him an answer to it. That's all you got to do. Just be nice, dude. Like the sarcastic stuff, just drop it, bro.
You ready?
That's all we're saying.
You're not. You're still talking. Okay, here goes.
Oh, excuse me?
Shout out, Miggy.
What did you say? I'm still talking? Yes, I'm the moderator here. I have to moderate the conversation, obviously, because of the fact that you're going on about other things when they ask you questions. And on top of that, you're being sarcastic when they ask you questions. So, yeah, we would like you to reciprocate some of the respect that has been given to you. That's all.
Let me. I know him. I know our real flat earther from a lot of other servers. He's in some servers with some really toxic globalists. Okay, so this might be a little bit new to him to be in an environment where he won't get muted, where he won't get kicked or banned just for being a flat earther. So it just give him some space to breathe, because this is a lot of flat earthers never find this space.
Hold on a second. Give them some space to breathe.
Damn, Crit, you're like,
Hold on
Yeah,
a minute.
a lot of flat earthers never find this area, this camaraderie. It takes a long time to get here.
Crit. Hang on a second. When I moderate, I don't do it out of a whimsy, kind of like flimsy thing. I do it because there's something happening. So I'm very much justified in when I do something. I don't ever move in a way to be like muting somebody just because. He was being sarcastic and not answering questions. If you're going to advocate for the gentleman, then you need to at least put into context how he's behaving. So even if you know him from another place, I'm sorry, but maybe in here he's not being the way respectful to other people in here.
Yeah, it's case by case, so it doesn't matter where he's.
I know him from spaces you guys would never go.
That's fine. Nobody
give him some space to think.
Crit. Nobody cares about that.
You're off topic.
We're dealing with him in here. That's all.
You're using something that's actually what is it? Initial cause fallacy, or like genetic fallacy or something, like where somebody came from, what they do. No, it case by case, each time, case by case, each place, different place. He doesn't just assume that he just behaves a certain way anywhere he goes. No, that's why we have rules here. I'm right with Miggy. I got your back, Miggy. I'll help you out.
So please let me answer your question.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can answer. You can like that.
So in 2013, I got sober, right?
Yeah, hang on, real flat earther. We're just addressing why Crit was, advocating for you. But if somebody's going to advocate for you, that's fine. But the thing is, the way you were behaving earlier, there's justification for us having like this conversation with you because you were being a bit sarcastic when we were asking you questions. Like I asked you, hey, are you a flat earther? What are you? And you're just like chuckling. I don't know. What do you think? That's the way you responded to me. Maybe Crit didn't hear that, but that's what you said to me. So I took it as in like, why is this guy being a smart ass? Like I didn't do anything to him, just asking you a question. Simple. You could have just answered me real easily. You didn't do that. So the only thing I'm saying is like, just be cool, in here. That's all. That's all I'm saying. So yeah, you can have the floor. You can tell us what you're gonna say, but
I can be cool like Fonzie.
You're gonna be tripping.
2013, I got sober, right? And I started smoking cigarettes and drinking a lot of coffee and energy drinks. And I would be on Facebook, and I would see on YouTube, obviously, and that's when like Flat Earth was like blowing up. And I remember just ignoring the. I wouldn't click on any of the Flat Earth YouTube videos, right? And then I remember seeing the ones for giants coming up. I'm like, for giants? And maybe that's after I did click on one Flat Earth video. I don't know. But so then I've tried to prolong it, looking into it. I was always a proponent of 9/11 and knowing that, or wanting to know that was not a terrorist act that the FBI let happen. But so I was always conspiratorially minded. And I think it was 2015. I watched the Eric Dubay book.
Can I interrupt for a second? Right? Can I interrupt you for a second? Do you ever check the audience to see if they're ready for this whole tirade? Your whole life. I'm not trying to be mean here.
I'm just answering your question. And when I asked when was my map made, I didn't.
No, that wasn't the question.
What year it was? So
that wasn't the question. The question was, how long have you been in this debate or whatnot, or in this area? Was it 1 year?
7 years.
2 years? 7? Okay, 7 years. So that's the answer,
right?
Right. We didn't ask for a life story. Sorry.
Yeah, if you guys know that you'll see some memes that's got like hashtag RFE. It's two of them: request for information or request for evidence, and real flat earther. Yeah, I've known about this guy for a lot. I'm sure you guys have seen his memes.
Sweet, but that's not the question. I mean, that's not the whole thing, right? That's not the reason why we're asking, because he's presenting a map that is coded as the real flat Earth map. So we're asking.
Here it is. If you didn't know about it, here it is.
Yeah, I've seen him do.
Me, it's real.
Real flat Earth, and this is not hashtag real flat Earth. That's a misrepresentation of flat Earth. That's why we're addressing it. Because if it's coming forward as real flat Earth, then it's like everybody signing off behind it. Anybody who advocates for flat Earth, and that's why it doesn't matter if it's Flat Earth Society, if it's Mark Sargent, or whoever comes up with the flat Earth map. If they're presenting something, we're going to ask them questions about it and why they think that this is it.
It's false. It's a false meme. You might as well just go out and
I mean, he could have made it as a meme. Is it as a meme, or is it some stir people up, or what is it?
No, I made it because no one else had made it yet. Show me a map that's comparable to mine.
None.
Why?
Oh my God, it's on a freaking 1, 2, 3, 4, 6-sided freaking shape. What are you talking about? How did you get this shape? They cut off
an octagon is the world's in architecture. An octagon is below a dome, right?
How does that apply to the Earth and all the places that in the octagon that isn't filled in? What about that? What's over there?
Yeah, exactly. Antarctica, we don't know shit about it.
Yeah, you got something,
Right.
a map, you don't know shit about it. Where those continents are not reality.
Please profile
Where your map
picture.
is at all. So
Not only
let's
that,
get out of your head right now. We'll get along fine.
Not only that, Sonny, the actual dimensions of each location, the placements of them.
Exactly.
How do you know all this? How have you validated this? Not via another projection map, via reality.
So where's all the water connect? You don't show all of it. Where's it all? We know all the waters connect. It's all horizontal. So this map is ridiculous. You might as well go watch Daffy Duck.
If you look at the 24/7 live stream, right? The pick on that guy, or
no, you brought this for us. So anyway, look, if
Antarctica,
don't interrupt me, young man. So look, if you think we're roasting,
I'm 41, bro.
Yeah, he's 60, bro.
Yeah, now you have to jump. Listen, it's okay. You want to bring that? That's ridiculous, man. Are you kidding me? Who do you think you're talking to? Yeah, young man. Please. Now, what just happened here?
Yeah, Sonny sounds young, but he's definitely way older than we are.
Yeah.
But beside the point, the of the age thing. Yeah. I even lost my train of thought because of the age thing.
Look, that's the thing. Let's just go back to the octagon. I mean, there's so many things you can pick apart. Why would you present something that you don't have out? He's got outside blurred edges. This is an artistic rendition of something, but it's not Earth. Has nothing to do with Earth. I'm bringing this map forward. It's bogus. It sounds like Flat Earth Society.
Right. Let me ask you this: Why don't you accept the globe Earth map or model?
Who, me?
No, not you.
Oh, this guy. He left already. He jumped.
Oh, he left.
Yeah, right when I said he jumped, he had jumped. He jumped right at that second when I said, "Oh, he jumped." Right after I said.
Oh, I didn't hear you say, "Oh, he jumped."
Yeah. So, anyway, I don't care. Oh, he said he's 31. Then he interrupted me again. Then he jumped. But anyway, so I digress. Yeah, we're not putting up no map. Let's get that clear. Thanks, Miggy.
I wanted to ask him why doesn't he accept the the globe Earth map? You're gonna say, well, because it's not accurate. Well, then how?
He never answered any questions about whether he was one way or another. Nope. Did he?
Eminem
never answered that question.
Well, I mean, it was real basic. I know Adam Unsalted seems like he's advocating for him. That's fine. You can have whatever opinions you had, but it's the guy's own way that he came in here when I was asking him. That's fine. Yeah. You can feel the way I would have left too. I mean, think about it, man. If you're hashtagging to the whole world real flat Earth map, then everybody that's in here is standing behind flat Earth.
Yeah, all they got to do.
Not me. I just said no.
Look at me. You just finished saying you should have let him explain something. Then you all kept giving him shit for another 10 minutes. I would have left too. That's not advocating for him.
No, he said it was his map that he made it. He didn't invoke anyone else or cite anyone else yet.
He didn't. Crit, we asked him.
This is what y'all get for getting involved and thinking maps mean a goddamn thing.
Yeah, listen, we were talking to him about primary source, Crit. He's not the primary source of that map. It was a map that he even said himself came from the Japanese because it's more reliable than the Chinese, I guess he was saying. But so he's using this map that the Chinese made, or the Japanese made, and he's saying that it's his take on that particular projection. So it has nothing to do with it being his own map.
It's just another ploy, man. I don't know why
Adam, what is up, dude? You got some daggers for me or something? I don't know, but you seem to be really upset about something. And you just need to chill out, bro. Be honest, just chill out, because that's not really gonna go far in here. I don't know why you got some daggers for me, but I wasn't even talking to you. You jumped in here and started saying things about that guy.
No, that was Crit.
But if you feel like taking a time out, it's up to you, man. Like I don't.
It wasn't Adam.
What happened?
Wait, what happened? I missed it.
It wasn't Adam. Miggy. It wasn't
look at the live
Adam.
stream voice text. Look at the live stream voice text.
Oh, okay. But it wasn't Adam that was advocating in the live stream. It was Crit.
No, all I said, I know this guy from other servers that have mostly toxic globalists. And
no, listen, Timbo,
that's all I'm saying. I said that it might take him a little bit to understand that it isn't a battle. Not everywhere has to be a knife fight.
Crit, I know what you said, Crit. I know what you said. Twad, I'm talking to you right now. Look at the live stream voice text. That's what I got to tell you. Like, maybe you're taking this out of context. I know Crit said something. I've already addressed that. I'm talking to Adam now because of what he put in the live stream voice text. Now read what he put.
Oh, okay.
All right. Now we're in context now.
I mean, yeah.
Well, he didn't expect us to be contrary.
I mean, fuck that guy.
He didn't expect that from here.
That guy.
Hot seat central. Yeah, like
fuck that guy.
You're going to be put under scrutiny here, man. We don't care who it is. Everybody goes through this hazing. If you don't make it through, then you're probably full of shit here.
You're not gonna make it.
There's a big difference.
Hey, not everybody gets through the gates here, folks.
There's a big difference between saying, here's where I'm at with my research. This is what I'm leaning towards. I can't verify it. I can't prove it. But I find this interesting, and saying hashtag real flat earth. There's a big difference.
Yeah.
Like, you think we're like a Snapchat like freaking generation you're talking to here? Well, who are they? Who are these people? I'm sorry, it's hilarious.
That's the thing, man. When you come 24/7, you have a claim. You gotta back it up, goddamn.
You're gonna get roasted here, man. We're the best. I'm sorry, Mickey.
Well, no, I just felt like asking them, like why hashtag real flat earth? I mean, obviously people are going to ask questions. Other people will. And if like some of these globers get a hold of it, as soon as he put that in there, band member was in the YouTube live stream text chat. And he's like, ooh, flat earth map. Like he was like, they're salivating. They want this so bad.
Somebody mostly global circles is very suspicious now.
Let me pull it up.
He's going to be passing this around in global circles. Well, he's around a bunch of like anti-flat earthers. So this is just another ploy. I don't care what anybody says. I spotted a mile away. You can't fool me. From Missouri.
The show me state.
Smell fish in the air. It's not. You're not getting it by me now.
Sonny, what part? I lived in KC. You were in St. Louis. I was in Kansas City for like 3 years.
Yeah, I lived in Cape Girardeau for 1 year when I was 10 and 11.
Wait, where?
And, this is what he put. Listen, this is what he put. I just put in the live stream voice text. That's what he put the moment that map came up. Band member. He's a guy who always comes in here.
Yeah, see?
Look at that's real?
Good job, Mickey.
I'm trying to show you guys, if you're not on your P's and Q's, you're going to get like wasted by these guys who are waiting.
That's what they're trying to do.
Yep.
Yeah.
They're waiting for straw men to pop up. So the moment it does, they're gonna go to town.
What is that?
What?
What is that map from?
That's the map this guy was trying to purport as a real flat Earth, or like as if you'd have to say real in front of flat Earth.
Yeah, and he's got proof.
Just like globe believer with proof, like we were talking about yesterday. Like, why would you have to put real? Like, I don't trust the guy for like. As soon I can tell when I speak to somebody after a few sentences if they're full of shit. And this guy avoided 4 times each person he talked to. Avoided like 4 or 5 times the question, any question. Just ran around the fences, man. Like,
nobody can verify that unless you're going to get high enough altitude to be able to take a snap of the whole thing. You're not going to be able to do it.
Even if you just take it as a square and fill in all the what's the square, what's all the rest outside of the square? Like using an octagon, that really helps me a lot.
Actually,
what is that?
Sonny?
What the hell?
Sonny, it's actually a hexagon. It's a hexagon. It's a hexagon, not an octagon. But yeah.
Yeah, but with their quote unquote satellite stripping that they did for the blue marble and all that shit, why don't they just, instead of wrapping it around a ball, why don't you just take your strippings, whether they're probably getting from high altitude balloons or satellites, whatever. But why couldn't they just leave it on a flat surface and just show us that? That would be the most accurate thing, I would think, right?
Everything outside of this is unknown, and
don't you think that we have the technology that instead of them like the whole Robert Simmons wrap around a ball, why don't you just take your strips of data and put them on a flat?
The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore.
Yeah, thanks, CB. Exactly. Yeah, we do. We don't take the. Anyway, I'm sorry.
Three-pointer from half court.
Well, that would be interesting. What do those strips look like, just laid out without having wrapped them around a ball? That would be interesting to see.
Now, see, couldn't you do this? You could kind of you could do a speculation, and not something that's going to accepted as the whole thing. Of course, you could take data that you know of, such as the celestial dome that's above us is measurable. The zeniths of the star, those bodies in the sky above us, those are known locations over a flat plane. So we can do some things with the navigation that's actually been done in reality across oceans. And then you can just say everything outside of this is subjective. If no ships go there, look, you can track ships. They go along seaways. They're highways on the oceans. They follow those strictly. They don't just wander back and forth. They all follow the sea lanes. The ships do. So that's why if you're out there on a sailboat, like before in the old days, we had no GPS. You knew exactly where you were because you knew your heading and you're pretty close to your position. And when you ran to the sea lanes and you saw a big ship, you go, this is where they crossed. And you go, okay, now we know right where we are within a mile or less.
Let me speak some truth to the community that's listening to us on YouTube live stream text chat. For you trolls that are out there, Missive Monger, band member, Flurf Williams, Bobby Steels, the rest of you, the Doofus group, right? So you guys, the reason why we are doing this for anybody presenting these maps, AE and otherwise, they're a reification fallacy every time. And so no, if we're going to demonstrate flat Earth to you, all we got to do is tell you, go to the beach. Look out into the horizon and see a flat Earth, because that's all you're going to get. The reality, not a map or a model.
Right. That's right.
That's what you get. You get the real deal. You don't get like this map model bullshit that everybody tries to push on you. And I'm sorry, but that's what all you're dealing with. That's what you're used to. So you don't get that from flat Earth. You're going to get it from people who want to substitute that and give you a fake version of what they think Earth is and overall. So sorry. You're not going to get that from us. So
yeah. No fake shit.
Yeah.
Wow, man. I got me a laser. Speaking of long distance,
Yeah, dude, what'd you find?
I found a freaking laser.
Okay, explain yourself.
with freaking laser beams attached to their heads.
That's what I was thinking of.
I'm looking. What do you say? I'm looking through some stuff. I have on this multiple projects. I have electronics. I have this actual fuzz face circuit I made into a bread box. You know what a plastic bread box is, right? Where you do experimental circuits. So I have fuzz face. That's a fuzz face design of the original fuzz face, like that Jimi Hendrix used. You understand? Effects pedals.
I thought you were talking about a laser you found, man.
I am. I'm telling you about what I have in front of me. I have multiple projects. So I'm looking for the device that I can plug into this 3-volt receptor on the side of this laser. So,
honey, I really, really wish you just post some pictures because I love you dearly, but I'm driving, and
I already did. I'm gonna find them for you. Look, I'm studious. Watch. I'm gonna go find what I posted to you yesterday, and I'll repost it. 1 second, please.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Yeah, I really want to.
Yeah, I'm addressing band member. He says, "Go out and look and see flat Earth. Sounds like a faith-based belief system. Go and verify in reality what Earth is. It's a faith-based belief system. Going to see for yourself in reality and physical reality is faith-based."
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if you're joking around, man, but I don't think you're really using any mental capacity to process any of this information. Are you, band member? You're that thick, huh? You can't go out into physical known reality and go and see that the Earth isn't curving anywhere. That's not good enough for you. It's what you call faith-based. How is it faith-based if it's physical, band member? You are a true doofus. You are.
Yeah, he won't come in here.
If he does, I'm gonna remember this, band member, because you're taking this out of you from what I said. So next time you come in here, if you ever do, hopefully I'm here. I'm gonna remind you. Just letting you know.
I think he's the one who said that flat earthers doxed him or something, or found out who he was, and he's never going to take that risk again or whatever.
Ben?
It's like, it's like peak victim status. It's like, wow, really, dude?
Do you take it on faith that the sky looks blue?
Sorry, Twad, go ahead.
I was just saying, do you take it on faith that the sky looks blue?
Well, you know, we're talking about physical reality, which is what we see the world around us to be, right? That's physical. You can you can touch things, right? And he's saying that's faith-based. That is like, you know, that's kind of crazy for somebody to say that.
Yeah, especially when there's measurement, right?
Well, yeah, it's like you can actually see rocks, hold on to them, and he's like, "Well, you go out and you see the flat Earth. That's faith-based."
No,
how is
it's
it
not.
like
that?
Wow.
Okay, that's clearly a projection because you don't go out and experience a globe. So he's just projecting. He has a faith when he goes outside and sees a flat Earth. He's faithful that it's really curving and spinning and all that. So it's just a case of projection. Nothing more.
There's a microphone and 2 lasers on this thing.
I have faith I'm breathing. I don't know if it's real.
I know it's real. What are you guys talking about? You're unreal to me right now talking like that.
Look, so apparently he put in there, no data means believing on faith. What do you mean no data? When you go out and look at a flat horizon, what do you mean data? Are you trying to computate what the horizon is doing at the time that you're seeing? Like, what is this data that you speak of? You go out and see a flat horizon, don't you, Ben? Like, what is it that you can't understand? Why are you having trouble with this? Is it because you want your globe delusion to be real so badly that you have to deny reality? I think that's what's happening, and you're just projecting on it.
Globe is trash.
Yeah, sure is. Yeah, people usually cope through projection.
Take your damn globe. Take your damn globe back to the toy store.
Sorry, can anyone tell me why there'd be a microphone A microphone on a laser. Why would there be a microphone?
I got 2 lasers and a microphone.
Got 2 lasers.
Freaking laser beams.
Bam. I'm gonna shoot it across the harbor. Oh, let's see how far I'll get someone else across the way somewhere. Strange thing to find,
just
though.
to help people. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
I'll yield the floor.
You go ahead.
Just really cool
And
how people.
then
After you.
no, and then. Sorry, go ahead. Over.
Oh, it's just really cute how people will play. Will talk trash from the chat.
Listen, I'm not scared of these guys. These guys think they intimidate me, and they think that I think that they're scared. Oh well, if they're scared, that's all. No, I'm gonna bring the pain to them, and that's all. Then we're gonna see how tough you are. Tough guy. I like tough guys.
What the heck?
Check.
It's like alien technology here right on my workbench.
I'll tell you what, all those lovely people in the YouTube chat, you don't want to meet me in real life. That's all that is.
Let's meet at the beach. Speaking of the beach, let's meet right at the beach. Right at the shoreline. Right at the water's edge. I'll meet you right there. I do my best.
You know what's funny though? Band member would say something like, well, I like you guys in the VC, but observation backed by recording it for scrutiny. Why don't you ask that for the Globe, dude? Did you ask that for the Globe? You haven't even asked that for the Globe, band. Where's that? Where's the scrutiny for the Globe, band? Yeah, you haven't done it, have you? You're only thinking about flat Earth and trying to scrutinize it, but you haven't done it for the Globe. Interesting how you would do it for flat Earth, but not for the Globe, band.
Strange.
Isn't it funny, man, Miggy? They just apply a bunch of rigor all of a sudden when it comes to flat Earth, but when it comes to testing claims that they believe in, nah, you don't need to apply that same rigor.
How convenient.
Thousands of years of science, bro.
Yeah.
Oh wait, let me get the clip.
Funny how the magic
Volumes of proven data, numbers, figures.
You would think. Nah,
Fossil records.
There are fossil records.
Have you poured through the data, the numbers, the figures?
Have you seen these fossil records? Have I? Huh?
Oh yes, I have.
Have you poured through the data yourself? The numbers,
Yeah.
the figures.
Definitely.
Well,
The radius,
no. Oh,
Can we go through that
Have you-
ourselves?
interesting.
the circumference, the radius. Come on.
Come on. Look, I mean, I don't even know how I'm supposed to respond.
Hey. No, man. No, I wasn't trying to look at it like that. I'm sorry.
Like, I don't even know how I'm supposed to respond to that. Like, yeah, exactly, because Earth's not a globe. Exactly.
Glad you caught on. I'm so glad. I love you, man.
Yeah, exactly right. The Earth is not a fucking ball.
That's why we're so flabbergasted, because there is no response, right? There's no curvature, there's no globe. And yet, they keep fucking responding as if we're asking them a question. Like,
Exactly.
No, man, I'm telling you, there's no Earth curvature. I'm not asking you if there's any. Like, I asked Chase, did you find that curvature yet? Because I want to be a dickhead about it, because you're stupid. But that's the thing.
But he says this is why this goes on in their head, Glad. Like, yeah, you might be a better man than me when it comes to this, but he's like, go out and look and you'll see flat Earth. Sounds like a faith-based belief system. Like, what the hell, man? Like,
Bro's acting. He's acting like he sees some other Earth than everyone else. Like, we all see the same Earth.
I'm kind of like, wow, dude.
It's literally the same thing as saying this. It's like saying, hey, man, you need oxygen to breathe. And he's like, the fuck I do. But they do.
What's wrong with you?
No, I don't.
Oxygen. What's that?
This holy crap. We're in bad shape out there, folks. You hear this, right? The people on the street are just absolute doofuses. In the doofus crowd, on patrol.
Meanwhile, back in doofus camp.
Okay, devil's advocate. All right. Well, Earth's obviously really big. Earth's obviously really big, and you're just so tiny, so it could appear flat. So therefore, it is faith-based because you don't really know.
Kind of afraid to find this actual thing that powers this thing up, but I probably have it if it exists. Watch it be the one thing. Probably, no,
He's always thinking out loud.
Thinking out loud while I'm
thinking out loud.
Working. I'm trying to stay.
I thought you were responding to Twat. I'm like, that's not what he asked. That's cool though. It's cool.
I'm listening to. I'm still hanging in there.
I don't remember asking you a goddamn thing.
The weather boy. Weather boy. Wouldn't you like to know? Shoot. Okay, I got every capacitor and resistor. That's good. I like building things. All right, I'll stop hot micing. I wish I could get on with the mobile. Maybe that's too much to do while I'm riding on the bike. Beat my phone.
So we got Nick that's in here. He's got listening pass.
Nick, what's up, Nick?
He's got a listening pass. I got to give him VC verified, don't I? Oh wait, no, he can jump on it. Nick, are you there? You can jump on your mic. I think you can.
Yeah, you should be able to.
Oh, I give you VC verified, by the way, Nick.
Oh, now you VC verified. All righty.
Nick.
He might have to. He might have to exit and rejoin. He might still be server muted.
Nick, I'll help you with that. I'm gonna disconnect you. All you got to do is jump back in here.
Okay, I was going to show you the picture. See, 1 second.
Well, we also got Rapid Dash in here. Rapid Dash, what's going on? Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. I think I unmuted you earlier, but you didn't respond. Are you there? It seems like you're playing Fortnite. So if you are here, say what's up. If not, well, I'm gonna give you like 10 seconds, and if not, I'll disconnect you because you might be a bot.
Yeah, what's up?
You there, Rapid Dash? Rapid Dash.
Welcome to Fortnite.
Make an effects pedal that shoots a laser out at the audience.
Freaking laser beams.
Laser beams coming out of my guitar. Just kidding. Maybe not kidding.
With frickin' laser beams attached to their heads.
That would probably be safest. Put it on my helmet. Ooh, as a guidance system. No, that would be. I could triangulate my position.
Missive Monger says scientific method proves the globe. What?
Scientific method proves the globe?
Yeah.
Does that mean something? Are they going to try to say that science tells us what something is?
Yeah, I guess.
This is a case of people saying things and hoping they're true.
They're saying as if.
Missive Mongers are part of the doofus group, so yeah, I could imagine Missive saying
consider
something
the source. You do have to consider the source. That's something
we have the
worthwhile
doofus group
discussing.
Doofus group in full effect.
Let's see.
By your powers combined, you are the doofus group.
Hey, what happened at ladies' night?
Huh?
Excuse me? Did you just assume all of our genders?
Is that like a personal attack or something?
Is there now? Are you a rock, or do you have cousins, or what? Are you rocks? Eat rocks that are your
Thing in
cousins?
my world as life, really, that we're very complicated rocks.
Just, you know,
Shut
I
up,
mean,
dude.
it's complicated. It's very complicated.
I hate that guy.
Yeah, me too.
Who? Michelle?
Michelle?
Yeah. Oh, it's Michael.
That guy.
I was like, fuck me.
Anybody,
I'm sorry.
look, listen. Can anybody tell me how the scientific method proves globe? Is there a way possible? Is there an
It's
explanation
not
for what this person just said?
I could tell you how scientific method proves electrostatic acceleration and not gravity.
What?
There's a category error. Like, people just say things and hope they're true. You know what I mean? It's so funny. It's like closing your eyes. Sorry, okay.
No, you go ahead.
Imagine going to the shooting range and you just close your eyes and start spraying. Like, this is what happens when people do this with their words, right? Scientific method proves the globe. You're closing your eyes. You don't even know where you're shooting. You're just spraying out words and praying that they land somewhere. Well, they ain't landing on anybody with a high IQ. I'll tell you that much.
They're like, man, hopefully somebody around here knows what I'm talking about, because I don't.
Exactly.
Welcome to the Doofus Group. The Doofus Group. Mr. Monger's a part of the Doofus Group. So is band member and Flurf Williams. Who else we got? That's a good song for them. Welcome to the Doofus Group. Mr. Monger, you're part of the Doofus Group.
Boys and girls.
Band member, you're also part of the Doofus Group. Who else we got but Bobby Steels and Flurf Williams?
Don't be a doofus again. If you were once, maybe you can change. We'll give you another chance tomorrow. As long as tomorrow comes. But when it gets to be today, doofus won't be able to stay. Stay. Sorry.
Mm-hmm. So, like, what happened to Ladies' Night? What happened? Has it just been dying or what?
Nobody's saying anything. Like, it was already after I started playing the. Nobody mentioned anything to me.
CB, you and me think the same sometimes. That song was going to be like, dude, you should play that song.
Nobody said, son, what an asshole you are, Sonny, for right after. Nobody said anything. Nobody said, Sonny, you're an asshole. So I figured I would play my video.
Sonny, you're an asshole.
Thanks. Too late? Bro, too late. You got to wait in line, man. Okay.
Here's the correct answer to how the scientific method proves globe. I'm going to post it on live stream voice text.
4:59 Central Standard Time.
Check it out.
You will deny that you always did.
That's the answer, isn't it?
No.
So his cause is flat earthers deny.
Real flat
Therefore,
earther. Change the name on that.
Therefore, globe.
Easy. That's easy enough, isn't it?
Yeah, doofus.
Yeah, there's a big error there.
Just make a model, brah.
You don't have to prove anything. You just say if I tell you, you're going to deny it anyways. Like, so then I don't have to tell you. That's simple.
That's crazy. Imagine telling that to a judge or a jury. Well, Your Honor, jury, I do have evidence, but if I presented it, you would just deny it. So
you wouldn't believe it if I showed you. But here's a model instead, and let's see if you disbelieve it. Yeah, as a court of law, like looking at evidence, going to look at a reification fallacy. Well, we have something similar to a body. Sort of looks like a body over here. It's got this one little part fits the shape of the line around the body, but only around the ankle on the left leg. But here's the model. No, I'm sorry, sir. Your incomplete model is a reification fallacy. We can't take that in as evidence. Sorry about that. You have to go to the other line over here, and also in the basement, there's a complaint office. Complaint office, ring, 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 ring. Yes, this is the complaint office.
But I'm an expert.
No, I'm sorry.
I have privilege of the globe, sir. You must let me through.
Yes, we're experts.
The office over there next to the complaint area. False information.
In my briefcase, if you'll just let me on through, I will show you.
Okay, there you go, sir.
I have the curvature in my briefcase.
He's falling to the ground floor. He's falling to the sub sub basement now through a trap door, which he was conveniently placed there.
What the hell happened here?
You have the evidence, the photograph.
Glove proof. See, he's still talking. It's a long
have
ways
it.
now.
I have it, I swear.
Some data, figures, numbers.
There is a geometric horizon, I promise. Tiny Tim told me.
Until he achieves equilibrium on that big mattress, boing. Boing.
Okay, guys. All right, calm
He's
down.
safely landed.
Take a deep breath. It's getting a little chaotic for me.
I am short-circuiting, sir. I do not understand your language.
It's okay. I was just thinking out loud. Go ahead and go through, sir.
Why don't you wrap this up into a nice little pretty ball with a bow on it?
Do me a favor. Shut the fuck
That's
up.
the end. Thanks. That's the end.
You son of a
bitch. That's all, folks.
Guys, shut the fuck up so we can get this over with. Shut the
Alrighty.
fuck up.
Jesus Christ. What is going on here? All right, everybody shut up now. Now, who's the important one going to speak next?
Just let us know when you guys are done with the verbal diarrhea. We'll continue.
I was, but you said important, so I'll shut up.
Miggy.
Excuse me, sir. I have proof of the curvature.
Okay, didn't I let you through before, just a few minutes ago? Okay, I don't know, how'd you get back around? Okay, go ahead on through again. We have information down below the server.
You have
Feel free to browse.
Are you allowing?
Come in and look at the laser test. Sure.
11:28:5.
At 3 minutes after.
Where are the ladies? I thought the ladies' night was happening.
I guess. Thanks for calling. For announcing that.
This is just Julius when he's too stoned. He starts making voices up that he has no idea where they came from.
That was like a poor man's version of Austin Powers, Julius.
But it's almost like I wonder if it's something of my subconscious that's just taken over.
Someone said that when winter came, then the ladies would come back on and do ladies' night in winter because they'd be inside.
They must still got their winter. I don't know what the hell they have on. How are they staying warm?
What do they say? Take away all their winter clothes. No, I'm only kidding. That would be crude.
I don't know if maybe the ladies are just. I don't know. Maybe they're closing things down for the season still.
Closing down, hibernating.
Thanksgiving's like next week, so maybe
Oh, I've got a plan.
They might be doing holiday shopping or something, getting a turkey.
Interesting.
All right, we're going to get you two on a helio break.
Turkey and the stuffing, dude. The stuffing's bad for you, but I'll still eat it on Thanksgiving only because it's a one-time a year deal.
Do you see me fucking laughing, man?
I'm making like the most unhealthy jalapeno cream corn with Velveeta and paprika, pepper,
Velveeta,
Chinese or some Chinese cooking wine. I don't know.
Chinese barbecue.
It's all.
Oh my God! Who the hell cares?
Who the fuck cares, my son?
All right, let's see if I can get it.
The fuck cares?
Try to get the mobile device on so I can give you live reporting from outdoors.
I'm like a parrot. I'm like a parrot. When I hear something, then I start repeating it.
All right, guys, seriously.
Fuck.
I'm going to send you guys on a helio break here in a second. Just take a break, dude.
Who? You said use guys.
Yeah.
Which use guys are you referring to?
The only two goofballs in the VC right now.
I'm probably one of them.
So now we're goofballs, are we?
Julius and I. Wow, he's calling us goofballs. Could be Glad Flub and I don't know. That Flo might take offense to that. I'm not sure.
He's muted.
Let's try to log in.
I ain't no goofball, man. I didn't evolve from no monkey.
Me either.
Let's see. What's wrong with this authentication process?
We devolved from the creator.
What's wrong?
My blood is boiling right now.
Why?
I can barely keep my composure right now.
Why are you so upset, man? What's happening? Can you feel like talking about it?
Bro, I'm muted. What's wrong with you?
Who did that? Verify.
Who did what?
Nobody did anything. Well, actually, people are doing things all the time.
I'll tell you who it is. Those people walking around there telling you they can see curvature from the shore.
Well, there's a whole bunch of people that are only looking at the phone, not where they're walking, and that can be a problem for people who are watching where they're going. They have to move out of the way of those numpties. Now, look, I go to backup codes. Okay, now, let's see.
So let me go ahead and tell you a little bit about what's happening in the YouTube live stream text chat. Real quick. So let me read this real quick. You guys listen to this. Missive Monger says, no team of flat earthers has ever independently disproven orbiting satellites and submitted their findings for scientific evaluation. What in the actual hell is that all about?
What the fuck?
No,
That, would be a burden of proof reversal fallacy.
Exactly.
Indeed.
So he wants. What does he want? They want submitted their findings of scientific evaluation. So what scientific evaluation did they offer you for satellites, my friend?
I mean,
cartoons. They gave you some cartoons. Okay. Let's relax with these double standards.
And Mrs. Monger, I don't think is. That's the one that was. He or she doesn't think things through.
No, imagine. Has there been an independent team of globe earthers that have proven orbiting satellites? Yeah. What about that? You guys submit radius. So radius.
Huh, look at this. Miss Monger's triggered or something. The next statement that he or she said is that one. No team of flat earthers has ever measured flatness of any part of the earth and submitted their findings for scientific evaluation. So the what is question
that was a lie.
The what is question just became a how why question? When did that happen? When did this finding out the measurement became something of a scientific inquiry?
This person doesn't know what science is. This person is has a strong case of saying things and hoping they're true syndrome.
Not working with a full deck of cards, engine's running but there's nobody behind the wheel, the lights are on but nobody's home, the ladder doesn't go all the way up. Like any one of those? Probably.
Orbiting satellites.
Like this is the doofus of the highest order. Like honestly, to say things like these. Crazy. All right.
Submitting your findings for scientific evaluation. Just a case of just saying words and trying to sound smart.
Yeah,
Maybe
exactly.
I'm being rhetorical. No. Or maybe I'm just being rhetorical. No, you're not. God, it's like you just use words you hear randomly to try and sound smarter. Well, now you're just acting transcendent.
Wait, is observing the flatness of water, is that a phenomenon? Is that observing a natural phenomenon?
That's faith-based, according to band member. What you're doing
right.
is faith-based, T-Wad. You're observing flatness is faith-based.
My bad. Sorry. Go ahead.
That's crazy.
I don't know.
That's obviously a projection.
I mean, where do you come up? Where do these people? It's just they must be getting paid or something, like just to say stuff like that.
You guys are getting
no
paid?
logically thinking human will ever take them seriously in any way. And if they do, they're not logically thinking people.
Maybe that's just why they hover around each other. They find comfort in other cult members being around them.
Dude, I swear you and I think so alike that it's just it's funny. It's crazy. It's eerie to me now. Because I was thinking I was just gonna tell you that every time they come in, they're like, "Hey, what's going on, Moxie? Oh, high five, dude!" And they're they're doing the stupid little emojis. They laugh out loud. "Hey, what's up, man? I haven't seen you today. What you doing, Flirt Williams?" "Oh, nothing much. I'm just hanging out. How about you?" "Oh, nothing much. Just mocking the flat earth today." And just like doofus, like the doofus group, like who cares about what you? But they're trying to make it sound like they're all clingy little clique. They all support each other, and they don't even know the one lick of like anything as a critical thing human would know. Common sense, that's gone bye for those guys.
Yeah, so they band up in a group and they only attack by, one person will jump out of the group real quick, nibble at your ankle, and then jump right back into the group for protection. So you notice.
They start acting like what you're saying doesn't matter. They're like, "Oh, I'm sorry. Did you say something?" I was like, "Yeah, I've been calling you doofus this whole time. Everybody else heard me. That's okay. They'll come back around and tell you. Oh, by the way, I'll tell you again when you notice that I'm talking to you." So either way,
they've been listening closely this entire time. Come on, guys. Don't pretend like you didn't hear it.
Mr. Munger, Maxie, stepmate. All these guys are just, the doofus group.
Vader! I'm too weak. Oh, don't kill me, please.
Chris V, what's up, bro? You out for work, man?
Heck yeah, man.
About time, dude. Friday, the feeling's right.
Yeah, I got off actually a little while ago and went and bought a car.
Whoa!
Hey, did you know that? Did you know that the globe is actually using scientific method to prove globe?
No way.
It's true.
They finally found the cause, huh?
Well, and I don't know how they came up with it, but Missive Monger is saying scientific method proves the globe. There you have it. I mean,
well, how about that?
If I then
inform the people.
Backed by popular demand, scientific method. I don't know how Missive Monger is going to come up with the idea that the scientific method proves the globe, but yeah, it's just something they say now.
So the globe has to be a natural phenomenon to begin with, observed in nature.
Oh, Moxie, I'm not jealous or anything. It's just that you guys are just a big ball of doofuses. I mean, you guys share each other's brain, pass it around. When somebody wears it, you come out of the group saying like, "Hey, wait a minute, I'm speaking to you, flat earthers," and then you give the brain back to somebody else and keep passing it around. That's all you do. Big old ball of doofuses, you guys.
Well, I couldn't believe what I witnessed last night in that debate.
Oh yeah,
like, Brian, be quiet, dude.
Is there another one tonight? Right?
It really should have just been Witsit and Sensible. The rest was noise.
That's what I heard. Everybody's been saying that, but was it Conspiracy Cats? It was, huh? Conspiracy Cats.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's just a train wreck, isn't he? That guy.
Just a troll. Yeah. No real arguments from him.
It's like when a troll meets a train wreck.
Who's that guy who does like the fallacy count? They need him like right in the middle, just being like, nope.
What Crypto was talking about. Crypto's, yeah, we need to get that guy on this.
Yeah, Crypto would be great too.
He's good at it too. He's kind of like he's got that OCD for that when it comes to it. Moxie, you big old doofus.
Should we say no Moxie?
No Moxie. You're anti-Moxie. You got no Moxie. Or else you'd be in here talking to us. Like
exactly. You can even talk about the globe. You know, give us a whole monologue of why you think so.
Dude, I don't want that, Chris. Freaking, and especially CB. CB definitely doesn't want that.
Please, no!
Hey, last time the guy was like, remember that guy that came in here, CB? He's like, so it, like a basketball, and CB's like, shut up, dude, just don't. We're not. Freaking CB was all kinds of triggered, man.
My blood is boiling right now. I can barely keep my composure right now.
What's his face think you have corny memes, dude? But I don't know. They're good. I like it.
He was just hating because it got, the bell got rung on him. You know what I mean?
You had some freaking daggers for you, bro.
I know.
Had daggers. So pretty chill for tonight, huh? How many people do we get on? 17. That's all good for Helio's second channel.
Not bad. Not bad.
Not bad at all. We gotta let Chris, because you're mainly at work and whatnot. But as soon as another Glober comes in here, man, we'll just let you kind of take the wheel on that conversation.
Sure, would be glad to. Yeah, I always feel bad. I'm a busy guy these days. Usually my 3-month-old is screaming, and that's why I'm kind of always listening in the background. But yeah, I'd be glad to take in a rep.
Yeah, let me know, man, if you're good to it, and we'll just be like, hey, man, Chris V's like, what's up? Oh, we'll put Andy Hold My Beer. He was super triggered yesterday from that the debate. He was really upset about it.
I'm kind of glad that happened. He said he's got a mission now. Like, great. I'm a big fan of Andy, so happy to have him around more.
Same.
I'll be around in the morning, so I was thinking about doing a morning show. Actually, starting a morning show, and we'll just tear it up. Because like I was saying, my job's gonna be in the night shift, so I gotta go through orientation, which is gonna be in the daytime. But after orientation, I'll be working nights.
Good stuff, man. That morning show is on point. I wake up and you guys are already going. So I love that. There was a while when it would be like the bot playing until like noon my time. And so now I wake up and you guys are going like 7 a.m. for me. So I pop up, I jump in between, see what's going on at Nathan Oakley's at 9. But usually you guys are going at like 7, 8 in the morning. So it's good stuff, man. I appreciate you guys doing that. That's good content. I would rather listen to you and Julius talk about food than the bot playing for 5 hours.
Check this out. Because like we were, I guess you could say, me and him are advocates for the carnivore diet, but more recently it's been like a lifestyle, because like it's just a lifestyle change. But the energy, dude, like you wake up in the morning, like those screamo songs, let's go, like that's what I feel in my like. Yes, baby, let's go. Like, just jumping out of bed and like, what can I do? Like, I'm just looking at stuff. But no, coming into the chat, I'm like focus and everything, bro. Like, no coffee needed, nothing. It's It's really kind of like you're unlocking parts of your brain that you thought were the mental focus, the clarity, the everything. It's just like you're on point with things. So that's why I'm just like, it's weird because I'm an advocate for it, but at the same time, like I wish people could just look into it, you know, just kind of do a little research on it. Because
I would definitely say look into it. Because I did as soon as you brought it up, kind of late summer, and man, even just switching to like pepperoni as a snack during the day, like, man, it's so noticeable.
Yeah, you've already tried doing that, Chris?
Yeah, slowly but surely. I mean, that first week of no coffee was pretty bad, but honestly, I just so much better.
I'd say like 6 pepperonis is equivalent to about 1,000. Let's see, 1,000 milligrams of sodium. I'm trying to do the calculation here from the pepperonis. So like your body needs what, like 2,000 per day.
Mm-hmm.
Because what happens on a carnivore, you do go through like if you don't have the sodium involved, your body gets dehydrated. You know, so your intake of sodium has to be like on par. You know, not like a lot of salt, but you do have to be consistent with it. And not just the one that's, you know, the Morton salt. You have to use the real stuff like sea salt or Himalayan pink or Redmond's real salt. But like I'm saying though, the diet and all that, it's got me kind of motivated to kind of. I'm telling you, man, it's like a good gut gives you just like your whole body's like ready to go. That's why me and Julius are always ecstatic about it. I guess that's the energy that we feel. It's like.
Yeah, and I guess I'm kind of somebody like, I've kind of switched a few diets because, you know, I did the vegan thing maybe about 2 years ago and was on it for about 2 years. And it was pretty hard in Texas, you know, with that brisket flying by, that barbacoa. But,
oh, dude, yeah.
I felt sick. I was getting sick, you know, not like often, but it was just like, man, like wildly, it would hit me and it's just like, dang, the flu, boom.
Oh, no, like check this out, man. Like even with getting sick and that, what your body becomes is like extremely like immune to things. So like used to, like my hands would get cold, my feet would get cold, like all that stuff. But because of the iodine intake from the eggs and from like the nutrients that you're taking in, your body's getting supplies of everything that it needs. Like it's like the healthiest multivitamin, like eating eggs and steak and liver and, you know what I mean? Like the things that is essential for the nutrients, you know, for nutrient dense meals. And then on top of that, the sodium and all that, it's like your body is getting everything that it actually needs. So then you're jacked up, dude. It's like you don't need to get energy drinks or like throughout the whole day. You are good. Like you feel great. You don't crash, and it's crazy. And so when you lay down, like when you sleep like a baby, dude. Like bam. I mean, you just lay down and you sleep. And it's great because it's like used to people who toss and turn and like they can't find that rest. When it's time to like, you know, go to bed and go to sleep, you're gone. Like you should. Like when you lay down and your body gets in a resting state, it goes all the way down to that full resting state and it feels great. So, and you wake up refreshed and crazy. And I've been noticing that I've been lifting weights too, and everything's getting lighter by the day. Like the weights that I've been using, I started with, like every day feels like the weights are getting lighter and lighter, and I'm just like keep doing some reps and keep increasing the reps, and I don't overdo it because here's another thing too. I don't know if you guys know this or not. Like when you work out, you're not supposed to work out till you're pouring sweat, like overheat your body. That's wrong. You're not supposed to do that. But you are supposed to work out to like where you feel a little bit of that soreness, like the tension between like you and your weights and you know, just get an exercise. But like staying active in like whatever work you do or, you know, and that kind of thing, that's good. You don't need to overexert. Like exercise like the way that the typical person does, like on a Peloton bike, or, you know, you're going ham on a treadmill. Like there's no need for that. You don't need to go ham. Like and you can see that people that are on these machines, they have heart attacks on them because you're pushing your body to the limits. It's like you don't need to be going there with your body. So But yeah, man, it's like the only thing about this is that like when you do blood tests, you have like the bad cholesterol that's really high, but at the same time, there's been studies on it, like where they're saying that even if people have high bad cholesterol, that bad cholesterol doesn't necessarily mean that you are predisposed to a like heart disease. Only if you're combining the high carbohydrate diet with a high fat diet, then
Right.
yes, then it's a
sugar.
dynamite mixture. That is the deadly mixture. I say, don't ever do that. Like, don't ever go to high carb, high fat. That's a recipe for disaster right there. That builds up plaque in your body. Like, if you don't do any of that, it's just your body's using the fat for fuel, and it's just constantly burning it, and it's kind of like canceling itself out, if you will. There's people that have been on this for years, and
it makes sense with that food pyramid now. Like, oh yeah, eat a bunch of bread, right? Like,
yes, exactly. But see, we didn't understand. Like, this all ties back to like the truth about flat Earth, and like, what else are they lying to us about? You know that question.
Exactly.
These are the other things, the other what else's that they're lying about. Like disconnecting you from the source, like the source of energy, the source of like well-being, mental health, all that stuff. You're disconnected. Like, people suffer from anxiety and things. And I had a bit of anxiety. Like, I was dealing with that previous to like me getting on this. And it was like, I wasn't really anxious. Like, I couldn't say like, oh man, I'm worried about stuff. It was more like a kind of anxiety that I wasn't aware of. Like, I wasn't like, nothing that I was conscious of, but I was just getting anxious and stuff. And then slowly started getting on this. And because I was getting the right nutrients, my hormones became balanced. Like, I felt it, man. Like, as like it would slowly start to diminish, and I wasn't like, I didn't feel the anxiety levels. Like, I could quickly come back from that. Before they would take over like my emotional state and stuff. It was crazy. And now it's just like, I don't know, man, how to tell you. Like, I feel great, like uplifted, and it's like, it's weird. It's like, maybe like from where I started to where I'm at now is about 3 months, and my body's kind of like what I consider healing from the really bad place that I had in my diet, like, because I was eating just whatever, dude. It was just like
same.
Yeah, just whatever.
Somebody put cake in my face. I was like, let me at it. Now I'm just like, nah, I'm all right.
But like pop and cake and like, because even like when we go to the store and stuff, and I see like the Little Debbie's, it's like a drug addiction. When you see it, you're just like, dude, I can eat that whole box right now. Like, if I had it, I'd eat the whole box.
It's those childhood memories, man.
Yeah, like, but it's because like, we were never taught the right way and stuff. And so when you're going through the healing process, you could feel the like the focus coming back and like all this stuff, and there's no brain fog. You're not like struggling to like, wow, what's going on? Like, you're clear about things. There's a lot of good stuff, man, about it. So,
well, that, and I started piecing together like, what's this World Economic Forum talking about, that they want to eliminate meat and for the climate and things like that. And I was like, that seems really fishy,
Oh, and Julius, I don't know if you knew this or not, but around here, have you guys heard of the bird flu? It's hitting poultry, the egg supply.
I haven't heard recent, like COVID, or Cocoa Puff. I did, but I don't know.
Yeah, check it out, man. There's an egg shortage.
What?
But not in. Yeah, there is. Check it. Just look into it. Look, you know what I'm talking about. Like, you'll see what I'm talking about.
Hey, wasn't there that one girl on here saying there was an egg shortage like in Florida not long ago?
Yeah, but here's the thing, though. The thing about the egg shortage, they're hitting the most nutrient dense superfood. That's an egg is a superfood. Yeah, it's a superfood. No, so that superfood, if they remove it from your diet, that's gonna cause a lot of people to. Trust me. It's just, it keeps like, so people are looking into getting chickens and just having their own supply of eggs and stuff. But that's another solution to that. But yeah, there's an egg shortage and that sort of thing. But bigger cities don't have their supply of eggs.
That's not good.
Yeah, just to let you know that's what's been happening. Like they're hitting like that. They're hitting beef. They're hitting all the really nutrient dense foods and.
Yeah.
No eggs. Empty egg carton. You don't have any eggs. No eggs. Empty egg carton.
I never heard of that song.
Dude, it's just a meme. It's hilarious.
That's funny though that you had that. I'm not surprised you had it. I'm just saying that's funny as hell. I think you would be the one.
It wasn't on there. I had to just look it up real quick. I only know this because I forget like where I heard it, but I sent it to a couple of friends when I was driving with groceries and happened to splash a whole bunch of eggs in my car, and so I ended up having like a half an empty egg carton when I got home, and so I ended up sending this song with the empty egg carton.
For women who want
no eggs. You know? Reload.
no eggs. Empty egg carton. You don't have any eggs.
I think it actually has to do with women and like them not having eggs either. Like they're kind of losing fertility and that kind of thing. So I think that's what it originates from. But yeah.
They want you to eat the bug.
Mm-hmm. That's what I've heard.
To be like a net zero human.
Wow.
I mean, I get the point that they're trying to push out there. I mean, when I was in the sort of vegan game for 2 years, they were kind of like, well, yeah, you're saving an animal's life, and that's all fine and well. But to me, it's more like McDonald's, the way that it's this massive quantity over quality, where it's like, man, you don't know how many cows are in that single patty, and that it's reckless, But like I've learned, through even researching this diet, like how many like local farmers in Texas there are that raise their cow, their steer.
Well, the thing is too, Chris, it's people don't realize it's the combination of carbs, high carb and high fat. That'll kill you.
Right.
That combination. And what happens when you eat a cheeseburger? It's a lot of bread and a lot of fat.
It's all of it. Yeah.
And so that's the deadly mix. So when you're combining that much carbs with that much fat, carbs are going to be used up first as fuel, and your fat's just going to get stored everywhere in your body.
I knew I was doing something right about a year ago. I stopped eating bread. I stopped buying bread. About once a week, I'll have some carbohydrates like macaroni and cheese, but that's very seldom, mostly high protein. I agree with you. I eat a lot of oil too. Like if I don't have food, I can eat fruit and nuts. Like the citrus and the nuts are very good together, because a lot of times I don't have money to buy meat or eggs. Like it's just a shame, but it's true. But yeah, when I eat eggs, I heal really fast, and I recover faster from riding, like exercising. Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely a superfood.
Muscle trauma.
Started eating them raw. I started eating them raw with milk, though. I mean, some people don't approve of the milk part, but hey, have any of you had problems with the two?
You're fading out.
Am I fading out?
Mic. Yeah, your mic.
Shoot, what's wrong?
You're pretty good. I don't know.
Is it better? Okay, so never mind. I had to disengage or disable the two-factor authentication, or else I couldn't get my mobile on Discord. Does anyone else? I wasn't able to do the two-factor process. Like I got through it before. Has anyone else had a problem with that?
Yeah, I heard that from the update. The update, they did something with accounts. There's a way to fix it. No, there's a way to fix it, but I don't remember exactly how. It's really
yeah.
Hey, Crit, do you have the FTFE and the Wits It Gets It on YouTube, like the debate? Because we have the link to the Discord, but if we want to watch it on YouTube, do they have a link to the YouTube?
I think it goes to his channel. Oh, I'm not part of that server.
Oh,
that Tartaria. Yeah, they kicked me off like a month ago.
I thought you were
my phone on.
Oh.
Talk to you guys.
No, there's a bunch of Negator is a mod there, and he basically threw the gauntlet down and said, "I will not be part of anything that Crit's part of." So either Crit goes or I go, and I'm like, "Well, you can go. You're the one triggered, not me. I can be on the same server with you. You just block me." And then next thing I knew, I was off the server, and I asked what happened. They said that just for like a peacekeeping measure, as apparently some of the globalists get one Flat Earth ban or something. So I'm like, whatever. All you do is just tell me, if you don't want me around, you gotta ban me. Just say, hey, Crit, don't post, just whatever. But if it feels better if it feels good for him to mouse over my name and like he's got power, then just whatever.
Well, I mean, I didn't know, but this yeah. Well, thanks for the link there, Hirotosnes.
Yeah, like Kiwi has it. Kiwi and Ron, they're both mods there.
Well, it says waiting for 24/7 Cosmology Tartaria Discord. So obviously they're about to start or something. Here on the
spin-off from them. Is it their own server or their own Discord? Because they were using McToon's channel at first.
No idea, man.
Yeah, it looks like they finally got their own YouTube going. Yeah, because at first it was just their. Yeah, I really have no clue what's going on there. I'm sure things will settle down once they kind of get their sea legs.
I'm probably gonna do my own channel because I'm gonna start having some shows in the morning here on the Discord on 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. I gotta set that up. I had one before, but it got taken down.
Yeah, right there. This Saint or Sean Saint Pierre. He's the owner of the site or of that 24/7 cosmology.
I'll talk to because I want to run my own. I was thinking about running my own YouTube channel in here. I did that before alongside Helios, and that way I can bring content to both of our channels. I would actually get on camera and whatnot.
Well, I for one like the idea, just because don't get me wrong, I appreciate audio just as much as the next guy, but a really great way to grab the attention of others is definitely this video thing going on. And
yeah, I did it before, and I used to have a background. Well, I painted half my wall in my garage is like my studio. You can call it that. I got a big old workstation, huge monitors, like nice microphone and everything. But
is that like a natural reverb?
Yeah.
I was going to say that mic always sounds real crispy.
Yeah, every time.
Yeah, I mean, I really want to do it. It's something that I love creating content. I love it. And I had a show called it was a formatted show, and we'd have those segments where we'd have like zany space news, and we'd have showcases. Me and this guy named Fe Jedi, we were kind of doing that whole like host co-host kind of thing. I think the guy passed away.
Yeah, that's what I heard too. Jedi passed.
No.
Yeah, he passed
away. Yeah, it was like, why would they lie, right? Oh, the Flat Earth Initiative, and then like, why would they lie?
Yeah, you remember that, Crit? Yeah, it was back in the day.
Yeah, I love that shit. And then the arena. I mean, yeah, your channel was awesome. It was a good resource too, because a lot of time when Globnesia would kick in, you find a globetard who would be like, I never said that. Like, 1 second, please.
Yeah, replay back to you remember that?
Yeah, like the one time it was when that I can't remember the guy's name, but Screech, M. Scott Screech was here, and I said to him, "Hey, who would invest in some sort of space agency? Like if you had to spend your own."
That. Yeah, I remember that conversation. Yeah, I do.
He swore up and down he would invest if someone offered him the opportunity, he would go all in. And I'm like, 1 second, please. He was like, oh hell no, right?
Yeah.
He goes, not in our lifetime. He said 50 years or something like that.
Yeah, I remember that. That dude,
like
that was
Dan.
a great.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying that was a great show. I was actually like on camera, dude. Like I was on camera. You guys remember? Like I have the show. I was on camera, and it was great. I loved it.
Yeah, it was like freestyle. It was just basically bring up any topic and just see where. Oh yeah, yeah. Okay, that's right. Yeah.
Miggy's 24/7 freestyle, because like freestyle was just like it was whatever. We talk about things that are involving the globe and their ideas and just everything. We talk about all things. It wasn't just like regulated to flat Earth content.
Oh, come on.
But here's the thing, I would want to create a panel like we did in the old days, like us to have like a steady panel, so that we can have like. And I was thinking about CB, man. I had you in mind, dude. I was like, dude, you could be somebody that'd be great on the panel, because just to kind of talk to some of these guys. And we can interview a few people that you'd want to get on the show, and that we could throw down debates or whatever, And then we could have like any one of the Globers that want to, they could challenge any one of us like to a debate, live on the show. And then you guys would like go at it head to head. Round 1, fight. And then, you guys would just do whatever. It's great content. Everybody likes to see how you guys would fare.
That would be great, man.
Appreciate you thinking of me.
I mean, if you want to do it, it's up to you, but I'm thinking about, I got to do the whole YouTube thing, and it takes time for me to look at like what I'm going to put on the image profile and all that. I used to have I remember Kai did an intro for me. Like Witsits Kai. She had done an intro for me. And I used to use it. There was 2 intros that she's done. And they were really good. Like really, really good. And then the YouTube overlords got a hold of my channel, and was it? They don't even tell you why, those guys.
You know how much I sacrifice?
Yeah, really. I had a bunch of numpty clips.
Do this to me.
Quantum Eraser, bro. Like we had some great times, man. Were you there, Crit, when RC Meisty was saying that the sun's on fire?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, that was a great one.
The sun's on fire. Like, what? No, dude. What? It's like the sun's on fire.
Yeah, he's been a colloquial sense. Like it's, I don't mean actually on fire. I mean it's like a ball of fire that's not fire, but it's like, dude, like you get worse, okay? Like,
you can't. He tries to like rescue the thing that he said, and it always made it worse.
Yeah, it just keeps doubling down.
Like freaking Magnetic West, bro. Like there's no such thing on Earth as Magnetic West, but he invented it.
Magnetic West.
You see, if you turn 90 degrees and your north is now your right-hand side, but you didn't relabel the map, so now west is north, and then you draw it on a compass.
Do we have those clips saved somewhere? I feel like that clip is somewhere, man.
Yeah.
Dude, should we look through Quantum Eraser's archives? He might have it. I don't know.
I mean, the arena used to be like closed, like it was. You could see it, but you couldn't post in it. And some of the stuff people posted clips. Yeah, it's still all the way down. There's Coliseum Arena. Maybe I could look through it and see if I can find it.
See if you know what, it could be pinned. Yeah, it might be pinned somewhere. because that was one of the biggest like belly laughers we had. Like it was like.
Oh yeah, hear this. Justin pinned it. The sun is on fire.
Play it. Can you play it?
Okay. No, I can. Here, I
Is
can.
it a video? I can.
It's
pull it up.
audio.
Yeah, give
Let
it
me
to
see
CB.
Let me see if I can drag that out. I'll go to the pins in the.
Oh, you guys are gonna love this. Love this.
Oh man, I can't wait.
Yeah, we're going to the archives. There's a whole bunch of.
This is gonna be good.
Bunch of stuff. What else
Wait
can
a
you
second.
find
I have
there?
to
There
hold
must
my-
be some more stuff.
I have to take you on a walk with me.
There's a
now that
link
I got
to it.
Mobile going.
If you click that link, it'll bring you down right to it.
Okay, thank you. Sun is on Fire by R.C. Maisty. Okay.
All right, guys, get your popcorn out. This is the treat. Treat that can't be beat.
Yeah. I'm getting ready with the popcorn. Hold
Wait,
on.
do you want
I
to play
gotta
the whole
travel.
thing, or it's kind of long?
Hell yeah, play all of it. Well, it's quite well. You know what? Go ahead.
You want me to, I can kind of go through it and find out where he says it. If you want.
Well,
Just
no,
5 minutes
you know
break.
what? Play it. Just play it. I think it's
No,
good.
it's good because he keeps doubling down. Yeah, that's
Okay.
why
good.
it's.
Play the whole thing.
I'll throw it in the bot and see if it'll play there. Okay.
Yes, if it'll. Hopefully, it does.
If not, I can do it. 1 second.
This is going to be so much fun. I can't wait.
Going down.
Not going down ever again.
A QE deleted his account.
I think he had to get a new one.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because some of the stuff he had pinned it just says deleted user now.
Yeah.
All right, let's see if this works here.
Field study make conclusions based on data gathered therein fallacious? Are conclusions incorrect based on data gathered in a field study simply because it's a field study and not an experimental design? Anyone?
I would say conclusions from your field study like could be correct accidentally or for whatever reason, but that doesn't mean that it verifies it or proves it.
Well, if you observed it,
Is it dealing
What
with the
did you
cause?
observe?
Is it dealing with a cause and effect, or is it just making an observation? RC.
well, a field study is often about understanding observations through eliminating confounding variables and finding what commonalities exist between all observed phenomena.
Is it dealing with a cause and effect relationship? That's my question.
It might.
Well, does it?
Depend on the example.
Does it? That's the problem, right? You're talking about something.
It's not a problem. My question
Well-
was not whether it's a problem or not. My question was, can you draw accurate conclusions from field study data?
Very vaguely, I might add.
Says who?
You're the way you're proposing it. You're trying to draw some kind of conclusion from making observations that doesn't have anything to do with a cause and effect relationship, and that's what I'm actually telling you.
But are you
Right?
telling me that you can't draw conclusions on cause and effect relationships based on observations?
Well, observations is part of the scientific method. That's the
I'm
first
not
step.
talking about the scientific method. I'm asking you a very pointed question. Can you draw conclusions about cause and effect relationships based on observation?
You can draw conclusions about anything. Does that mean they're correct? You can draw
but the
conclusions that are
implication-
completely unrelated to reality, but that doesn't mean they're proven or validated in any way.
So here's my question then. Let me be very specific. Can you draw valid, true, and accurate conclusions based on observations?
No.
Well, then we are just in completely different planets then.
Well, yeah, you said
Not
that
on a
correctly.
planet at all, so you're right about that.
So think about it like this: just by observations, and you think you could draw a conclusion. Look at the sun and tell me what it is by observation. Draw a conclusion. Where has that got you to the truth?
Look at a bird and tell me what it is, and tell me.
No. We're actually talking. Hang on. Hang on, RC. No, you're not. I'm sorry. Hang on.
It's a what is.
No, it's
a what is.
You're doing a backflip right now. This mental gymnastics. You need to stay with what you were talking about. And I'm good. I already burned up your little example here by saying yes, I did. Pun intended, because I'm talking about the sun. So what can you tell me about the sun by observing it?
That it's hot, that it's big, and that it's on fire.
What's the conclusion?
That it's hot, that it's big, and it's on fire.
How do you know it's on fire?
Because you can see fire.
No, how do you know it's fire? How do you know it's fire? You can see. What are you talking about? You can.
Dude, I take pictures of the sun every day, and I don't see fucking fire.
Oh, dude,
what's the true sun color?
Well, hang on. Are we talking about fire? Where's this coming from? Like, what do you mean?
I'm just saying, like, you observe the thing's freaking hot, and it looks like it's on fire. Now, is it fire? I don't know. I don't know.
But it looks like it's on fire.
So you see flames shooting off of the sun?
All right, we gotta ask the panel, guys. Have you ever seen the sun on fire? Because
no, I take pictures almost every day of the sun, and I don't see any flames shooting off that fucker, and I zoom way in on it.
NASA gives the sun on the fire. Yeah.
What
yeah,
kind
right.
of? What kind of filters are you using, Randwell?
NASA has a better camera than I do.
What kind of filters are you using?
What does that matter?
I'm asking you.
I have all kinds of different filters. Would you like to see all my different pictures?
I just like to say, what kind of filters?
See, I have an ND1000. I have a bunch of filters that I can layer. Why? What do you need? What kind of picture do you need me to take?
What wavelengths do they cancel out?
I don't have my camera bag by me.
Time.
No, yeah, but you just said no. I don't know why you're asking him all these questions when you just said you see the sun and it's on fire.
No, I said it looks like it's on fire.
Well, see,
it looks like a positive claim to me. Can we have some proof of the fire, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
So if it's hot.
No. No. You said it looks like it's on fire, RC.
A light bulb makes heat. Is it on fire?
There's oxidation happening, sure.
It's not on fire. No, just say no.
I'd like him to say no.
The definition of fire is the rapid oxidation of a combustible material.
So if you put that bulb in a vacuum, there won't be any oxidation. So
you're right. And by that definition, even in the heliocentric model, the sun is not on fire. Even
Do you
by
like
that
healing
definition,
yourself?
you're 100% right.
Did I just hear
wow?
Yeah, it's RC Meisty back in the day. Dude.
Well, someone asked him if a light bulb was on fire, and he's like, "Well, yeah."
Yeah, he said that, didn't he?
What the hell?
Isn't he the one that also said about magnetic west?
Yeah, dude, he's the one. We're trying to see if we can find the clip, Crypto. We found this one, but I think something might be in the server somewhere. I think it should be still in here. Let me see. What did you pull up when you got those clips, CB? What did it show more? Let me see.
No. Let me see if I can find it though. I might have it.
It was just too good.
Let me see. I think I might have found it. If you give me a sec, I'll see if I can make sure that's the right thing. Well, there was a video in the server search function on a channel called Tommy Hench. Is that Brummy or whoever is that?
Yeah, that's Brummy.
Yeah. Well, the video is private now, so let me see if I can find it somewhere else.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I heard about that too. That he kind of was going to take a break from the community for a while. I know he locked his channel down though.
Yeah, I get it. I mean, sometimes this stuff gets a bit overwhelming, doesn't it? Especially when he was one of the Gen Panda crew, so he would have gone in there a lot and got ton of abuse off them like daily.
Right.
And honestly, who's like, you know, who can really be bothered to put up with their shit every day?
Not me.
Yeah. I like to be able to pick them up and put them down whenever I fancy, you know. Like I don't want them like imposing on me when when they want to, sort of thing. If that makes any sense.
Definitely.
Did CB Miggy? Oh, Miggy, you were here anyway. Did anyone here manage to catch the Witsit debate yesterday?
Just the very tail end of it.
I didn't see it.
Anyone here? Did you catch it?
There's one going to happen tonight with Craig, FTFE.
Yeah, find the title show, yeah.
You're gonna watch that one or hear that one?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
That's
I
the one
watched
I'm interested to see. Go on, Crit.
Oh, I watched yesterday until that Mr. Sensible guy just kept screeching over and over again. Thanks, Bob. I'm like, okay, dude, this is worthless.
Yeah, they basically just straw man Bob, and then they just repeat the straw man until everyone believes it. It's like, no, it's still a straw. It doesn't matter if you repeat it 100 times, still a straw man, right? And actually, we need to come up with a better name for conspiracy cats. Like, I've thought of a rude one that I'm not going to say, but I was thinking, yeah, I'll think of something good, and then we'll get them. Anyway, conspiracy cats. He just lied. He just lied about. It wasn't even a straw man. It was just a blatant, obvious lie, where he said that Brian and Witsit both said that the Earth rotates. He's just like, no, they didn't say that. They like the agreement was that there is a rotation, right? A sidereal rotation. So he is then asserting that is therefore Earth rotation. Okay, that's a nice assertion, bro. But you're then lying when you're saying that Brian and Witsit said that when they didn't.
Looks like the debate's starting, guys.
Now, okay, it's a bit early.
Yeah. Or it's on live right now on the YouTube channel.
Can you put it through the bot? Maybe put it in a second room or something. Then people can choose to listen to it.
I think it's in another Discord. Do you want to link to that, or do you want to try and put it up here somewhere in our Discord?
I don't mind being in here. Not unless anybody disagrees. I don't mind it being in here. I don't know. It's up to you guys.
Yeah, I didn't want to impose it on the room, but like, I was thinking maybe putting it live stream too or something. Just I'd quite like to listen to it, but I'm driving for the next hour, so don't matter.
Whose channel is it on again? Is it going to be on YouTube?
Yeah, I'll drop it.
Yes, that's Shane St. Pierre.
Oh, okay. Yeah, maybe we can direct some traffic to his channel.
Yeah, he's a cool guy, Shane. I only just met him recently. I don't know if he's been around a while or not, but yeah.
Hey, Miggy, whose YouTube channel is that? Is it up on YouTube? That debate?
Yeah, Helio, it is.
I mean, whose channel is it on?
The 24/7 Cosmology Tartaria.
And do you know who owns that channel?
What was that guy? Shane?
Oh, Shane. I don't think he'd mind if we mirrored it. I don't think he'd mind if we mirrored the audio here and give some commentary over it.
Well, that's what I was thinking. I don't know. Crypto wants to do something.
Yeah, I mean, but sure. Yeah, I'm about to restart the live stream, and but it's up to you guys. You guys are hanging out in here. I'm doing something else, but I just wanted to say that I don't think that'd be a problem if you wanted to mirror that video here, or the audio anyway. And I'll probably be listening to that too. You know, while I'm doing some other stuff, and I'll be listening to that back and forth. Yeah. Or at least for a portion of time, if if there's not a lot of people jumping in, maybe people are going to jump on over there and listen to that. Then it might be cool to go ahead and mirror it.
My only objection is if you guys want to play the audio, it would be awesome if you would play my new song first. But I'd be down to chat with you guys for a while.
No, you know, see, live chat is preferred over anything. So so
I agree.
that's so.
Well, that's why I say to bring it up. People can kind of choose what they want to do, and then you kind of don't need the room as well. But yeah, whatever, it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
and
you
also,
you could play it and live stream too. It's just an empty room, so if people want to listen to it there and then do commentary over it while they're listening, you can do that there. If people are still wanting to talk, in this room, so
they can just do commentary in text, can't they, if they want? Although I do also second Creation Bears playing his new song.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, that goes without question, and that'd be good. That'd be a good outro for the live stream this time. And
fair enough. Let's go.
Cool.
Do it.
Awesome. Appreciate you guys. Yeah, I'll drop it in. The bot just finished this up today, folks. I hope you like it. It's another parody of a song called Floating. I just kind of made it a flat earth parody, so hope you like it. Here it goes.
Flat in this bitch, globe confusion with the drip drop. It's flat everywhere. I got facts up in my Ziploc. Flat up in this place, no globe model, that's for kid bops. You ain't on flat earth, you can kick rocks, okay? Flat, hey. Flatten, smack, smack. Flatten, smack, smack. Flatten, smack, smack. Flat, yeah. Globe got no curve, bitch. Yeah. Yeah. Flatten, smack, smack. Flatten, flat, smack, smack. Flat, smack, flat. Globe gone flat, got no curve, bitch. I'm flat. Turn the globe into a ghost punk, bitch. Yes, I'm flat. Hey. Take it off, yeah. Globe off, yeah. Live stream, yeah. Everybody here, bringing up air. Gas pressure, yeah. That is my fate. The globe is gon' hate. The truth I chase, and it don't break. We just killed space. Yeah, it's all fake. Back in the safe now. Hand me that tape. 10 toes in the mud. Measured earth, and it's flat. Yeah. Glober dunked on in his fields, and that's facts. Yeah. I ain't trying to fight you too emotional. Now take this flat smack like it's supposed to go. Made it out the globe. Had to bounce right quick. Wonder how I drop out. Learn to count like this. Got a folder with no earth curve where I keep my shit. Hit a bay first with a laser, ain't no curve in this bitch. Okay, I'm flat. Hey, flat, smack. Flat, smack. Flat, smack. Yeah. Globe, no curve, turn that flat into facts. Turn the globe into a ghost punk, bitch. Yes, it's flat. Hey, flat, smack. Flat, smack. Yeah, flat, smack. Globe gone flat, got no curve, bitch. I'm flat. Turn the globe into a ghost punk, bitch. Yes, I'm flat. I'm a globe destroyer. Yeah. F.E. Doyum. Doyum globe smoking ass nigga. Huh? In the live stream joking. Took his globe like it's stolen. Broke brain can't focus ass nigga. Huh? Pause the bot, we gotta call up. Call up nigga, he gon' chop his head off. Can't run the game round here, bruh. Cause we're hang no sphere, bruh. Lil nigga, do you got a problem? What? Lil nigga will come and solve it. Yeah. Facts coming in, can't stop it. We getting to the money, y'all jogging. Yeah. Good times represent victory. To the same globes just dead to me. God. A washed up blurf don't mean shit to me. I'ma surf off the curve in a Tiffany. Globers do nothing for me. Unless you leave in BC where the curve be. I'm flat gang, savage free. Globers get smoked just trying to diss me. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Flatten, flat. Yeah. Flatten, smack. Flat, smack. Flat, yeah, flat, yeah. Globe gone flat, ain't no curve, bitch, it's flat. Turn the globe into a ghost punk, bitch, yes, it's flat. Hey, flatten, smack. Flat, smack. Flat, smack. Yeah, flat, yeah. Globe gone flat, ain't no curve, bitch, it's flat. Turn the globe into a ghost punk, bitch, yes, it's flat. Yeah. CB, you know me.
Oh yeah.
That was fire. That was straight up fire, dude. I love the shut it, dud it, but it, don't. I love those rhythms that you do with your rhymes. Yep. Fuck
Thank
yeah.
you so much. I can't take credit for the flow. You guys should go listen to the original song. It's Floating by Schoolboy Q and 21 Savage. I can drop the link. But yeah, man, it seemed like a good format, so I thought it worked out. Thank you guys
I'm
for
gonna
letting me
forget that. So really nice track, dude. All your original work. Really nice track. No, fucking great. Big ups. Always, dude. You keep cranking. If I could speak, I would. You keep cranking out awesome material, awesome music, awesome flows, awesome beats. So there, that people need to recognize. That's all I wanted to say.
Call the fire department. We just nuked the building.
No, thank you again. Appreciate it, man.
Hey, you gave some shout outs in that song, didn't you?
I did. I said, call up Biggie, he gonna chop his head up. Pause the button.
Yeah, that's what I heard. I was like, I'm not sure if I heard that right, but that's pretty cool, man. Appreciate you.
I love that. Pause the bot because we gotta call him. Call up McGee, he gonna chop his head off. Yeah, perfect.
Loved it.
Speaking of shout outs in raps, what the hell happened to Drace?
I know.
I've seen him around in a while. And Karma as well, of course.
Miss you, Drace.
Yeah, that is true. That is true.
Not seen those two wonderful people in a while.
It was nice hearing him on that little recording. he does a good job, so.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
But did you listen to that debate last night, Crypto, or no?
Yeah, I actually listened to the whole thing, like 3 hours.
Oh,
man,
okay.
It's painful.
Sorry about that.
That conspiracy guy, just he doesn't know how not to fallacy. Yeah, I mean, we talked about it a bit earlier. I don't want to bore people by going over the same stuff again, but if it's fresh to you guys, I don't mind talking about it again.
It got Andy riled up. Andy Cold My Beer was like, dude, I'm going in on these goofballs from now on. It was awesome.
That's the part that I really like, man, that he was all fired up and juiced, man. When he came in this morning, he's like, oh, that's it, man. I used to just hang around here like it's entertainment. It's game on now. He's like, he's all stirred up, like, dude. It's crazy.
He actually needs someone to hold his beer now to keep going in.
Well, it's like, I don't know if the anti-flat earthers have considered that their behavior probably pushes more people away from the globe than it does toward them. I mean,
yeah,
what do you think?
Oh yeah, absolutely, dude. Listen. After a while, most people are going to be sick of the like you'll join the cool kids group, right? Then you'll be a cool kid for a while, but then you realize that the leader's a dickhead, and after a while, you're like, I don't want to be like that guy. Fuck this. And so, yeah, that tends to happen.
Yeah, man. I mean, imagine being like, if you just woke up today, you fell off a truck, and like you heard that there was a debate going on between like flat earthers, the globe earthers, and I don't know. Let's just say you're like, well, I'm going to be on the globe team first. So who's repping the globe? And it's like the same 5 shills we've been talking about. So.
Yeah, like we start getting all kinds of. We get new people every day from all over the world, and it's like. But we do battle with the same. Let's be fair, like the same 25 people in New Jersey, just all signed on different times.
On that point about dealing with these same guys or whatever, and what they say stuff that I think they try to trigger us and get us to a situation where we're going to make ourselves look bad. And
yeah.
So it's all up to our response to their ignorance or their idiocy, So, and so it just
yeah. No, man.
Cool heads prevail. You know, that's a statement, right? Cool heads prevail.
It depends on who you're talking to, man. I mean, sometimes you get people talk over you, and you just go, "Please don't talk over me," and then they stop doing it. With other people, I've found that if I get I kind of do this fake anger. You've probably heard me.
Oh yeah.
Like when someone talks over me a lot, I just start shouting very loudly for about 2 seconds, and then they just shut up.
I love when you do that.
Because it's like I'm telling them, right, I'm prepared to go to this level, but I'm not actually angry. You know?
Yeah.
But, anyway.
The audio messed up, right?
Sorry, go on.
For the debate, is the audio messed up, or is it something on my end?
I was experiencing the same thing.
Okay.
I haven't even watched it yet. Anyway, I'm gonna end.
It was like nothing.
The stream. And,
yeah, there's a little bit the volume's like 2% or something like that. Like you can just barely hear it. So I wasn't sure if there was something wrong on my end, or if it was like somehow that's what they have set up. So what they're broadcasting.
You're watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.